Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter disappeared from Private Drive and become a ninja? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After vanishing from Privet Drive, Harry grows up in a hidden ninja village in Japan. Trained in stealth, chakra, and combat, he becomes a legend, but when fate calls him back to the wizarding world, both magic and ninjutsu will never be the same again. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry looked out the window of the Escalade, his mind very much on Hermione. Already he missed her. He had promised to write and call when he left her. The Grangers were beaming from ear to ear, and Uncle Vernon grinned at the sight of them keying on the platform. "So you have a girlfriend now, Harry?" Vernon asked, breaking into Harry's thoughts. Harry smiled, looking up at his uncle. "Yeah, I sure do. Both of us decided to take things slow and careful. Don't want to rush into things too fast. That is a very mature decision, Harry, and a right one at that. I've seen too many of my friends back in my high school days go too fast with a girl and end up getting divorced years later. Both of you seem right for each other, so do the right thing and treat her right." "Don't want you to lose her," Vernon said. That seemed like good advice, and Harry decided he'd heed it. "Yes, sir." "Good. Now we haven't planned anything yet for the summer, preferring to wait until you got home. My boss is hinting at a possible trip for me, so I haven't a clue just yet as to where and when. So we are playing this summer by ear, so to speak," Vernon said to Harry as they got off the highway and entered their suburb. "Sounds like a plan, Uncle Vernon." "Kinda nice to be home," Harry said. Vernon nodded. "Good. Once you've settled in, I'll start up the barbecue and do up the steaks I have soaking in the refrigerator." Harry grinned. "Very cool." Vernon pulled into the driveway of number 4 Privet Drive a moment later. Dudley came out of the house and helped Harry with his trunk up to his room. Harry told his stories during dinner of the previous year at Hogwarts, right down to the fight with the basilisk. "This Voldemort sounds like a right proper viper," Vernon commented. Harry nodded. "That he is, Uncle Vernon. He wants to kill me for some reason and I don't know why." "Maybe you are some kind of threat to him," Dudley said. "I must be, since he's targeted me this year. Last year was our first meeting and he basically challenged me to a fight. He lost that one and this one. Who knows what he has planned next," Harry said. "Are we safe here?" Aunt Petunia asked. "Very safe. Professor Dumbledore and a number of the other professors, including a group of Aurors, have placed a ton of wards on this house so thick it would take a lot to break through them. Any of Voldemort's men try, and they will find themselves inside Azkaban, a wizarding prison. Nobody gets out of there," Harry said. Vernon heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank God for that. I feel better knowing that. So what's the plan for the next few days?" Harry asked. Vernon scratched his chin. "Oh, a couple days of rest and relaxation would do us good. I do have to spend a few days in the office. Some big project coming up." "Cool. Sounds good to me," Harry nodded. Petunia smiled. "Apple pie, anybody?" 3 dishes were held up in front of her. Harry relaxed in bed that night, his mind very much on Hermione. Already he was missing her, and he hoped she was okay. She had given Harry her phone number before they left the train station, and Harry decided he'd call her tomorrow. As his mind slowly replayed the key at the train station, he felt those feelings rise up inside of him once more and felt himself getting in beep. He reached for it and took it in hand as he closed his eyes. The feelings slowly got more intense as he brought himself to an orgasm. His body shivered as he gained his release. He smiled as he quickly cleaned up and then slipped back into bed and went to sleep. The next morning Harry was up and out of his room as per his habit to do so, and went running in the nearby park, going into the deep part of it where he knew Tino would be waiting for him. Both of them worked on sword trapping techniques for at least an hour and then Harry slipped back into the house just as dawn was breaking over the horizon. He went down into the basement and did a light workout on the weights that was down there in preparation for his trip to the neighborhood gym, where his Uncle Vernon and cousin Dudley had memberships. Tino already had his there. There you are, Harry, Vernon said as Harry stepped out of the kitchen. Ready to go pump some iron? Harry grinned. Yes, sir. Let's get to it. The three of them headed down the street to the gym, getting there just as it was opening up. A sign in the window declared the gym was going to go 24 hours in a few days, due to the high number of people who used it. That met with approval from the people waiting. Vernon signed them in and they got down to business, Harry keeping an eye on Dudley as he went through his routine. Dudley was looking much better now, having lost lots of weight and getting fit as a result of his heart attack. For the time being, Dudley was doing a light routine due to the doctor's orders. Harry turned his attention back to what he was doing. Tino joined them a moment later. Good morning, Vernon. Nice to see you, Tino said. Vernon turned to look at the tall Japanese man and smiled. I see you are home for the summer as well. Did you have a good year? Yes, I did. Teaching physical education was quite a challenge, Tino smiled. Harry knew for certain that was quite true. Getting wizard kids to play soccer and other sports had been a challenge, but Tino had managed the feat and now there were very enthusiastic soccer players in all of the houses. Harry enjoyed the sport as well. What do you have planned for the coming year? Harry asked as he spotted Vernon at one of the weight stations. Besides soccer and rugby? Tino asked. Not sure yet. What about track? Harry asked. Tino looked thoughtful for a moment. That is an interesting idea. Harry sat on the bench at an angle and took the bar in hands, preparing to do some bench presses. Vernon stood over him and watched as Harry pressed the weight over his head a few times, helping him when he got to his breaking point. Tino turned around and watched Dudley getting on the treadmill and a trainer setting it. Dudley looks a lot better, he commented. Vernon nodded. Yes, he is. The doctors are very pleased with his progress, and so am I. Petunia has joined a group of ladies who go walking around the neighborhood park in the mornings and all three of us are eating better. Harry stood up and helped Vernon change weights. Glad to hear that, Uncle Vernon. As soon as we are done here, we need to get back to the house. I have to go into the office for a bit this morning, Vernon said. Harry nodded. Okay. No problem. Harry came out of the shower in time to hear the front door close. Obviously Uncle Vernon had just left. He could hear noises coming from the kitchen and knew Dudley was looking for something to eat. He went into his room and dressed in shirt and shorts, and then went down to the kitchen. He guessed right. Dudley was sitting at the table with a couple of carrots for a snack. That was a good workout this morning, Dudley commented. Harry agreed. That it was. Looked like you got moved up a little. The doctors and the trainer thought it was time to increase my exercise routine a little more. So the settings on the treadmill got changed and there's a bit more resistance on the stationary bike, Dudley said. Good. Just don't overdo it, Harry said as he sat down with a cup of tea. Now that you're home, I wonder what the summer plans are. Dudley asked. Harry sighed. I have no idea. Uncle Vernon hasn't said anything just yet, but he did hint at a possible trip someplace for Grunnings. It would be so cool if we got to go out of the country this year, Dudley grinned. Harry smiled at the thought. It would be nice to get the chance to go home to Japan for a few weeks, but that was entirely up to Uncle Vernon. Sometimes fate does have a way of making things happen, and this summer would certainly end up to be one remembered. Harry finished his tea and sat back down with a list of things that needed to be done around the house. He decided to take the list slow and easy, doing 3 or 4 items a day until things were done. Quite a few of the items could be done in the shade and that made Harry happy. He looked up at the clock and noted the time. It was late morning and the temperature was pushing 80 at the moment. He knew the backyard would be shady from about 1:30 on, so that meant he could get a few things done. It was too hot to mow the front, so he'd leave that until it was starting to get dark. There wasn't much of one anyway, so it would be a snap. The first thing he decided to do was to paint the wooden patio furniture. That was something Dudley could help with, so once the job was set up, they started in on the job, talking about various things and sharing jokes and funny things about their respective schools. Aunt Petunia came out nearly an hour later with a pitcher of cold lemonade and glasses. She smiled as she listened to the boys talking. It is so nice to see the both of you getting along so well, she commented. Dudley looked up. Thanks, Mum. Harry is an interesting person, and he does have a very interesting life, having lived in Japan and going to that school. Dudley didn't say Hogwarts too loudly, he didn't want neighbors to cause any trouble. Thanks, Dudley. Harry grinned. I guess I do have an interesting life. Mum, any idea where we are going for vacation this year? Dudley asked. Petunia sat down on another chair. No, dear, and your father hasn't said anything yet. Uncle Vernon hinted at a possible business trip on the way home, Harry said. He is involved in a big project at work, Petunia said. Harry nodded as he sipped his glass of lemonade. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Harry asked his Uncle Vernon at dinner that night. Vernon sighed and scratched his face as he thought for a moment. I don't know yet, Harry. Grunnings hasn't said anything to me, Vernon sighed. I wish they would. Thought I'd ask, Harry said. Vernon nodded. Not a problem. Okay, Harry said. So what's on the telly tonight? A James Bond film, Dudley replied. Supposed to be a real good one. Harry grinned. Cool. I haven't seen it yet. For the next few weeks, Harry settled into a new routine. In the early mornings was his run and training sessions with Tino, then going to the gym with Vernon and Dudley, and after that was doing some things before it got too hot. Early evenings Harry would call Hermione on the phone and they would talk about things and discuss the events in the Daily Prophet that Harry had a subscription to. He had gotten one after Hermione suggested it, her idea of keeping track of things a sound one. Not much was being reported in way of Death Eater attacks, and that made Harry glad. The sooner these people were stopped, the better. Vernon was busier than ever in the office, and he still had no clue as to where the project he was working on was going to be presented. Then a break in Harry's routine came a few days later. Hermione called Harry to say that her parents had planned an overnight trip up north and she was going with them. They told her to invite Harry with them. Harry had gone to her house a few times for dinner and the Dursleys had returned the invite, even having her parents over for dinner in the evening. Harry had taken her to the movies on one afternoon and both of them had a great time. This time they would be staying at the Alston Towers. I have heard that it is England's best amusement park, similar to Disneyland or Six Flags Magic Mountain Resort, and going to the park nearby. Harry had heard of it but had never been there. They even invited Dudley, but his doctors said it was too soon for something like that. The Grangers promised to make it up once Dudley was strong enough. Harry, Hermione, and the Grangers arrived mid-afternoon on a Friday. The rooms were ready and they went up. Harry and Thomas would share one, Hermione and Cassandra would be in another. They settled in and then went to dinner at a restaurant at the top of the hotel. The view was exceptional and the food very good. After dinner they went for a walk along the boardwalk in the early evening. Thomas, they look so happy together, Cassandra said. Thomas nodded. Yes. I'm glad she met Harry. He seems like a nice young man. Harry heard that and the tips of his ears went red as he blushed. Hermione smiled and giggled as she gently squeezed his hand. Harry looked up and smiled. Hermione leaned forward and kissed him on the lips and smiled once more. They turned back to the hotel and went up to their rooms for the night. Harry lay in bed and let his mind drift into Getsumi no Michi, meditating on the day's events. He was sure now that he was destined to be with Hermione for life, and the thought pleased him. He felt joy deep down inside his soul and recognized it as happiness. Life was looking better all the time. The next day was spent roaming all over the park. There was so much to see, do, and check out that Harry wondered if it was possible to get to everything in one day. He sighed and turned to Hermione. This place is awesome, Harry said. Hermione giggled. I knew you would like it, Harry. Harry laughed. I do. Got to come back again for sure. Both of them laughed as they watched a clown acting out something funny. They did a few more of the rides and then went to one of the animal shows. The evening eventually came and the park lit up bright and colorful. They went to the grandstand area and danced to one of the popular bands for an hour. The fireworks show was the perfect capper to the evening. Harry had never seen anything quite like it and it made a lasting impression on him. Have a good time today, Harry. Hermione asked him as they went back to the hotel for the night. Harry smiled. I don't think I will ever forget today. It was a super day. I'm glad you liked it, Hermione said softly as she looked into his eyes. Before he realized it, they were key. Dotting. This one was different. He could feel tingled running up and down his spine as they key. Ed. He stepped back and looked at her, not knowing what to say. I love you, Harry said softly. That had been the right thing to say. Hermione hugged him and Harry felt warm all over. This was the perfect ending to an awesome day. Harry sat up with a start. The dream he had seemed so vivid and real. He quickly assumed the lotus position and sank into Getsumi no Michi. A voice came back to him. Our dreams are signposts, indicators of what the possible future holds. Nothing is ever set in stone, because we never know what is to happen. Fate is a fickle thing, it can toss us in any direction possible. One cannot know what is to happen until we get there. Pay heed to this, the old man's voice said. Harry tried to recall the dream but could only remember tiny pieces of it. Japan was involved, of that he was sure. He saw faces: Hermione, Dudley, Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and others. How they were involved wasn't clear. Harry brought himself back to reality slowly and sighed once he was fully aware once more. He got off the bed and went to the window and looked out. The park had turned out a lot of their lights but left some on. The night was clear and he could see the full moon above. He sensed movement behind him and spun around to deal with it. Relax, Harry. Just me, Thomas said, putting up his hands. Harry sighed and relaxed. Sorry to wake you. Had a weird dream. Thomas went to turn on a lamp and then his jaw dropped at the sight of Harry's tattoo. Harry groaned and kicked himself for not wearing a t-shirt to bed. It's a long story. Thomas nodded and made some tea and handed Harry a cup. They sat down at the table and Harry then told him everything. Thomas didn't say anything until Harry was finished telling his life story. I knew there was more to you than what I was seeing. Now I know that Hermione is very safe with you around her. I am very glad both of you are together. I know you are the right man for her. You have had quite a life, and I am sorry for your loss. You will always be a friend of the Granger family, Thomas said, gently squeezing Harry's shoulder. Harry looked up at the man. Thank you, sir. Thomas smiled. Think you can get back to sleep now? Harry nodded and they went back to bed. Tomorrow was a long day. Harry briefly glanced at the London Times headlines the next morning. He wondered just what the plans for the day was and he looked up as Hermione and her mother walked into the room he was sharing with Thomas Granger. Good morning, Hermione Key. Ed Harry on the cheek. Sleep well. Harry nodded, deciding not to mention last night. Yes, I did. Room service knocked on the door with breakfast and left. The four of them sat down and ate a leisurely breakfast. So what's the plan for today? Hermione asked. The beach, Thomas replied. Kick back and relax a bit. Harry nodded. Sounds like a plan. After breakfast they prepared for the day and headed to the elevator. They boarded it and headed down, stopping at a floor to pick up somebody. The man turned to Harry and smiled at him. Professor Dumbledore sends his regards and asked me to cast a spell to cover your tattoo so that you won't attract unwanted attention on the beach, he said. Cassandra blinked. Tattoo? She asked. Harry slapped his forehead as Hermione and Thomas groaned. Tell you later about it. He raised his t-shirt and the wizard tapped it with his wand. It shimmered for a moment and then disappeared. The spell will wear off at 7 this evening, the man said. Enjoy your day and watch your back. The elevator doors opened as Harry dropped the shirt back into place. He followed Thomas out of the elevator as Cassandra looked at him strangely. Once they had set up on the beach with the oversized umbrella they rented and the large blanket, Harry told his story to Cassandra. When he finished he knew she understood. I feel so much better about Hermione going to Hogwarts, knowing you are there to protect her. I am happy she has met you, Harry. Both of you seem right for each other, Cassandra smiled. That ended the situation and they relaxed and enjoyed the day. True to the wizard's word, the spell began wearing off precisely at 7. By this time Harry and the Grangers were already back in the hotel, getting ready for dinner. Harry stepped back and watched the image shimmer back into existence before pulling his polo shirt on. Thomas stood back and watched as it reappeared. You do know the spell, don't you? He asked Harry. Harry nodded. Only problem is that I can't do magic outside of Hogwarts. There is a rule about underage magic. We aren't allowed to do it until we graduate Hogwarts. When you stop to think about it, it is a sensible rule. Thomas nodded. They would find out. Yes, they would. I don't want to find out what happens when they do, Harry replied as he tried to comb his hair into place. Would they make exceptions in the event of a life-threatening emergency? Thomas asked. They would and they do, Harry said. Good. They should, especially where you are concerned. You should have a way to defend yourself against these Death Eater people, Thomas said. Harry grinned. That's why I am a trained ninja. Thomas made a face. I forgot about that. Both of them laughed and then turned to the door when a knock sounded. Harry opened the door to find Hermione standing there. He smiled and stepped back to let her in. Cassandra followed her daughter in. There you are, my dear, Thomas grinned. Shall we? They headed down to the lobby and drove to the restaurant that Petunia had recommended. It was everything she had said it was and more. A band in the corner started playing big band music right at 7:30 and people moved out to the dance floor and started to dance. Harry was glad he'd learned ballroom dancing from Aunt Petunia as he escorted Hermione out to the floor. They spent most of the evening dancing together and listening to the music. Right at 10, the band played its last number and it was time to go. Back in the hotel room, Harry sighed as he relieved the evening. Enjoy yourself? Thomas asked Harry. Harry looked up. Definitely want to come back here. Too bad there isn't a place like that out our way. Isn't that the truth? Thomas sighed. That's how Cassandra and I met. Thomas sat down next to Harry and related the tale. Harry smiled as he told the story. Sounds like a fairy tale, Harry observed. That it does. But Cassandra and I have had our ups and downs, and so will you and Hermione. Just don't let them get in the way of your relationship with her, or you will regret it for the rest of your life, Thomas warned. Harry nodded. I'll remember that, sir. You'll do just fine, Harry, Thomas grinned. Harry nodded. Thanks for the advice. Harry settled into bed after telling Hermione goodnight. His thoughts turned to his uncle and aunt and wondered what was going on. Japan. Petunia asked Vernon. Is that where the business trip is? Vernon sighed. Was. The project got killed. Grunnings informed me himself. Said I wasn't to blame for it and that I'd done good putting it all together. As it turned out, the client had to back out and nobody knows why. So he gave me a month's vacation. Way cool, Dudley said. I've been very curious to see where Harry grew up. Another reason right there. I thought it might do Harry some good to go back to where he lived prior to coming here to us. Recharge his batteries, so to speak, Vernon said as he sipped his tea. Petunia thought about that for a moment. Truth be told, she had wondered for a long time about the place where Harry grew up. How are we going to pay for this? Vernon grinned. Grunnings himself gave me the company credit card and said to have a good time and to not worry about the cost. Then he likes you, she said. He must have if he promoted me last year, Vernon said. Dudley grinned. Harry's gonna flip when he hears about this. Harry blinked at Vernon when his uncle gave him the news over dinner that night. Dudley laughed at the shocked expression on Harry's face. Told you he'd freak. Dudley chuckled. Harry snapped out of his shock. This is for real. Very real, Harry. Thought a trip to your Japan home would do you good, Vernon said as he sipped at his wineglass. Harry slowly grinned as it finally dawned on him that it was for real. You must invite that lovely girl with you, Harry, Petunia said. We need to talk to her parents first, Harry said. Vernon nodded. We'll do that over Sunday dinner, Harry. When you see Tino in the morning, let him know what's going on. I will. I'll send an owl to Dumbledore in the morning as well, Harry decided. Good. Now that is settled, I'll make the reservations tomorrow morning from the office, Vernon said. Harry grinned as he leaned back. It's going to be fun showing you around Japan. I'm looking forward to it, Vernon smiled. Having settled that issue, they began the planning for the trip. A week later they were on the plane, headed for Japan. Naturally, Hermione was delighted with the invitation to go and the Grangers had no problem with letting her go. True to her nature, Hermione began reading up on Japan history and culture. Harry for his part taught the Dursleys a few things. Professor Dumbledore sent Harry a letter saying that it would be safe for him to go. There wasn't any reported Death Eater activity in Japan. Just the same, he'd have a wizard or two watch out for Harry. Master Kosho, however, was clearly delighted that Harry was coming home to the village Anjiro for a month. He would make arrangements for Harry's stay. It is good that you are coming home to Anjiro, Harry. It will be good to see you, and all of your brothers here are delighted that you are coming. I look forward to seeing you again and meeting your relatives and your lady friend, Harry read. He set the letter down and smiled once more. It had been decided to spend the first 2 weeks touring Japan, and then the last 2 weeks at Anjiro. Harry studied a few tour guides and decided on a few places to go. Vernon was going to rent a small family-size van to drive all over Japan. Tino showed Vernon how to drive over in Japan, and Vernon commented that it was quite a bit like here in England. Tino sent a letter to Kosho in Anjiro, and the decision was made to give them an escort. When Tino told Vernon of the escort, he wisely accepted it. A much better idea, he told Tino. Please thank them for it. Tino promised he would in the next letter. A gentle nudge in his side brought Harry out of his thoughts. He turned to Hermione, who was sitting next to him. What's up? He asked. The seat belt sign just lit up. We're coming in for a landing, Hermione informed Harry. He buckled himself in. Thanks, Hermione. The plane landed smoothly and rolled to a stop at the terminal. They collected their carry-ons and followed the crowd out to the customs desk. Harry checked to make sure he had his passport ready. Good evening, sir. Here are the passports, Harry said to the customs official as he bowed to the man. The man bowed back. Thank you, sir. Are you here for business or pleasure? Pleasure. A month's family vacation, Harry grinned. The man smiled. Ah, very good. Be sure to visit the hot springs at Mishima. They are the best place to go for a bit of relaxation. Thank you for the suggestion, Harry said as he bowed and took the passports back. Have a good evening. What did he say? Vernon asked as they walked past the gate. He recommended the hot springs at Mishima, Harry replied as he steered them towards the baggage claims. Oh yes, Hermione brightened. I read about the place. The nearby volcano naturally heats the spring waters. There are a number of resorts nearby and a couple of excellent restaurants as well. Harry looked around for the man who was to be their guide. You're right, Hermione. I was there once. I liked it there. Is that the man over there, Harry? Dudley piped up, pointing at a man standing by the doors with a sign with the Dursley name on it. Harry looked at it and smiled. It was the man they were supposed to meet. Yes, he is, Dudley. Are you doing okay? Just a little tired, he admitted. Harry nodded. Okay. Hopefully he has the van outside the doors. Quinto did, and Dudley climbed in and sat in the back gratefully. Is your cousin okay? Quinto asked Harry. He should be. He's just a bit tired is all, Harry said. All right. We are to go to a nearby hotel for the night, seeing as how it is late in the day. We have a suite reserved for you upstairs. He can settle into his room and sleep if he wishes, Quinto said. Thank you, brother, Harry said, switching to Japanese. Quinto smiled. You are welcome. It is good to see you again. Once the baggage was secured in the back, they were off. As they drove out of the airport area, Quinto began pointing out things of interest. Dudley shot pictures of the things that interested him most as Hermione, Petunia, and Vernon looked out the windows at the sights. Harry had turned the front passenger seat around to face the group and commented on a few things as well. It wasn't a long drive to the hotel, just a half-hour away from the airport. Dudley settled down on the couch in the living room of the suite they had gotten and started to surf the channels. The English channels are from 17 to 21, Dudley. You'll find some of the Japanese anime translated on Channel 19, Quinto told Dudley. Thank you, Dudley said as he turned back to the TV. Vernon put out his hand to Quinto. Thank you very much for being our tour guide. We appreciate your taking the time to help us. It is nothing, Quinto smiled, bowing. I am glad to help a brother. Harry came out of the kitchen with a tea tray in his hands. Would anyone like a cup of tea before turning in? Thank you, Harry, Petunia smiled. Just what I needed. They relaxed a bit on the couch by the large bay window and sipped their tea, discussing their itinerary for the next 2 weeks. Dudley was the first to head off to bed, and before long, everyone did the same. Tomorrow would be a long day. Harry, Hinto, and another Neko ninja played chase around the hotel early the next morning while it was still dark. They raced upstairs, hopped from balcony to balcony, went up and down the short palm trees, Harry practicing his evade and escape techniques. The workout did him good, his body responding to the tumbling, running, and climbing he did. He finished his workout with a session in the hotel's weight room facilities, Dudley joining him for his own workout. Hinto knew about Dudley's heart attack and his medical limitations and watched over Dudley while he walked the treadmill and worked the stationary bike. After a refreshing shower, Harry joined everyone in the dining room as Hinto and the second man that Hinto introduced his duck served up breakfast. Harry saw the map and a book on the table and wondered where they were headed to first. I thought we could tour the Imperial Palace and the government house first and then go from there, Hinto said as Harry picked up the book. That would be cool, Harry said. I've never been there. That will be our first stop then, Hinto said. They checked out of the hotel right at 9:30 and arrived at the Imperial House right at 10. Hinto handed out the special passes he'd gotten the day before. I understand they limit the number of visitors to the Imperial House, Hermione said as they walked in. Yes they do, Hinto said. They really don't have special areas for visitors to walk in, so they limit the number of tours through here. There's a lot of history here, Dudley commented. Hinto nodded. This house has existed for many years, being one of the most important government centers in Japan. It dates back to the samurai days. They joined a tour and followed it from room to room. In the last room they went into, there were a series of paintings of the various emperors in Japanese history, ending with the last one, Hirohito. His son, Akihito, now had the throne. Dudley managed to keep up during the tour and Harry watched him for the first sign of trouble. Thankfully there was none. They went back to the van and began a driving tour of Tokyo and the shopping district. Dudley wisely accepted a wheelchair. All that walking might be too much for him. They had lunch in one of the many seafood places on the Ginza, Hinto telling them the history behind the Ginza. Hermione added a few of her observations as well. Are there any castles still standing? Dudley asked. Hinto grinned. Oh yes. The most famous one of all is Himeji Castle. It has a 5-story dungeon in the center of it. Then there's the Nijo Castle, built in 1603, where the Tokugawa shogun stayed when he was in town. There are several more scattered throughout Japan, each unique in their own way, Hermione said. Ah, I see you know something of our country, Hinto smiled. Hermione smiled. When Harry invited me to come, I did a lot of research into Japan history and the culture. Being here makes it much more real. Hinto smiled and bowed. I am honored by your words. Thank you. There is more to see, I hope. Harry says something called the Korakuen Gardens is a must-see, Petunia said. I do love gardens. That is definitely our next stop. It is fortunate that you have arrived when you did. The music festival at Itsukashima Shrine just got started. We will stop there for a day, Hinto said. Japan has many festivals that mark certain times of the year and events that happen at that particular time of the year. There will be much to see at one, Harry explained as he finished his tea. Sumo wrestling? Dudley asked. Hinto smiled. Oh yes. That and more, my friend. Cool. Dudley exclaimed. Hinto turned to Vernon. What interests you the most? Vernon thought for a minute. The samurai. Hinto nodded. A time in our history where this unique group of individuals shaped our nation and made it into what it is now. Hinto had the feeling there was more to Vernon's answer and that it had to do with Harry, but he wisely did not push the issue. There would be time for that later. If all of you are ready, we shall go see the Korakuen Gardens, Hinto said. They headed back to the van and Hinto drove them there. It was everything Hinto said it would be and more. The simple beauty of the gardens moved Petunia and Vernon. Hermione sighed over the beautiful swans that swam in the small lake at the center. Harry closed his eyes and slipped into Getsumi no Michi, and the peaceful feeling swept through him, filling him up to overflowing. Dudley thought it was definitely the most beautiful place he'd ever been to. They spent 3 hours there touring the gardens, and then moved on to the Tokyo Museum of Natural History. That explained a lot of Japanese history, from the earliest recorded date up to now. Then they left Tokyo and headed south on the Shinkansen, heading for Kyoto. Kinto estimated an early evening arrival time. This train really that fast? Dudley asked. Travels at a speed of 200 miles an hour, Kinto smiled. That's why they call it the bullet train. Dudley grinned. Cool. Could use a few of these in England, Vernon said. Certainly improve travel. Kinto nodded. They use these trains between major cities. So what will we find in Kyoto? Hermione asked. Glad you asked. We'll find a section of Kyoto set up just like it was back in the 14th century. Get an opportunity to see what a day in that time period was like, Kinto said. One of my favorite places to go. Harry nodded. Good. I've been there only once, and that was to accompany a friend. Kinto nodded. I remember that. Is this where one of the castles are? Dudley asked. Yes, and we will tour it, Kinto smiled. We'll spend the night here and then move on to Osaka to see a replica of a fishing village. It is common knowledge that the late Emperor Hirohito had a lab there for his research. That's right, he was a marine biologist, Hermione said. That I didn't know, Vernon said. Kinto nodded. He made a number of incredible discoveries and published a number of papers of his finds and his research. The train pulled into Kyoto just as the sun was beginning to set. After dinner in the hotel restaurant, Harry and Hermione took a short walk down to the shoreline of the nearby pond to watch the ducks and swans swimming. Harry was feeling good, especially since Hermione was with him. He felt her hand slipping into his and he gently squeezed it. They stopped under a tree and faced each other. Harry leaned forward and keyed Hermione, feeling high from the contact. He knew deep down she was the person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with now. There was no doubt of that whatsoever. They returned to the hotel and went upstairs to their rooms. The plan now was to stay here a day, go to Osaka the day after, then Hiroshima, and then go to Anjiro. They would spend the last week there. Vernon had decided 2 weeks in Japan would be enough, and then they would go to the English seashore to meet Aunt Marge for 2 weeks. Harry was cool with that. He settled down into bed with a smile on his face after seeing Hermione off to her room. Harry dreamed of them living their lives together that night, getting married, having kids, watching them grow up, and then going off to Hogwarts. Harry hoped that he would get all that, and more. He promised himself if that did happen, he'd do everything he could to make Hermione and his children happy. Harry told Hermione of his dream last night, and she smiled. I had a similar dream last night, Harry. Could it be that something is trying to tell us of our future together? She asked. Harry suddenly remembers what the voice had said to him a few nights ago. Our dreams are signposts, indicators of what the possible future holds. Nothing is ever set in stone, because we never know what is to happen. Fate is a fickle thing, it can toss us in any direction possible. One cannot know what is to happen until we get there. Pay heed to this, the old man's voice said. Harry repeated what he had heard in his dream the night at the Alston Towers. Harry, that's deep, Hermione said. He's right. Let's not worry so much about our future just yet. If it happens, it happens. How did you get so wise? Harry asked with a smile. Hermione giggled. Just a few things my mother told me. Hungry? Harry asked her. Yes, was her reply. Harry turned and went into the kitchen and started breakfast. They spent the day at the old section of Kyoto where a replica of a 14th century Japanese town stood. There was so much to see and do, and Dudley enjoyed seeing the samurai walking around the streets. Harry bought them a lunch of noodles and beef, and then Kinto guided them to a stage where a play was scheduled to begin. Harry recognized it at once. The 47 Ronin, Vernon read on the sign. Who were they? Harry grinned. One of the most famous stories to ever come out of old Japan. The story is a tale of honor and revenge. As it goes, a samurai lord from the countryside, having done a noble deed for a lord, was invited to a party. There was another man who thought that the country samurai shouldn't be allowed because he didn't dress properly or act like a real samurai should. He didn't tell the country samurai anything, and so the country samurai, not being trained in proper manners, embarrassed himself and was ordered to commit seppuku. He did, and the man's 47 retainers were angry by the lack of respect shown to their lord, swore revenge. But they were being carefully watched, and they spent the next 2 years doing menial jobs and getting drunk in public. Eventually, they weren't considered a threat any longer, and people stopped watching them. They finally made plans to avenge their lord, and did so. They then presented the head of the lord who had failed to help their master, and then committed seppuku on the spot. That is why they are called the 47 Ronin. If anyone knows the story, please tell me if I got the events right. If not, I'll publish the account in a special posting. Thanks, David. Vernon whistled. Wow, now that's loyalty. The play got started and lasted 30 minutes at the most. It definitely made an impression on the Dursleys and Hermione as Harry and Quinto translated most of the dialogue. After the play, they moved on into some of the shops and watched some of the craftspeople. Harry smiled as he watched a swordsmith create a sword in front of people. Quinto nudged Harry, breaking him out of the trance. Are you okay? He asked. Harry looked up at the older man. Yes. Brings back memories of Beppu in the blacksmith back home. Is he still? Quinto smiled. Still banging away. Harry had to laugh at that. Cool. They left the village close to evening and headed back to the hotel. Tomorrow they would be going into Hiroshima, and then Anjiro. The memories crowded around him as he let his mind drift back there. It had been nearly 2 years since he'd been there, the place he considered his first home. He knew he would be pushed by the other ninjas to prove he'd been keeping up on his training, and he looked forward to it. Harry was glad he'd found Tino in England and that Tino had helped him with his training and exercise runs. He'd done his best to be true to his ninja heritage, just as he was trying to be true to his wizarding heritage. He didn't want to be a dishonored ninja or a dishonored wizard. My God, Vernon said as they stood inside the Hiroshima War Memorial the next day. What have we done? How could the world get this far? Quinto and Tino shook their heads as the old man who was the guide answered Vernon. Arrogance, sir. That's how. Back then we thought we could win and rule over the entire world. We were blinded to reality, and the Japanese people paid the price, he said sadly. I lost my relatives that day. Fortunately, my mother, in her infinite wisdom, sent me far into the country to my grandparents' farm. I was so young then, not really understanding what was going on. Harry stepped up to the block wall and laid flowers at the base of it. He clapped his hands twice and then, holding his hands together in front of him, bowed deep. Thank you, young man. The old man nodded. You honor those who died that day. We must never forget. The old man led them around the memorial, showing pictures of people and things as they appeared on the day after. There were things in display cases that had either melted or had been deformed from the blast. It was a sober group that left the memorial. They continued their journey to Anjiro, now riding in a Range Rover borrowed from friends. They would be in Anjiro by late afternoon, and Harry was looking forward to it. Be nice to get in a week's hard training, Harry said. I'll show you some of the things I studied and learned. I'm sure Hermione will learn a thing or two. Vernon nodded, his thoughts occupied by what had been the past. Harry decided to approach him later in the evening and find out what was bothering him. He hoped it wasn't anything serious. The talk was light and the jokes flew as the miles went by. Harry suddenly had a feeling deep inside of him that they were now very close. Won't be long now, Harry said. Quinto and Tino nodded in response to what Harry had said. They could feel it too. The truck rounded the final bend and there it was. Just like Harry had remembered. The Range Rover stopped in front of Master Koshu's house. Harry got out as the old man came out on the porch. Harry bowed. I am glad to see you in good health, Master. It has been too long since I left here, and yet I have never left. A part of me shall always be here, Harry said. The old man smiled. Welcome home, my son. It is good to see you. Harry turned and introduced the Dursleys and Hermione. Kosho stepped up to them. I'm honored to meet you. Harry has said much about you, he said, and then turned to Hermione. So you are the lovely young lady who has captured Harry's heart. Hermione bowed. Yes, sir. Harry has told me much about you and his life here. He's even taught me a few things. Very good. When you leave here at the end of the week, you shall know more. Quinto, please show them to their quarters and make sure they are comfortable, Kosho ordered the man. Yes, master. Quinto replied. The house they were escorted to was very nice by Western standards. Dudley sank gratefully onto the couch in the living room and sighed. Are you okay, Dudley? Petunia asked. Just fine, Mum. Kind of tired, Dudley replied. Quinto turned around. I can arrange for a massage and a bath if you like. Dudley accepted, and it became an experience he would never forget. Neither would the other Dursleys and Hermione. Harry woke up early, as was his habit to do so. He pulled on a pair of shorts and running shoes and left the house. He ran his usual 4 miles and then returned to the house, changing into his ninja suit. Harry slipped back out of the house and headed for the training area. Harry closed his eyes and slipped into Getsumi no Michi and began Tai Chi. As he slowly went through the moves, other ninja joined him. He then moved into the higher forms and moved faster. By now the Dursleys and Hermione were up and watching Harry. Kosho nodded and the ninja immediately surrounded Harry and attacked. The fight was fast and furious. Harry worked through the weapons he had trained with, giving the Dursleys and Hermione a very effective demonstration of what he could do. They watched in amazement as Harry moved really fast. Wow, Harry's got the moves, Dudley commented as Harry came to a screeching halt, his katana raised high overhead. Enough. Harry has proved that he has kept up very well with his training, Kosho announced. Everyone will start their daily training now. All the ninja including Harry bowed as one. Yes, master. Kosho turned to the Dursleys and Hermione. Now you have seen what Harry is truly capable of. Dudley blinked. That was so much more than what he showed the first summer he was with us when those blokes tried to rob us. That is because he has trained with us since he was 2 years old. He has proven himself time and time again, Kosho said. Does this settle your doubts, Vernon-san? Vernon nodded, and then turned to the old man. How did you know, sir? I could feel it and saw it in your aura. Your nephew has great skill, both as ninja and as wizard, Kosho said as Harry came up to him. Now he needs to learn that with great power comes great responsibility. Harry bowed. Thank you for teaching me that, master. Remember it always, Harry, Kosho said. Find Tino and start your daily training. I shall be along in a short while. Harry bowed once more and raced off. Kosho turned to the Dursleys. If you will come with me, there is much to discuss, he said. The Dursleys and Hermione followed him to his hut. The week they spent there in Anjiro was a good one. Vernon and Petunia relaxed considerably while Harry went through his training and Hermione learned new things. Dudley unfortunately wasn't able to take part in any of the physical training. He did, however, learn how to handle knives and shuriken. It wasn't long before Dudley was throwing them like a pro. He participated in a tournament and made it into 4th place, much to Harry's surprise. Dudley was presented with a 15th century Tonto for his 4th place finish. He bowed and thanked Kosho. The ability was there. All you needed was the opportunity to let it come out, Kosho told him. Harry even demonstrated his swimming skills for Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon one warm afternoon. Vernon found a small rowboat tied up at the dock and asked to borrow it for the afternoon. He then put together a picnic basket for Petunia and himself and convinced Petunia to come with him. Oh my, we haven't done this in ages. Remember the small lake, she said as Vernon helped her into the boat. The one where the boat tipped over and I lost the picnic basket? He asked. Petunia giggled. Yes, that one. Harry watched as they pushed off from the dock and Vernon waved to him as he stood on the rock by the pond. Harry waved back and then dived into the water. Petunia and Vernon watched, waiting for Harry to come up for air. Where is he? Vernon asked, starting to get worried. Just then Harry surfaced next to the boat. Vernon sat back down and sighed with relief. I take it that is part of your training, swimming underwater while holding your breath. Harry nodded. Yes it is, Uncle Vernon. I can go from the dock to the big rock over there without coming up for air. I practiced that in the lake next to the Hogwarts castle. Sure gave Professor Snape a heart attack one morning. Harry had gone down to the lake and dove in that cold morning as part of his training. Professor Snape had seen him go in and went down to the docks to chew him out for swimming in the lake without authorization and having a watcher present. When Harry hadn't come up for air right away, Snape began to panic. When Harry did come up for air 10 minutes later, Snape was in full-blown major heart attack panic mode. Professor Dumbledore had arrived in time to see Harry doing a lazy freestyle stroke back to the dock while Snape was screaming his head off. "Severus," Dumbledore said from behind the man. "Is there a problem?" Snape had turned around and informed the headmaster of what happened. "Have you forgotten that Harry entrained to do this?" Dumbledore said. "He not only demonstrated his swimming skills to me but showed me he is capable of taking care of himself. Besides, the merpeople were asked by me to teach him underwater skills. Never know when they might come in handy. Mr. Potter does have my authorization to come down here anytime he wishes. He just needs to inform someone he is coming here when he does." Snape felt completely stupid. "Oh, my apologies, Headmaster." Dumbledore had smiled. "Accepted, Severus. Perhaps you could show Harry a potion or two that will assist him in his underwater training." Snape nodded. "Of course. Glad you are here, Harry. Another week here, then it's home to England. We'll land on our doorstep for a few days, then it's off to Aunt Marge and the seashore for a week." "That's the plan," Vernon informed Harry, bringing him back to the present. Harry smiled. "Good. That will give me time to practice my apparating skills." Vernon lifted an eyebrow slightly. "You can vanish at will." Harry smiled. "Yes. All part of my training routine." Vernon shook his head. "Well, get to it then, lad." "Yes, sir." Harry mock saluted Vernon, and then slipped back underwater. Vernon waited for a moment or two and then resumed paddling towards the island. All they would say was that the afternoon had been delightful, and Petunia had a slight smile on her face for the whole evening. Harry guessed what they had been up to, but kept it to himself. He didn't want to intrude on their privacy. As Harry went about his training, all those who were present watched him. But one ninja in particular didn't share his brother's feelings about Harry being a great ninja. He hated Harry, and all the attention he got. He watched Harry carefully, hoping to find a weakness and exploit it, and to hopefully ruin or destroy Harry. He had allowed feelings of jealousy to creep in and warp his thinking, and eventually anger replaced the jealousy and then hate creeped in. He was now Black Ninja, and a threat to Harry's life, if not the clan Neko Ninja. Their paths would soon cross. Harry was unaware of the danger as he passed by the dock after having gone swimming. Hermione sat on a big rock and handed Harry a towel as he came up to her. "Thanks, Hermione. What have you been up to today?" Harry asked as he sat down next to her. "Not much. I sat in on the potions class and learned quite a bit," she said. "Some very useful things, and I even wrote an extra credit report for Professor Snape." Harry grinned. "That's my girl." Hermione sighed and looked at Harry. "How come you weren't there?" "I'm scheduled to be there for the third session after dinner," Harry said. "I suppose you wouldn't let me peek at your notes." "How are you going to learn anything if you keep copying my notes, Harry?" Hermione huffed. Harry laughed. "You look cute when you do that." Hermione sighed and rolled her eyes. "You're impossible, Harry." Harry leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek. "Love you, dear." "I know you do," Hermione said softly. Harry stood up and offered her his hand. She took it and he pulled her up to her feet. They walked the path back to the village. As they entered the village, people waved to them and they waved back. There were colorful streamers and paper lanterns being hung everywhere. "What kind of festival is this again?" Hermione asked. Harry smiled. "It's to celebrate the humble beginnings of the Neko Ninja clan. More food, dancing, and music than you'll find anywhere. I read there are competitions during festivals," Hermione said. "There will be some wrestling, sumo style," Harry said. "Most likely there will be a martial arts tournament to have a clan champion for the year. I'm sure Dudley will get a kick out of it," Hermione deadpanned. Harry had to groan at the pun as Hermione giggled. They passed a clump of trees, unaware that there were angry eyes watching them. The anger grew within the watcher. Debases himself with an outsider. Betrays the clan secrets, he snarled to himself. The master must be blind not to see this betrayal. He continued to watch as Harry walked towards Master Koshu's hut after Hermione walked to another. "No matter. Soon I shall erase the stain from the clan honor," he mumbled. He slipped away from his spot and disappeared. Harry knocked on the door of Master Koshu's hut and waited. He took a breath and relaxed. He let his mind wander over the events of the last 2 years and realized he'd seen more adventure than he'd ever dreamed of. He idly wondered what was next. Come, the voice said from inside the house. Harry opened the door and entered. He got on his knees and bowed deep. Harry, I must discuss something with you. I feel a strong sense of danger. I do not know what it is. I know it centers on you. Be alert, my son. Do not let your guard down. Be aware. We must discover this person who threatens the clan. He or she must be stopped, Kosho said. Harry bowed. Yes, master. I will be careful. Good. Now to other matters. Tino tells me you are working hard at your training at Hogwarts. I am glad this Dumbledore has allowed you to continue your training, Kosho said. He saw how valuable my skills could be in defeating this Lord Voldemort and set aside a special room for my training. He cast spells on training dummies to animate them to give my training even more realism. Having Brother Tino there to help and evaluate my humble skills has been a blessing, Harry said. Kosho smiled. Very good. Perhaps someday I shall meet this Dumbledore. I would be truly honored to introduce him to you, Master, Harry said. Kosho smiled. Thank you, Harry. I believe Master Ito is looking for you. May I take my leave? Harry bowed. Yes, my son, Kosho said. Harry bowed once more and then left the house. He headed down to Master Ito's hut. There was much to do for the festival. Vernon and Petunia relaxed in the chair swing on the front porch of the guest house, watching the sun go down behind the mountain. So peaceful here, Petunia said with a sigh. Vernon nodded agreement. That it is. This would be the kind of place I'd like us to retire to, dear. Spend our golden years in a quiet place like this. Petunia smiled. That sounds like a plan. Harry passed by and waved to them. They waved back and Harry continued on. He saw how much his aunt and uncle had changed and he was happy. Harry hoped that would be him and Hermione someday, and he had the feeling it would happen. He arrived at Master Ito's house to find Dudley and Hermione making paper lanterns. Hey Harry. Dudley grinned. Come join the fun. The others laughed as Harry shook his head. He sat down and picked up a half-finished one and went to work, gluing the colored paper into place. He listened to the talk about the tournaments coming up and who was going to take part. He smiled. Nothing had really changed in the time he'd been away. It was like he always had remembered, the talk and the challenges being thrown, the smell of festival food being cooked, the colorful decorations going up. He looked down at the colored paper and then he felt a chill come over him. He closed his eyes and slipped into Getsumi no Michi. He found himself surrounded by paper lanterns. Colored ones. Festival lanterns. He looked around and then saw a dark form to his right. All he could see in the darkness was a pair of brown-colored eyes. Eyes that held hate and anger. Your time is coming, traitor. I shall deal with you soon enough. Then it shall be the outsider's turn. Then I shall kill Master Kosho and take over the clan, the dark figure hissed at him. Harry knew without a doubt it was a ninja gone black. He faced the darkness. Why have you gone dark? Why have you allowed anger, hate, and jealousy enter your soul and corrupt you, brother? Do you not know the consequences? Do you not understand what will happen to you? Do you not understand the price you will now pay? It is not too late for you to turn away from the dark. I can help you, Harry told him. The dark figure laughed at him. Here I have found great power. A power you could not possibly even begin to comprehend, brother. It will help me defeat you. It will help me get rid of the master, and place me as the master. You cannot stop me. Harry raised his head to look into the dark figure's eyes. Then it is truly too late for you. Your soul has become completely poisoned with the darkness. You are no longer my brother. You are no longer Neko Ninja. You are now Black Ninja. I look forward to our meeting, the black figure hissed. Suddenly Harry was back in the room, flat on his back. He looked up into Hermione's worried face. Other people crowded around. Dudley reached down to help Harry sit up. Harry, Hermione cried. Are you all right? Harry nodded. Yes. I must go see the master. It is important. Harry stood up and walked back to Master Koshu's house and knocked on the door. Within moments he was telling the old man about what had happened. Kosho pulled on his beard as he listened to Harry's story. Then there is no doubt. This person seeks to kill you and me. This person now threatens the safety and security of the Neko ninja. He must be stopped, Kosho said. Is there any way we can help him, Master? Harry said, realizing what was going to happen. Kosho shook his head. No, my son. There is not. I truly wish there was. Harry knew deep down what that meant. It would be something that he would deal with for a long time and that changed him right then. He bowed and left the house. He barely slept at all that night. As the sky began to change colors from the black of night to the light blue of day, he sat on the porch of the house and meditated, seeking a better answer. There are never any easy answers, young ninja. This is the first of many situations that you will face in your life. You must carefully weigh each and every thought and emotion in each situation and decide accordingly. Then stand on what you decide and never waver, the voice told him. Harry decided that was good advice and it cleared his mind. He knew now he had to defend the clan and stop the Black Ninja. There was no choice in the matter. He rose and began his morning run. Master Kosho watched him pass the house and nodded. He knew that Harry would fight the Black Ninja and would try to reason with him. I would have done the same, my son, if I were in your place once more, he sighed. But I cannot allow him to live. He is a threat to us all. He turned to his house and saw his second standing there. The men are selected and they stand ready. Do you think Harry will try to reason with him? Kosho nodded. It is in his character. He has been trained to be ninja. He knows many ways to kill a person, and yet he wishes to try and help this person. What about this Voldemort person? The second asked. Kosho sighed once more. That is a different matter. This man is the one responsible for the deaths of his parents. He is the one responsible for many deaths. I have seen in my visions that Harry is the only one capable of killing him. The boy does not know this yet. I must meet his Professor Dumbledore and talk to him. This Dumbledore can either help him, or hurt him. The second nodded and turned into the sun, the direction Harry had run off into. I pray we have prepared Harry well. As do I, Kosho nodded. He picked up his cup of tea and slowly sipped it and watched the morning sunrise over the village. Harry joined Vernon, Petunia, Dudley, and Hermione for breakfast after having done his morning routine. He was still unsure about the business he was about to go through, but he hoped he could turn the person back. He had to try. So when does the festival get started, Harry? Dudley asked. Harry looked up at Dudley. Around 3 this afternoon. All I can tell you is that you'll have a good time. I know I'm looking forward to it. Will there be a lot of people? Hermione asked. Yes. There will be quite a group of people here from other parts of Japan. Some of them I know, others I don't. Master Kosho is expecting a good turnout this year, Harry stated. Cool. Dudley grinned. Harry stretched and stood up. I do have some things I need to finish up, so I'll see you later for tea. Harry left the house and headed for Koshu's house to find out what needed to be done. He stopped at one house and met with the ladies there, who informed Harry his surprises for the Dursleys and Hermione was ready. He smiled and bowed, thanking them. Then he was off and running for the rest of the day, getting things done for the evening's celebrations. As he moved around getting things done, people from other parts of Japan began arriving. Harry greeted some by name, others he waved to. Around 1 in the early afternoon, he saw the group of ladies heading to the guest house his relatives and Hermione were in. He knew what was going to happen and he grinned, wishing he was there to see their reactions. He hoped they would like the fancy kimonos he'd asked for. After his usual morning workout, Harry went and took care of final preparations for the start of the festival. The kids in the village were getting excited and Harry smiled, the memories coming back to remind him of past celebrations. He was looking forward to the events and hoped everything would turn out fine. He pitched in and did what he could until Master Kosho was satisfied that everything was in order. Guests invited to the celebration came drifting into the village over the last few hours, and by the time the celebration was ready to start, all of the guests were there. Harry finished the last of his assignments and then headed to the house to dress in his formal kimono for the start of the festival. He arrived in time to see Vernon, Petunia, Dudley, and Hermione standing in the living room in their formal kimonos. Thank you, Harry, Hermione said as she kissed him on the cheek. Harry blushed as Dudley grinned and Petunia sighed. All of you do look very good in them. I hope you liked the surprise, Harry said. Vernon smiled. Thank you, Harry. You're welcome, Uncle Vernon. Now I need to get ready myself. I'll see you guys at the stage, Harry said as he headed for his room. He heard the front door close as he went into the small bathhouse and started his bath. He relaxed in the hot water for nearly 20 minutes and then got out. He dressed in his formal kimonos and slipped his short ninja to inside the jacket, getting the feeling that something would happen tonight. He arrived at the stag in time to see Master Kosho greeting the guests. Welcome all to the celebration of our humble beginnings. Please enjoy yourselves, he said, and the celebration got underway. Harry took Hermione's hand and they joined in the first dance. That set the tone for the evening. He was having so much fun the threat slipped his mind completely. He led Hermione around the carnival-style booths, trying the different food and games. He even tried his hand at a gambling game or two. Eventually they made their way back to the main stage where a kabuki troupe was performing a comedy. They watched for a while, Harry explaining what was going on. Afterwards Hermione wandered over to the stage watching a couple of the younger kids getting ready for their event. Something slipped out of the shadows and grabbed her. Before she could react, there was a knife at her throat. Call to him, the voice hissed in her ear. You mean Harry? She asked calmly. Yes, he replied. Soon he shall be dead along with Master Kosho and the Neko ninja shall be mine. Harry had gotten 2 cups of warm cider and turned back to where he had seen Hermione last. A few of the kids saw what happened and pointed to Hermione as Harry walked up. Harry, Hermione called. The black-clad figure moved her out into the light and now Harry could see the threat. Everything came to a halt as people suddenly realized what was going on. Harry quietly shed his outer kimonos down to his t-shirt and pants. Dudley appeared next to him and handed him his battle ninja too. Harry, Kosho called, Harry turning to look at him. This not training or tournament. This is real. You are now fighting to protect honor. Harry bowed. I understand, Master. The ninja smirked. Master Kosho has no honor, Harry. He promised me something and then turns around and gives it to you. Harry looked at the black-clad figure. If Master Kosho decided to give it to someone else, that is his right. If he chose to take the katana from me and give it to another of my brothers, that is his right. It is not my right to be angry with him. There was a reason he decided to pass it to me. Only he knows. He will betray you, the man said. Harry looked up at him. How do you know? Master Kosho has always been honorable with me. The man laughed. Of course he is. He will whisper sweet things into your ear while stabbing you in the back. Let her go. This is between you and me, Harry said. The man shrugged. As you wish. He shoved Hermione at Harry and drew his own ninja to as Harry reached out to catch her. He barely blocked the sword strike with his own ninja to in time. The little kids helped Hermione off the stage. Now it was just Harry and the man. I am Harry Potter, adopted son of Master Kosho, son of Lily and James Potter, he declared. The man nodded and removed his mask. Gasps of shock ran through the assembly and Harry recognized him. I am Rizo, former son of your precious Master Kosho, he announced. I shall be the next master of the Neko ninja clan. There was quiet muttering among the people as Harry studied the older teenager in front of him. Then it occurred to him who it was. I recognize you now. You were the older boy who tormented all of us younger kids all those years ago, Harry said. Rizo threw back his head and laughed very good. You remembered. You are not welcome here, Rizo. You will leave, Kosho said. No, I refuse. You promised me something, dear father. You told me I shall succeed you as leader of the Neko ninja and now I have come to take what is rightfully mine, Rizo snarled. Kosho looked up and stared into Rizo's eyes. You are no longer my son. I do not know you anymore. I declare you dead. Rizo reacted by charging at Harry, raising his sword for an attack. Harry waited until Rizo struck, blocking the sword strike and initiating one of his own. The battle was on. Both of them moved very fast, each strike blocked and initiated in the blink of an eye. Sparks flew as the swords made contact time and time again. Rizo worked kicks and punches into the battle, which Harry turned aside easily. Harry knew he had the advantage, having trained daily. He bided his time and waited for the opening that would give him the victory. The fight didn't cover much ground, the fighters only moving 24 steps in any given direction. To Hermione, it seemed they were standing still, their arms, legs, and swords a blur of action. To everyone else they saw precise attacks and defensive moves. Not a word was spoken, not a sound made. Harry's face showed no emotion, something that scared Vernon and Petunia. They wondered why Harry didn't show emotion like Rizzo was doing. Both Harry and Rizzo continued the battle. Harry knew he was fighting for more than just honor, he was fighting for the clan. He knew he could not fail. As the fight wore on, Rizzo got angrier as he failed each time to bring Harry down. He began to make mistakes, and then suddenly Harry had disarmed him, knocked him flat on the floor, and had the tip of his katana at Rizzo's throat. It was clear to everyone he had won the battle. "You have beaten me," Rizzo screamed. Harry nodded. "Yes. I sincerely hope you will change your mind and rejoin us." Rizzo shook his head. "No. I will have what is mine." Kosho came up next to Harry. "Master Kosho, it is possible to convince him to drop this quest for vengeance," Harry said. Kosho smiled sadly, and Harry knew what was to happen next. "Master, I ask for his life. Banish him if you must, but let him keep his life," Harry asked him. Kosho looked at Harry. "You are indeed a noble man, trying to see the good in all people. Not all people can be saved. Rizzo has gone too far dark. This Lord Voldemort you fight has gone too far dark, having destroyed anything good or human within himself in his quest to rule the world. He has killed many people he thought stood in his way, including your parents. This is a man that cannot be shown any mercy. Rizzo has threatened the safety and security of the clan. That cannot be allowed." Rizzo laughed from where he lay. "I will be most happy to teach you that lesson someday, little boy." Rizzo stood up, blood from dozens of cuts staining his black suit. Kosho looked at him. "You have threatened us. You came here with the intention of harming people in your quest to take control of the clan. You are no longer Neko Ninja. You are no longer my son. You are no longer one of us," Kosho said. He nodded to his second as he started to turn his back on Rizzo. Suddenly there was a loud bang, a bright flash of light, and a huge cloud of smoke on the stage. Men rushed forward, but it was too late. Rizzo was gone. Kosho stood there for a moment and then turned to the musicians nearby. They nodded and the music started once more. Kosho touched Harry on the arm and led Harry to the front porch of his house. The doctor quickly examined Harry and nodded. "He is unharmed, master. His kai protected him," the doctor announced. Kosho nodded. "That is good. Thank you." The doctor left and Harry turned to Kosho. "What happens now, master?" Harry asked. Kosho sipped his tea. "We watch and be careful. He will attack us again, and then he will be truly out for vengeance. The difference between him and this Lord Voldemort is that one wants to rule a clan and the other wants to rule the world. Voldemort is the greater threat, simply because he has caused so much death and destruction by his hand or command. He murdered your parents because they were a threat to him. He believed your father was so close to discovering his whereabouts, so naturally he chose to attack before your father did. Rizzo is and shall be my problem, even though he is my son. I'm sorry, master, but no son attacks his father just because he can't get what he wanted. It is unthinkable. I would never attack my father or uncle just because I didn't get what I wanted," Harry stated. Kosho nodded. "I understand your point. It pains me greatly that my own son has turned against me. Besides, why does he think I shall rule the Neko Ninja after you step down? Surely there are better people than me who have the wisdom and the knowledge for the job," Harry stated. Kosho smiled. "Jealousy can blind people just as much as anger or hate does. Do not forget this." Harry bowed. "I shall not. Thank you for teaching me that. Now come. There is still much to celebrate. Tomorrow begins the tournaments," Kosho smiled. Harry followed Kosho out and barely got a few dozen steps when Hermione came rushing up, followed by Petunia, Vernon, Dudley, and others. "Harry," she cried. "Are you all right?" Harry hugged her close to him and smiled. "I am fine, love. I did not get hurt." Vernon sighed with relief as others nodded. "Thank God for that. So let's get back to the party." I do not want to miss Master Show's performance, Harry said with a smile. People laughed at that and the crowd drifted back to the main stage where Master Show leapt onto the stage with a bottle tucked under one arm and beating on a smaller drum. He hollered something and the crowd laughed. Harry grinned. Master Show always put on a good act using drunken fist, a Chinese martial art. A few of the young men got on the stage and tried their best to kick Master Show off, but didn't succeed as Master Show would be throwing them all over the place while stumbling around drunk to the amusement of the crowd. Harry and Hermione eventually drifted off and headed to the docks. Master Kosho nodded to two of the village guard and they discreetly slipped into the shadows and followed them. Harry and Hermione sat in a bench swing and gazed at the stars for a bit. Finally Hermione broke the silence. I was scared, Harry. I was afraid you would get hurt, she said. Harry took her hand. I know. I saw the fear and concern in your face. I am all right. You do not have to be afraid anymore. Hermione leaned into Harry and he wrapped his arms around her. Harry felt warm feelings coming up from deep inside of him and he sighed. This was what he liked and what made him feel good down inside. He was convinced now more than ever Hermione was right for him, that they were right for each other. I believe in you, Harry, she whispered. Harry put his hand on her face and she looked up into his eyes. All she could see was love in there. Harry leaned forward and kissed her. Everything was right with the world. The next morning Harry woke up and went about his morning routine. Today the different tournaments would start. Harry had signed up for a few of them and he felt ready. He carefully wrapped his wrists and ankles for extra support and then joined the others on the field. As the day wore on Harry slowly moved up to the next levels, winning a few bouts easily and working hard to win others. Hermione joined the ladies in bringing towels and drink to the fighters. It was obvious to all that she had eyes only for Harry. Sometimes before Harry started a bout she would give him a key. For luck. He'd blush, as the crowd would cheer. Then he would go and have his bout. Harry finally met his match and he bowed gracefully to the older team that managed to beat him. He went back to the house with Hermione next to him. After getting cleaned up and dressed in a fresh kimono, they headed to the dining hall to enjoy some lunch and some quiet time together. So what happens next? Hermione asked. Harry looked up. Master Kosho closes out the celebrations tonight and then it's back to the daily business. Hermione nodded. Then we leave for home the next day. Yes. Got to tell you this will be a vacation to remember, Harry said. Hermione had to laugh at that. Yes it will. Wish I didn't have to leave yet, Harry sighed. There's so much more I need to learn from Master Kosho. Thank you Harry, a voice said from behind them. Harry and Hermione turned to see the old man behind them. Harry smiled and bowed. Good morning Master Kosho, he said. Kosho moved up next to Harry. That it is. The three of them stood there for a moment and took in the beauty of their surroundings. Finally Kosho turned to Harry. I was proud of you for the way you handled the situation. You gave him every chance to turn away from the dark and he chose not to. You showed him mercy, when he did not show it to you. That makes you a better man. But I must warn you. Be careful where you go. He will be after you now. I have a few friends in England who will watch over your relatives. They shall be very discreet. They will never know they are there. Rizzo is very dangerous now, Kosho said. Thank you for your words, Master Kosho. We will be careful, Harry said. Kosho nodded. Then I wish you well until the next time our paths cross. The trip home to England was a quiet one. Harry let his mind wander over the events of the last few days and wondered if there was more he could have done to help Rizzo. He decided that question would answer itself in time and turned to look at Hermione. She was asleep, her head on his shoulder with a slight smile on her face. Harry looked across the way and noticed Aunt Petunia doing the same with Uncle Vernon. Vernon nodded to Harry and Harry grinned. Ever since he'd been left with the Dursleys, things had improved for them and Harry hoped they would get better. The plan now was to get home, relax for a week or two, and then the Grangers would be joining them for a trip down to the seashore where they had gone the last time. Aunt Marge would be waiting there for them. Harry was looking forward to it. It would get both families together for a week for some fun. After that, August back at the house and then back to Hogwarts for his third year. He wondered what would happen this time around. Hopefully it will be better than last year, he sighed. He leaned back in his seat to get a bit more comfortable and let his mind wander. The seatbelt chimes woke him up. He blinked and raised his head and realized he had fallen asleep. He gently shook Hermione and she woke up. "Are we home yet?" she asked as Harry smiled. "Getting ready to land," Harry said. "Better buckle up." The landing was a smooth one, and they collected their luggage and the car with no problems. They dropped off Hermione first. Harry walked her up to the door. "Thank you, Harry," she said. "I had a great time." Harry smiled. "Glad you did. It was great to go home for a bit." He leaned forward and keyed her. Hermione unlocked her door and went in. Harry went back to the Escalade and they headed home. "Be nice to have some peace and quiet for a few days," Aunt Petunia said. Harry turned to her as he passed her in the living room. "Don't forget Dudley's appointment with his doctor Friday." Petunia turned to Harry. "Thank you for reminding me. Dudley, did you hear?" "Yes, Mum. The doctor's on Friday," Dudley said, appearing at the top of the stairs, having heard Harry. "I have to go into the office in the morning, love," Vernon said as he put down the telephone. "Just some papers needing attention." Harry carried his luggage up and then went back for Dudley's. Vernon followed him out and collected his and Petunia's. The house was quiet as everyone settled down in their rooms. Harry decided to write some letters and did so, addressing one to Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Ron Weasley, and Arthur Weasley. He set them on the desk for Hedwig to pick up when she came home. Then he went to bed. Albus Dumbledore set Harry's letter on his desk and sighed with relief. Even though he knew Harry could take care of himself and Hermione was just as capable, he was glad they were back safe. A knock at his door got his attention. "Come in," he called out. Minerva McGonagall glided into the room with a piece of parchment in her hand. "Albus, Harry has sent me a letter informing me that he is home, and that they are well." Dumbledore smiled and gestured to a chair. "I received one from Harry as well. Most relieved to know they are well." "Yes, and that makes me happy. One less worry," McGonagall said. Dumbledore smiled. "That it is. Oh, before I forget, I have hired a new defense against the dark arts instructor. His name is Lupin, Remus Lupin. He was a former student here, if you recall." "Oh yes. One cannot forget him," McGonagall smiled. "Or the others for that matter. I will have to inform Mr. Filch. I have yet to announce his posting in a staff meeting. I will do that next week when all of us get together to plan the new school year," Dumbledore said. "I wonder what will happen this year," McGonagall said. "It would be nice to have a normal year." Albus smiled. "Since when have we ever had a normal school year here?" McGonagall chuckled. "I can't ever remember." Both of the professors laughed. "Professor Lupin will be riding the Hogwarts Express with the new and returning students," Albus informed her. She nodded. "Good. Hopefully there won't be any problems to worry about." "Ah, but if Harry is involved, chances are that he will be into another adventure shortly after he arrives here," Dumbledore said. "He's been lucky twice. 3 times would be true luck," McGonagall said. "Well, we shall watch him carefully then," Dumbledore said. "He is, after all, the wizarding world's great hope." Having said that, McGonagall and Dumbledore left the office. Unknown to them, events were taking place miles from Hogwarts at a place that all wizards and witches feared. As in all societies that populate the earth, the wizarding world had its own system of judgment and punishment for those who broke wizarding law. The Wizengamot, the wizarding world's ruling body, was empowered to hand down justice when it was needed. If it found one guilty, they were usually sentenced to the wizarding prison known as Azkaban, but called much worse. The dark towering edifice that housed the guilty and in some cases the criminally insane, was the most feared building one could visit or be incarcerated into. The interior of the building with its black rooms and equally black, cold, and wet cells were enough to shatter any hope of survival inside the place, but worse was the cadre of beings that comprised the guards of Azkaban. Many were the stories whispered about the Dementors, the terrifying beings that guarded the prison. It was said they could your soul dry of any good memories, and used your most painful memories and darkest nightmares to torture a person. Many people who went in never came out sane. Nearly all went insane, and quite a few managed to take the easy way out, committing suicide. Even more deadly was the thing called the Dementor's key. When a Dementor gave it to a person who was sentenced to receive it, the person's soul was keyed out permanently, leaving an empty body that continued to function until death. It was a living death to all who received it. In one cell was a man that once went by the name Sirius Black, a truly feared man who had been accused of killing 15 people nearly 13 years ago, back in the fateful days after the deaths of the Potters. It had been said the Potters trusted him and made him their secret keeper, and then he betrayed them. Then a man named Peter Pettigrew attempted to stop him, and that's when Black committed the act of which he was incarcerated for. Peter Pettigrew was one of those killed, and he was declared a hero for having the courage to face Sirius Black. Now Black resided in Azkaban, having been incarcerated there for nearly 12 years. He was barely the man he had once been, living from day to day, barely clinging onto hope. The scrap of paper he gripped tightly in one hand had finally given him the one tiny ray of hope. It was the front page of the Daily Prophet, showing a picture of the Weasleys on vacation in Egypt, Arthur having won a contest. It showed the family waving as they stood in front of a pyramid, Ron's rad name's Scabbers peeking out of a pocket. As people passed his cell, they heard him muttering. He's there, was all he said. Nobody paid any attention, and that was their fatal mistake. Harry lay stretched out on the blanket in the sand by the beach, Hermione next to him. After the recent events in Japan, Harry was in the mood for a slow and relaxed kind of vacation. As planned, they met the Grangers, Cassandra and Thomas, and traveled down to Majorca on the coast, meeting Aunt Marge there. She was happy to see them again, and was even more delighted to see the change in Dudley. He was equally pleased to meet Hermione and her parents. The only thing planned was the ladies' shopping trip in town and the usual sightseeing. Harry opted to hang out with Thomas, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley. "Harry, ready for lunch?" Aunt Marge called, breaking into Harry's meditation. Harry floated back up until he woke up. He sat up and stretched. "Sure. What's the plan?" Harry asked. Aunt Marge smiled. "There is a couple boxes of limo, chicken, potato salad, and some other things." "Cool," Harry said. He stood up and stretched, feeling things pop in his back. Then he helped Aunt Marge set up the lunch. As he turned to say something to Hermione, he saw a lady suddenly panic at the edge of the water. "My baby!" she screamed. Harry didn't hesitate. He went racing down to the water and went in the direction the lady pointed. He hit the water and slipped into Getsumi no Michi in a heartbeat. He instantly knew where the little boy was and struck out in that direction. Having been trained to hold and use his breaths effectively, Harry knew he could last much longer than the little boy could. He focused on the little boy and managed to reach him. Harry soon realized why the boy had been pulled under. The small whirlpool that snagged him at the water's edge had him in its grip. Harry swam with the current and caught the little boy just before he passed him. Kicking hard, he managed to break free of the whirlpool and up to the surface. As he got his feet under him, Thomas Granger was right there. "Harry," he yelled. "Is he okay?" Harry quickly checked. "He's not breathing." Thomas took the boy from Harry and laid him on top of a surfboard and began CPR. He directed Harry in doing breaths while he did compressions. They worked together as sirens in the distance got louder. Just as the paramedics raced up, the boy began breathing on his own once more. "He's breathing," Thomas announced, and the watching crowd cheered. The mother was so happy she hugged Harry and Thomas while the paramedics checked him out and got him ready for the ride in the ambulance. Then they were gone. Harry and Thomas both headed back to their spot. "Well done, Harry," Vernon nodded as Hermione keyed him. "Did what I had to do," Harry said. Thomas nodded. It was the right thing to do. Later that evening, Harry stood in front of the cabin in slacks and a sports shirt, waiting for Hermione to arrive for dinner. Harry suddenly sensed someone behind him and he whirled around, ready to face the threat. Tino raised his hands. "Easy there, Harry. Didn't mean to startle you. Good reactions, by the way. Saw what you did today. Very well done," Tino said. Harry relaxed and put the small knife away. "Did what I had to. Didn't want to see someone lose family." Tino nodded. "I am sure your parents would be proud of you, Harry." They would be happy to know that you have turned out to be a good man, wanting to use your abilities to help people. It was the only path in front of me. There really was no choice. I had decided long ago when I was 8 that what I learned would be used to help, defend, and protect people, Harry said. One of the reasons why I love you so much, Harry. I see that in you and it makes me feel good to know I have a friend who wants to help people, Hermione said, appearing at his side. Harry blushed at the praise. Thanks, guys. There you are, Vernon said, coming out of the cabin as Tino faded into the bushes. Ready to go eat? Yup. Aunt Marge says there's a big band dance nearby, Harry said. Vernon beamed. Yes. It is a group that your Aunt Petunia and I went to see a lot before and after we married. I'm glad to see them back together. Brings back good memories. Harry grinned. Very cool. These are the same folks Cassandra and I used to go see, Thomas remarked as they arrived, having heard the conversation. Good. Then we are in for a great evening, Vernon said. They had a very good time that evening. Sirius Black had finally decided to attempt an escape. He would succeed, and in doing so, would become famous for being the only one in recorded history for doing so. By now he was so desperate to get out. He carefully considered all options and then finally hit on the best plan. He would shift into his animagus form of a dog and slip past the guards when they opened his door for the evening meal. The one weakness the Dementors had was that they had no effect on animals. So it was a matter of shifting into a dog and getting out that way. He bided his time and waited. As the dinner hour approached, Sirius Black sat in a corner and cleared his mind of all thoughts. He envisioned in his mind his transformation into the dog. It took time and a bit of effort, but he managed to succeed. Now all he needed was the door to be opened. He hid under the bed and waited. He didn't have very long to wait. A moment later one of the Dementors opened the door and glided in. It took an effort not to make any noise, he was so afraid of being found out. The Dementor left the cell door wide open as it moved into the cell. The dog slipped out from under the bed and out the door quietly. It stayed in the shadows as it slunk through the prison. He found a partially open door and nudged it open a bit more. Then he was out the door and into a clump of dead trees. From there he made his way down to the boat dock. He managed to slip aboard one of the boats and stayed hidden until they were docked on the other side. He waited until everyone had left the boat so he could sneak off. Once he was off he ran as fast as he could, far as he could. Once he knew he was safe, he reverted back to his human form. Raising his arms to the moonlit sky, he cried out his joy at being free once more. Then he headed off in search of food and better clothes. Then it was off to Hogwarts. Harry walked Hermione back to her cabin. She would be leaving in the morning with her parents to head home, and then off to some relatives for the rest of the summer. Harry would be spending 3 weeks more at the Dursleys and then going to the Leaky Cauldron for the last week of summer before heading back to Hogwarts. Vernon had to go on a business trip that came up suddenly. Petunia and Dudley would head home with Harry, and then fly out to meet Vernon overseas. Harry decided to take the night bus into London to the pub the next night after Aunt Petunia and Dudley left. The plan was set and Harry said goodbye to Hermione the next morning after breakfast. Marge sighed as she watched them. They do so make a lovely couple, she said. Cassandra agreed. We've liked Harry from the moment we first met him. He is definitely a very unusual young man. I agree, Petunia said. He certainly grows on you. There was universal agreement from all of the adults on that. Getting back to number 4 Privet Drive and 3 weeks of normal living was a relief. Harry slipped back into his normal routine with ease, and worked around the place as needed. Hedwig arrived the evening they came home and Harry was happy to see her back. She had a stack of letters for Harry in her talons and Harry spent the evening reading them. It was nice to hear from friends and their summer adventures. Included in the letters was Harry's back-to-school letter and list of required books for the year. To Harry's immense relief, there were none having been written by Lockhart. Harry idly wondered what happened to the man after the accident in the chamber under the girls' bathroom. He decided to ask Professor Dumbledore when he saw him. Putting aside the letters, Harry turned to his homework and got busy. He wanted to get it done before leaving for the Leaky Cauldron. He had planned on exploring Diagon Alley while he was there, and didn't want to waste the time doing homework. He'd had the once chance to explore it with Hagrid but really didn't get to see much. This time he would. The 3 weeks drifted by slowly. Harry spent time with his cousin Dudley going to the movies, the gym, hung out at the mall with him, and watching the soccer matches on TV. On the weekends they went and did things together as a family, going to the movies and local events. Uncle Vernon got Harry interested in metalworking, something Vernon had done in his younger years, which had led to his career with Grunnings. Dudley got Harry interested in modeling, putting together cars and ships. Petunia taught Harry cribbage so they all could play in the evenings. All in all, things were going quite well. Then Vernon left for his business trip 2 weeks later. Petunia and Dudley would join him a week later, and then a night later Harry would leave for Diagon Alley. The night bus is easy to ride, Harry. Just stick out your wand and it will be there. Harry read Ron's latest letter. If your friends say it's the best way to go, then that's it, Vernon said. Just do it later at night so nobody can see you. Harry thought that was good advice and took it. Thanks, Uncle Vernon. For the next few days it was just the three of them. Then Aunt Petunia and Dudley left. Harry now had the house to himself. He decided to cool off by pulling on his new Speedos and soaking under the sprinklers in the backyard, and that lasted a few hours. Then he relaxed in front of the TV in just his Gryffindor boxers, enjoying the cool air in the house. He grinned as he thought of something funny. Wonder if Dad ever did this. He chuckled. I'm sure he did. It got late and he headed off to bed. Sirius Black continued to travel across the countryside in his dog form, turning human whenever he needed to. He had long since found out where Harry lived and was on his way there. If Harry was there, he'd talk to him. If not, then Hogwarts was the only solution left. He wanted to find and talk to Harry. He'd heard things about Harry that puzzled him and he wanted to find out if they were true. By now the wizarding world was in an uproar over his escape and every Auror and law enforcement wizard was looking for him, including the deadly hit wizards who were allegedly licensed to kill. Nobody could ever confirm if they actually existed, but everyone knew of the unspeakables who were just as powerful. The tiny few people who knew Harry's secret knew without question he had a clear advantage over them, and that was because of his skills at ninjutsu. Harry could handle himself very well. Sirius wasn't aware of Harry's Japanese background and he was puzzled as to why Harry had been taken to Japan in the first place. It was something that would bother him until he asked Harry about it. Harry went through his normal morning routine with Tino and then did what he could before it got really hot. He went back into the house, showered, and hung out in front of the TV for the rest of the day in just his Quidditch boxers. He liked this kind of relaxing, and not having to do anything else made his day. He wasn't about to go back out into the heat for anything. He was already packed, so all he had to do was have his dinner at the usual time, turn out the lights at 9 and then slip out the side door with his trunk. He planned to go down to the darkest part of the nearby park and hail the bus from there. He went over the plan a few times and didn't find any fault with it. Harry stayed on the couch for most of the day, napping when there wasn't anything on the telly, watching 1 or 2 American westerns, and just kicking back. He ate a light dinner around 7, thinking he could get a sandwich or 2 when he got to the Leaky Cauldron. Finally it got dark and Harry put his plan into effect. He got dressed in lightweight black, slipped a knife or 2 in his Doc Marten boots, checked all the doors, turned off the lights except for the TV and 1 lamp in the living room. Those items were on an automatic timer and would go off by 11. He slipped out the side door and secured it. He headed off down the street avoiding the street lamps. So far so good. He entered the park and headed for the darkest corner, unaware of the large black dog watching him from the shadows. Sirius couldn't believe his eyes. Harry had grown up. His eyes misted over as he recalled the memory of holding baby Harry in his arms when he was just hours old. It had given spark to his desire to marry and have kids someday. He swore to Lily and James he'd always look out for Harry no matter what. Being in Azkaban had hurt him, made him think he was unworthy now to be Harry's godfather, having failed in his promise to watch over Harry. Well, now he had the chance and he wasn't going to pass it up. He began to move out of the bushes when Harry raised his wand and a flash of light and a thump announced the arrival of the night bus. He moved back into the bushes. He would have to go to Hogwarts. Harry had reached the darkest part of the park and looked around. He raised his wand and suddenly the bus was there in a flash. The tall thin man looked down at Harry. Evening. He nodded. Me name's Stan. This here's the night bus. Where you be headed? Harry smiled. The Leaky Cauldron, sir. Stan smiled. Well, jump on. I'll get trunk. Harry climbed on board and fished a few coins from his pocket and handed them over. Stan turned to the front. Leaky Cauldron. He sang out. Before Harry had a chance to sit down on one of the beds, the bus took off from 0 to 70 in nothing flat, pasting Harry against the back wall. Ouch, was the only word Harry could come up with. It turned into a ride Harry would remember well into his old age. He managed to put his tumbling skills to good use as Stan stood there with practiced ease, reading the paper. It was then Harry got his first look at the front page and the moving picture of Sirius Black laughing his head off as he was photographed. He blinked and reached for the front page. Stan moved it aside and saw what Harry was looking at. Here now, laddie, he said, you don't want to be looking for this bloke. Deadly and crazy, he is. Best you avoid him. Now Harry was intrigued. He resolved to find a paper and find out about Sirius Black. A moment later Stan put down the paper. We is here now, he said as the bus slammed to a halt, plastering Harry against the inside of the windshield. Ouch, Harry said once more before removing himself from the windshield. The door opened and an old man stood there with a smile on his face. Ah, Mr. Potter. At last, he smiled. Harry recognized Tom, the keeper of the Leaky Cauldron. Nice to see you again, Tom. How are you? Very well, thank you, Mr. Potter. So nice of you to remember an old man like me, Tom said. Come on in, I got your trunk here. Harry followed Tom into the Leaky Cauldron and through the bar proper to a set of stairs in the back way. Tom led Harry to number 14 on the first floor, what us Americans would call the second floor. The first floor would be referred to as the ground floor, and inside. Harry smiled as he saw Hedwig perched on the brass bed frame. She arrived only moments ago. Smart bird she is, Tom said. That she is, Harry said, feeding her a few owl treats. Is the kitchen still open? Tom nodded. Yes, it is. Want something? Can I get a hot pastrami with everything except onions and peppers, extra cheese, and a 6-pack of soda? Harry asked. Tom nodded. Done and done. Kitchen opens at 8 tomorrow morning. Do you want a wake-up call? Harry considered it for a moment. No thank you. I'll be back with your order then, Tom said. Thank you, Tom, Harry smiled. Harry turned and went to the window to look out over the now lit Diagon Alley. Tomorrow would be the start of a whole new adventure. He was looking forward to it. Harry stood on the street of Diagon Alley on the other side of the block wall after having stepped through from the Leaky Cauldron. He watched the people bustling about and smiled. He knew now he was back in his world. He set off down the street to the Gringotts Bank and went inside. He stepped up to the first goblin he saw. Good morning, Griphook, Harry said, recognizing the goblin. The goblin turned to see Harry in front of him. Mr. Potter, how nice to see you again. It's nice to be remembered. Harry smiled. Can't forget the goblin who helped me first time I came here. Griphook smiled, a rare sight. Nice to have friends. How can I be of service to you? I have a question for you, Harry said, getting down to business. Is there a way I can get what I need without having to carry large amounts of cash and having to convert into Muggle money? Griphook smiled. Very easy. We can issue you a credit card that is accepted in both worlds. We can send you statements every month to help you keep track of your money and what you spend. Harry grinned. That's the ticket. Where do I sign up? Griphook smiled as he reached for the papers inside his desk. Harry strolled out of the bank a half hour later with the brand new credit card in his wallet and a bit of wizarding money in his money bag. He stood on the street trying to decide which way to go. So much to do, so much to see, and he didn't know where to start. He finally decided to go into the nearest shop and start there. By the time 11:30 rolled around, Harry had seen the insides of at least 6 shops. He decided now was a good time to go and get something to eat. He noticed a small cafe down the street and headed down there. He got a table after a 10-minute wait and relaxed. After placing his order, he watched the activity on the streets while sipping an ice-cold Coke. He wondered if he would see anyone he knew from Gryffindor House out shopping for their school things. So far he'd picked up some of the things he'd needed for his third year. Sitting out on the patio of the little cafe was a pleasure. From where he sat he watched people walking up and down the streets talking to other people, vendors on the sidewalk in front of their stores hawking things, owls flying past bearing letters and packages, and the occasional person flying past on a broom. He had to chuckle to himself. It looks so normal, he said out loud. It does, doesn't it? Said a voice next to him. Harry turned to see a man standing next to him. He was a short, portly man dressed in a green pinstriped suit. The man held his bowler hat in one hand and smiled at Harry. I'm Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic for England, he introduced himself. Harry Potter, Harry said, rising and shaking the man's hand. Would you like to sit down for a bit? The man sat down and the lady who took Harry's order appeared. Anything for you today, sir? Fudge gave his order and then sat back. I have heard much about you, Harry. You are indeed quite an impressive young man. Harry smiled. Thank you, sir. I try. Something told him he should be careful with this man, to hold him out at arm's length, and not to get too trusting of him. Harry rarely ignored his instincts and wasn't about to start doing it now. You must have quite a job, sir. Trying to keep track of everything that goes on, Harry said. Fudge shook his head. You don't know the half of it, Harry. To be on top is quite the chore sometimes. I do seek the advice of other ministers of magic in other countries and they do help often. Do you talk to Professor Dumbledore? He is very wise in many things, Harry said as he sipped his Coke. Fudge smiled. Quite often, Harry. You are right, he is indeed a very wise man. I do hope you talk to him. I did a lot in my first year, Harry said. Now I go see him when I feel the need to. Don't know what Hogwarts would do without him. Before Fudge could say anything else, their food arrived. Harry took his time and enjoyed the cheeseburger and fries, while Fudge opted for a pastrami sub. Once the food was gone, Fudge sat back and sighed. Definitely one of my favorite ways to spend a lunch hour, he sighed. Harry had to agree. I'm staying in one of the rooms above the leaky cauldron before heading back to Hogwarts. Today is my first day here. I've been looking around Diagon Alley and picking up my required school things for my third year. Fudge nodded. Jolly good then. Just avoid Nocturne Alley, my boy. Not safe down there. Don't want you getting hurt. Thanks for your advice, sir. I hope to see you again, Harry said, reaching for his bill to pay it. Fudge reached out and gently took it from Harry and picked up his as well. Let me, Harry. I certainly enjoyed meeting you. Harry smiled and shook the man's hand. Have a great day, sir. Harry walked out into the street after leaving the cafe. He turned into the direction he had been going in and continued to look through the shops on the one side of the street he's been exploring. He smiled and nodded to people that passed him on the street, and stopped long enough to shake a hand or two. Towards evening he headed back to the leaky cauldron. He had covered at least half of his school list for the coming year and decided he'd walk down the other side of the street tomorrow. As he walked into the back door of the bar after exiting Diagon Alley, people turned to look at him and Tom approached him. Busy day, lad? Tom asked. Harry smiled. It was, but it was a productive one. Good. Hungry? Tom asked. Harry nodded. It was 5 in the evening. Sure. What's good here? Try Tom's marinated steak, boy. Guaranteed to stick to ribs, one man at the bar said, raising his beer mug. He's being too kind, Tom said. Harry grinned. I'll have the steak then, with the works. Harry took a seat and as he ate, observed people inside the pub. It was something he'd always done to observe how people acted and the way they talked. The atmosphere in the pub was relaxed and people were enjoying themselves. Harry sat there for a moment and then stood up. He had seen a pool table in the far corner and went over to it. He set it up and then began shooting pool by himself until Hagrid walked up. Harry, he called out. Fancy meeting you here. Harry looked up and the half-giant and smiled. Hi Hagrid. You out and about? Oh yay. Been keeping busy, Hagrid said. Got time for a game? Harry asked. Hagrid smiled. Always got time for a friend. Harry smiled and they turned to the table. Harry reset the table while Hagrid got a pool cue, a tall whiskey for himself and an ice-cold Coke for Harry. For the next hour Hagrid and Harry played while talking about various things. Finally Hagrid laid his pool cue down and nodded. I best be going, Harry. Dumbledore will be wondering where I got to, Hagrid said as he gave Harry a gentle squeeze on his shoulders. Thanks for hanging out with me, Hagrid. I had a good time, Harry said. Hagrid beamed. Always enjoy your company, Harry. Hagrid strode to the fireplace and disappeared. Harry headed up the stairs to his room and decided to turn in early. Tomorrow would be another exciting day. Over the next few days, Harry did start running into friends as he made his way around Diagon Alley. He hung out with them at Fortescue's ice cream parlor, roamed Diagon Alley with them, and spent one sunny afternoon writing all of his required essays getting help from Fortescue himself. The old man even served up some of his finest ice cream treats to Harry for free. Harry started to wonder when he would see Ron and his brothers. The time for heading back was getting close. He was standing in front of Quality Quidditch Supplies admiring the brand new firebolt that had just come out when he felt a familiar feeling coming towards him. He smiled, knowing who it was. He turned to see Hermione's smiling face. He walked over to her, letting a couple of younger boys get closer to the window. You look great, Harry said. Hermione smiled, giving Harry a peck on the cheek. A week in the south of France can do wonders for one. There you are, mate. A familiar voice called out. Harry and Hermione turned to see Ron coming with the twins behind him. Harry grinned as he shook with them. Saw your pictures in the paper, guys. How was the trip? Harry asked. Ron beamed. Egypt was amazing, Harry. There was so much to see and do. Having Bill with us was great. We got to see quite a bit. Harry laughed. Well, cool. You gotta tell us about it. When did you get here? George asked. Been here a week. Got everything I need for the new term. Just be careful of the monsters book. I had to fight with the one Hagrid sent to me for my birthday, Harry informed them. Might as well as get them now, Ron sighed. They headed up the street up to Flourish and Blots, the biggest bookstore in Diagon Alley. As they walked up to the door, two people came racing out with a monster book on their heels. Harry didn't hesitate, he quickly reacted, stepping on the book. Ron, get something to tie up the book with. Harry yelled out. Fred reached into his cauldron and pulled out a long leather strap. He got down and quickly tied it around the book, securing its mouth. Harry got off it and picked it up. The book let out a menacing growl as Harry held it up. Did you folks want this? He asked. One person turned to face Harry, and to his surprise, it turned out to be Colin Creevey. Hi, Harry. His face brightened as he saw Harry. Harry grinned as he handed Colin his book. Careful there. Don't want it to bite you. Ready to go back? Just about. This is the last item I needed, Colin said. See you at the train. The smaller boy dropped the still struggling book into his bag and set off. Harry turned to the bookstore and walked in behind Hermione. The place looked like a disaster area. Harry blinked at the mess in the corner where the pile of monster books was now being kept inside a thick cage. The bookstore assistant looked like he was about to cry. How many? He sniffed. Harry patted his shoulder. How about letting me at them? You look like you could use a break. The poor man nodded and Harry turned to face them. He projected calm to them and the books relaxed momentarily. Harry opened the cage and reached in, taking out one book at a time and making sure the strap on the books was securely buckled. He had a sudden thought and ran his hand down the spine slowly. The book relaxed even more. So that's how you do it, the man breathed. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Harry handed out the books to Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and the twins. They left the shop and headed up the street towards the magical creatures shop. I need to have Scabbers looked at, Ron said. I don't think Egypt agreed with him. He's looking a lot worse lately. Harry looked at the large rat in Ron's hands. Scabbers did look a lot worse than usual. They should figure out what's wrong with him, Hermione said. I want to get a pet myself. They walked in and Harry saw a sale on owl treats, so he picked up a couple of bags for Hedwig. Ron went up to the counter and waited his turn. When he got up there, he placed Scabbers onto the counter and started to explain the problem while a cageful of younger rats began showing off for Ron. Suddenly, something large and orange burst out of nowhere and charged straight at Scabbers. The old rat suddenly raced off the counter, going from 0 to 60 in seconds. Harry reacted, catching Scabbers in midair and slipping the rat into a shirt pocket as the orange fur ball flew past him. Crookshanks. The counter witch cried. The orange thing skidded to a stop in front of the closed door, and before it could turn, got swatted out of the way by the door being flung open by an excited girl. Harry winced as he envisioned the thing being flattened by the door. The door closed, and the thing turned out to be a huge cat. The expression on its face was one of puzzlement and shock as it slowly came of the wall, falling on the floor. Hermione raced over and carefully picked it up and laid it on the counter. "Oh, poor kitty, are you okay?" Hermione said to it. That had to be the ugliest cat Harry ever saw. The body was huge with its orange fur fluffed up in every which way possible. Add to it a face that looked like it had been flattened by something. Harry blinked at it. "That ain't no kitty," Ron breathed. The lady at the counter handed Ron a bottle. "A few drops in his water should fix him." Harry walked out of there with Ron and then handed him his rat. "Here he is, Ron." Ron grinned. "I knew you caught him, Harry. I could see your pocket shaking." Harry grinned. "Not a problem." They turned to see Hermione coming out of the shop with the huge cat in her arms. "Hermione, you didn't," Ron groaned. "The lady said Crookshanks has been in there for ages. Nobody wanted her," Hermione explained. Harry sighed. "Good luck with her. Fred told me to tell you guys we are supposed to meet everyone at the Leaky Cauldron for dinner. It's coming up on 5 now, so let's head back and get ready for dinner." Tom had things set up by the time Harry came down from his room. He smiled at Tom and the old man beamed. "Looks great, Tom. I'm going to miss being here." "Thanks for your hospitality," Harry said to him. "You're welcome, Mr. Potter. I liked having you here," Tom said. "I was wondering if you would mind signing a picture of you for my wall." Harry smiled. "Be glad to." Harry posed next to the Leaky Cauldron sign by the front door as Tom took the picture. After it came out, Harry signed it and it was posted on Tom's wall of celebrities. Then Harry went back to the side room to find the Weasleys already gathering there. Molly brightened up when she saw Harry. "Harry," she cried, hugging him tight. "So nice to see you. Are you well?" Harry kissed her on the cheek. "I'm great, Mrs. Weasley. Have you heard the great news? Percy's been named head boy this year. Second head boy in the family," she burbled. Harry turned to see Percy coming to the table, his head boy badge pinned to his Hogwarts robe, and he was acting very prim and proper. Bloody hell, it's gone to his head already, Harry thought. Percy stopped in front of Harry and extended his hand. "So nice to see you, Harry. I take it you are well." Before Harry had a chance to reply, George popped out of nowhere and grabbed Harry's hand. "Harry, old chap. Simply splendid to see you." Not to be outdone, Fred grabbed Harry's hand and shook it as well. "Delightfully smashing to see you again. I do hope you are well." Harry realized they were mocking Percy big time and fought back the impulse to laugh. "I do believe you've met Humongous Head here," Fred pointed to Percy. Percy's reaction surprised Harry. Percy got extremely angry and snarled at Fred. Molly chose to jump in at that moment. "Sit now, everybody," she said quickly. Harry next to Hermione, then the twins, Ron on the other side of Harry, and Percy at the foot. "Arthur will take the head and I'll sit next to him." Harry sat down in his place and dinner began. His mind called up a memory of a person in Angiro Village who had acted just like Percy did when given a high rank. That person had gotten stripped of his rank. He'd left the village and never returned. Dinner was a 5-course affair that rivaled the feasts at Hogwarts in Harry's opinion. Harry decided to get some deli sandwiches from Tom before leaving the next morning. He excused himself for a moment and found Tom. Tom took the order and told him to ask at the bar for them when he left the next morning. "Where did you go, Harry?" Ron asked when Harry came back. Harry sat down. "I placed an order for some deli sandwiches, a container of potato salad, and a couple bottles of water for the trip back to Hogwarts tomorrow." The food trolley on the train is a bit expensive and they don't always have what I want. I'll talk to Tom before bed and arrange for a basket for all of you. Marvelous idea, Harry. Molly nodded. The ministry is sending cars to take us over in the morning, Arthur said. Harry looked up and saw something going on in Arthur's eyes and realized that wasn't exactly the whole truth. Why's that, Father? Percy inquired. Arthur looked a bit nervous. Well, since we don't have one anymore, and because I work there, they decided to give us a bit of a hand this year. Now Harry was convinced there was something going on here. He decided to pay a bit more attention to Arthur. Dinner finally ended, and Harry listened to the tales about Egypt. One by one people drifted up the stairs to bed. Harry eventually decided to call it a night himself and escorted Hermione up to her room. They key. Ed goodnight just inside her doorway and Harry smiled as he walked to his. As he passed the room Percy and Ron were sharing, he could hear both of them shouting at each other. Where the hell is my head boy badge? Percy yelled in the meanest voice Harry ever heard him use. I have no bloody idea. My rat tonic is missing as well. Ron shouted back. Harry stepped into the room. Ron, I'll go down and see if Tom's found it, okay? Ron turned to Harry. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Harry left the room and came up to the room where the Weasleys were in. They were being just as loud as Ron and Percy were. Molly, Harry has the right to know everything. He's 13 now, and mature to know the truth. Arthur said. No. Molly shouted back. Didn't you see how happy he was at dinner? Do you really want to ruin his good mood? Harry is 13. He is a wizard after his parents. A potentially powerful one, from what Albus has told me. Harry is a ninja. He is more than capable of handling anything and everything that gets thrown at him. He deserves to know the truth. He needs to know about Black. I think Fudge is a complete idiot for wanting to keep treating Harry like he was still a little boy and keeping him in the dark about everything, Arthur stated firmly. He needs to concentrate on his studies and not worry about Sirius Black chasing him, Molly insisted. I agree with you on that, dear. But he still deserves to know. Hell, I had a very difficult time convincing Dumbledore to agree to the Dementors being sent to Hogwarts to protect Harry and the school. If by some lucky stroke they do catch Black, then Harry no longer needs to worry, Arthur said. That was the last Harry heard. He walked down the stairs to the room where they had dinner and found the bottle under the table. He jogged back upstairs to find Fred and George crouched outside the door that Ron and Percy were in. They grinned up at Harry. We got the badge and modified it, George explained. Fred held it up and it now read Bighead Boy. You guys are terrible, Harry laughed. He handed Ron his rat tonic and left. Closing his door, Harry laid down on his bed, his mind whirling with his thoughts. That explained a lot of things. The ministry sending cars. Fudge popping up in Diagon Alley. People being friendly to him. Sirius Black was after him. Harry did have to agree with one thing Molly said, and that he'd be safe at Hogwarts with Dumbledore there. He sat up and looked at his reflection in the mirror. Arthur had been right about a number of things. Harry decided he needed to talk to Arthur in the morning. Having decided that, he went to bed. Bedlam was the order of the day then next morning. Percy was still pissed off about his missing badge until it mysteriously turned up at breakfast. One look at it and Percy had gone red with rage, starting to stalk around the table to get at George and Fred. Harry stood up, grabbed Percy by the neck, and walked him back to his chair. Nobody said a word as Harry pushed a sputtering Percy back into his chair. Why go after them when you have no proof they were involved? They are your brothers no matter what. If you were made of better stuff than this, you'd laugh it off as a joke. I don't know what happened to the Percy I knew when I first met him back in my first year, but you are certainly not him. Be careful, Percy, you are walking a very fine line between the light and dark. If you go dark, there is no coming back. You will no longer be Percy Weasley. You will be something else entirely different. Don't make me or Dumbledore come after you, Harry said and then went back to his chair. The mood was still a bit somber as breakfast was finished. Everyone left the table and went upstairs to finish their packing. Tom entered the side room and left a big basket on the table. With my compliments, he smiled. Harry rose and shook the older man's hand. Thank you for everything, Tom. Tom nodded and shuffled off. Arthur put his paper down and looked up at Harry. Every time I see you, Harry, you constantly prove to me how mature you are in your words and actions, Arthur began. Harry, there is something I need to tell you. Harry nodded. I know about Sirius Black. I heard you and Molly arguing last night. Arthur nodded. I can honestly say then I never told you. I do want you to be very careful this year. Stick to your studies and leave the capture of Black to the Dementors and the Ministry, Harry. I give you my word of honor, Harry said. Arthur looked relieved. Good. Not a word to Molly. You know how she can get. Harry grinned. My trunk is next to my door upstairs. I sent Hedwig ahead already. Good. Now I must see to the others. If the drivers arrive, have them follow you up and collect what is ready. Within the hour, Harry, Hermione, Ron, the twins, Ginny, and Percy were on the Hogwarts Express. Harry sighed in relief. That was something the way you handled Percy at breakfast, Harry. What you said was bloody right, Ron said. I hope your mum isn't mad at me, Harry said. I love and respect her. Write her, Harry, Hermione said. Explain to her why you did it. Harry nodded. Good idea. I will. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sitting in a compartment with one other person. The man was fast asleep in the corner. Who's he? Ron asked, finally noticing him. R.J. Lupin, Hermione replied. I saw it on his briefcase. Ron looked. Wonder what he's teaching. Dada. The only post that went vacant last year. The one post that never lasts long, Hermione reminded them. Harry nodded and they turned to other things. As the hours went by, the weather started to change. The next time Harry looked up, it was raining hard. The trolley passed by and Harry suddenly felt hungry. Anybody hungry? He asked, reaching for the basket in the overhead. Hermione looked at her watch. 2 in the afternoon. I am a bit hungry. As Harry turned with the basket in his hands, the door flew open. In the hall outside stood Draco Malfoy, one of Harry's sworn enemies. Look what the cat barfed up, Harry said as Ron laughed. Malfoy glared at Harry. You think you're so tough. I am tough. How do you think I managed to survive Moldybreath this long? Harry asked Malfoy as Ron fought to keep from laughing. Goyle and Crabbe stepped forward as Draco noticed the man sleeping in the corner. Who the hell is he? New teacher, Harry replied. Draco immediately backed off. Later. Potty. Harry shook his head as Draco stomped off. Definitely gone bad. Don't worry about it, Harry. Just sit down and relax. Have a sandwich, Hermione suggested. As Harry bit into the sandwich, the car lurched suddenly, throwing things all over the place. The lights went out and the train suddenly slowed down. A flash of blue caught Harry's attention. The man was now sitting up and had his hand out, a blue flame dancing just above it. Harry nodded and did the same, except his was colored orange. The man smiled at Harry. Very nice, Mr. Ah, he faltered. Potter. Harry Potter. Harry grinned. The man smiled even more. Remus Lupin. I didn't think you would remember me, Harry. You were just a little baby then. Before Harry could say anything, a blast of cold air swept through the compartment. Lupin stood up. Stay here, all of you. I'll be back. He stepped out and was gone. A moment later, Ginny and Neville came in. What's going on? Ginny asked. Before Harry could answer, he felt a wave of darkness descend on the train. He saw Ron shiver and curl up into a ball. Hermione grabbed Ginny and pulled her into her arms. Neville shivered but stood and drew his wand. Harry stood up next to him and drew the Wakazaki and nodded at Neville. Neville's eyes grew big. Tell you later, Harry promised as something moved in the corridor outside the compartment, the shadow moving in front of the frosted glass. Harry watched in morbid fear as a skeleton hand pushed the door aside. The being wrapped completely in black from head to foot glided in. The temperature dropped again, the compartment getting colder. Neville's eyes rolled up in his head and he fell down. Harry faced the figure and waited. Suddenly the hand shot out and Harry reacted without thinking. As he charged forward, the compartment fell away and darkness pressed in on all sides. Harry felt the bony fingers scrape his shoulder as he swung his Wakazaki in 2 strokes, one to the rib cage and the second to the throat. Then he felt himself falling into the darkness, voices screaming, and flashes of light. The next thing he knew, someone was slapping his face. Harry blinked in the light and realized the train was moving once more. What? Harry mumbled. He felt hands under his arms trying to lift him off the floor and back onto the seat. Lupin came back in a moment later, handing out chocolate to everybody. Very impressive combat technique, Harry. I'd like to discuss it with you sometime, he said, handing Harry's wakizaki back to him. A very fine blade. Harry sat down and tried to recall what happened as Lupin pressed the chocolate in his hands. He looked around the compartment at the scared faces. Eat the chocolate. It will help. I'll be back, Lupin said. Harry jumped when the compartment door closed. What happened? I remember swinging the wakizaki, falling into darkness, and hearing screams. We saw you swing your sword, Harry. The tip of the sword knocked a bit of bone off the rib cage of the one Dementor, but you never got to the throat. The Dementor blocked your throat strike with its hand against yours. Something went out of its mouth at you, and then you dropped to the floor in a violent seizure. Lupin stepped up in your place, drew his wand, whispered something, and silver mist thing came out of his wand and chased off the Dementor, Hermione explained. The door opened and Lupin walked back in. I promise you the chocolate isn't poisoned. Eat it, he urged. Harry bit into it and a moment later he felt a healing glow moving through him. He sighed, feeling better. That wasn't supposed to happen, was it? He asked Lupin. Remus looked at Harry. No. I'll try and find out. Dumbledore will hear of this, I can assure you. Time to get ready, we will be at Hogsmeade in 20 minutes. That the best news Harry had heard all day. Getting off the train, Harry breathed in the refreshingly cool air and sighed. Now he was really feeling better. He heard the familiar sound of Hagrid's voice over the multitude of voices. He headed that way and the large form of Hagrid came into view. Harry, he called out as Harry got in view of the half-giant. You okay? Harry really smiled, glad to see another familiar face. Just fine, Hagrid. See you at the feast. Hagrid waved and then turned back to his task. Harry turned to find his friends climbing into a coach. He was the last one in and it started off once the door closed. Harry broke off another piece of chocolate and ate it, giving the last of it to Hermione. Harry, are you all right? Hermione asked. Harry smiled. Lots better now. We're back at Hogwarts. We'll be safe here. Dumbledore will protect us here. Ron grinned. I agree, Harry. Harry glanced out as they passed through the gates of Hogwarts. He closed his eyes and relaxed for a moment and then opened them once they were away from the gate. The carriage stopped and Harry got out. The voice in his ear was an unwelcome intrusion. You fainted, Potter. Is Longbottom right? Malfoy gleefully chortled. Harry turned to face the Slytherin. The boy's eyes were glowing with delight. Sod off, Malfoy, Ron said crossly. Draco swung around and stared at Ron. You still here? I thought you would have gone running for your mommy, he mocked. Is there a problem here? An adult voice cut in. Draco turned to see Lupin towering over him. The look in Lupin's eyes unnerved him. Malfoy turned and went into the castle. Harry knew the word would be all over the castle within the hour. That was Draco Malfoy, Harry explained. He is a very annoying pest. Lupin smiled. Really? Interesting. Is he Slytherin? Yes, Ron said, led by that greasy git Snape. Lupin smiled even wider. Well. Thank you for the information. Lupin walked up the steps into the castle as Harry and the others followed him. Before they got into the Great Hall, McGonagall's voice was heard calling them. Harry sighed and turned towards the voice. Every time he heard her voice, it usually meant trouble. My office, please. Harry, please relax. You are not in trouble, she said softly, noting the look on his face. Once inside her office, she asked for an explanation of the incident on the train. Harry told her what he was able to remember, and then Hermione filled in what Harry couldn't. I will inform the headmaster. Now go on to the feast, she said. Harry went up to the Great Hall and sat down. Hermione and McGonagall arrived moments later. It was obvious they missed the sorting. Greetings to all of you. I must make a few announcements before we chow down. First off, as you may have heard, we are playing hosts to the Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, who are now here on Ministry of Magic business. They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds of Hogwarts. Leave them alone. I cannot stress this enough. I must ask all of you to give them a wide berth while they are here. To that end, I look to every staff member, the prefects, and our head boy and girl to assist, Dumbledore stated. Percy sat up straighter, puffed out his chest, and stuck his nose in the air. Harry groaned mentally. Percy was becoming the very thing he loathed. Now on to more pleasant business. I am pleased to introduce two new teachers this year. First is Professor Remus Lupin. He will be teaching defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore smiled as Lupin rose and smiled. As people in the hall clapped, Harry glanced up at the table and was shocked to see a look of anger and hate burning in Snape's eyes. Harry knew Snape wanted the job badly, but he couldn't believe that Snape would act like that. He resolved to look into it later. Our long-time care of magical creatures instructor Professor Kettleburn has decided to retire and enjoy his remaining years with what limbs he has left. Therefore, Hagrid has volunteered to step in and teach the course, Dumbledore announced. Gryffindor House made it plain and clear to all they were very much in favor of that. Hagrid looked pleased by the reaction to the announcement. Now then, dig in and enjoy, Dumbledore said as he waved his hand. Food appeared on the tables before everyone. The welcoming feast got started. Harry was up early the next morning as per his habit. He suddenly remembered the Dementors, as he was about to go out the doors to the Quidditch pitch for his morning run. He sighed, wondering just what he was going to do. Your training room has been charmed to recreate the track around the school, Harry. I do not want you out there alone with them. I do not wish to see you harmed, Dumbledore said, appearing next to Harry. Come up with me, then. I do need to talk to you, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. I thought you might. I was waiting here for you. They headed back up to Gryffindor Tower and turned down a corridor, finding Lupin in the hall. Harry looked up at Dumbledore. I trust him, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded and led the way into the room. Lupin's eyes went wide at what he saw in here. Harry grinned at the man's reaction. Welcome to my hideout, he laughed. Lupin smiled. There is a lot more to you than meets the eye, Harry. Harry, if you step on the brown track, it will move, allowing you to run. You will see signs keeping track of your distance until you reach your 6 miles, Dumbledore said as Harry walked onto the brown track. Lupin looked surprised. You run 6 miles a day. You must be very fit. Be right back, Harry said. He got onto the brown track and true to Dumbledore's word, it started moving as Harry started to run. It took him 45 minutes to do his 6 miles. He got off once he was done and the brown track faded. To activate it, just say you want to run, Dumbledore instructed. Harry nodded. As he started moving through the weights after taking his t-shirt off and watching Lupin react to the dragon tattoo, Harry began telling him his life story. When he finished, Tino had appeared to help him with the bench press. Lupin sat and took it all in. He shook his head. We all wondered where you had disappeared to, Harry. Even I was dragged in and questioned extensively by the ministry. I do have so much to tell you of your parents, Harry. You remind me so much of your mother, Lupin smiled, his eyes taking on a faraway look. God, she was so beautiful, so kind, and a wonderful friend. I got to hold you a few days after you came home from St. Mungo's. Harry stretched out and faced Tino. They bowed and began sparring. Lupin watched in wide-eyed amazement as Harry went through his paces. When they finally stopped, Tino grinned at Harry. Going home has done you some good, he said. Harry nodded. Yes, it has. You must watch out for a ninja named Rizzo. He will be seeking revenge on me after I defeated him in honorable combat. Dumbledore frowned. What happened, Harry? Harry sat down and told him of the events that took place. Dumbledore frowned even more. He rubbed his chin for a moment. 2 things, Harry. First, I must apologize for having invited Professor Lupin here without asking you and Tino first. Second, I would ask you to stay in the castle grounds this year. I know you have gotten your permission slip signed to go into Hogsmeade and would ask you to do so with Tino to accompany you and Miss Granger. Do you agree to this? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. I know you are very capable of handling yourself. I find it very interesting a Dementor fought off your defense so easily. The only thing that can truly stop the magic Thanks to you we shall be better prepared against them, Dumbledore said. I better go and get cleaned up for breakfast, sir. I will see you later, Harry said to Dumbledore. Turning to Lupin, he smiled. I look forward to seeing you later in the day. We have much to talk about. Lupin smiled. Indeed we do, Harry. Harry slipped out and back into Gryffindor Tower before anyone was the wiser. Harry sat in the Great Hall and ignored the whispers regarding yesterday's events. He decided long ago to ignore the gossips regarding him. The Slytherins were doing their level best to rattle Harry's cage about the incident. Ignore them, Ron. The more you react, the more fuel you give them. They are not worth it, Harry said. Harry's right, Hermione said. I've got to go. See you guys later. She dashed off before Ron could say anything. Well, we need to get going ourselves. Our first class is something called divination. The top of North Tower, Harry read from his paper. Ron sighed. Oh joy. By the time they got there, Ron was panting, out of breath. Ron looked up at Harry, noting how calm he looked. I hate you, Harry, he said. Harry grinned. If you got more exercise, you wouldn't be out of shape like this. Ron sighed. You're no help. Harry smiled and then looked up at the ceiling to see a brass plate announcing the class location and who it was that was teaching. Sybil Trelawney, Hermione read out loud. I don't know, Harry. I kind of have my doubts about this class. Can't be all that bad, Harry said. If anything, another nap break. Ron laughed out loud as Hermione gave Harry a dirty look. They went through the doors into a very strange classroom that looked like a cross between someone's attic and a run-down tea shop. The air in the room was heavy with a strong perfume, coming out of the fire underneath the copper kettle. Harry felt like he was about to be overwhelmed by the stale air. He pointed to a table and the three of them sat down. What in bloody hell? Ron asked. Harry shrugged. Damned if I know. Other people in the room were just as puzzled as they were. Then she seemed to float out of nowhere. Good morning, children. How nice to see you in the physical world at last, she said as she settled down in her chair. She's definitely gone south, Harry whispered to Ron. She pointed to Neville. Is your grandmother well? I think so, Neville said. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you, dear, she said. Then she started rattling on about the subject. A moment later she pointed to Pavati Padmil. The girl shivered. Beware of a red-headed man, she told her. She then went on to predict a flu attack in February, she would lose her voice, and somebody would leave the class around Easter. She also predicted a disaster on the 16th of October for Lavender. After that, she had the class drink their teas and then turn the cups over to drain them properly and then study the remains in the cup. She floated around the room examining various cups until she got to Harry's, where she suddenly got dramatic over something called the Grim in Harry's cup. Harry sighed and looked over at Ron. Hermione was sitting back with her arms crossed looking pissed off. Harry wondered if he should speak up and stop the woman from prattling on any further when she suddenly shut up and went back to her chair. I must rest, she said in a tired voice. You all may go now. The class didn't waste any time getting out of there. Harry stopped by a window halfway down the tower and opened it wide. Air blew in the window creating a draft in the stairwell. Everyone heaved a sigh. Thanks, Harry, a voice piped up. Thought we'd drop there. Harry grinned. We're too ornery and too hard-headed to drop just yet. Everyone headed down to the sound of laughter. You look very healthy to me, Harry. Nothing could get you. Besides, you'd kick their ass first, Ron grinned. I'm not worried about anything, Harry said. Hermione looked at Harry. Not even worried about Sirius Black. He's miles away. Why would he risk his freedom to come here? Harry asked. Both Ron and Hermione looked at him with strange looks. However, Sirius Black was within a moment's distance of Hogwarts in his dog form. He crept around the outside border of Hogwarts, studying the Dementors. He shivered as he recalled what they had done to him in Azkaban. If it were up to him, he'd destroy them all. But one thing was firmly lodged in his mind, and that was getting inside Hogwarts. He eventually decided on going in through the Forbidden Forest, thinking it would be the easiest way. More hiding places. If he found a cave to his liking, he'd use it for his base until he accomplished what he needed to. He turned and entered the forest and kept to the brush and thick trees, keeping a lookout for the Dementors. He would not be denied his goal. No matter what. Harry sighed with relief as he walked out the castle doors. The air was fresh after yesterday's rain, and everything looked clean and new. Ron and Hermione smiled as the fresh air perked them up. Wonder what Hagrid has planned for his first class? Lee Jordan asked. Harry turned to face the black dreadlocked boy. Gonna be good, Harry grinned. Harry heard laughter and turned to see Malfoy and his cronies in front of them. Ignore them, man. They be a bunch of losers, Lee said in his Jamaican accent. Ron nodded. Got that right. Hagrid was standing on the porch of his massive hut when they arrived. There you are. Come this way now, he said with a wave of his hand. They lined up at the fence as Hagrid walked in. Open up books. How the hell are we supposed to do that? Draco angrily demanded. Damn thing tried to bite my arm off. Harry looked at Draco and smirked as he casually stroked the spine of his book a few times, making his book purr with pleasure. Hagrid laughed out loud. Well done, Harry, he cried. 50 points to Gryffindor. The Gryffindors grinned as Malfoy ground his teeth in a rage. When they looked back at Hagrid, he had a strange animal with him. It looked like a horse, but it had wings, front legs, and a beak that reminded Harry of an eagle. Beautiful, aren't they? Hagrid beamed. They are called hippogriffs. Harry wondered what it was capable of doing. Now listen up, Hagrid continued, if you want to get close to one, you gotta step up slowly and bow to it. They are a proud lot, and offend easily. If they accept you, they'll bow back. Anyone want to try? Everyone that was around Harry took one giant step back, leaving Harry out in front. Harry realized he was standing alone when Hagrid beamed at him. Well done, Harry, he said. Now walk up real slow and bow. Harry did, using an informal bow to the hippogriff. It blinked at him for a moment or two and then slowly returned the bow. Well done, Harry, Hagrid said. Another 50 points. Harry walked up to the hippogriff and cautiously patted it on its head. He smiled as it reacted favorably. Want to ride it? Hagrid asked. Without waiting for an answer, Hagrid picked up Harry and placed him on the back of the beast. He then slapped it gently on the rump. Next thing Harry knew, he was up in the air, the wings moving on either side of him. This wasn't like riding his broom, it was much different and it felt like he would go sliding off any second. The longer the ride went on, the more Harry got used to riding him. You are amazing, Harry yelled, hoping it heard him. It had. The hippogriff turned his head to look at Harry and Harry saw joy in the creature's orange eyes. It took Harry on a route around and through the castle, people on the ground looking up and pointing to him. He flew past one of the towers and saw Dumbledore smiling and waving at him. Harry waved back excitedly as they kept on going. Then it was down to the Quidditch pitch where Oliver Wood was walking around checking it out. The senior boy looked up and laughed out loud as Harry flew overhead. Harry was having the time of his life. All too soon the ride came to an end as Harry landed on the ground in front of the class. He slipped off the back and gently scratched the beast under his chin. His name is Buckbeak, Hagrid said as he came up to Harry. Harry smiled. He's magnificent. Harry backed up and gave other people a chance to get close to the hippogriff. As he leaned against the stone wall, he heard Malfoy scream. It's killed me, he yelled. Harry spun around to see Hagrid getting the collar back on Buckbeak and chaining him up again. Pansy Parkinson was the first to reach Malfoy. She rolled him over carefully and sprang back in shock at the amount of blood on his clothes. Hagrid quickly scooped him up and carried him back to the castle as people trailed behind. Harry hoped it wouldn't get any worse than this. He would soon be proved wrong. Malfoy reappeared late on Thursday's potions class, swaggering like he was some hero of a hard-fought battle. Harry sighed and wondered what was coming next. The class was hell for quite a few reasons. First, it was Snape who was teaching it, and everyone knew he was head of Slytherin House and always favored his house over everyone else, thus allowing the Slytherins to get away with anything while antagonizing the other houses. Second, he took great delight in giving Harry and his friends a hard time, especially Neville Longbottom. Today was no exception. Snape put Harry and Ron to work slicing up Malfoy's potion ingredients while he stood over Neville and taunted him repeatedly. Harry was hard-pressed in keeping his temper in check until he finally reached his limit. He slowly turned his neck in opposite directions, causing it to crack loudly as he worked the kink out. Snape turned to Potter and Harry looked up. Neither one said anything as Harry let his fighting spirit out and directed it towards Snape while keeping a neutral look on his face. Snape recognized the look and knew Harry was pissed. He turned and stalked to the large desk at the front of the room and sat down. Harry sighed, putting the fighting spirit away and turned back to his work. He'd accomplished what he'd set out to do. "What did you do to Snape?" Ron asked as they left the dungeons. Harry shrugged. "Nothing really. He must have seen something in my eyes and decided to back off." Hermione looked at Harry. "Just be careful, Harry. Push him too far and you'll be in serious trouble." "Thanks, honey. I'll be fine," Harry smiled. "Now let's get to Dada. I want to see what Professor Lupin is going to do." Entering the classroom, they settled down in their seats to wait for him. Harry noted all of the Lockhart pictures were gone and resolved to ask what happened to them. He turned to see Lupin walk into the room and put his battered briefcase on the desk. He leaned against the desk and surveyed the class. "Nice to see all of you here today. I was rather surprised at the last two Dada instructors you had. I will try my best to teach you something useful before the end of the year. Now please leave your books and bags at your desks. This will be a practical lesson today," he said, leading the class out of the room and down the hall to another one. When they entered the room, they saw a large wardrobe off to the side. Harry saw Professor Snape sitting in a high-backed chair. He smirked when he saw Harry. "Good afternoon, Professor Lupin. I see you have brought the class here for their feudal exercise. I must warn you that any class that includes Mr. Longbottom is doomed due to the fact that he is quite useless at anything," Snape sneered. This time Harry didn't bother to hide his anger. Lupin rested his hand on Harry's shoulder, holding him back. "As that's so," Lupin said softly with a smile on his face. "That's rather disturbing news. I sense a great potential in the lad. As a matter of fact, he will lead the class in the practical I have planned." Snape threw back his head and laughed. "I would stay and watch, but I am needed elsewhere. Hope you survive the experience." With that, Snape strode out of the classroom, slamming the door behind him. "Now that he's gone, we shall get on with the lesson," Lupin smiled. The wardrobe jumped, scaring some of them. Everyone turned to look at Lupin, who leaned against the only desk in the room. "What's a boggart?" he asked the class. Hermione raised her hand. "A shapeshifter. 20 points to the lady," Lupin smiled. The Gryffindors grinned, high-fiving each other. "Boggarts like dark enclosed spaces. They will take on the form of whatever scares us the most. He doesn't know what it is that scares us the most until he sees us. That gives us a real advantage over him," Lupin said. "Because there is a group of us here," Harry said, the thought suddenly occurring to him. "It won't know what form to take." Lupin laughed. "Well spotted, Harry. Take 20 points. So it's best to have a partner with you when you fight one," Ron said. Lupin nodded. "Yes. The more people the better. Step up if you please, Neville. You are going to be the first to have a go." Neville nervously stepped up next to the man. Lupin smiled. "Nothing to worry about, Neville. The spell you are going to use is ridiculous. At the same time, think of something that will change it to make it look funny," Lupin instructed the class. He got nods from people in return as he turned to Neville. "What do you fear the most?" he asked kindly. Neville gulped nervously. "Professor Snape." Lupin nodded as he considered Neville's answer. "You live with your grandmother." Neville nodded. "Okay. I want you to picture your grandmother's clothes on him when he comes out, and then cast the spell. Concentrate hard. I know you can do it." Lupin nodded. Neville nodded, and Lupin flicked his wand at the wardrobe, opening it. The door opened wide, and the wardrobe shook for a moment, and then Snape climbed out. He glared at Neville for a moment, and then Neville flicked his wand at Snape and cast the spell. Seconds later, Snape was standing there looking confused, clutching an oversized red purse, a large brimmed hat with a stuffed vulture perched on the top and wrapped in a fox fur scarf while wearing a long ugly green dress. There was dead silence in the room, and then Ron was the first to break the silence by roaring in laughter. Before long the class was rolling on the floor clutching their sides. Even Lupin was very amused. Bravo, Neville, he said, clapping him on the shoulder. Take 20 points. Everyone quickly lined up for their turn and the fun began. Ron made a giant spider wear roller skates. Parvati unraveled a mummy. One by one everyone had a go at it, laughing the whole time until it vanished in a puff of smoke. Lupin turned to the class. Well done, all of you. That was the most fun I'd had in ages. Now read the chapter on boggarts and summarize it for me. Due on Monday. He waved as everyone left the room. Harry had wondered why Lupin had not called on him and decided to ask him about it later. Was it because of what happened on the train? Harry had the feeling it did. Since he had no proof, he decided to keep it to himself for now. He left the classroom and continued his day. Harry sat in the Commons room early Saturday morning and had his customary morning tea before the fire. He used the time to clear his mind of everything and meditate before starting his day. His mind became clear and he decided to put everything aside for today. He just wanted to enjoy being with Hermione. He felt movement in the room and brought himself back. Opening his eyes, he saw her standing there in front of him. He stood up and finished the last swallow of his tea. Ready to go? He asked her. Hermione smiled. Yes. Looks like a nice day out. Both of them headed down with the other forms and arrived at the main doors. McGonagall was there with Filch, taking slips from students as they passed her. Neville looked upset as he approached her. I don't have my slip, Mrs. McGonagall. Can I owl my grandmother? Neville asked her apprehensively. McGonagall smiled at Neville. Not to worry. Your grandmother already sent it to me a week ago by owl. Go on, enjoy your day. Neville looked quite relieved as he walked out the door. Filch saw Harry and Hermione approaching. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, he nodded. Harry nodded back and handed the man his slip. Filch looked it over. How's Mrs. Norris? Harry asked. Filch looked up. Back to her old self, thank you. That business did shake her up badly. As it did all of us, Argus. Thankfully Potter solved the problem in time, McGonagall said. Go on both of you. Enjoy your day. If Harry had been impressed with Diagon Alley, he was even more impressed with Hogsmeade. Hermione had informed them last night that Hogsmeade was the only known wizarding settlement in England. That had Harry shocked. There should be others, Hermione. Harry had protested. That can't be right. Hermione looked at Harry over the book she was reading. According to this, Hogsmeade is the only settlement known. If there are others, Harry, they are hidden. With you know who running around out there, I wouldn't be surprised if they went into hiding, Ron said. Harry considered that for a moment. We could ask Professor Dumbledore later. That had settled the case and the three of them had gone into the town. Harry was impressed with what he saw. Honeydukes seemed to be the big attraction, so that's where they headed first. It was a huge candy store, everything imaginable was there. Harry stood there and blinked at all of the colorful candy. Harry wasn't really into candy or sweets, having had very little when he was growing up in Angiro. Ron and Hermione seemed to know what to go for, and Harry was more than happy to go outside and sit on a bench and watch people on the street. He had been taught long ago that one of the best ways to find out what people felt about things was to sit and watch people as they walked past. At the moment, people seemed to be relaxed and enjoying themselves. Harry looked around at the nearby buildings to see what they were and to his surprise saw a small Italian place advertised on the first floor, a sign on the ground floor pointing up to it. Harry immediately decided that's where he was going to take Hermione to for lunch. He turned his head to see a cloaked man with a cane sitting on a bench across the street. He knew it was Tino keeping watch over him. Harry didn't really mind as long as Tino didn't intrude. Ron and Hermione came out of the shop right then. There you are, Harry, Hermione said. We wondered where you had gotten to. Harry looked up at Hermione. Came out here. I'm sorry, honey, but candy just doesn't appeal to me very much. From the way you grew up in Angiro, I'm not surprised by that. You're the only one I know of that eats the most healthy diet I've ever seen, Hermione commented. So, where to now? Harry said, getting up. Ron grinned. There's Zonko's joke shop just down the street. I want to check out the local bookshop, Hermione said. Harry nodded. Okay, so I go with Hermione and Ron goes down to Zonko's. We meet in front of the Three Broomsticks in about 2 hours. See ya, Ron said and walked off. Hermione led Harry to the bookshop. Harry could feel Tino moving along behind them and felt safer for it. They walked into the bookstore and started drifting through the shelves. The store clerk approached them. Looking for a particular book? He asked. Hermione smiled. Not at the moment. Thanks for asking. The man went back to the counter and they started browsing. Nearly 2 hours later, they emerged from the shop and went up the street to the Three Broomsticks to meet Ron there. Harry had heard about the place, a pub that was owned by a lady named Rosmerta. Unfortunately, they couldn't go inside until they reached 18, and that was fine with Harry. The vibes he was getting from that place made him uncomfortable. Ron was standing there when they walked up. How was the bookstore? He asked as they walked up. Harry grinned. It was cool. Lot of great stuff in there, and I know for sure that Hermione will be their best customer. That I have no doubts about. Ron laughed. So what are you guys up to now? Harry looked at his watch. Well, it's coming up on 3, so I thought I'd take Hermione to a little place back by Honeydukes for lunch. Cool. I'm meeting Lee Jordan at the creature shop. See you guys back at Hogwarts, Ron said and walked away. Hermione turned to Harry and smiled. So what are you up to now, Harry Potter? Harry smiled as he took her hand. Oh, nothing. He led her to the building he had seen at Honeydukes and up the stairs to the Italian restaurant. The owner met them at the door and escorted them to a small table out on one of the balconies overlooking the main street. They sat down and looked over the menu for a bit and then placed their orders. Once the man left, Harry turned to Hermione. This is a nice place, Harry. Glad you saw it, Hermione said. It just seemed like a nice place for us to enjoy a little quiet time together, Harry said. I get the feeling there won't be many of those. Hermione sighed. If the first week was any indication of what this year is going to be like, I'll agree with you. So we enjoy what time we do have together, Harry said. Dinner arrived at that moment and they started eating. The soft violin music playing in the background added to the moment, and after the dishes had been cleared away, Harry moved his chair next to Hermione and put his arm around her as they watched the sun go down. They left before it got too dark, holding hands all the way back to Hogwarts. The day had been perfect. Sunday started off like it usually did, Harry going up to his training room to work out like he normally did. Afterwards he headed down to breakfast and met Oliver Wood on the way down. There you are, Harry, Oliver said. I've been looking for you. Oliver Wood was a burly 17-year-old senior boy in his last year at Hogwarts. He was also the captain of the Gryffindor House Quidditch team. We're starting practice a little early this year, so be down at the team's locker room right after breakfast. I'll be sending you a practice schedule later in the day, Oliver said as they walked into the Great Hall. Harry sighed, knowing his free time just shrunk even more. I'll be there. Oliver slapped him on the back and went off to his usual place at the house table. Harry sighed as he sat down next to Ron. Quidditch practice starting up early? Ron asked. Harry nodded. Oh yeah, he's definitely gung-ho this year. I really hope we can pull it out of the hat and break the losing streak for the Quidditch Cup this year. Ron grinned. I got faith in you, Harry. With you at Seeker, how can we lose? Harry considered the question for a moment. He knew from past experience that anything could and would happen. Be careful what you wish for, Ron, you just may get it, Hermione said. Harry turned to the Daily Prophet and glanced at it. Not much was being reported at the moment and there was nothing new in the Sirius Black Watch column. Harry put down the paper and sighed, rubbing his face. He glanced up to see Oliver Wood leaving the table and he stood up to join him. As he walked out the door, the Slytherin table did their Dementor act, trying to get a rise out of Harry. When they saw it didn't work, they grumbled and went back to what they were doing. Bloody idiots, Wood snapped. They have no King brains. Harry blinked at Oliver. That was the first time he'd ever heard the older boy cuss. Oliver turned to Harry and grinned sheepishly. Sorry about that, Harry, he said. Not very adult of me. Harry nodded. No biggie, he said, making light of it. Oliver nodded at Harry. You're a good man, Harry. Glad to have you around. That lifted Harry's spirits and he relaxed. Both of them went directly to the Gryffindor locker room, finding the rest of the team on site. Harry took his place and Oliver began his pep talk and then showed them new tactics he'd developed over the summer. Harry hoped they would be able to pull it off this year. October flew by quickly. Much of Harry's time was taken up with coursework, training sessions with Tino, Quidditch practice 3 evenings a week, and what little time he had left he spent it with Hermione. The classes were going fairly well for the most part, and Harry felt he was doing well. He'd pass Dumbledore in the halls every now and then and the old man would smile and nod to Harry. Harry decided he'd invite Dumbledore to a tea in his training room some evening. One of the things he wanted to ask Professor Dumbledore if he could start some serious training in his magic. He'd been there better than 2 years and had tested his newfound powers a few times and now he wanted to really start training himself in using them. Just be a bit patient, Harry. Professor Dumbledore knows what he is doing, Hermione said one evening, a week before Halloween. Harry sighed. I'm trying to be. I've already decided to ask him about it over tea some afternoon. Good idea, Harry. You really haven't had a sit down with him since you got here, Hermione said. I know. I was wondering at first if he was mad at me, but then decided he's so busy running the school that he probably forgot, Harry said. Inviting him to a tea is a good idea, Harry. That way it shows him you are interested in what he has to say about things and how you are progressing in your training, Hermione said. I already wrote out the invitation. All I have to do now is send it, Harry said. I'll do it tomorrow morning during mail call. Harry gave it to Hedwig the next morning. He looked up to the high table and noted that Dumbledore wasn't there this morning. He watched Hedwig soar out the window and realized Dumbledore was up in his office. Then he headed off to class. As the week went by, Harry fell into a quiet depression. The loss of his parents still weighed heavy on him. He would go up to the top of Gryffindor Tower and stand there watching the trees change color and the leaves blowing around. One afternoon when the weather was clear, he bundled up and went down to the lakeside, aware of Tino trailing behind him. Hermione grew concerned and spoke to McGonagall. McGonagall then went to Dumbledore. Perhaps a visit to his parents is in order then, Dumbledore said at last. I shall contact some trusted people to go and secure the grounds before going to the Potter Mausoleum. Yes, I have faith in Harry's abilities, but it would be better to be sure. McGonagall nodded. If I may, I must mention that we have not really done anything in way of training Harry in his new powers since he gained them on his last visit. Dumbledore turned to face her. Yes, I am aware of that, and I suspect that is the reason that Harry has sent me the invite to a tea with him. What are you going to do? She said. Talk to him, of course. Harry does need to know how to use his magic even more so than the others. However, I am not in the best position to help him at the moment, having to deal with these bloody dementors. Somebody needs to watch these things and make sure they don't harm any of the students, Dumbledore stated. Albus, I can help with that if you wish. I am not without power, she said. Dumbledore looked up at her. I know you are not. I did not wish to trouble you with additional duties at this time. Perhaps now is the time for me to ask you. And I accept. I can help out a few days a week, McGonagall said. Dumbledore smiled a tired smile. Thank you, Minerva. Your help is appreciated. I can contact some of our friends for assistance if you wish, McGonagall said. Please do. The more help the better, Dumbledore said. I have the feeling we will need it. As fate had it, things began happening on Halloween. Harry stood before the black iron gate that protected the Potter clan mausoleum, a bunch of red roses in his hands. People stood behind him and Hermione wanted to be right there with him to support him. Harry raised his head and squared his shoulders, nodding at the Potter crest on the black gate. It opened slowly and silently. Harry walked in and torches inside suddenly sprang to life. Even here in this place magic thrived, something that mystified even Albus Dumbledore. He nodded tiredly and turned to the people spread out around the cemetery. They nodded back and moved away from the Potter mausoleum and kept a close eye out for trouble. They were looking for a human, not a dog. The big black dog watched them as they wandered around the headstones. He'd seen Harry go into the Potter mausoleum and knew he was there to mourn his parents' death. The dog felt tears well up in its eyes and he wondered just how much longer this pain would last. He had been through so much, had suffered so much since that fateful night. He wanted so much to go into the Potter mausoleum and reveal himself to Harry and tell him everything, but not with all these people around. He had to find a better way. He lifted his head and looked at Albus Dumbledore. He wished he had sought out the old man before chasing down Peter Pettigrew. Then things would have been different. Too many should-haves. He closed his eyes and shook himself good. All he needed was one good chance. A chance to change things. Inside the mausoleum, Harry sat down on the bench after placing the roses in the flower holders on each side of the single plate bearing the names and dates of his parents. He sat there for a moment and then got on his knees, drew his arms back and clapped his hands one, and then twice. Then he bowed deep and held it for a moment, and then sat up. He rose and sat back down on the bench. He sighed, and then began talking to his parents, knowing full well they were dead, but knowing that their spirits were listening. After an hour of talking he realized he was feeling a bit better. His hand went to the locket he wore around his neck, the locket that contained the pictures of his parents. He could feel something from it, so he closed his eyes and dwelled on the feeling. It grew and spread through him, warming his spirit and soul. He knew they were right there with him, and the words of Albus Dumbledore came back to him. Just because they are no longer with us doesn't mean they are not a part of us anymore. They are with us always, even when we need them most, especially during trying times. The old man's voice rang in his head. Harry knew Professor Dumbledore was right. He rose and touched the plaque once more and then walked out. Hermione came up to him and wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tight. Professor Dumbledore went in to pay his respects, followed by people who knew and loved James and Lily Potter. They stopped in front of Harry and gently tapped him on the shoulder or touched his hand, offering their condolences. Then it was time to leave. They portkeyed back to the school just as the evening shadows fell. Harry headed up the stairs to the Gryffindor Tower. On the way up he ran into Draco Malfoy. "Oh dear me, have we been to see Mummy and Daddy dearest?" Malfoy taunted. "Mr. Malfoy, dare you speak ill of the dead?" a voice said from behind them. All of them turned to see Professor Snape standing behind them, his black eyes blazing with fury. Draco Malfoy suddenly realized he'd stepped over the line big time. 20 points from Slytherin, detention with Filch helping him to clean up from the Halloween feast, and then report to my office in the morning, Snape hissed. Malfoy immediately slinked off with Goyle, Crabbe, and Parkinson behind him. Snape turned to Harry. "I had great respect for your mother. May she rest in peace," he said. "She truly was a lady. Your father was a good man." Snape turned and walked away quickly, leaving a group of stunned Gryffindors behind. Harry didn't know what to make of that, so he continued up to the Gryffindor Tower. Within the hour Harry was on his way back down to the Great Hall for the Halloween party. The hall as usual was extremely well decorated and he felt his spirits rise. The usual scary monsters were there, but there was some very original costumes as well. Harry had dressed in his formal kimono with the traditional wings bearing the Nako clan emblem, a circle with 3 dots arranged in a pyramid fashion, and had gotten a lot of admiration when he appeared in the Gryffindor Commons room. He was wearing his katana and his wakazaki, and his ponytail was pulled up into the samurai topknot. Hermione got quite a bit of admiration when she made her appearance in her kimono. Harry had bowed to her and she had returned the bow. Even though Percy was head boy and should have led Gryffindor House down to the Great Hall, all of Gryffindor House fell in behind Harry and Hermione and followed them down. The hall grew quiet when they appeared. Dumbledore rose and smiled. "I see we are all now present. Good. Then shall we start the party?" he asked. The Weird Sisters, a popular wizarding band, got started and people made their way to the dance floor. Harry and Hermione got out onto the dance floor after Harry left his swords with George, who promised to watch over them. They got quite a few looks of admiration as they danced. "Thanks for the dance lessons, Hermione," Harry said into her ear. Hermione beamed. "It was my pleasure, Harry." The evening progressed smoothly, almost right up to the end when Harry suddenly felt fear and terror from the direction of the Gryffindor Tower. He raced to the table and grabbed his swords from George and then raced out of the hall and up the stairs. George, Fred, and Hermione were right behind Harry, knowing that if Harry had moved like that, there was a good reason for it. People followed behind them, wondering what had happened. Harry raced up the stairs to where the portrait of the fat lady was, the painting that guarded the entrance to Gryffindor House. Harry stopped once he saw the painting. His jaw dropped in shock. The painting had been destroyed, deep slashes running up and down the length and width of the painting. He felt Dumbledore and McGonagall come up behind them. Harry turned to the closest painting. Friar Tuck, what happened? He asked. Ned as he closed his eyes. It was terrible. A cloaked figure appeared out of nowhere, demanding entry. She refused and he attacked her. It was at that moment everyone's worst nightmare came sailing into view with a cackle of glee. Dumbledore looked up to see Peeves floating above everyone. Peeves, Dumbledore said quietly. Peeves shivered and the smile disappeared from his face. There was only two people he feared the most, the bloody Red Baron and Dumbledore. Saw her racing off into some other portraits, I did. That man demanded entry and she refused. That Sirius Black has a nasty temper, Peeves said and then vanished. The bloody Red Baron chose to appear at that moment. Hold, he said in a commanding kind of voice. Peeves is only guessing as to the identity of the attacker. None of the people in the paintings ever saw his face. Peeves claims to have seen him. I do not believe that to be true. Headmaster, I have set the paintings to searching the castle. The other ghosts are searching in their assigned places. I have the Slytherin House elves searching Slytherin House right now. May I suggest everyone return to the Great Hall? It might be safer there with the many suits of armor on sentry duty. A good idea. In fact, they will spend the night there, Dumbledore said. Will everyone please return to the Great Hall? Everyone returned to the Great Hall where they found all the tables having been moved and rows of big thick squashy colored sleeping bags now in place. Harry removed his formal kimonos and carefully folded them up. He was wearing shorts and a t-shirt underneath and he was glad he had. Harry, Hermione, and Ron settled down, but couldn't sleep. What do you think happened? Ron asked Harry quietly. Harry's mind worked on the problem trying to come up with an angle. Speculation abounded through the Great Hall, the talk getting wilder and more outlandish. Hermione sighed and turned to Harry. I've read Hogwarts, a history. I know it is impossible to apparate into the school for one. I don't think disguises could fool the Dementors or anybody for that matter. I just can't figure it out, Harry sighed. First thing in the morning I need to go someplace and do something. Hermione knew what it was, but before she could say anything, Percy began yelling for people to settle down and get into the sleeping bags. He was turning out the lights in 5 minutes. Harry stretched out and got comfortable. The lights went out 5 minutes and Percy began prowling around, jumping on those who hadn't gone to sleep and were very quietly talking. He was handing out the detentions left and right. Harry lay still as Percy passed by muttering something. Harry decided to meditate and let the magic tell him things. He relaxed and a moment later felt the pull of the magic on his spirit. He followed it as it moved through the castle. He saw the searchers, heard what they were saying, and knew the fat lady had been found unharmed. But Sirius Black was nowhere to be found. Harry decided the Red Baron was right and brought himself back to the Great Hall. He finally fell asleep a half hour later. The next morning Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in Harry's training room and discussed the events as they had unfolded. Harry had created a timeline on the wall for this particular situation and all three of them were looking at it. It all fits together somehow. We know Sirius Black is involved, he's a key player in all this. But there's too many unanswered questions still, Ron said. Harry sipped his tea while staring at the wall. Nothing was coming to mind and he sighed. He looked over at Hermione and nothing seemed to spark her interest. Hell, we might as well start the day, he said. They slipped out of the training room and headed down the stairs. Harry could feel eyes at his back and he knew people were watching him even more. Teachers were becoming a bit too friendly. Snape seemed to be crossing his path a lot more than usual. I'm watching you, Potter, he warned. Harry wanted to slap Snape but held back. Sooner or later he'd turn things around on the man. Even the ghosts were more visible than before. Harry was starting to develop claustrophobia from all the attention. Even McGonagall talked to him. I have to play Quidditch, Professor. It was you who introduced me to it, Harry reminded her. She set down her teacup. I know, Harry. I am concerned about you, concerned about this business. I'll get Madam Hooch to supervise the practice sessions as well. Harry was agreeable to that even though Tino was watching him there anyway. The morning Snape popped up in Dada made Harry very uneasy. Alarm bells went off in his head. What happened to Professor Lupin, sir? Harry asked. Sit down and shut up, Snape growled. Harry blinked but did it anyway. He wondered what was going on. There is nothing to indicate what you have covered so far, Snape grumbled, looking up at the class. We've done red kappas, Grindylows, Hermione started. I did not ask for information, Snape snarled, interrupting her. People in the class began shifting in their seats. They were getting upset with Snape and how he was treating them. Today we shall discuss werewolves. Can anyone tell me the difference between a werewolf and a wolf? Hermione had her hand in the air. Snape ignored it as he looked around. Sir, Hermione began. Snape whirled on her. 20 points from Gryffindor for speaking out of turn. Stop being such a damned know-it-all. It is obvious that I must speak to the headmaster about how far behind Professor Lupin has allowed you to become. That did it. Harry rose from his desk and calmly collected his things. Where are you going, Potter? Snape demanded. Harry turned to face Snape. I am going up to see Professor Dumbledore to inform him of your actions and demand your removal from this school. Harry turned and walked out the door, leaving a sputtering Snape behind. Halfway up to Dumbledore's office, he found Dumbledore standing on the third story waiting for one of the moving staircases to come to him. Something troubles you, Harry. Do you want to tell me about it? Dumbledore asked Harry as they walked up to his office. Once they had taken seats, Harry explained what had happened in the Dada classroom. He's gone too far this time, and all of us are getting tired of him favoring Slytherin House above everyone else and not being fair like the other teachers are, Harry finished, setting his teacup down. Dumbledore stroked his beard as he listened. A clock ticked loudly somewhere inside the office as they sat there in quiet solitude. Dumbledore finally sighed. I will speak to Professor Snape, Harry. In the meantime, please try and give him the respect he is due, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded. We can try. That's all I ask. Dumbledore smiled. Harry sighed and left the office. Saturday morning arrived, the first Quidditch game of the season. It had been raining on and off all week and the field was a sea of mud. The Slytherins pulled a fast one and had Malfoy claim he was having trouble with his arm. They were going to be playing Hufflepuff instead. Wood was furious beyond belief. Dirty rotten bastards and bye. Chess. He ranted. Harry tuned him out. Lately he'd been getting the feeling something was about to happen soon. He thought about stepping out of this match and decided not to. He asked Ron and Hermione to watch his back during the match. Tino reassured Harry he'd be there as well. Harry trudged down to the field early, the wind doing its best to blow Harry away as the rain pelted him. Hell of a day to play, Harry said out loud. Hermione nodded. Good luck, Harry. Harry went into the team locker room and sighed. At least there was some warmth in here. Wood stood there and waited for the rest to show. He didn't bother with the usual pep talk, just turned and headed out. The team followed. By the time the game actually started a few minutes later, Harry was soaked clear to the skin. Thankfully he'd remembered Hermione's spell to keep his goggles clear. He relied on his senses to find the snitch, and a moment later, there it was. Harry took off like a shot, wanting to grab it and be done with the game. As he rose into the air after it, he suddenly became aware of total silence. He couldn't hear anything, not even the howling wind. What he saw next froze him deep to the bone. A group of Dementors were in the air, coming after him. The thing he feared the most was now coming after him. Harry quickly flew north trying to shake them off his tail. Two of them broke off and moved to cut him off. Harry fought down his panic and changed directions. They were a little slow in responding and Harry realized he could use that to his advantage. The battle was on. Harry flew in one direction, they moved to cut him off. His only route was up. Suddenly he felt lightheaded and realized he was running out of air. He went into a controlled dive and that's when the Dementors acted. Harry suddenly felt the bone-numbing cold sweep over him and he lost complete control of the broom and fell. As he fell, everything went black. This time he heard two distinct voices. One was a woman's voice, the other a dark evil voice. No, not Harry. Take me. Spare him. Stand aside, you silly girl. Not Harry. Please, take me, kill me instead. Harry's mind was slow to respond, almost sluggish. The woman, should he try and help her, or was he supposed to be flying? All he heard was the screaming and the shrill evil laugh. Then everything went completely black. Harry woke a day later in the hospital wing. He slowly opened his eyes and blinked. As his vision got sharper and clearer, he saw Hermione asleep in the rocking chair next to his bed. Harry smiled, touched by her love and dedication. He sat up and groaned in pain. He hurt, but not extremely painful kind of hurt. He reached over and gently nudged Hermione. Hermione, he called. Hermione. She moved and then opened her eyes. She jumped up when she saw Harry looking at her. Harry smiled at her reaction. Harry, you're all right, she cried happily. People came running over, the Lady Pomfrey beating them out first. They stood quietly while she checked Harry over as he lay back down in bed. He will be just fine. Another day or two of rest and he should be fine, she said to McGonagall. Harry sighed with relief and sank back down into bed. He was still feeling tired and he closed his eyes once more. The next time he opened his eyes it was daylight. He checked his Swiss Army dive watch and noted the time. He sat up in bed and stretched out. He got up and dressed quietly in jeans and a Gryffindor sweatshirt. Harry knew Lady Pomfrey had seen his tattoo on the times he'd been in here and he wondered why she never asked. He wondered if Dumbledore had something to do with that. He left the hospital wing and headed up to his training room. He started his 6-mile run and while he was doing it, Albus Dumbledore walked in and sat down at the nearby table. Harry waved his hand at the table and a full tea set with a plate piled high of muffins and a smaller bowl of limo. Drops appeared on the table. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said as he helped himself to tea and a chocolate muffin, cutting it in half and spreading butter on both halves. Harry finished his run and did a few more stretches and started his weightlifting routine. As he moved through the stations, McGonagall and Remus Lupin arrived. Lupin looked extremely tired and Harry wondered why. Lupin walked over to the bench press and loaded up the bar with the current amount of weight Harry was working with. Harry slid on his back on the bench and managed to push out 7 reps before racking the bar. Getting better, Harry. 3 more to go, Lupin smiled. Thanks. Where's Tino today? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked up. He is currently watching a group of students on the grounds, making sure they don't seek out the Dementors. Harry nodded. Good. What happened after I fell? Professor Dumbledore raced onto the field when everyone saw you fall off your broom 50 feet up, Hermione said, coming into the room. He waved his wand at you and kept you from getting hurt. Then he waved his wand at the Dementors and silvery stuff came out of his wand and drove them off. Harry noticed the large bag in her hands. What's in the bag? Hermione put the bag on the table and reached in, pulling out bits and pieces of wood. Harry suddenly realized what it was. My broom, he said quietly. Hermione nodded. Professor Flitwick went to retrieve it and found it scattered all over the ground at the base of the Whomping Willow. I'm sorry, Harry. Harry held a few splinters of the broken and shredded broom, mourning its loss. I take it there's no way to replace it. Dumbledore sadly shook his head no. I am sorry, Harry. There is not. Harry put the remains back in the bag and put it on a shelf in the training room. Then he sat down at the table with the others. So what happens now? Harry asked. Dumbledore took a sip of his tea and set it down. We carry on as usual. Harry, please don't go looking for them. Leave them be. Harry nodded. I will, sir. You have my word on that. Dumbledore stood up and looked at Harry. I am well aware of your wanting to start exploring your new abilities. I need to find the time to meet with you and start finding out what it is that you are truly capable of. There's been a few times you have used wandless magic and that tells me you are capable of so much. If we take this slow and easy, you will be able to control much of it by the time summer starts. I have given great thought of either meeting you at your relative's house this summer and teaching you or having you stay here this summer. I have not decided what path to take just yet. Whatever you decide is fine with me, provided my aunt and uncle agree, Harry said. I have no idea what they will do this summer. I will contact them at some point in time before the summer starts, Dumbledore said. I will talk to them and explain the situation. Dumbledore then went out the door and left Harry alone. Hermione came up to Harry and she held Harry in her arms. Are you going to be okay, Harry? She asked, concern on her face. Remember on the train when I told you guys I heard screaming? Harry asked. Both Lupin and Hermione nodded. It was my mother trying to protect me from Voldemort. For some reason my mind placed a block on the memories of that night and the two encounters with the Dementors have caused me to remember what happened, Harry stated. Hermione looked horrified while Lupin looked grim. I have to agree with you, Harry. They are such dark, foul creatures. Their abilities are well documented. They are capable of stripping your mind of every single happy thought or memory until the only things left are the most frightening and scary memories, which they then force you to relive them over and over again until you go absolutely mad, Lupin said as his trembling hand put the teacup down. Is there any kind of defense against them? Harry asked. I gotta know what it is so I can protect myself and others. There has to be, Hermione said. Professor Dumbledore pointed his wand at them and a silver-colored cloud came out of his wand. Lupin smiled. You are very observant, Hermione. Yes, there is a defense against them. I will teach the both of you the spell used to fight them. I'm glad to see you up and about, Professor Lupin. We missed you in Dada, Harry said. I heard about what happened, Harry. Albus told me about it, Lupin said. I hope he doesn't teach it again, Harry said. Lupin smiled. I know he is not the easiest teacher to have, but you do need his class. I know, Harry sighed. Lupin smiled. Now if you will excuse me, I need to go and prepare for class. Lupin exited the room, leaving Harry and Hermione alone with each other. Harry leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek. I will be okay, Hermione. I do have a lot of people watching out for me, including you. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, Harry. Please be careful, Hermione said. Harry reached for his Gryffindor robe and pulled it on. I will, Hermione. Having said that, both of them slipped out of the room. Harry spent a quiet weekend up in Gryffindor Tower surrounded by his housemates. He didn't feel like being out in public just yet. The Gryffindor team called for a meeting and they discussed the situation over and Oliver showed them a chart he'd been keeping. They ran through a few scenarios and laid plans for them. One of the big questions was how would Harry replace his broom? Harry decided to deal with that when the time came. No sense in worrying about it now, Harry had said. That settled the situation and Harry put the concern out of his mind. Monday morning he did his usual routine in his training room and then headed down to breakfast in the Great Hall. He heard that Draco Malfoy had a miraculous healing and was gloating to all about Gryffindor's defeat in the Quidditch match, even doing very spirited imitations of Harry falling off his broom. Harry did his best to ignore Malfoy, which only served to piss off the blonde-headed Slytherin. Harry didn't care. He had better things to deal with. Oliver Wood dropped off a few Quidditch magazines to Harry at breakfast so he could read up on the various brooms that were available for Quidditch. Harry took his time in reading them and in doing so picked up a few ideas for new tactics for the game. Other than that, Harry concentrated on his studies. The first snow fell the day after Thanksgiving. Harry stood at the large bay window in the Gryffindor Tower with his arm around Hermione as they watched it fall gently to the ground. It's beautiful, Harry. Have you given thought about Christmas holidays yet? She asked. As far as I know I'm going home to Privet Drive, Harry replied. They haven't said anything about special plans this year. Same here, Hermione said. Harry smiled as a sudden thought struck. What if our families got together in the late afternoon for a Christmas dinner? Hermione looked at Harry. That's a wonderful idea, Harry. All right, Mum and Dad. I'll send a letter to my uncle in the next few days, Harry said. I'm sure they'll say yes to the idea. They can work it out. It's a month off yet. Plenty of time to work it out, Harry said. A few minutes later they turned away from the window after Hermione's watch chimed the hour. They headed down to the Great Hall together for dinner and found the Great Hall decorated for the Christmas season. Professor Flitwick was putting the last of the decorations into place. Good evening, Mr. Potter. Flitwick waved merrily. Harry smiled at the tiny man. Getting things ready for Christmas. This is it until a week before. Then Hagrid will be bringing in the trees for the Great Hall and I'll need help then, he said. Count us in then, sir, Harry said. Should be lots of fun. Flitwick beamed and then floated up to the staff table as the rest of the students arrived. Dinner got started and Harry felt relaxed around his friends. The danger he was facing was the furthest thing from his mind and joined in the laughter around the table. He was in high spirits and it showed. A few mornings later, Fred and George showed up at Harry's training room. Harry was sitting down at the small table relaxing after a strenuous workout. Hi guys, what are you two schemers up to now? Harry asked. The red-headed twins smiled mischievously and Harry had the feeling they were up to something. He sighed as he set down his teacup. What gag are you guys selling now? Harry asked. They sat down at the table and placed what looked like a piece of folded parchment on the table. Harry looked at it. What is that? Harry asked. Both of them grinned. This, Fred said theatrically, as the reason of our astounding success. This, my friend, is a unique and one-of-a-kind item that simply cannot be found anywhere else. Harry snorted. You guys would make a killing selling used cars. Okay, I'll bite. What exactly is this thing? George tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Harry blinked in surprise and shock as curvy black lines began to appear. In moments the writing on the front was clear. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map, Harry read out loud. He looked up at the twins. They smiled even wider as they opened the flaps and laid it out flat. To Harry's amazement, he could see tiny people with their names next to them moving through the maze drawn on the map. Then it clicked in Harry's head. You can keep track of everyone with this, Harry breathed. George leaned forward. He pointed to the one-eyed witch. Secret passageways to explore. This map shows them all. This would be a very valuable aid to you, Harry. You can use this to explore every inch of Hogwarts. Be sure to wipe it clean after every use. Don't want the wrong kind of people getting hold of it, Fred said. He tapped the parchment. Mischief managed. Just as quickly the map had formed, it erased itself. Harry grinned at the twins. So how did you guys get this? He asked. They grinned at each other. Filch, George said. He busted us for setting off a dung bomb in one of the hallways and hauled us to his office. As we were sitting there, we noticed it sticking out of one of his filing cabinets. I dropped another dung bomb on the floor and while Filch was distracted, George grabbed it. It wasn't until later we found out what it was when we started examining it. Boy, can you imagine our surprise when we finally got it to work, Fred said. Those four blessed souls, working so hard for future generations of pranksters. Harry had to laugh at that. This will come in handy. Thanks, guys. Seriously, Harry, George said, getting a serious look on his face. This will help you when you need it most. Harry stood up and shook their hands. Glad I can count on you guys for help. All you need to do is ask. We'll do what we can. Fred nodded as they left. Harry sat there for a bit with a thoughtful look on his face. He hoped the map wasn't a potential trap, set up to hoodwink him or anybody who had it. If the twins said it was cool, then it settled things with him. Harry rose from the table and left his training room. It was on the next visit to Hogsmeade that Harry learned more about Sirius Black, more than he really wanted to. He was sitting in a booth with Hermione and Ron inside a tea shop when the familiar voices of McGonagall and Fudge got his attention. This is getting out of control, Minister. Potter should not have been attacked like that. Albus is furious, she said. A third lady joined them with drinks in her hands. There's more to the story, is there? Fudge cleared his throat. Yes. More than what was told to the public, I'm afraid. It starts with one of Dumbledore's spies informing him you know who was after the Potters, planning on killing them. Albus convinced them to go into hiding. The house was covered with the Fidelius charm and they chose Black to be their secret keeper. Harry sat up at that bit of news and there was a horrified look on Hermione's face. McGonagall sighed. Albus tried his best to convince them to make him the secret keeper, but James insisted on Black. Said that Black was a very loyal friend. Albus was worried back then because someone close to the Order was informing you know who of the Potters' movements and our own. But James won out, Fudge said. his voice heavy with sorrow. A week later, Harry was gripping the table so tight his knuckles were turning white. But surely you must be mistaken. The lady exclaimed. James named Black to be Harry's godfather. Everyone knew Black adored little Harry. Harry nearly stopped breathing. His mouth hung open in shock and Hermione didn't know what to do. Black turned on them. All of the evidence pointed to him. It was one hell of a mess. Then Harry disappearing like that sent a lot of us into a panic. As it turned out, a friend of the Potters found Harry and took him to Japan for his safety. At least Harry had a chance to grow up normal with a Japanese family, Fudge said. A sound of a cup smacking on wood. Someone had set down a cup. So what happened next? The lady asked. McGonagall sighed. Peter Pettigrew. Poor man went mad with grief as the story goes. He took it upon himself to go after Black. He faced down Black on a busy street crowded with muggles. Not only did Black kill Peter, he killed 13 muggles at the same time. When we arrived on the scene, Black was standing there in the middle of the street laughing his head off manically. He came with us with no problem. He's been mad ever since. All we found of Peter Pettigrew was a finger. Fudge took a long swallow of his drink and slapped the glass back down. Harry sat frozen to his seat. He didn't know what to think. All of a sudden it seemed like the walls were closing in. He quickly got up and moved past the table where the three adults sat. Harry! McGonagall exclaimed in surprise. Harry turned to face them and put a finger to his lips, silencing the three adults. He turned and wrapped his long winter cloak and walked out the door. Hermione stood up and stopped in front of the adults. Say it isn't so, she whispered. Tears formed in McGonagall's eyes. I'm sorry. Please, find him and make sure he's okay. I will inform the headmaster of this immediately. Both Ron and Hermione ran out the door in search of Harry as Fudge pounded the table, angry with himself for not having checked the booths around him. Harry was unaware of the crowds around him as he trudged through the snow back to Hogwarts. Why had nobody told him? He turned the question over and over in his mind as he walked. He felt the wet snow cling to his face and he brushed it away. McGonagall, Fudge, Arthur, and Professor Dumbledore all knew. Harry felt betrayed by them all. The man was his appointed godfather. His own father asked Black to be his godfather, and the man turned around and stabbed them in the back. He stopped and rubbed his eyes, suddenly feeling very tired and old. He stumbled onward, now wanting to get back to Hogwarts and back to the comforts of the Gryffindor Commons room. He suddenly changed his mind at the last minute and went to his training room. He sat down in a chair next to a large bookcase and searched it until he found the photo album that Hagrid had given him in his first year. He flipped through the pages until he found the pictures of his parents' wedding day. There they stood, glowing with happiness. Next to them stood the man Harry recognized from the Daily Prophet, a bit healthier than that picture, smiling and laughing with them. Snapping the book closed, Harry felt a wave of anger and hate rising up inside of him. He quickly pulled off his shirt and went to work with a vengeance on the weightlifting gear until he had gone through everything at least twice. The feelings still remained. He turned and began beating a bag hanging in the corner, pounding it savagely with everything he had inside himself until he was completely worn out. He slumped down to the floor in exhaustion, curled up into a ball and went to sleep. The nightmares were horrible. He saw Black on his parents' wedding day, laughing right along with them as he planned their demise, waiting for the right time to turn them over to his dark master. Then he saw Black meeting Voldemort. They made me their secret keeper, my lord, and the chilling laughter. Then the memory of that night pressed in on him once more, but this time there was more. He's here, Lily. His father shouted. Hide Harry while I hold him off. Lily ran upstairs with Harry in her arms as his father turned to the door. He heard the sound of wood breaking and then a fight. He saw a bright green light on the walls and then silence. Lily barricaded them in his nursery, laying Harry down in his crib. Harry saw two wands in her hands and knew she was going to fight. The nursery door exploded into pieces and Lily began fighting desperately. Voldemort walked inside chuckling. Resistance is futile, dear girl. You shall die, he said. The green light filled the room and Harry watched his mother fall. He wanted to scream at the man. The black-cloaked man turned to Harry, revealing his face for the first time. Pasty white with red eyes, Harry could only watch as the man raised his wand. Goodbye, Harry Potter, the man hissed and waved his wand. The green light sped towards him and hit him in the face and rebounded off him, hitting Voldemort square in the chest. The explosion killed the 4 other men behind Voldemort, and Voldemort himself disappeared in the light. Harry looked up through the very large hole in the roof at the bright starlit night until another face appeared over him. Harry recognized Master Kosho. Harry woke up with a cry, jumping to his feet with katana in hand. He was panting hard, his chest heaving with the effort. The torches in the room sprang to life and Harry looked around. When he saw that he was still in the training room, he calmed down and sat in a chair at the table. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. The cold liquid woke him even more. He placed katana on the table and let his thoughts wander once more. He went over in his mind the sequence of events until something suddenly occurred to him. When Voldemort cast Avada Kedavra at him, he must have passed some of his own power to him. That would explain the Parselmouth, the wandless magic, and other things. Harry was so intent on writing his revelation on the wall when he heard Dumbledore's voice from behind him. Very interesting theory, Harry. Well done, Dumbledore said. Harry turned to face the old man. You knew. Yes, Dumbledore replied softly. Why didn't you tell me? Harry asked. Dumbledore went to the table and picked up a cup and poured himself a cup of tea. I planned on telling you when you were older. I'm 13 now. I am a lot more mature and adult than you think I am, having grown up in a different environment, having been trained to be ninja by my father's friend Kosho. He never lied to me. He always told me what it was I wanted to know. When I became ninja on my 11th birthday, he sat me down and told me everything, holding nothing back. He told me what he knew. I have sent him a letter explaining the situation and asked him if he knew what it is I now know. I am beginning to have my doubts about you and what your intentions for me are. If you cannot help me, then I shall find one who will. Harry said as he slipped into the darkness. I cannot trust you any longer. Dumbledore cursed as he placed his hand on his forehead. Harry continued to go to his classes. His closest friends and Hermione constantly worried about him. McGonagall attempted to talk to Harry, trying to convince him that Dumbledore had only his best interests in mind. She eventually gave up. Harry wouldn't be swayed. Even the Slytherins were getting aggravated that they couldn't get Harry to react to their taunts to him. Harry stepped up his daily workouts in the afternoons once classes were done for the day, trying to lose himself in the training he did. He wasn't sure what was going to happen next, so spotting the long white box on his bed one evening brought him up short. Anybody see where this came from? Harry asked when he saw it. Ron looked up. No, Harry. It was there when I got up here. So what is it? Seamus Finnegan asked. Harry turned to the box and opened it. When Seamus got no reply to his question, he walked over to Harry and then blinked in shock at what he saw. Neville, Ron, and Dean Thomas all walked over and looked into the box. Is that what I think it is? Dean coughed a moment later. Harry lifted it out of the box and examined the gold lettering. The Firebolt, he read out loud, noting Ron's expression of awe. Harry, you'll blow the twigs off everyone else's brooms out there with that. Ron exclaimed a moment later. Harry hadn't read up on the Firebolt just yet. That broom just came out last week, Neville calmly stated. I think it's been declared the new Quidditch standard. Harry put the broom down and checked the box for any kind of note, trying to figure out who had sent it. He got a nervous feeling deep inside and he decided to go and show it to McGonagall. Perhaps she would give him some advice regarding it. Harry repacked the broom and set off to McGonagall's office. She was in, talking to Professor Flitwick. Harry was glad to see the man, he could help solve the problem as well. He placed the box on her desk and explained the situation. Thank you for coming to me, Harry. Professor Flitwick and I shall very carefully examine the broom to make sure it is safe for you, she said. Is it possible to put some protection spells on it? Harry asked. Flitwick nodded. A good idea, my boy. Consider it done. Thank you for bringing it here, Harry. Must have been a very difficult decision to make, McGonagall said. Harry nodded. More that you'll ever know. You'll have it back when you return from your Christmas holiday in time for the next game, McGonagall said. With you on this, we'll win the cup for sure. Harry smiled. Be nice if we could. Make Oliver a very happy man since it is his last year here. Harry walked out of her office feeling slightly better. In the end, the choice had been simple. Get it checked out just to be on the safe side. Harry had no way of knowing if it was one of Malfoy's tricks or not. He crossed his fingers and hoped the broom was clean. He'd know for sure when he got back from London. The Gryffindor Quidditch team listened to Harry as he explained why he turned over the broom to McGonagall. I felt it was better to not take chances and play it safe. She said if it's clean I'd get it back. McGonagall agreed with what I said about the possibility of the broom being jinxed, and with what's been going on lately, I didn't want to take a chance. Who knows where it came from? Harry stated. Be like Malfoy to repaint an old broom and make it to look like a firebolt and jinx it, Ron said. You don't know that, Alicia Spinnet said. Wood sighed. Potter did the right thing, so let's not worry about it just yet. Harry sighed and cracked his neck, feeling a bit of stress. The holidays were now 2 weeks away and Harry wanted to go into Hogsmeade for a shopping trip before heading home. He wanted to get something a bit more unusual this year. The Christmas Day plans had been agreed to. The Dursleys would host the Grangers in the later afternoon, and Harry was delighted when Hermione told him the news. Things are looking up already, Harry sighed. It will be good to get home for the month, Hermione agreed. Harry hoped she would take the time to rest. She was looking really tired and Harry was hoping she would be okay. I really don't think Malfoy is really that intelligent to think up something like that on his own. Why else does he need a pair of brain-dead gorillas around him anyway? Harry asked as the room broke up in laughter. Either that or Daddy Dearest has to tell him when to go. That ended the meeting on a high note. The last thing on the school calendar was the Christmas ball, taking place on Saturday night before the trip home. Harry planned ahead, getting everything packed except for his tuxedo and his casual clothes. This weekend was the Hogsmeade weekend and Harry planned to shop. Then back to the castle early for shower, dress, and then escort Hermione down. He planned on getting her a corsage for the event while she was looking around in the bookshop. However, Hermione elected to stay behind this one time and Harry was okay with that. It would give him all the time he needed. Saturday evening finally rolled around. Harry checked his look in the mirror once more and then picked up the corsage he had gotten for Hermione. He walked down into the Commons room and waited for her to show. It was well worth the wait, he decided as she came into view. She looked absolutely stunning. Wow, Harry said softly as she walked over to him. Hermione, you look wonderful tonight. Hermione smiled and kissed him on the cheek. Harry smiled and brought out from behind his back the corsage he'd gotten for her and pinned it on. Shall we, Miss Granger? Harry said, offering his arm. Hermione smiled and took it. We shall. People took notice of them as they walked into the great hall for the Christmas ball. The hall was beautifully decorated, the staff and volunteer students having outdone themselves again this year. Harry smiled and nodded to the other Gryffindors as he walked in with Hermione on his arm. The small orchestra in the corner started playing a soft romance number and Harry led Hermione out onto the floor. They began to dance, breaking the ice for the other students to come out onto the floor and begin to dance with their dates. That set the tone for the evening. It was an evening Harry would remember for a long time. Thankfully nothing happened, much to everyone's relief. Standing in the Commons room the next morning, Harry watched everyone running around trying to get things done. Oi Harry, you done your packing already? Lee Jordan called out. Harry smiled. Did it last night and sent the trunk down before I turned in, Lee. I should have thought of that, Lee grumbled. Harry turned to see the painting open up and McGonagall step through. People stopped once they saw her come in. Lee nodded to Harry. Glad to see you came, Professor. All of us in Gryffindor House has something for you, Harry said, turning to her. McGonagall smiled. Thank you all. She sat down and Harry turned to see Ron and Lee bring in the box and present it to her, setting it down on the table in front of her. McGonagall smiled and opened the box to find a tea service set inside the box. It was done in the Gryffindor house colors, the large teapot modeled after the Gryffindor lion. It's beautiful. I will treasure this, she said once she put it away. I will enjoy it. I sincerely hope all of you enjoy your holidays. McGonagall then stood up and left, the box floating along behind her. Harry turned to the others and grinned. She definitely liked it, he said. There were grins, thumbs ups, and agreements all over the room. Harry checked his watch and then looked up. Time for us to get going, he said. Percy appeared out of nowhere, nose stuck in the air as usual. Harry sighed but kept his comments to himself. When it came time to get things done, Percy usually was never to be found. But when it came time for Gryffindor to head out to the Great Hall, Percy could always be found at the head of the line, leading Gryffindor into the Great Hall or just inside the doors trying to look so important. It was really starting to get on Harry's nerves and he did his best to ignore it. Sooner or later Percy would get his comeuppance. Harry sighed in relief once he settled down inside a compartment with Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. Hermione stretched out on the seat next to Harry and he covered her with a blanket. He was starting to worry about her. She was looking really tired. He decided to talk to her and try to get her to slow down a bit. He looked up to see Ron setting up a chessboard. Game or two, Harry? He smiled. Harry nodded. Sure. But no discussion about school. Don't wanna hear anything about classes and that junk until it's time to go back. Agreed, mate. Ron laughed. I'm pretty tired of it myself. Having agreed on that, they turned their attention to the chessboard and began playing wizard chess. Harry came close to beating Ron twice, and then they put the board up, both feeling tired. Ron closed his eyes and dozed off. Harry closed his eyes and slipped into Getsumi no Michi and let his mind wander over everything that had happened so far this year. He briefly wondered where Sirius Black was at the moment. Sirius Black was deep inside one of the many caves around Hogwarts, trying to stay warm. At least the snow and the winds couldn't reach him this far back in the cave. He'd been lucky so far in finding enough food to live on, not what he really wanted, but it was food. He'd venture out of the cave and down to the nearby stream to get a drink of water whenever the thirst got too much. He sighed as he sat inside the cave in his human form, glad to have the thick blankets wrapped around him that he'd snatched from the back of some nearby house. His mind wandered over the last few years and he wondered how he ever managed to survive Azkaban. Only a tiny few ever came out of there with their minds intact. Sirius had been sure a few times that he'd finally flipped out only to realize that what he'd been seeing in front of him was only an illusion. He raised his head and gently banged the back of his head against the wall of the cave. If only he had gone to Dumbledore he wouldn't be in this mess now. But his temper and anger had gotten the best of him and he'd gone chasing after Peter Pettigrew. But now he had the chance to once and for all even things with Peter. He smiled as he recalled the photograph of the Weasley family in Egypt, all of them waving and smiling for the camera, Scabbers the rat sitting in Ron's shirt pocket. I'm coming for you, Peter, Sirius growled. This time you won't get away. He settled down on the floor and wrapped the blankets tighter around him. Albus Dumbledore stood at the large bay window in his office overlooking the courtyard of the school. Many thoughts raced through his mind, only one making itself known more than the others, and that was the thought that he'd failed himself and failed Harry. He sighed and turned back to his desk. He wondered just how much longer he could keep secrets from Harry. There was so much he wanted to tell Harry but always told himself he'd do it when the time was right, when Harry was old enough to handle the truth. He wondered if that day would ever come. He picked up his cup of Earl Grey tea. The books never really said what kind of tea Albus Dumbledore liked, so this is speculation, and sipped it slowly, feeling the heat spread through him. He leaned back and felt a migraine coming on, so he did what Harry once told him he did and put everything away in a compartment in his mind. He'd deal with it later. Harry looked up as the door to the compartment opened up to reveal Draco Malfoy standing there with his two thugs standing behind him. The look on his face was anything but pleasant. Potter, you owe me for the detention Snape gave me. He growled. Harry sighed and closed his eyes. You did it to yourself, Malfoy. Nobody forced you to say what you did. Nobody held a gun to your tiny pea-sized brain and forced you to say what you did. He could feel confusion from Malfoy. What's a gun? He asked. A muggle weapon. Shoots tiny metal projectiles called bullets. Don't you ever pay attention in class, or are you way too busy king up to Snape? Harry said. Now he felt rage from the slim blonde. How dare you mock me? Harry felt a migraine coming on. He didn't need this garbage right now. Malfoy, get the hell out of here. Go antagonize yourself in a mirror. One day, Potter. One day I shall best you and make you my South Avenue while the school and your precious Professor Dumbledore watches. I'll make you debase yourself so badly you will never be able to go anywhere in the wizarding world again, Draco hissed and slammed the door as he left. Harry sighed once more and sank back down into Getsumi no Michi and started dealing with his migraine. The Hogwarts Express pulled into the train station at King's Cross right on time at 6 in the evening. Harry gently woke Hermione and she sat up. Ron and Ginny both woke up at the same time. Are we home? Ron asked, rubbing his face. We just pulled into King's Cross, Harry informed them. Hermione stood and stretched. Good. It's nice to be home again. That it is, Fred said from the doorway. Heard Malfoy cussing up a storm about you, Harry. He bust in here again. Harry told them about the encounter. Hermione grew concerned. Harry, he'd getting dangerous, she said. Harry snorted. He's too damn dumb to be dangerous. Why do you think he's blonde? That got a loud laugh from everybody. George appeared and led everyone off the train. Harry was surprised to see Uncle Vernon inside the barrier. He was chatting pleasantly with Thomas Granger and Arthur Weasley. The three men turned when the group walked up to them. There you are, Harry, Vernon smiled. You okay? Harry smiled. I am now that I'm home. That got a smile from everybody. Harry turned and said his goodbyes to the Weasleys and moved up the platform a bit with Hermione. Dear, I am getting concerned about you. It seems to me you are taking on way too much this year. Please cut back on things, Harry said to her. Hermione smiled and kissed him on the mouth. I love you, Harry Potter, because you care for me so much. Believe me when I tell you I plan to really relax this holiday. No book reading, no nothing. Just relax with my parents. Harry nodded, feeling better knowing he'd convinced Hermione to slow down. Call you in the morning. Please do, she said, dotting him once more. I'll be waiting. Harry watched her go off with her father and sighed. He turned to see Vernon talking to Lucius Malfoy. He walked up to them and Lucius turned to Harry. Professor Snape informed me of the events that took place between you and Draco Halloween Eve. His actions against you were wrong and he will be held accountable for that. There is no honor in speaking ill of the dead. Please accept my apologies and my condolences on your loss, Lucius said and bowed. Harry could feel anger coming off the man and knew he wasn't being sincere. I accept your apologies. Thank you, Harry said, returning the bow. Lucius turned around and stalked off. Harry sighed and followed Vernon through the barrier and back into the Muggle world. Nothing was said until they were in the car and headed home. Harry, that man scares me. He's dangerous, please be careful when you deal with him, Vernon said at last, breaking the silence. Harry opened his eyes and nodded. That's not the first time I've run into him. That's right, you tangled with him last summer before coming home, Vernon said. Outsmarted him too, from what you told me. Harry smiled. No matter how good the bad guys think they are, they always screw up in the end. He certainly did. I think we need to keep this between us for now. No need to worry your aunt, Vernon said to Harry. Agreed, Uncle Vernon. I will, Harry said. They lapsed back into silence on the rest of the ride home. Harry smiled when he saw the house as they pulled into the drive. Looks very festive, Harry commented as he got out. Vernon grinned. Thanks, Harry. Got a little help this year. Walking into the house, Harry started to feel a bit better. Aunt Petunia came out of the kitchen and hugged Harry. So nice to have you home, Harry. Dinner is almost ready, she said. Harry turned as he heard Dudley coming down the stairs. His cousin was looking very fit now and Harry grinned. Hey, Harry. Nice to see you, Dudley said as they shook hands. Harry knew for sure he was home again. Lying in bed that night, Harry let his thoughts wander, as he was prone to do sometimes. He wondered how different his life would have been if his parents had lived. I guess I'll never know, he said to himself. But life goes on and so must I. He turned over and went to sleep, his mind slipping into Getsumi no Michi automatically and meeting the old man by the moonlit path for his nightly training. The old man was teaching him how to defend himself against psychic attacks from other wizards and black ninja, something he now needed to do after his encounters with deranged Quirrell, a ghostly Tom Riddle, and most recently the ninja named Rizzo gone black. The old man seemed to know a lot about Harry's activities and wondered how he knew. Perhaps the old man was very skilled at reading Harry's mind. The sensei assured Harry he would never use anything against him. I too was Neko ninja once. I still am, he had said, and that settled things. Harry had been relieved. He woke up at his usual time feeling very refreshed. He met Tino down in the park area and they went through their daily routine. Harry enjoyed the workout, feeling the cold air around him and down in his lungs as they worked out. He came home feeling invigorated and ready for the day. Breakfast is on the table, Harry, his Aunt Petunia called as he came down the stairs, ready for the gym. Thanks, Aunt Petunia, Harry said as he sat down. Vernon and Dudley appeared at the same time and joined him at the table. Harry didn't do much around the house that morning. He did call Hermione mid-morning and they had a long chat, discussing this and that. The call ended when the Grangers showed up for a lunch break. Harry headed down to the kitchen to find Dudley sitting at the kitchen table with a bowl of fruit. Harry thought that was a good idea and went to the refrigerator to find a larger bowl in there. He took what he wanted and joined Dudley at the table. He told Dudley of the events that had happened so far at the school. Wow, what would you do if you did meet up with him? Dudley asked. Harry sat back in his chair. I don't really know. I guess I would question him first, try to find out what really happened. I got this really strange feeling he wasn't involved like the wizarding world wants me to believe. Just be careful. All these Death Eaters, Voldemort, and this Sirius sound like really nasty people, Dudley commented. They are. Except I really don't know anything about Sirius Black, Harry said. Dudley looked up. Haven't you tried to find out anything about him? Harry sighed. No. I should find out what I can about him. Might give me a clue how to defeat him if the need arises. The more you know, the better you're informed, Dudley said, quoting a commercial Harry had seen this morning. I'll send an owl to Hermione in the morning. Then to the ministry, Harry said. That's a start, Dudley said. Having decided that, Harry headed down to the basement with Dudley behind him. They spent most of the day organizing the basement once more while discussing various things, from Hogwarts to Dudley's diet, sometimes getting vocal about various opinions and agreeing on other things. Petunia popped in and out of the basement with laundry, smiling at the boys as they argued over things. Both of you would make great politicians, she observed at some point. Both Harry and Dudley looked horrified. Who the bloody hell wants to be one of them wankers? Dudley declared, much to Petunia's amusement. What is it you want to do after you get done with school, Dudley? Harry asked. I was thinking of following Dad over to Grunnings, Dudley said. Harry nodded. Why don't you find out what entry-level jobs are available and what you need to do to qualify to get in? Dudley nodded. I'll ask Dad tonight. What about you? I'm going to be an Auror like my parents were, Harry said. Petunia turned from the washer. Isn't that like being in law enforcement? Yes, it is, Harry replied. I'll be tracking down and fighting evil wizards. Cool, Dudley said. Harry smiled. That it is, Dudley. It's also protecting and helping people in the event of a disaster striking the community, magical or muggle. Neat, Dudley said. Harry nodded. Not to change the subject, but I was wondering what the plan for Christmas Day is. Christmas here at the house this year, Harry. The Grangers are coming over for Christmas dinner later in the evening. They don't have any relatives other than themselves. Aunt Marge is coming as well, Petunia informed him. Okay. If there's anything I can do, just let me know, Harry told her. Petunia smiled. I will. I know I will need help at the last moment to get things together for the dinner. I can think of several things right off, Harry said. I'll write them down later. The washer stopped and Petunia turned to transfer the laundry from there to the dryer as Harry continued to fold towels and sheets. He carried the folded laundry upstairs to the ground floor and then up the stairs to the first floor and left the basket on their bed. As he came down the stairs, he heard the front door open and close. Uncle Vernon? Harry asked. The man looked up the stairs to see Harry coming down them. There you are, Harry. Aunt Petunia and Dudley are down in the basement. Dudley and I have been organizing it, Harry said. Vernon smiled. Good. Something I've been meaning to do for some time but just never got to it. Thanks. There are some things we need to ask you about, Harry said, opening the door to go back down. Vernon followed Harry down and found Petunia and Dudley in the basement. Dudley was trying to fix a shelf on the wall and Petunia was setting the dryer for a new load. Hi, Dad. Dudley grinned as he saw Vernon behind Harry. Petunia turned away from the dryer and key. Ed Vernon. Hello, dear. Vernon smiled as he hugged Petunia. Harry had a sudden image in his mind doing that with Hermione after coming home from a day at the office. He smiled at the thought. You boys did a good job down here, Vernon said. Yes, I'll go through what you have set aside to check over. Harry nodded. I can go up and start dinner. Thanks, Harry, Petunia said. Dudley set down the tools he was using. I'll come up with you. Both of them went up the stairs, leaving the adults alone together. With Dudley's help, Harry got dinner on the table. Dudley sipped a cup of tea while Harry got the food on the table. Harry, did you get your shopping done yet? Dudley asked. Harry looked up. Not all of it. What's up? I wanted to go into town tomorrow morning and get something for Mum and Dad, Dudley said. I got everything else. Harry nodded. I need to get something for Hermione. Dudley grinned. Getting serious now. Getting there, Harry admitted. She's really something. She must be if she really rocks your world, Dudley said. Harry grinned. That she does. What about you? Any girl catch your eye yet? Well, Dudley hesitated as Harry grinned. There is this girl at the gym where Dad and I go every day. Ah, Harry chuckled. Dudley looked up and smiled. Yeah, she's cool. I've talked to her a time or two. Nothing really, just casual talk. That's a good start, Harry said. Slow and easy. That's what Dad says, Dudley nodded. Petunia and Vernon came up from the basement at that moment and all four of them sat down for dinner. The next afternoon Harry and Dudley were at the mall, looking around inside the various shops. Dudley had gotten what he needed for Petunia and Vernon and Harry was looking for something else to give Hermione. What about music? Dudley asked. Is she into music? Harry thought for a moment. Yes, she is, but I forget who it is she likes. Dudley grinned. Come on. I gotta show you the new music store. Dudley led Harry to a very large store called House of CD and inside. Harry blinked at the size of the place. Not only did they sell CDs, they sold DVDs, books, stereo equipment, and musical gear. Harry eventually drifted over to the guitars and looked at them. He liked the looks of some of them and wondered how easy it would be to learn how to play one. Sure, provide a relaxing distraction at Hogwarts was his initial thought. He turned to see Dudley grinning. Come on, he said, pulling on Harry's jacket. Eric Clapton just walked in and he's going to do a set. Harry followed Dudley to a spot nearby the small stage where he saw a man tuning up an acoustic guitar. He turned around and sat down on the stool. Hello folks, he said and started playing. Harry had never heard Eric Clapton before and he really liked what he heard. This guy was really good. He decided that he had to get a few of his CDs before leaving. After the half-hour set, Harry went to the CD racks and began looking for Eric Clapton and ended up getting most of Clapton's CDs. He wandered back over to the guitars and looked at them once more. Thinking of getting one? A voice asked him. Harry turned to see Eric Clapton himself standing next to him. Harry reached out and shook his hand, introducing himself. Harry Potter, he said. After hearing you play, I'm inspired to get one and learn. Can you recommend a good one? Eric Clapton smiled. Sure. This one right here would be a good beginner's guitar. For the next half hour Harry listened to Clapton talk about the guitars and had Harry try out a few of them before Harry settled on one that seemed comfortable to him. He bought it and an instructional DVD that Clapton recommended along with some songbooks that would be easy for Harry to practice with. Back home he wrapped up the additional gifts for Hermione and then sat down with his new guitar and started learning how to play it. For the rest of the holidays Harry would work on it for 2 hours every day. He grew to enjoy it and hoped he'd be able to continue playing it at Hogwarts. He decided to get one more for his dorm room and leave one in his workout room. Something to help him relax when he needed to. This was something new to him and he was really starting to get into it. He'd never given any thought to making music, but now he was bitten by the bug and wanted to try. Christmas Eve came around and everything was ready. Harry smiled as he stepped back from the Christmas tree and nodded. He had placed his packages underneath it when nobody was around. He smiled and hoped everyone would like what he got them. He turned back to the kitchen area and double-checked the list that Petunia had made with him to see what else needed doing. Everything that needed to be done was done. Harry turned as the front door opened and Aunt Marge came in. He smiled when he saw the older lady. "Hello, Aunt Marge," Harry said, as he hugged her. "It's so nice to see you." She smiled at him. "You've grown a bit," she said. Harry smiled. "Thank you. You look wonderful." Harry took her luggage to the guest room and set them at the foot of the bed and then came back. Dudley had just walked in the door and hung up his coat. "Good, you're home," Petunia said, coming into the living room. "Dinner's on the table, everybody." For the rest of the evening they relaxed and talked of various things, and watched the Christmas Eve Mass on the television live from London. Harry had often pondered over the question of a greater being that had created the universe and created life. In the end he decided to leave it be. The whole debate left him confused. Christmas Day dawned bright and clear. It was cold outside, the snow piled high. But inside Harry his spirits was up and he was feeling very warm inside, knowing that he was where he belonged, with family and friends and had someone who loved him for who and what he was. He touched the locket he wore around his neck, the locket that had belonged to his mother. He could feel their spirits inside the locket and the feeling made him happy. He knew they would always be there for him. He got out of bed and slipped into thick sweats and went for his early morning 5-mile run and met Tino in the park for their daily workout. They worked hard as usual and then left the park when the early morning joggers began to appear. Tino would be coming to the house later for dinner. Harry stood in the kitchen turning the teapot and the coffee pots on to brew. He turned to check on something and Aunt Marge's dog barked at the back door. Harry opened it to let the dog back in and gave him a small bowl of warmed milk. The dog certainly appreciated it, as it was cold out there. Harry looked up as Petunia came into the kitchen. He turned and poured a cup of tea for her, and Petunia smiled as she got her first sip. "Perfect," Petunia said. "That certainly warms one up." The others arrived in the kitchen and got cups of tea or coffee and breakfast. Then it was out to the living room to hand out the gifts. That started the day. Tino arrived in the early afternoon and gave the Dursleys a few things. To Harry he gave him a green jade dragon as a good luck charm. Harry liked it a lot. Hermione and her parents arrived in the mid-afternoon and Harry took her up to his room. He gave her a small black felt box that contained a gold chain with a heart on it with their initials engraved on it. Hermione loved it and Harry put it on her. They spent a few minutes talking before Vernon called them down to dinner. After dinner the Grangers and the Dursleys exchanged gifts. Hermione liked the CDs that Harry had gotten for her, telling him she liked the groups he'd picked out. That pleased Harry. He'd given the Grangers a couple of relaxation CDs he saw in the store, knowing they might appreciate them after a busy day in the dentistry. He guessed right. After dinner, with the stereo playing softly in the background, the adults sat up at the table with glasses of wine and talked while Harry, Dudley, and Hermione sat in the living room and talked teen talk. Eventually it got late and the Grangers left first, Harry walking Hermione to their Range Rover. They keyed Ed goodnight and she left. Tino left a few minutes later, thanking the Dursleys for a great day. As Harry lay in bed, he had to admit it had been a great day. He rolled over and went to sleep. January 4th found Harry back at King's Cross in the Hogwarts Express. He wished the holiday had lasted longer. He sighed and looked up to see Hermione coming with the Weasley clan behind him. "Hey mate," Ron called out. "How were your holidays?" "Just great, Ron. Yours?" Harry replied. Ron grinned. "Just great. Got what I wanted." Harry turned to the twins. "Dudley loved your gag box. He plans on using it on some of his classmates at school." The twins brightened up. Hermione turned to Harry after saying goodbye to her parents. "Have you been on board yet?" she asked. Harry shook his head. "No, but Lee Jordan said he'd save a space in a compartment." The train whistle blew at that moment and they knew it was time to go back. They climbed on board the train as it started to move. Once inside their compartment, they settled down and relaxed. Ron pulled his wizard chess board out and the usual games began as Harry played Exploding Snap with the others. Harry wondered what the rest of the school year would bring. He hoped it would be quiet. However, fate had other ideas. Sirius Black watched the train platform from his place under the trees. He could feel in his bones that things were about to get very interesting now. If he were capable of crossing his fingers as a dog, he certainly would have. He still didn't have a clue as to how he would approach Harry. He sighed and decided to leave it to fate. What he didn't know was that fate would put him and Harry in a very dangerous situation. For what was perhaps the millionth time he wished he'd gone to Dumbledore first before racing off after Peter back then. Things would have been very different, he thought to himself. His ears pricked up when the train whistle could be heard. This was it. He'd get to see if Harry came back or not. He watched the train pull in and the students get off. Then he spotted Harry with his arm around Hermione. "Harry, got yourself a girl now, have you?" He chuckled. He stiffened when he saw Ron with Scabbers in his pocket. He snarled softly as he remembered little whiny Peter. "You're mine, you greasy slimy rat," he growled deep in his chest. It was time to move. The horseless carriages dropped their group off in front of the school. Their trunks would be back in their dorms by the time they were done with the welcome back feast. Dumbledore was in high spirits as he made his usual New Year's speech. Harry relaxed as he listened to Dumbledore. He hoped that the last of the trouble was over. The mention of Quidditch made him remember his new broom. He needed to see McGonagall right after the feast. On the way up the stairs to her office, the Gryffindor Quidditch team joined Harry. McGonagall must have seen Harry coming because she stepped out of her office with her hands behind her back. "Happy New Year, Miss McGonagall," Harry began. She smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. I imagine you are here for this," she said, holding out the broom. Harry felt like jumping up and down for joy. "It's clean. Very clean. Professors Lupin, Flitwick, Dumbledore, and myself put anti-jinx, anti-curse, and anti-hexes spells on it for your protection," she said. Harry stepped forward and hugged her. "Thank you," he said as the Gryffindor Quidditch team went nuts in the hall. "I can imagine it was a hard thing to tell me about it, but you did do the right thing," she said once everyone calmed down. "Best to be sure than mistaken." Harry took the broom from her and led the way back to Gryffindor House. The next morning he took it out and found the team on the pitch waiting for him. They grinned at him as he mounted his firebolt for the first time. "Go for it," Oliver Wood yelled. Harry did just that. He flew up from the ground in a burst of speed. He turned to the left sharply and started flying, treating the crowd below to his bag of stunts. 10 minutes later he hit the ground and offered Oliver a chance to ride the firebolt. Oliver took a ride and then the team all took turns riding it. The group turned to see Madame Hooch arrive on the pitch. Harry held it out to her. She took it and turned it expertly in her hands. "This is a perfect broom, Potter. Very well balanced," she said. That was high praise coming from her. "Go take it up," Harry said. She looked at Harry. "Are you sure, Mr. Potter?" He smiled. "Yes. I'd be honored if you took it up." She mounted it and kicked off. Once she got the hang of it, she treated the assembled Gryffindors to her flying skills and stunts. The applause she got was loud and long once she hit the ground. She handed it back to Harry. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. It is indeed a fantastic broom," she complimented. Having said that, she sat down in a chair and watched the Gryffindors practice. Saturday morning after breakfast, Harry was in the library looking for books on Dementors. He was looking for a spell or charm to use to protect himself. He looked up when he heard footsteps coming towards him. It was Professor Remus Lupin. He looked at the book in his hands and nodded. "Looking for information on Dementors?" he asked. Harry nodded. "Yes, sir. You certainly didn't waste any time then." 10 points, Lupin said. "Now put the book away and let's go take a walk." Harry put the book back on the shelf and followed Lupin out of the library. They headed for the lake in the clear cold day. They stood on the dock and Harry watched the expression in Lupin's face change. There was a distant look in his eyes. "Your mother Lily, God rest her soul, was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen. She was popular among the boys in school and all of us chased her, me included. Imagine our shock when she started dating James, he laughed at the memory. But she accepted his friends, the Marauders, once she got to know us. Harry had to smile at the thought. Must have taken quite a bit on Mum's part to put up with you guys. Lupin growled at Harry, and Harry laughed even more. I've wondered what it would like being one of you guys, Harry said. You know Fred and George are crazy about the Marauders. Lupin laughed. Thanks for the compliments, I think. They spent nearly an hour by the lake, Lupin talking about his school days with Lily and James, watching them marry, being there the night Harry was born, and holding him when he was just moments old. I had the strongest feeling that your destiny would lead you places, Harry. But right then, holding you was the best feeling I'd ever had in my life. You opened your eyes and looked straight at me, taking hold of one of my fingers with your own tiny fingers. I got a bit emotional and it made me wish I had a son of my own. When James asked me if I was willing to be an uncle to you, I said yay right away. I never regretted that. Seeing you in Lily's arms happy and seeing her so happy was a memory I kept deep inside of me, Lupin said. Harry nodded. Thanks for being a friend to my parents. Lupin faced Harry. You're welcome. I give you my word I'll help you in any way possible to nail that bastard who killed them. Harry nodded, taking Lupin's hand into his. I believe you. I accept any help you can give me. On that note, we shall get started right away. Come see me in the Dada room after lunch. Dementor butt-kicking lessons start. Lupin nodded. Harry roared in laughter. Wouldn't miss this for the world. They met in the Dada classroom after lunch. Harry watched the trunk jump around. He sat on a desk and closed his eyes, slowly clearing his mind. Find a memory, Harry. Find a memory of the most happiest moment of your entire life, he heard Dumbledore's voice. Find the happy memory that changed your life. Use that to power Expecto Patronum. The moment where he had key. Ed Hermione for the first mind came flooding into his mind. He recalled the emotions behind it and he smiled. Good. You found one. Now keep it in mind when the boggart comes out and changes into the Dementor. Then execute Expecto Patronum, Lupin's vice said. Harry opened his eyes and stood in front of the chest. Dumbledore backed up and kept his wand at the ready. Lupin nodded and tapped the chest. The boggart popped out, changed into a Dementor and charged at Harry. It happened in a split second and Harry got his wand up in time, but the boggart beat him to it. Harry blinked up into Dumbledore's face. Good try, Harry. We didn't expect you to beat it the first time out. Now relax a moment and then try again, he said, handing Harry a bit of chocolate. Harry sat up and ate the piece of chocolate. Thank you, sir. He stood up a moment later and then Lupin let it go once more. This time he managed to slow it down just a bit, but it still got him. That happened twice more, and then the last time Harry managed to get a silvery cloud between them. Lupin got the boggart back into the trunk as Dumbledore clapped. Well done, Harry. Take 30 points, Dumbledore said as the trunk was locked. Lupin turned to face Harry. This time Monday evening. Harry grinned. I'll be here. The Slytherin vs. Ravenclaw game a week later was the most exciting thing ever seen. Slytherin narrowly beat Ravenclaw by a tiny margin. Everyone had wanted to see Ravenclaw beat out Slytherin. Harry had watched the match very carefully, wanting to see what the Slytherin team was capable of doing. Malfoy in particular looked like he knew what he was doing. Rumor was that he'd hired a former Quidditch great to coach him while at home during the holidays. That meant Malfoy would be ready for Harry. They would be playing Ravenclaw next, and a new rumor had it that Ravenclaw had replaced their Seeker with a new one. Harry wondered who it was. The next crisis that hit was the disappearance of Scabbers. Ron came down to the Commons room in a right fury. He dropped the bloody sheet in front of Hermione as the Commons room went quiet. That damned cat of yours killed my rat. Ron roared, dropping a handful of Crookshank's hair on her books. She stared at the cat hairs for a moment and then quietly got up. Get rid of that thing or I go to McGonagall, Ron hissed. She turned to look at Ron and then suddenly Ron was falling backwards, the sound of a slap echoing in the room. How dare you accuse Crookshanks of killing your rat, Weasley? She shouted. Harry quickly made a mental note to himself to never piss her off as she turned on her heel and stalked off. Harry sighed and stood up to follow her and then decided to approach her when she had calmed down. He looked down at a very shocked Ron. "Are you okay?" Harry asked. Ron wiggled his jaw and nodded. "Yeah, I think so." Ron stood up and quietly went back up to his room as Harry gathered up Hermione's books. He sighed to himself. He knew Hermione was very interested in the wizarding world, and from the titles on the books it suggested to Harry that she was trying to take on too much again. Harry felt a headache coming on, so he went up to his room and stretched out on his bed, closing his privacy curtains. He closed his eyes, and the next thing he knew, his alarm clock went off at his usual 5 o'clock wake up. He sat up and stretched. He quickly dressed in his sweats. "Didn't realize I was that tired," Harry thought to himself. "I guess I needed the extra sleep." He went up to his training room and started his workout. He cleared his mind of everything except for what he was going to do. Tino showed up at the right time to help Harry with the weights he was working with. Once they had properly stretched out, they started the ninjutsu part of the workout. Harry, as usual, gave 100% in his workout and the sparring session. Tino nodded. "Good workout today, Harry. Tomorrow's the game. You ready?" Tino asked. Harry nodded. "Yeah, been getting lots of Patronus charm lessons from Lupin. I know Professor Dumbledore will be there to help if necessary." Tino nodded. "I asked him if he would. He told me he wanted to be there to protect you if needed. He also said he had lots of confidence that your Patronus charm was strong enough. I take it he's been sitting in on the lessons." "He has. He's let Lupin do the actual instruction, but provided some support for me and encouraged me when he felt I needed it," Harry said. Tino sighed in relief. "Good. I really wish those things were somewhere else." Harry snorted. "You and me both." That ended the conversation, and Harry went back to Gryffindor Tower to start his day. Game day dawned bright and clear. Harry got up and dressed in his Hogwarts sweats he created himself and walked down to breakfast with the firebolt over his shoulder. People gasped and looked as Harry walked into the hall with it in hand. As Harry set it down in the center of the table prior to sitting down, people crowded around to look at it. He barely heard the comments as he ate his breakfast. Ron grinned as he noted the Slytherin reaction to the firebolt. It was very obvious that they were furious. The new Ravenclaw seeker stopped at the table. Harry looked up at the tall Asian girl. He smiled and stood up. "Good morning," he said as he bowed. She certainly looked very surprised. "You know Japanese?" she asked. Harry nodded. "Yes. It is a long story. I wish you luck out there today." She returned the bow. "Thank you. I wish you luck as well. I am Cho Chong." "I am Harry Potter," he said. Cho Chong smiled. "I will see you out there." She turned and walked out of the hall. Ron and the twins followed Harry out to the Quidditch pitch and then into the locker room for the game. Oliver Wood nodded to Harry. "Just do what you have been doing in practice, Harry. As for the rest of you, fly fast and hard. We'll win this thing," Wood said confidently. Harry nodded as he slipped his wand into a leather wand holster and adjusted it on his left forearm. He wanted it right where he could get to it at a moment's notice. He drew in a breath and sank down into meditation for a moment to calm his nerves and to clear his mind of everything. Now he was ready. The team led by Wood walked out onto the field and met the Ravenclaws in the middle. Both captains shook hands and then the balls were released. As soon as they were, everyone scattered and took to the air. Harry quickly rose to a spot above the game. He flew lazy 8 patterns while watching for the snitch. He noticed that Cho Chong was doing the same just a bit below him. Harry nodded and turned to look for the snitch. Then suddenly there it was. Harry forced himself to relax and not go after it just yet. Chong, however, spotted it and took off after it. Harry sighed and waited for them to come back in his direction, which they did. Harry gently cut her off and blasted off at a high rate of speed after it. Then he lost it in the sun. He silently cursed to himself and slowed down. He glided around the pitch as he listened to Lee Jordan's comments and Professor McGonagall's angry complaints at Lee's calling duties. Shutting it out, he turned his head just at the right moment and spotted the snitch glittering at the other end of the field. Harry went from 0 to 70 from nearly a standing still start. Cho Chong was just a few seconds behind Harry as he went for the gold. He was just about to touch the snitch when a bludger appeared out of nowhere. In the few seconds it took Harry to barrel roll to the left to avoid the bludger, the snitch disappeared. The crowd groaned at the miss as Harry slowed down and pulled up, Cho Chong next to him. Good try, Harry, she nodded and then went in a separate direction. Harry had to smile. Now that was what he considered a good show of sportspersonship. Too bad Slytherin can't be like that, he thought. He turned his attention back to the game and cruised at a high altitude, watching for the snitch. This time he found it much quicker. He blasted off after it, chasing it into Ravenclaw territory, with Cho on his tail once more, and then drawing up almost even. Harry heard her exclaim suddenly and he glanced at the edge of the stands. 3 Dementors were making their way onto the field. Harry didn't hesitate. He drew his wand quickly and flicked it at the 3 hooded horrors and yelled, Expecto Patronum. Harry didn't stop. He slid his wand back into the holster and then reached out to the snitch. He managed to get the tips of his fingers around the tiny golden ball and then into his hand. He waved it joyously as he flew a victory lap around the stadium, and then invited Cho Chong to join in a lap around the stadium. He saw the beaming face of Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick as they passed the teacher's box. When he landed, his teammates and housemates mobbed him. That was a very well done, Patronus, Lupin's voice said. 20 points to Gryffindor. However, the Dementors were not the genuine articles. Harry and the Gryffindor house followed Lupin over to where the 3 Dementors were. Harry had to grin as he saw Malfoy, Goyle, Crabbe, and Flint trying to get out of the heavy long black robes. McGonagall stood over them with fury in her eyes. Gryffindor house let go with a mighty victory cheer. Party! George Weasley yelled out. Gryffindor house did party long into the night. The party finally ended around 1 in the morning when McGonagall showed up and demanded that everyone go to bed. Harry settled down into bed and closed his privacy curtains. He was dreaming about running through the Forbidden Forest when he heard Ron scream out. He leapt out of bed and found Ron sitting up in his bed, the privacy curtains torn from one side. Amid the commotion, Harry thought he heard the dormitory door slam shut. Ron! Harry yelled. Sirius Black! Ron yelled. With a knife. Trying to kill me. Seamus blinked. What? You were dreaming, Weasley. Too much food, someone else said. Harry examined the curtains. They had been slashed and torn. He turned and sprinted down the stairs, people coming out of their rooms at the sound of Harry racing past. Hello! Cried out George, are we keeping the party going? Harry looked around the Commons room before everyone got there. Aside from the fire and the party trash, the Commons room was empty. People started milling around, repeating what Ron had said. All right, Percy said as he swept into the room, pinning his head boy badge onto his pajamas. What in hell is going on? Percy, Sirius Black was in our dormitory, and he tried to kill me with a knife. Ron spluttered. Percy glowered at Ron. That's utter nonsense. Stop telling lies, Ronald Weasley. McGonagall arrived in time to hear what Ron had said and Percy's response. Before she could step in, Harry turned to Percy with fire in his eyes and a very angry look on his face. People backed up quickly. Never ever accuse me, Ron, or any Gryffindor of lying ever again, Mr. Weasley, Harry said in the coldest voice never heard before. Not only did the temperature in the room drop, but people shivered in fear, even McGonagall. She made a note to talk to Harry later. I am not lying, Ron roared, breaking the spell in the room. There was a man standing over me with a knife in his hands. McGonagall turned and went outside to talk to the batty knight in the portrait. Sir Cadogan, did you let a man into the Gryffindor Tower tonight? She asked him point blank. Certainly, dear lady. The knight smiled. He had the entire week's passwords on a little piece of paper. McGonagall walked back into Gryffindor Commons with Dumbledore behind her. Which foolish person wrote the passwords down and then left the piece of paper lying around? She demanded. Harry saw Neville start to tremble in fear. He walked over to the younger boy and put his hand on Neville's shoulder. His thumb rested on the major vein going up the right side of the neck and it was racing very fast. Harry located a nerve center and began to slowly massage it, trying to get Neville to calm down. I'm sorry, he whimpered. Harry nodded. It's okay. Neville, no real harm done. Harry got Neville to sit down in an armchair and in a moment, got him relaxed. Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall, would you come up and take a look at the scene? Harry asked. Ron comes with us. Why go after me? Ron asked as they stood there surveying the damage. You were closest to the door, Harry said. Second reason is that he didn't know which bed I was in because the beds aren't marked. Dumbledore nodded. 20 points for a good deduction. This does change things. That it does, sir. Perhaps it would be a good idea to set a portrait in here so a team of volunteers can keep watch at night, Harry suggested. I'll personally see to it in the morning, McGonagall said. Harry nodded and looked at his watch. For now I'll sit up for the next 2 hours. I can have Percy Weasley sit in here for the rest of the night, McGonagall said. I rather you didn't, Harry said, shaking his head. I have my reasons. McGonagall nodded. Very well, Harry. In that case, I will have a long discussion with him about his behavior. A number of things did happen the next morning. Sir Cadogan was fired and taken back to his lonely place on the 7th floor landing. The fat lady returned once Dumbledore promised her protection. The front doors were shown a picture of Black and taught to recognize him. Filch was seen a lot more in the main corridors, and a lot more staff and teachers began appearing in the hallways between classes. Harry began to wonder just how much longer this was going to continue. He was getting tired of being constantly watched. Ron, however, became an instant celebrity, playing it up as long as people hung onto him to hear the story. Harry decided there was no harm in that, knowing that in time people would go on to the next bit of wild gossip in the castle. Hedwig brought Harry a note at lunch. It turned out to be from Hagrid. Harry had forgotten about Hagrid in all the excitement. Hermione, Ron, I've just a note from Hagrid. He's invited us down for a bit of tea later this evening, right after the dinner hour. He'll come for us in the main entry, Harry said, showing them the note. Hermione nodded. I'll bring my notebook for Hagrid. I've been looking up some things for him. Hermione was looking very tired once more and Harry was beginning to worry. He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. I am sure he'd appreciate your efforts, dear. Hopefully they will help, Harry said as she smiled. I know they will, she said. Harry had the strangest feeling that things would start happening real soon. They met Hagrid in the foyer in front of the great doors and he seemed rather distant. Once they got to his hut he pushed a piece of parchment across the table at them. Ron picked it up and read out loud. It was a notice to appear before the Dangerous Creatures Committee in regards to Buckbeak. I'll look up stuff in the library for his defense, Hermione volunteered. Hagrid smiled. Appreciate it, Hermione. I need all the help I can get. I'll have something for you by the end of the week, she said, and Harry knew she would, too. Hagrid hugged her tight. Thanks for being a friend. Hagrid walked them back up to the school and Hermione headed up to the library. Harry was hoping she wasn't biting off too much again. He sighed and went in search of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. It wasn't until late Friday afternoon that Hermione approached Harry. She looked like she'd been crying. She handed Harry and Ron a letter and both of them read it. Hagrid had lost his case and now Buckbeak would be executed. Harry felt a surge of anger at Malfoy. He knew the blonde-headed Slytherin was doing what he could to rattle Harry. He reached out and hugged Hermione close to him as Ron crumpled up the note in anger. Both boys raised their heads when they heard Malfoy's voice coming towards them. Harry reached deep inside and brought out some of that anger. Before Malfoy could say anything, Harry directed the anger he felt at Malfoy. Malfoy watched Harry's eyes slowly turn from emerald green to blood red, scaring him and the other Slytherins with him. All of them slunk away without saying anything. No appeal, Hagrid said. Won't do any good knowing Lucius Malfoy can and will buy off anybody and everybody to get his way. He said this as Draco Malfoy passed him by on the way back to the castle one afternoon after class. The blonde whirled around. Can you prove that? He snarled. Don't have to, boy, Hagrid said, as calm as anything. Everybody knows your family is a bunch of crooks. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Watch what you say, you peasant farmer. Keep up that yapping and you'll end up as dead as Potter's dear beloved parents. 100 points from Slytherin for threatening a teacher. Malfoy. Percy's voice floated down to them. Everyone turned to see Percy standing there with a snarl on his face as he stood over Malfoy, arms crossed. The Slytherins protested as the Gryffindors grinned. Harry just shook his head as he walked away with Hermione and Ron beside him. Malfoy sure keeps proving my theory about foot-in-mouth syndrome being incurable, Harry said. He keeps that up and Slytherin House is going to end up hating him, Ron observed as he opened a bottle of water. Our Snape finds a way to chop us down 100 points, Harry said. You know, this war between Slytherin House and Gryffindor House is getting really old. There's got to be a way to end it before somebody really gets hurt. Good luck trying, Hermione said. That's something easier said than done. The three friends walked inside the castle and headed to the hall for lunch. Sitting down at the table, Harry checked the schedule. Charms is next, he said. Good, Ron said. I like that class. Harry nodded. Professor Flitwick is definitely one of the best teachers. Hermione grinned. Harry noted that she was starting to look tired again and started to wonder what she was doing. He decided not to push the issue right then and would take it up with her later. He turned to his lunch and ate a simple fare of pickled vegetables, broiled fish, brown rice, and chicken. Once lunch was done, the three friends headed up the stairs to Charms' class. Ron and Harry walked into class together and sat down at their usual spot. Ron suddenly realized that Hermione wasn't there with them. Harry, where's Hermione? He asked. Harry looked around and realized Hermione hadn't walked in with them. She was right behind us. Unfortunately, there wasn't time to worry about her. Flitwick had entered the classroom and started the lesson, teaching cheering charms. The lesson was timely, the mood in the classroom having gotten lighter as a result of the practical. After the class, Ron and Harry went looking for Hermione. They found her in the commons room asleep on top of an open book. Harry nudged her gently. Hermione, he said softly. Wake up, honey. Hermione lifted her head and blinked her eyes. What? You apparently came up here and fell asleep. You missed Charms' class, Harry informed her. Hermione paled. Oh no, she cried. I'll have to go and see him. Tell him I'm sorry for missing his class. Harry sat down next to her. Hermione, you're taking on way too much. Please slow down. I don't want to see you get sick. You need to pace yourself. Hermione smiled at Harry. Okay. What class do we have next? Ron looked at his schedule. Oh joy, we have divination next. God, how many Grimms can that woman predict in one day? Harry smiled. At least she can be entertaining. Hell, I must have died a dozen times since the school year started. For someone who should have died a dozen times since the school year started, you sure are looking very healthy, Harry, Lee Jordan quipped as he walked past. The Gryffindors that were present burst into laughter. Hermione grinned as she picked up her book bag and joined them in going out the door. Harry waved his hand in front of his face, trying to keep the heavy scented fog from his face. Oh yes, just as I predicted. Heavy fog in North Tower in late afternoon, he said, getting a round of laughs from everybody, including the Slytherins. Trelawney suddenly appeared, sweeping past Harry and ignoring him. Welcome all, she said. Do take your places. Harry noticed crystal balls at each table. He guessed that they were going to start gazing into them next. As you all may have noticed, there are crystal balls at each table. The fates kindly informed me that now was the time to start crystal ball gazing. They may appear on your exams, she said grandly. Hermione looked furious. She had finally reached the end of her rope with the woman. Trelawney turned to look at her. It is now very obvious to me that you do not have the gift, my dear. Just as well, Hermione snapped, getting up and grabbing her book bag. I'd given up on this class anyway. She walked out the door and Harry grinned. There were so many times that one could predict the Grim, and Hermione finally had enough of it. Professor. Lavender suddenly called out. It was Granger you saw leaving the class at the beginning of the year, wasn't it? Trelawney smiled. Yes, my dear, you are quite correct. I did foresee her leaving us. It was obvious from the start she didn't have the gift. It took a lot of effort on Harry's part not to jump up and wipe smirk of the lady's face. It's only a few weeks left, Ron. We can survive the class, Harry whispered. Ron turned to Harry. Easier said than done, Harry. Harry sighed and turned his attention to the ball in front of him. The Easter holidays were no fun at all. All of the teachers were piling on the work now that the exams were weeks away. Add to that Quidditch practice, and Harry was constantly exhausted. The only time he ever got any peace was when he was in his daily meditation. It became something eagerly looked forward to, because when he finished it he felt more energized than he would have gotten from 12 hours worth of sleep. Saturday nights after midnight was the only time Harry could go walkabout in the castle, working on his evade and escape tactics with Tino. There was something about taking a dive off the railing on the 5th floor and free falling down 2 flights before catching something to stop. It was times like this that he could really feel the magic flowing through the castle. He wondered if it had something to do with the new powers he was discovering. One afternoon Harry discovered he could change his appearance at will without using the Polyjuice potion or Glamoury spells. He'd gone to his training room and added the information to the wall, a list he was writing and keeping of unusual things that was happening to him. He had added wandless magic to it long ago. The match with Slytherin House was coming up. The Slytherins stepped up their harassment of Harry, trying everything from deliberately trying to trip him to outright verbal abuse. Harry ignored it all, making the Slytherins even more determined to shake him up. Snape was no help, standing back and watching the attacks with a smirk on his face. Harry let it all slide off his back, giving the impression he wasn't bothered by them. What a bunch of little juvenile children. He huffed as he walked away from Pansy Parkinson and her friends the night before the match. I would think your mothers would have taught you all to behave better. Harry gave Snape a stare that would have peeled the polish of the nearest suit of armor as he walked by him. Snape snarled in anger at the deliberate insult Harry had delivered. The Gryffindors that were present rolled in the hall with side-shaking laughter. Snape turned on his heel and stormed off as Pansy and her friends followed him in tears. Harry sighed as he walked into the Commons room and sat down in a chair by the fire. The stress level in the room was so thick Harry would have no trouble chopping it up with an axe. The portrait opened up and McGonagall walked in. She sat down in a chair next to Harry. People in the room went quiet and turned to her. The match is tomorrow. I sincerely hope the team will be able to beat the Slytherins. I would love the opportunity to wipe that ugly smirk of Professor Snape's face permanently. All I ask is that you people play fairly and do not use dirty tactics. Harry, I would advise holding back until we are at least 80 points ahead. That would guarantee us both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. Beware of Malfoy, he may try anything and everything to stop you. That goes for the rest of the team. I know for a fact that Gryffindor House will have many supporters out there tomorrow. Good luck to all of you, she said. Now off to bed, all of you. Harry was up at the usual time, going for his 5-mile run and doing his usual workout in his training room. Lupin stopped in just as Harry finished his workout. There you are, Harry. Good to see you getting ready for the match, he said. Harry looked up. Good morning, Professor Lupin. Ready for the day? He smiled. Wouldn't miss this for the world. The school is hyped up for the match. No doubts about that, Harry said. Tino and I have been asked by Dumbledore to escort the Gryffindor team down to breakfast and then to the locker room, Lupin said. He doesn't want anything happening between both teams. Hagrid volunteered to help as well. Sprout and 2 other teachers will escort the Slytherin team down as well. Then let's get back to the Commons room, Harry said. Harry slipped into the Commons room before Lupin, Hagrid, and Tino showed up. When Ron and Harry came down, Lupin was giving Neville a quick lesson in throwing a defense shield spell as Tino was explaining the difference between soccer and rugby. Before long the Commons room filled up. Lupin nodded as Percy appeared. Okay. Everyone listen up. Follow me down. Not a word to the Slytherins. You don't need any points taken off, which would put more stress on the team. Everyone behind me then, Lupin said and then led the way out the portrait. Percy seemed to be pissed off at not being out in front and for once Harry was glad of that. Truth be told he was getting tired of Percy's attitude and he knew the rest of Gryffindor House shared the same opinion. Arriving in the hall for breakfast, Harry breathed a sigh of relief as the other tables stood and gave the Gryffindors a huge ovation. That clearly told Harry which side the other houses were on. A moment later Slytherin House entered the hall. They were soundly booed. Harry noted the look of anger on the faces of the Slytherin team. He had the feeling the game was going to be a very physical one. This is going to be a fun match, Harry observed. That turned into an understatement, as Harry was quick to discover. Harry was using all of his flying ability to keep away from Malfoy and the Bludgers. He maintained a high altitude above the players as he searched for the snitch. Malfoy was taking great delight in playing with his head, diving and taking off every few minutes, making Harry think Malfoy had seen the snitch. Harry had finally had enough, so he sat up above the game, reaching out with his feelings after slipping into Getsumi no Michi to keep track of the snitch. Harry decided he could play the same game as Malfoy and started racing around the pitch, rolling, diving, going up, down, and making sharp turns. While it seemed to people that wasn't any sort of method to his flying, Harry actually was doing something. He was trying to protect his teammates from the Bludgers. When it looked like one made contact with Harry, he deliberately initiated the contact, nudging the Bludgers into different directions with hands, feet, and shoulders. He saved Katie Bell at the last second before one impacted her face, kept another from breaking Fred's broom in half, directed one at a Slytherin beater to keep him from knocking one in Wood's direction, and so on. He kept an eye on the scoreboard and noted that the Gryffindors were doing extremely well despite the large number of penalty shots, Oliver Wood working hard to block the hoops and paying for it every now and then. At one point Malfoy had managed to catch up to Harry and grabbed his broomstick by the twigs, yanking hard on them, making Harry slide off his broom. He had anticipated the move on Malfoy's part and back-flipped back onto his broom as he maintained a right-handed grip on the edge of the broomstick. The crowd went crazy at Malfoy's deliberate attack, and then again as Harry remounted his broom effortlessly. Harry glanced back at Malfoy as Madame Hooch declared a penalty shot in favor for Gryffindor. Malfoy's eyes were bugging out and his jaw had dropped. Harry grinned at the sight, feeling renewed in spirit. Katie Bell handed Harry the quaffle and Harry grinned, racing into the Slytherin goal. He faked out their keeper magnificently and tossed it through for the score, making the stadium erupt in excited cheers. He glanced at the scoreboard as he flew past. Gryffindor was 100 up to Slytherin. Now was the time to hunt the snitch. Harry had ignored the snitch up to this point, keeping track of it with his feelings. Now he looked for it in earnest, wanting to catch the thing and end the game. He raced through the field, turning and twisting past the players, directing the Bludgers in different directions as he did so, Malfoy hot on his tail. Then he spotted it, going up into the late afternoon sky. He flattened himself out on the firebolt, urging it onward. Suddenly he felt a tug on the broom and he knew that Malfoy was attacking him again. Before anyone could react, Harry simply let go of his broom, and reached out for the snitch with his left hand. He used his toes to maintain contact with his broom. His left hand closed around the snitch as his toes left the broom completely. His momentum carried him upward to Fred Weasley, where he took hold of Fred's broom with his right hand. There was total silence for a moment as Harry waved the snitch while hanging onto Fred's broom. Then the stadium erupted into wild and frenzied cheering and yelling. Harry had done it again. Fred brought him down to the ground where the team literally jumped on him, yelling and screaming. Wood pushed through the screaming fans and grabbed Harry and hoisted him up. As Harry was being lifted, he saw his broom float into Neville Longbottom's hands. He breathed a sigh of relief at that. The Slytherins were screaming foul but Madame Hooch would not be moved. As the team moved to the stands to receive the Quidditch Cup, Wood grabbed Harry's arm and dragged him up with him. "Help me receive it," he hollered at Harry. Harry looked at Wood. "You sure? This is your moment, your last year here." Wood grinned. "Get up here, Potter." Wood and Harry hoisted the cup over their heads and the watching throng once more went nuts. If there was ever a shining moment in his life, this was it. For the next 2 weeks, all of the Gryffindors went around with smiling faces. They'd finally conquered the feared Slytherins and they were happy about it. Even Snape's sour face couldn't dampen their spirits. Even the threat of their exams couldn't dampen their euphoria. Now that Quidditch season was out of the way, Harry turned his attention to his upcoming exams. He needed to concentrate on doing well and passing the classes. Before he knew it, the exams were just around the corner. He sat in his training room the night before, meditating. He had the strangest feeling that things were about to come to a head in the next day or two. He mentally crossed his fingers and hoped that they could get through the rest of the school year without any problems. Unfortunately, his wishes went unheard. Harry read the note in his hand with a heavy heart. The appeals were set for the 6th, last day of exams. He passed the note around to Hermione. She looked up at Harry with worry in her eyes. "What are we going to do?" she said. Harry sighed. "Hope that everything that you and Ron dug up in the library helps." "I don't suppose it's too late to dash down to Hagrid's?" Ron asked. Hermione shook her head. "Today's exams start in a few minutes." Harry turned to see a grinning Malfoy draw a finger across his throat. He envisioned Malfoy as a training dummy in his training room getting the crap kicked out of him. Harry turned to his friends. "Let's get going." During his exam with Hagrid, Harry observed the normally friendly man. It seemed like the life had gone out of him. His heart wasn't into the day's work. As Hagrid retreated back to his hut after class, Malfoy grinned maliciously. "Ah, poor little Hagrid. Crying because his playmate's head is getting chopped off," he sneered. A moment later he was on the ground, blinking in surprise and shock as blood came out of his nose. Hermione stood over him with a look of total fury on her face. "You heartless evil spawn of Satan, you foul beast, you filthy death muncher," she snarled as she trembled in anger. Nobody had seen her move, and yet she had, punching Malfoy hard in the face to knock him down. Malfoy was shaken and afraid of her right at that moment. He crawled backwards and Hermione followed him until a tree stopped him. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't turn you into worm food," she snarled as she drew her wand. Harry finally reacted, coming up behind her and taking her wand before she could react. "Not this way, Hermione. Malfoy isn't worth it, honey. We all know what a spineless jellyfish he is already. Bullies like him have no honor," Harry said. Hermione had turned around and was about to demand her wand back when Harry gently put his finger against her lips. "One day he'll trip over his single-digit IQ, provided he has one," Harry said, smiling. "Come on, we got a couple more exams to knock over." Harry escorted Hermione off as the other Gryffindors closed in around them. "That was a great punch, Hermione." Ron applauded. Harry grinned. "Definitely her best yet." Hermione blushed. "Well, he shouldn't have pissed me off." The crowd of Gryffindors laughed. They walked up to the castle as a group and then left Harry and Hermione behind as they entered the castle. Harry turned to Hermione and they sat on the low stone wall by the entry, his arms around her. They heard a slight cough from behind them and they turned to find Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, behind them with a slight smile on his face. "Ah, Harry Potter, so nice to see you again," he smiled. Harry nodded. "Nice to see you, sir. Lovely day to be outside," he said. "That it is, sir. Are you here to help Hagrid in his appeal?" Harry asked. Fudge sighed. "A bad business, Harry. I like Hagrid as much as you do, but the decision isn't mine to make. I'll do what I can." Two wizards appeared at that moment, one of them very old and the other carrying a large axe. Hermione hissed angrily at the man. He simply laughed. "Best you hold on to that tigress, young man. She's got spirit," he said, sneering. Harry moved his head from side to side, cracking his neck muscles. The man's sneer faltered. He turned and walked away in the direction of Hagrid's hut. Harry sighed and stood up. Hermione stood with him and they both walked into the castle. Two things happened during the divination exam. Harry actually saw a vision of Buckbeak alive and well. That seemed to upset Trelawney. "Oh well, my dear. It seems that you are not blessed either. No matter. You have other gifts that will serve you well," she said as she sat down in her chair. Harry nodded. "I take it a true seer is rare." Trelawney looked up. "Yes. It is something inherited, passed on through the families. Your family was great with power. You have their gifts. Use them wisely." "That I will, Professor. Thanks for a interesting class," Harry said, getting up. "It will happen tonight," the voice of Trelawney intoned suddenly. Harry turned around at the doorway, the voice so sudden, so different from what she normally used. "What?" Harry asked. She looked up. Her eyes were unfocused and glassed over. She sat rigidly in her chair, her body trembling. "The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, abandoned by his followers. His servant has been chained these 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will break free and set out to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever he was. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will set out to rejoin his master, she intoned, and then her head fell forward onto her chest. Professor, Harry called out as he reached out for her. She snapped up wide awake. Is there anything you needed, Mr. Potter? Harry blinked and backed up a step. You just said something strange, acted strange. I wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm fine, never better, she said with a wave of her hand. Off with you now. Harry jogged down the steps as his mind worked on the problem before him. He walked into the corridor where his training room was. He checked both ways before going in. He saw his friends sitting around inside. Glad you're here, Harry said, and then stopped. The faces he saw were long and glum. Ron handed him a note. Lost appeal. Buckbeak to be executed at sunset. Don't come down, Harry read out loud. He crumpled the note in his hand, feeling his anger flaring. He fought it down as he sat down next to Hermione. I'm going anyway, Harry said, his jaw set firmly. He stood up and went to the wall where the painfully thin timeline was. He picked up a pen and wrote what Trelawney had said on the wall. He stepped back and checked it over. Hermione looked up to see what Harry had written. Where did you hear that? She finally asked. Trelawney, Harry said. She freaked out and said this as I was leaving my exam. Weird thing is that I saw Buckbeak alive and well in the crystal ball. Hermione looked at Harry. Are you sure? Harry nodded. Hermione scratched her head for a moment. We go down, she said. Ron sighed. Count me in. They went down just before sunset using Harry's invisibility cloak to make sure they weren't seen. They knocked on Hagrid's door and he opened it. Harry poked his head out. Hagrid reacted. I told ya not to come. He snapped. Didn't want you to see this. The three of them slipped past Hagrid into his hut. Harry could see Buckbeak out in Hagrid's pumpkin patch munching happily on the remains of a pumpkin. Friends take care of friends and help them in time of need, Harry said to Hagrid, repeating something he remembered Master Kosho teaching him. Hagrid smiled and patted Harry on the shoulder. You are a friend, Harry. Hermione went to fix a pot of tea and as she pulled a jug out from the cupboard above the counter, she glanced inside and nearly dropped it. Ron. She squealed in joy. I found Scabbers. Ron reached for the jug and sure enough, Scabbers was at the bottom of the jug. Ron grinned as he reached in for the rat. Thank God, Ron sighed. I'm sorry, Hermione. Scabbers jerked as Ron picked him up in his hands. He got active, struggling and squeaking like crazy. As Ron struggled with his rat, he glanced out the window. Bloody hell, he exclaimed. Hagrid leaned over Ron's shoulder as he looked out the window. They're coming. Harry leapt out of his chair as Ron and Hermione headed out the door. They crouched low as not to be seen by the party that arrived. As they got closer, Harry identified each man in the party. Dumbledore led the way, with Fudge behind him and the older wizard behind Fudge. The man bringing up the rear was the Axe Man as Harry dubbed him. Once they passed out of sight, they made for the rocks behind Hagrid's hut and moved into the forest, keeping the castle in view. Hermione was shaking and Ron was starting to develop the 1,000-yard stare, something Harry had seen countless times in the village back home whenever a ninja had been in a fight. Nobody said anything. The forest had been alive earlier when they came down the path to Hagrid's hut. Now it was silent, as if everything inside of it was holding its breath. Then came the sound Harry had been dreading. The deed had been done. Hermione buried her face into Harry's shoulder and sobbed uncontrollably while Harry held her. The three of them failed to see Crookshanks and a large black dog approaching them. Hermione backed off after a moment and then Harry saw the animals coming. Unfortunately, so did Scabbers. The rat reacted, jumping out of Ron's pocket and bolting for the forest. Ron raced off after Scabbers, with the animals behind him. Harry and Hermione gave chase. Ron managed to catch Scabbers by the base of a large tree. Crookshanks leapt at Ron and Harry reached down to help Ron, but the big dog knocked Harry out of the way and grabbed Ron by the arm in his jaws and pulled him towards the tree. Harry and Hermione stood just out of the range of the wildly whipping branches. Harry recognized the Whomping Willow. How are we going to get past that? Hermione said. Crookshanks answered Hermione's question. The large cat darted in and pressed a knot on the base of the tree with both paws. The tree froze immediately. That works, Harry said as he dived towards a screaming Ron as the dog pulled him into the hole in the ground. Ron's leg somehow got caught and a loud cracking sound informed them Ron's leg had snapped. Ron obviously knew it too because they heard a long drawn out scream from him, then silence. Oh God, Hermione cried. What now? Harry adjusted the wand holder on his left forearm, checked his throwing knives, and the katana on his back. We follow them, he said with determination. Hermione followed Harry into the hole and down into a long dark tunnel. Harry drew his wand and cast the Lumos spell. Here we go again, Harry muttered. Hermione laughed nervously. Another episode to add to the memoirs. Harry turned and smiled at her, gently squeezing her hand. Then they moved forward. They climbed down into the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow and started to follow the tunnel as it turned and twisted in different directions. Harry opened his senses wide, not wanting to get caught unaware by anything. They traveled for what seemed like an hour, stopping every so often to rest. Harry wished he had thought to bring a bottle of water for Hermione. Every so often Crookshanks the cat would be seen up in front of them and they knew they were still on the right trail. Harry had seen the cat follow the huge dog and Ron into the tunnel and realized something. The dog and the cat were friends, and the cat was helping the dog in some strange way. Harry wasn't sure how the cat fit into all of this since there hadn't been any kind of indication that the cat had been helping the dog to begin with. In fact, this was the first time he'd seen the dog. He wondered if this really was the Grim that Trelawney kept going on about. He shivered and hoped it wasn't. It was the last thing he really needed. How does Crookshanks fit into all of this? Hermione finally put into words what Harry had been working on in his mind. Hell of a good question, Hermione. I just don't know. I get the feeling we will find out before the night's out, Harry said. They turned their attention back to the tunnel in front of them. Ron was scared. He was beyond scared. He tried to keep his fear under control, but that was hard to do, especially when his leg felt like it was on fire. He licked his lips, wanting the pain and the horror to stop. The dog finally pulled him up and out of the tunnel. The dog stopped for a moment and Ron made a move in an attempt to escape, but the dog put his nose right up to Ron's face and growled menacingly. That was enough to change Ron's mind about trying to run. Nice doggy. Won't run, nice doggy. Ron said, sweating profusely. He wanted this nightmare to be over quickly, to wake up and be back in his nice warm bed in the burrow, surrounded by his family. The dog grabbed hold of him once more and dragged him up the stairs and into a large room by the top of the stairs, pulling Ron onto a bare mattress. Ron collapsed onto it and sighed. He tried to make himself comfortable and he glanced up to look around the room. What he saw next terrified him even more. He watched the dog sit down on its haunches and start to change. A moment later there was a man standing there. Ron recognized him immediately. Sirius Black, he whispered, his face going pale as he shivered in fear. Sirius Black smiled at Ron. And I didn't have to show you my Wizard Express card. Ron blinked as the joke was lost on him. Sirius waved his hand and sighed. Never mind. I know your friends are behind us, so I'll wait until they arrive and then I'll explain everything. I'm sorry for breaking your leg, Sirius said. Ron nodded. That's okay. Once I get back to Hogwarts, Madame Pomfrey can fix it. She's still there. Sirius perked up. She's quite a lady. You went there? Ron asked. Before Sirius could answer, they heard a noise downstairs. Sirius backed up into a corner and drew Ron's wand out of his back pocket. Ron realized Harry and Hermione were coming. The stage was now set for the confrontation. Harry and Hermione had come up through a hole in the floorboards of what appeared to be an old house. Everywhere they looked there were long scrape marks going from the ceiling to the floor. Wallpaper was peeling off the walls. The paint was dull. There was a thick coat of dust and dirt everywhere. Harry fought the urge to sneeze. He didn't want to give away his position. He stopped to stretch out, having been bent over inside the tunnel for the longest time. He drew a throwing knife in his left hand as he maintained a grip on his wand in his right hand. Hermione had hers out. A creak was heard from over their heads, followed by a moan. Harry pointed to the stairs and motioned up. Hermione nodded and together they went up. Harry stopped at the top of the stairs and not he could feel Ron's pain. He wondered briefly if he was an empath. He'd look into it later. He turned to the right and glanced into the large room by the stairs and saw the remains of a four-poster bed. He stepped into the room and found Ron lying on the bed holding his leg, Crookshanks curled up next to him. "Ron, are you okay?" Harry asked, breaking the silence. Ron grimaced as he held his leg. "It's broken." "Where's the dog?" Hermione asked. The door closing behind them answered that question. Harry and Hermione turned to face Sirius Black standing there with a smile on his face. "Hi there," he said grandly. "Expelliarmus." Hermione and Harry's wands flew out of their hands and towards Black. Harry didn't hesitate. He threw the throwing knife perfectly, quickly. It sank into the wall right next to Sirius's head. The man slowly turned his head to see the quivering knife bare inches from his head. "Very nice, Harry. I see you learned the art of knife fighting," Sirius said. He raised Ron's wand. "Try it again and I'll deep fry you." Harry smiled, feeling fully in control. "Don't underestimate me." Sirius motioned with his wand for the two of them to stand over by Ron. "Now that the two of you are here, I can now tell the story I've been wanting to tell for the last 12 years. It involves you, Harry, your parents, the Marauders, and a filthy little rat named Peter Pettigrew." "I already know the story," Harry said, feeling himself going ice cold. "Do you now?" Sirius nodded. "Do tell." "You are the one responsible for selling out my parents," Harry said coldly. Sirius laughed. "I'm sorry, Harry, but someone told you wrong. That's not the way it went down." Blame it on someone else. You killed Harry's parents, those innocent muggles, and Peter Pettigrew. Now you're gonna do us in," Ron accused Sirius. Sirius glanced at Ron. "There's going to be only one murder here tonight, kid." That was the break Harry needed. He moved fast, slamming into Sirius and taking him down to the floor. Harry grabbed the right hand that held their wands and turned his body, raising his right foot. He initiated rabbit foot strike, giving Sirius 20 fast kicks to the right side of his face while yanking the wands out of Sirius's hand. Crookshanks immediately leapt into action, only to meet a very fast and hard right backhand as Harry backed up. The surprised look on the cat's face was comical as the large cat went flying into the far wall, coming to a stop halfway through it. Crookshanks continued to wear the shocked look as it slowly peeled away from the wall, falling face first onto the floor. Sirius blinked a few times, trying to get his bearings. Harry had his wand pointed directly at Sirius's heart. The man finally caught his breath and looked up. "Are you going to kill me, Harry?" he said softly. Harry looked down at Black. There was a dark bruise forming nicely around his right eye and the right side of his face was starting to swell. "You killed my parents," Harry said quietly. Before he had a chance to act, there was a loud noise from downstairs. As Hermione turned towards the door, it burst open, sending shards of flimsy wood everywhere. Harry flinched and that was all the time the intruder needed. The two wands in Hermione's hands and the wand in Harry's right hand flew straight to the man standing in the doorway. It was Professor Lupin. Lupin walked into the room and looked around. Then he turned to Black, who was still sprawled out onto the floor. "Where is he?" He finally spoke. Black raised his hand and pointed to Ron. Ron blinked and backed up on the bed, a round of fresh new pain making him groan and grit his teeth. Lupin walked over to Ron. "Leg broken?" he asked. Ron nodded. "He did it," he said, pointing to Black. "I am sorry for that," Black said sincerely. "Why hasn't he shown himself before now?" Lupin asked as he gazed at Ron. Then he turned to Sirius. "Don't tell me, you switched with him without telling me. If that was the case, then he's the one who sold out the Potters." He walked over and looked down at Sirius. Then he reached down and pulled Black back up to his feet and both men embraced each other. Hermione's eyes went wide with shock as Harry's jaw dropped. "I don't believe this," Hermione whispered in shock. "You, of all people. I kept your secret after I realized what you were. I trusted you," Harry said, raising his eyes to meet Lupin's. All this time you were his friend. A friend to a man who murdered my parents. Remus Lupin shivered at the sight of dark red fury in Harry's eyes. I can explain everything, Harry. Please give me a chance. I will give you that chance, Harry said, bringing Katana out from behind his back and into view. Then I will avenge my parents. Remus Lupin knew without a doubt Harry would. All right, Harry. First I'd like to hear from Hermione. I'd like to know how she figured out my secret. What secret? What in hell is he talking about? Ron demanded loudly. Professor Lupin is a werewolf, Hermione said simply. The silence hung thick in the room. Harry opened his mouth and then closed it again. Ron closed his eyes and shivered. Very good, Hermione. You are definitely a very bright witch, Lupin said with a sad smile. So now you will go and tell everyone. I should have after Snape's essay on werewolves gave me the clues I needed, she huffed. But you didn't. Why? He asked. Her answer was short and to the point. Because I respected you. Because you have taught us more than the last two Dada instructors have. Oh, Lupin asked. Harry nodded. Quirrell had Voldemort implanted on the back of his head. Lockhart was a certified loony and a pedo to boot. Lupin looked even more surprised. Last I heard he's locked up in St. Mungo's, having lost his memory completely. Ron chuckled. Long story. Black cracked a grin. I'd like to hear that one myself. But we need to concentrate on the issue at hand. Lupin looked up at Harry. For the record, I have not been helping Sirius. Here are your wands back. Lupin tossed the 3 wands back to their respective owners. Harry looked at him lying in his hand and decided to give them both a chance to explain things. Start talking, Harry demanded. Sirius moved across the room and sat down on what was a piano bench. Lupin slipped his wand back into his belt. He scratched his chin for a moment. First off, Hermione is right. I am a werewolf. I was bitten as a child and have suffered from the curse ever since. My family turned me out. Albus Dumbledore, God bless that man, offered me sanctuary and a chance to try and grow up and live a normal life. It was then that I met your parents, Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius. All of them found out my secret and did what they could to help me. Back then the Wolfsbane potion hadn't been invented yet. In our 4th year, you father, Peter, and Sirius took it upon themselves to become animagus. By then Dumbledore had bought this old house and it was used for my transformations. The Whomping Willow was planted when I was first starting here to hide the secret tunnel that was to be used by me to get into the Shrieking Shack as people called it. I hear you and Ron had quite the encounter with it in your 2nd year after flying the Weasley car into it, Lupin said. Black's eyes lit up and he roared in laughter. Oh ho! A stunt worthy of the Marauders, E.H. Lupin. Lupin smiled. A very nice entrance, Harry. Your father would have approved. Harry's mind whirled with the new information he was trying to process. Something clicked in his mind. Pafoo? He asked, imitating a baby. Sirius grinned even wider. Bravo, Harry, he cried. Ron and Hermione blinked at Harry, wondering if he'd gone mental. Remus Lupin smiled. Very good, Harry. Apparently Hermione is starting to rub off on you. That memory just came clear to me a moment ago, he said. You were one of the Marauder map writers, Padfoot. Padfoot? Ron questioned. Padfoot was his nick for his dog form, Harry said. Cute. Hermione nodded. But you aren't a true animagus, Harry said to Lupin. Your changes are influenced by the full moon. Lupin nodded. They didn't care. They considered me one of them. Moony, Hermione said suddenly. Sirius clapped. You were right, Moony. She is very intelligent. A bit of career advice. Don't work for the ministry. Your talents would be wasted there. Thanks, I think, Hermione blushed. That leaves the other 2, Harry said. Prongs and Wormtail. Crookshanks suddenly hissed and Harry glanced over to see the rat's nose poke out of Ron's pocket and then go back inside. Okay, let's move up a bit in time. Voldemort hated your parents because they were stopping him cold at every turn, catching the members of his inner circle, and in general foiling every evil plot he came up with, Lupin said. Because of the threat that Voldemort posed to your parents, they went into hiding and took you with them. Then the events of that Halloween night happened. Black took up the narrative. What Dumbledore and Lupin didn't know was that I convinced your parents to switch secret keepers. From me to a wizard named Peter Pettigrew. An error in judgment on my part. He disappeared 24 hours before the fatal attack on you and your parents. My parents died, Harry said softly, and I became the boy who lived. Lupin nodded his head sadly. Yes, I would have given anything to be there that night. I would have gladly given up my life to save your parents. Now Sirius and I have the chance to even the score. I regret it won't bring your parents back. The reason I am here was because I was watching the Marauders map to see if you would go down to Hagrid's prior to the Hippogriff execution. Imagine my surprise when I saw 4 of you instead of 3. I kept watch on the map until I saw Sirius dragging Ron into the Whomping Willow. I rushed here as fast as I could. 4. Ron exclaimed. There's just the 3 of us. Lupin smiled. 4. You, Harry, Hermione, and Peter. Scabbers tried to claw his was out of Ron's pocket at that moment. Pettigrew's dead, Harry snapped. Sirius got him 12 years ago. Scabbers managed to get out of Ron's pocket and Hermione reached out and grabbed him by the tail. Sirius laughed. Tried to. Harry. I was a little too late. Hermione stared at the rat for a few minutes. She saw the fear in the tiny beady eyes. A slow realization dawned on her. She turned to Harry. Harry, meet Peter Pettigrew, a wizard who is a legal animagus, she said. Ron blinked and then put it together. He's Wormtail. Your dad is Prongs. His form has to be a stag. Very good, Ron. Lupin nodded. Look at his paw, she said. One of the toes is missing. That's because he chopped a finger off before he blew up the street, killing those innocents before changing into a rat and escaping down the sewer, Sirius said. Harry sighed. He was one of you. Why did he turn on my parents? You can ask him after we turn him, Lupin said, raising his wand. Suddenly he felt something at the base of his neck and he turned. Standing behind him was Severus Snape with his wand pointed directly at him. Harry's first thought was what the hell was Snape doing there? Lupin didn't move as Snape poked him with his wand. Good evening, Lupin, Snape hissed. So nice of you to have captured Black for me. I'll drag the both of you up to the castle and let the Dementors have a go at you both, Black for being a killer and you for being a traitor. Harry turned to Snape. You have it all wrong. Black and Lupin aren't traitors. Shut up, boy, Snape roared. I am so tired of your mouth. Hermione stepped up. Harry's telling the truth. Keep quiet, woman, Snape roared, his eyes bulging. Hermione retreated to the bed where Ron was. Harry felt himself go icy calm once more. Snape had not yet seen Harry's katana, so Harry made it disappear. It would not do to be holding katana when he made his move against Snape. He looked up at the man. You have finally crossed the line, Harry said softly. I have had enough of you, Snape. You insult me. You insult my girl. You insult my family, Clan Potter. I will deal with you later. Harry turned his back on Snape and looked at Ron. How's the leg? Hurts, Harry, Ron hissed. I'll live. Snape chuckled. You talk mighty big for a little runt, Potter. As for you, Lupin, I am so glad I was the one to catch you consorting with a known murderer. I am so going to enjoy watching the Dementors key you. Severus, if you'll give us a chance to explain, Lupin started. He got no further as Snape waved his wand and rope sprang out of nowhere and bound Lupin tight, even covering his mouth. Sirius sprang up from the floor but never made it. You filthy greasy death muncher, Black hissed. Snape smirked. 2 more for Azkaban tonight, I should think. Just long enough to send you around the bend before the Dementors have their fun. Harry made his decision immediately. He went to the door and blocked it. All of us are going up to the castle, Snape. The rat, Sirius, and Lupin will be handed over to Dumbledore. He is the one who will have the final say in all of this, Harry said calmly. Get out of the way, Potter. You're in enough trouble as it is. You're lucky I came along at the right time to save your skin. You should be bowing and scraping the floor thanking me, Snape said. Harry sighed. So you think. Professor Lupin and Sirius could have killed me 100 times by now and they haven't. Doesn't that tiny little fact make any sense inside your pea brain, provided you actually have a brain inside that empty head of yours? How dare you talk to me like that? Snape roared in fury, losing all control. Get out of the way or I will make you. Harry started to move and then suddenly changed direction, twisting his body completely to the right, putting everything he could into a right cross. He lifted Snape right off his feet and through the wall, the man landing on his head first in the hallway next to the railing. A dead silence descended on the room. Lupin's eyes were popping out. Sirius's jaw had dropped as his eyebrows disappeared into his shaggy hair. Hermione had her mouth covered with both hands. Ron tried to speak, and the rat had a look of utter joy and happiness on his face. Man, that felt good, Harry exclaimed as he rubbed his knuckles. Been wanting to do that since day one. Sirius brought his hands up to his face and his body began to shake as Harry's katana made quick work of the ropes holding Lupin. Everyone stared at Sirius as he leaned backwards, his face red, his eyes closed, and his mouth wide open. He then burst into peals of laughter as he pounded the top of the piano. A moment later Lupin joined in, Ron behind him a second later, and the Hermione giggled. The rat was holding onto its sides, mouth wide open and squeaking loudly. Harry just grinned. Well, nobody be in a hurry to thank me, Harry quipped. That set them off once more. Sirius was the first to stop and catch his breath. Well done, Harry, he cried. Moony, we must induct him into the Marauders. He is worthy of the honor. Lupin wiped his face off and grinned. I agree, and the motion is carried. Harry is now a member of the Marauders in good standing. Your father would have enjoyed seeing that, Sirius said. Harry nodded. Now you were about to prove the rat is really Peter. Everyone turned to look at the rat dangling from Hermione's hand by its tail. The eyes bugged out once more and they could see the fear in its eyes. Lupin picked up the wands and passed them out once more. On three, a quick toss in the air, Hermione, Lupin instructed. She nodded as Sirius and Lupin raised their wands, Sirius having borrowed Harry's. 1, 2, and 3, Lupin said. Hermione tossed the rat towards the bed as Lupin and Sirius waved their wands. Right before Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the rat changed from animal to a man. The man landed on the bed and immediately headed for the door. Harry stepped in front of the door to stop Peter's escape. The man cowered in front of Harry. He looked terrible. His skin was nearly pasty white, his bald head had tiny wisps of thin brown hair, and his face held hints of his rat nature. Mercy, he whispered. Sirius slapped him hard across the face. How dare you ask for mercy? Please, Peter screamed, prostrating himself at Harry's feet. Everyone looked at Harry. He was holding katana in his hand. He drew it out of the scabbard and raised it over Peter's head. Peter stared at the sight of it. Time seemed to stop in that moment. Finally Harry slid katana back into the scabbard. I refuse to stain my blade with your dirty traitorous blood, Peter. I will show you mercy. You will be taken up to the castle and handed over to Dumbledore. He will be the one to decide your fate, Harry said as the katana disappeared. Peter collapsed in relief. Thank you. Harry looked up at Sirius. You're coming too. Dumbledore will know how to get you declared innocent. Sirius smiled. Thank you, Harry. Just one last thing. Are you aware that your parents named me godfather to you? Yes, I know about that, Harry said, recalling the conversation he'd overheard between Fudge, McGonagall, and the strange lady. Ron pointed to Snape. What do we do with him? He goes up to the castle with us. I'll drop him in the infirmary, Lupin said. Harry turned to Ron and drew a short knife from inside his boot and cut open the pant leg. He shuddered at the swelling and discoloration he saw. Hermione came up to the bed with a bit of wood and some strips of cloth. My folks insisted I take a first aid class last summer, she explained. Glad they did, Harry nodded. Once we get Ron up to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey can do the rest. Gonna be a long night explaining all of this. With the both of us helping it should be easy, Lupin said as Sirius nodded. Sirius turned to Peter and cast a spell to tie him up tight. That should hold you. Lupin conjured up 2 stretchers and lifted Ron and Snape onto them. Crookshanks jumped down off the bed and led the way out the door and down the stairs. Hermione was next, followed by Ron on one stretcher. Lupin was next with Snape on his following behind. Peter was next with Sirius behind him, prodding the man with Snape's wand. Harry brought up the rear. He was glad to be leaving this place. He'd had his fill of it for quite a while. So much was going through his mind and he knew he'd need a few days to properly process it. First thing I do when all of this is over is find a bathtub and soak in it for a day at least, Harry sighed. Sounds like a plan, Sirius said. Harry grinned for a moment. That it does. We're going to turn heads when we get there, Sirius said. Lupin turned. I know a way in directly to Dumbledore's office. A secret passage I found 2 weeks ago. Cool. Harry and Sirius exclaimed. Is it on the map? Added it this morning. Lupin smiled. Almost there. Hermione called out. Harry looked up ahead and saw the entry hole beneath a large root. He watched Crookshanks dash out and a moment later heard the tree stop thrashing about. A moment later all of them were standing outside the Whomping Willow's range as it began waving its branches once more. Sirius smiled as he closed his eyes, feeling the cool night breeze blow across his face. This is heaven, he sighed. You have no idea how sweet the air tastes, being able to feel it once more. Lupin set Ron and Snape down for the moment and checked on both of them. Easy going from here on out, Ron. Hermione hugged Harry tight and he sighed. So glad this is almost over. The night sky was a bit cloudy and the only light that could be seen was the lights coming from Hogwarts. As Harry turned towards Lupin, a bank of clouds began to move away from the moon. Lupin suddenly froze as Hermione suddenly realized what was about to happen. Harry! She screamed out loud. Harry! Hermione screamed in terror. Harry spun around just in time to see the look of horror on the face of Remus Lupin as his transformation began. Sirius began patting Snape down instantly, hoping the unconscious man would have the Wolfsbane potion on him. Oh hell, he said and instantly transformed into a dog. Lupin finished his transformation a moment later and let out a fearsome howl that sent shivers up and down Harry's spine. Hermione crouched next to Ron and whimpered in fear. Harry tossed Ron his wand and turned to face Lupin. He was ready to fight if needed to. Professor, he said softly, trying to reach out to the werewolf. The beast sniffed at Harry and then snarled, crouching low. Harry slipped into Getsumi no Michi and prepared himself for battle. Before he could do anything, a big black dog flashed past him and knocked the werewolf back a few feet. Harry suddenly realized it was Sirius. He stood there and watched the pitched battle until they rolled out of sight over the hill. Harry turned around in the nick of time to see Peter grinning. See you later, Potter, he said, wiggling his fingers goodbye. Before Harry and Hermione's astonished eyes, Peter transformed back into the rat and took off before the both of them could react. Damn. Harry cussed out loud. Now what the hell do we do? He heard Sirius yelp and went down the hill just in time to see Lupin standing over Sirius. Harry picked up a rock and threw it at the werewolf, getting its attention. Harry. Hermione moved behind him. I don't think that was the right thing to do, she said as the werewolf turned to them with a feral snarl on its face. Hermione. We run, Harry said calmly. Both of them turned and ran like hell with the werewolf hot on their heels. They ran past trees and large boulders in their attempt to escape. It was luck that they found a tree that was hollowed out. Both of them slipped inside the hollowed out section and tried not to breathe too hard. Harry could hear the werewolf getting closer. Then he heard a loud snarl and knew Sirius was attacking once more. They peeked out and watched them fight. Both were moving at inhuman speeds, slashing and kicking each other. The fight moved through the trees and faded out. Harry and Hermione left their hiding place and followed the sound of the fight. They peeked around a large tree, hearing Sirius crying out in agony. Lupin was gone, but a greater horror was coming. The Dementors were coming towards them. Harry whipped his wand out, fear and the chilling cold filling him. He rushed over to Sirius and stood his ground. Expecto Patronum, Harry told her. Both of them began casting it as fast as they could, but it was no use. There was just too many of them. Sirius was the first to succumb to the Dementors. Then Hermione seemed to lose her power and she slumped to the ground, defeated. Harry reached deep into Getsumi no Michi and found new strength to hold out a bit longer. He focused on the happy memory of the first time he keyed Hermione, and for a brief moment it worked. Then they started to press in once more. Harry felt the bone-numbing cold start in once more and he lost his concentration. He started to slump down to the ground as his Patronus lost strength. Something caught his attention as a Dementor drew back its hood and reached out for Harry. The apparition was white and in the form of a stag. Eyes half closed and completely weak, Harry felt the bony hands take hold of his face. He watched the pure white stag plow through the ranks of the Dementors, causing them to disappear immediately. The Dementor leaned over Harry and then everything went black, the voice of his mother Lily screaming in his ears. Harry slowly came to in the hospital wing. He kept his eyes closed as he heard voices. It was Snape and Fudge talking. He listened to Fudge promise Snape the Order of Merlin First Class for catching Sirius and rescuing Harry and his friends. He listened to Snape lie through his teeth about everything that happened and telling the man what he thought happened, and not what he had seen or heard inside the shrieking shack. Harry inwardly groaned and slapped himself. Snape had done it good this time. He managed to really screw everything up. Their stories of catching Peter Pettigrew were a story that Black managed to plant and confuse them with. He had them bewitched with the Confundus charm, no doubt. I thought better of that boy and there he was, consorting with a werewolf and a convicted killer. That boy has always thought himself to be better than us, breaking rules whenever he felt like it and influencing others to do the same, Snape said. That was enough to piss Harry off. He got out of bed and walked up to the two men. Get back into bed, Potter, Snape snapped. This conversation does not concern you, it is between the minister and me. Not where my godfather Sirius Black is concerned, Harry said coldly. You got the events all wrong. Harry saw the fury in Snape's face. How dare you call me a liar? Harry drew himself up to his full height and looked Snape directly in the eyes. I dare. Live with it. Harry then turned to a surprised Fudge as Hermione came up behind Harry. Black is innocent. Peter Pettigrew is alive and well. He was Ron's pet rat for nearly 12 years. Why, I have no idea. I think it was so Voldemort or his followers wouldn't chase him down. Peter Pettigrew was my parents' secret keeper. Sirius and Peter switched at the last moment and never told anybody. A likely story, Snape sneered. Both of you are clearly still under the influence of Black's Confundus charm. Now Severus, these kids have been through a very traumatic time. They need to rest. We can sort them out later, Fudge said calmly. It's obvious they are disturbed in their minds. Harry grit his teeth in anger. We are not disturbed in our minds. I am telling the truth. Snape has it all wrong. Potter, you will be silent, Snape hissed. Harry stared deep into Snape's eyes. No, I will not. Albus Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey chose that moment to make their respective appearances. She drew herself up to her full height and stormed down the room to where everybody was standing. I must insist that everyone leaves right now, she roared. Everyone blinked at her. Madame Pomfrey could be intimidating when she needed to. Severus, Fudge, please go up to my office. I'll join you once I have spoken to Potter, Weasley, and Granger, Dumbledore said calmly. I suppose Black spun the same tale for you that he managed to plant in their empty heads, Snape snarled. Dumbledore looked at Snape over his glasses. I have been to see Black, yes. Now I wish to speak to them, he said, motioning to them. Doesn't my evidence count for anything? Snape whined. Severus, Dumbledore said softly. With a snarl of anger and a swish of his cloak, Severus Snape stormed out of the hospital wing with Fudge behind him. Albus turned to Madame Pomfrey. All I need is just a few minutes and then they will get into bed. I will lock the doors myself so they will remain safely inside for the rest of the night, he said. Madame Pomfrey nodded. Very well, Headmaster. She turned and went back into her room. Dumbledore turned to Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Immediately all three began talking, but Dumbledore raised his hand to stop them. Please listen to me very carefully. Time is of the essence. Consider this. The word of three 13-year-old students against the word of an adult professor will not carry much weight. Add to that the facts that Sirius allegedly attacked Mr. Weasley. Then there is the evidence that Black was the one who blew up a street in a Muggle town and killed 13 Muggles. I myself have given evidence that Sirius was the secret keeper for the Potters. Understand this though. I do believe the three of you. I have no doubts that what you want to tell me is the truth. Now, having said that, it is very possible to save more than one life tonight. Miss Granger holds the key to that, Dumbledore said with a slight smile on his face. Hermione looked puzzled for a moment and then realization dawned over her. Oh. Dumbledore smiled. 3 turns, Miss Granger and no more. Sirius is being held in Professor Flitwick's office, the 13th window in the West Tower. It is now 5 minutes to midnight. I shall lock you inside the hospital wing now. Good luck. Harry watched the old man stride to the doors and close them behind him. The sound of the lock turning was quite loud in the room. Harry turned to Hermione. 3 turns of what? Harry asked her. Hermione reached into her shirt and brought out a long gold chain and draped it around Harry's neck. A time turner, she explained. I'll explain much later. Harry nodded as she turned it 3 times. The room suddenly lurched and began to spin at a high rate of speed. Harry had the sensation of flying and then a moment later felt his feet hit firm ground. He blinked in the late afternoon sun that was just starting to set. We need to hide, Hermione said. Harry grabbed her hand and pulled her out the doors of the castle and to the right of the doors. He flicked his wand at a small water fountain and the fountain moved forward a few feet. He pulled her around it and into the backside of it, revealing a secret room. Hermione's eyes got big as the fountain moved back into place. Harry, what? She started to ask as he ran to a trunk. He opened it and pulled out 2 bags. Come on, we got to get changed. Changed into what? She asked as she turned around to find Harry stripping down to his boxers. Ninja suit, he said, pulling the black pants up his legs. Hermione reached for the other black bag and a thick curtain of fog popped out of nowhere. She realized it was so she could change. A moment later she joined Harry at the back of the fountain. He carried a larger bag and pushed it into the bushes next to the fountain as it slid back into place. Harry peeked out and saw themselves and Ron heading down to Hagrid's. This has got to be weird, Harry said. Seeing yourself walking around. Let's follow, Hermione said. Harry nodded and they moved out. They stayed behind rocks and trees all the way down to Hagrid's hut while Harry went over in his mind what Professor Dumbledore meant by more than one life could be spared, and then it hit him. Buckbeak. He grinned. I got a plan, he smiled. Hermione sighed. I hope it works. They crouched down behind one of the huge pumpkins in Hagrid's garden. Now what? Hermione asked. We wait, Harry said. The ministry people haven't arrived yet. They show up, look at Beaky, and then go inside. That's when we make our move. The sound of Hermione's scream from inside startled Harry. You found Scabbers, Harry realized. Boy was Ron happy. Hermione smiled faintly. The back door opening alerted them. They risked a look over the giant pumpkin and saw themselves disappearing underneath the invisibility cloak, and then Harry heard voices. He looked to see Dumbledore and the ministry people coming. McNair, he whispered, recognizing the man. Hermione nodded. They watched the man stop before Beaky and give it a nasty smile. Hermione shivered in her shoes. Definitely an unfriendly fellow, she said. They watched the party of 4 men knock on Hagrid's door and enter, Dumbledore being the last. He hesitated for a moment and then went in, closing the door behind him. Harry sighed in relief. Now we go. They moved quickly around the pumpkin and up to Beaky. Hermione quickly grabbed a bunch of dried meat off one of the racks Hagrid had set up on the edge of the pumpkin patch as Harry went up to it. Harry bowed in the Japanese fashion and Beaky bowed back. Harry worked quickly at the knot and pulled it free. Come on, Buckbeak, Harry called to it softly. It hesitated for a moment until Hermione waved a strip of dried meat at it. It practically dragged Harry through the pumpkin patch to get the meat from Hermione. Once they were inside the trees, Harry breathed easier. Okay. Part 1 done. Now comes the really hard part, the waiting, Harry said as they caught their breaths. They raised their heads at the sound of the front door opening, and then McNair yelling. Hermione hugged Harry in joy. Harry turned and kissed her on the cheek. Okay. Now we move further back into the forest, close to the Whomping Willow, tie up Buckbeak someplace and watch things happen, Harry decided. As they moved deeper into the forest, Harry heard the voices of the committee members going back up to the castle. Things were quiet for a bit until Hagrid lurched into view, his face going red from the alcohol he was consuming. They watched him stop, raise the jug to the sky, bellow out a toast to Beaky, and then tip the jug back for a long drink. I hope he doesn't get too drunk, Hermione said. He's happy, Harry said. He thinks Beaky broke away and ran away. A few minutes later, Lupin came racing down to the Whomping Willow and grabbed a thick branch to freeze the tree. He went down the hole immediately. We missed ourselves going in, Harry sighed. One more to go, and then we settle into wait, Hermione said. Harry lifted his head at the sound of racing footsteps 5 minutes later. Right on time, our favorite greasy git, Harry snarled. Easy, Harry, Hermione said, rubbing his shoulders. He's blinded by his own prejudices. I know, Harry sighed as they made themselves comfortable. Hermione passed to Harry a bottle of water after she took a long drink. Harry took a long drink and then put the cap back on. Harry, you were telling me about the Patronus you saw. To have been cast clearly and in a solid shape had to have been very advanced magic, Hermione said. I thought I saw. My dad cast it. I wasn't too sure. Everything was so crazy. I did see the outline of the person as I was blacking out, Harry said. Hermione put her arms around Harry and hugged him, trying to comfort him. Nearly an hour later, Harry heard rustling sounds coming from the Whomping Willow. He sat up and looked just in time to see Snape's body float up out of the ground. That's got to be so weird, Harry commented. Definitely, Hermione said. They watched as the rest of the group came up, watching themselves start to walk towards the castle. Harry stood up and stretched, working the kinks out of his muscles. The clouds started to move away from the moon and Harry knew that Lupin would start to change any moment now. As soon as Harry started to move, Lupin started his transformation. He watched as Peter transformed back into the rat and take off into the forest as Sirius turned back into his dog form. The fight between dog and werewolf got started. Harry suddenly realized this wasn't the best place to be. Hermione, we got to move right now, Harry said. We need to take Buckbeak with us. Where to? She asked. Hagrid's hut, Harry said. He'll be safe there for the time being. Hagrid's still up at the school. They got off the ground and led Buckbeak back to Hagrid's hut. Once inside, Buckbeak sighed and settled down by the fire for a nap. Harry turned to Hermione. You're going, aren't you? Hermione guessed. Harry nodded. I need to find out, Hermione. I need to know what happened after I passed out and who threw the Patronus. Be careful, she begged. Harry smiled and leaned towards her and Ed her. I will. Harry adjusted his katana and wand before slipping out the door. He raced into the forest in the direction he knew that Sirius, Hermione, and himself had gone before. He moved his way around the edge of the small lake and watched as Sirius collapsed. He watched as Hermione and himself wage war against the Dementors, only to fail badly. Come on, Dad, Harry swore. The one was getting closer and closer to Harry, almost to the point of no return. Then it hit him. It wasn't his dad he'd seen. It was himself. Harry stood up and walked calmly out into the open. He pulled his wand out and sank deeply into Getsumi no Michi. Expecto Patronum, he called out. He felt his wand tremble. He opened his eyes to see a solid form erupt from the end of his wand. It was a pure white stag. Harry watched it with a smile and it dropped its head and charged. Harry never knew Dementors could scream, but these did. The stag went racing through their ranks, dropping them left and right, disrupting their hold over Sirius, Hermione, and Harry's bodies. Once the Dementors were gone, the stag came trotting right back up to Harry and stopped in front of him and bowed its head. Dad, Harry whispered, in awe at the stag. I believe. It faded out before Harry could reach out and touch it. He felt a presence behind him and he turned around to see Hermione standing there with tears in her eyes. Harry, that was, words failing her. Harry moved to her and gently guided her around the tree. Can't let Snape see us. He held her in his arms as Snape came storming out of the trees. Got you now, Black. Snape crowed. He cast ropes around Black and then conjured up stretchers for all three of them and left. Harry took a deep breath and let it out slowly. All right, back to Hagrid's hut. That should give him ample time to reach the castle. Then another half hour to let everyone settle down. They raced back to Hagrid's hut, keeping Snape and the four stretchers in sight. They slipped into the back door and sighed. Hermione went to the window and watched Snape enter the castle with the four stretchers. She turned back to Harry. So now what? She asked. Simple. Harry grinned. We fly Beaky up to Flitwick's office, break him out, and the both of them fly off into the moonlight. Both of them are free and alive. Hermione's eyes brimmed with tears. Harry, that's brilliant. Harry smiled. Perfect. I love it when a plan comes together. Hermione giggled as they settled down to wait. They shared the rest of the bottle of water as Hermione sat by the window and watched. Harry checked his Swiss Army dive watch. The luminous dial informed him of the time. 11:15, he said. Hermione glanced up at the castle and saw McNair racing out of the doors. McNair. He's gone for the Dementors. Let's go, Harry said, grabbing the rope attached to Beaky's collar. He used the end of the rope to tie it to the other side of the collar to make reins and helped Hermione get on. He swung up and trotted Beaky out of the hut. Hang on, Harry warned as he gently tapped Beaky's sides with his heels. Beaky galloped a few feet and then spread his wings and took to the sky. Hermione fought back the urge to scream as they rose up into the air. Harry steered the hippogriff towards the west tower. He had an idea which window he needed, having counted them off earlier. He looked down and hoped nobody was there. That window, Harry called out to Hermione, pointing to it. She immediately cast Alohomora at the window and it popped open. A surprised Sirius Black poked his head out as Harry guided Beaky close. Get on, he yelled. McNair's gone for the Dementors. Sirius paled and quickly climbed on. Harry steered Beaky to the top of the tower and landed. Harry slid off first and then Hermione. You've got to go, Harry urged. You can't get caught. Harry, what? Sirius fumbled for words. 10 minutes to midnight, Hermione said, having grabbed Harry's wrist to check the time. You gotta go. Sirius sadly shook his head. You really are your father's son, Harry. With that, he tapped Beaky's sides with his heels and the hippogriff took to the air. They stood and watched it fly out of sight. Harry, we gotta get back to the hospital wing. She cried out. Harry turned to the trap door and pulled it open. Both of them climbed down and inside, securing the trap door behind them. They raced down the spiral staircase and stopped just in time to hear Snape and Fudge talking as they passed. He'll get the key. Immediately. Snape asked. Fudge mopped his sweaty face off with a hanky. As soon as McNair gets them. This whole business has been stressful. I'll be pleased to announce it to the press in the morning. Naturally, you'll tell your story, and once Potter is back in his right mind, he can tell exactly how you saved him. They continued walking and turned a corner. Be a very cold day in hell when I call Snape a hero, Harry snarled. They raced down the stairs and down a hall. Harry recognized the hall. My training room, he said as they heard Peeves coming. They raced inside Harry's training room just in the nick of time. Harry opened a closet and pulled out clothes for Hermione and tossed them to her. She dashed behind a screen and quickly changed into them while Harry did the same. Dirty them up a little, he said as he checked the hall. Hermione cast the spell as they raced for the hospital wing. They turned the corner after racing up the stairs and saw Dumbledore's back as he closed the doors. Well? He asked, his eyes twinkling merrily. Harry managed to catch his breath. Done deal. Dumbledore beamed. Now inside, and to bed. They stepped inside as Dumbledore closed the doors and locked them. Harry and Hermione sighed and hugged each other. Ron looked at them puzzled. Later, Ron. Trust us, Harry said as he and Hermione climbed into separate beds. The adventure was over. Beaky and Sirius were alive and well. Harry wondered if he would see the man again and hoped so. He turned over and went to sleep. Harry had barely closed his eyes when a loud crash woke him up. He sprang out of bed with wand in hand and saw a very angry Snape bearing down on his with Fudge trying to keep up. Snape grabbed Harry by the front of his t-shirt and started to shake him violently. Where is he? Where is Black? Snape roared in anger. I know you had something to do with his escape. Professor Snape, please. The children have been through a traumatic experience. Fudge pleaded, a horrified expression on his face. Potter helped Black escape. Snape screamed into Harry's face as he shook him once more. I want to know where he is. Harry reacted, trying to pull away from the clearly deranged man. Out with it, boy. Where is he? Snape yelled once more. It was clear to everyone that Snape had lost it. Severus. That is enough. The shout rang around the room. Madame Pomfrey had just come out of her office and had pointed her wand at Snape. Snape and Harry turned to see who had shouted. A very angry Dumbledore stood there, his wand pointed towards Snape. Harry trembled in fear. He'd never really seen a very angry Dumbledore, and now he was. Harry could feel the power flowing off the man. Put him down, Dumbledore hissed. Snape slowly put Harry down. Headmaster. Shut up, Dumbledore snapped. Snape closed his mouth. Get out. I will deal with you later, Dumbledore snarled, the fire in his eyes still burning brightly. Snape literally flew out of the hospital wing with Fudge close on his heels. Dumbledore waved his hand and the doors immediately repaired themselves and snapped shut. Harry immediately moved forward. Professor Dumbledore, sit on the nearest bed. Put your hands on your knees and close your eyes. Imagine yourself in my training room. Now shoot each shard of anger at a target as it pops up in front of you. Keep doing that until you are completely relaxed, Harry intoned softly. He backed off and watched Dumbledore for a few minutes. A moment later Dumbledore opened his eyes. Thank you, Harry. You stopped me from going over the edge, Dumbledore sighed. It nearly was a very close thing. Why don't you spend the night here? Harry asked. Dumbledore smiled. I would, except I now have to deal with some things. I will see you in the morning. The old man stood up and hugged Harry tight. I owe you a debt of honor. Then he was gone. Harry sighed as he padded back to the bed he had jumped out of. This place is completely nutters, he groaned. Madame Pomfrey sat down and rubbed her forehead. Young man, that has to be the understatement of the year. Ron shook his head and began to laugh. Hermione joined in a moment later, with Harry and Madame Pomfrey right behind them. Now I know why I love it here so much, Madame Pomfrey said a moment later as she headed back to bed. Harry turned and leaned over Hermione, dotting her on the cheek and tucking her into bed. She smiled at Harry. Hey, what about me? Ron called out from his bed. The castle was eerily quiet when the three of them emerged from the hospital wing the next morning. Hogsmeade weekend, Harry realized. Ron sighed. I forgot all about it. Let's grab out swimsuits and go swimming in the lake, Hermione suggested. Harry grinned. Good idea. I'll jog by the kitchens and collect a picnic basket from Dobby. See you guys down there. Harry was the last to arrive. Ron and Hermione were there, stretched out on towels soaking up some sun. Harry pulled off his t-shirt and Hermione cast a covering spell to cover Harry's dragon. Thanks, honey, Harry smiled. They sat on the towels in the shade and watched the squid playing around on the surface. Harry's mind wandered for a time until he settled on what he was going to do with Snape. Harry, Hermione broke into his thoughts. Harry turned to her. I'm all right, dear. Just made a decision about Snape. You're not going to. She left the sentence hanging. Harry shook his head. No, I'm not going to take his head, as much as I'd like to. Snape's value as a spy for Dumbledore is much too important. No, I'm going to banish him from my training room. I'm going to ask Dobby or Lupin to obliviate his mind of the memories that involve me being ninja. I just don't trust him anymore. I agree, mate. Never did like the idea of him knowing about you, Ron agreed. Hermione nodded. So do I. That man really scares me sometimes. It will happen tonight then, Harry said as he stood up and stretched. He walked to the dock and dove off the end into the water. He came up a moment later and sighed. Come on in, the water's fine. Harry called out. Hermione was the next one down the dock and into the water. Ron walked to the bank and waded in until the water was up to the bottom of his chest. He found a large rock under the surface and sat down on it, the water now barely over his shoulders. Hey yeah, this is great. Ron grinned. Harry looked up as he heard voices coming. Apparently others at the castle had seen them walk out to the lake and decided that was a splendid idea. Before long the lawn around the lake was occupied by the first and second years kicking back and relaxing. Harry looked up at the castle and saw a clearly amused Dumbledore watching the fun. You think he ever goes swimming? Ron asked on the spur of the moment. Harry looked at Ron with amusement. Now that would be a sight to see. A very large shadow stopped in front of them and Harry looked up into the smiling face of Hagrid. He wiped his face off with a tablecloth-sized hanky. Beaky escaped before they could get him. He grinned. Been celebrating all night long. I guess I didn't tie him up good enough. That is exciting news, Hagrid. I'm sure he's happy living somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. I have no doubts you will see him again someday, Harry smiled. Hagrid sighed. I'm so happy he's alive. That's got to be a good poke in the nose for Malfoy. Better catch up to Lupin sometime this evening. He's leaving the school. Resigned early this morning. Harry felt floored. He can't. He's the best Dada teacher we ever had. Hagrid nodded. And a damn good friend too. Harry nodded. He looked at his friends and saw they were in shock too. He can't leave, Harry said dejectedly. He just can't. They got out of the water and sat on their towels for the rest of the afternoon. Harry went looking for Lupin before the dinner hour at 6. He found him packing in his quarters. So you heard, Lupin said softly. Harry nodded as he sat down in a nearby seat. Why? Professor Snape was kind enough to accidentally slip at breakfast this morning. By this time tomorrow, parents will be demanding my removal. They will not want their children to be taught by a dangerous werewolf, Lupin said. That bastard, Harry snarled. Lupin sat down beside Harry. Temper, Harry. So what are you going to do? Harry asked. Not sure just yet. I imagine I'll travel for a bit, Lupin said. Harry nodded, finally making up his mind. I need to ask you a very important favor. Go on, Lupin prompted. I am going to banish Snape from my training room permanently. I wish for you to erase from his mind any and all information that I am ninja. If he accidentally slips to another Death Eater or Voldemort himself that I am ninja, I would lose my edge over them, Harry said. Are you sure about that, Harry? Dumbledore's voice said from behind them. Harry and Lupin turned to see Dumbledore standing there. Yes, sir. Harry nodded. I know you trust him. I don't, and I'm sorry about that. He's proven himself to be too unstable. Dumbledore nodded as he sat down in a chair next to them. I see. Especially even more when he made his little announcement about Professor Lupin at breakfast. He had no right to do that. It was his way of getting back at me and Professor Lupin for the events of last night, Harry said. Oh, I'll continue to go to his class and do all the work, don't worry about that. Dumbledore nodded as he gently pulled on his beard. I would appreciate that, Harry. As for his knowing about you being ninja, I'm afraid that was a bad call on my part. I do apologize for that, Harry. I shall do it myself. I'll be up there tonight, Harry said. Got to close the file on this one. Dumbledore and Lupin nodded as Harry went out the door and down to dinner. He is, Albus, without a doubt in my mind, a very unusual young man, Remus Lupin said to Dumbledore as he handed the old man a large glass of brandy. That he is, Remus. That he is. I would hope that you keep in touch with him. Perhaps you should be the one to train him in his newly emerging powers this summer, Dumbledore said as he raised his glass in a toast. It would be my great pleasure, Remus said as he tapped his glass against Dumbledore's. Good. I'll talk to the Dursleys later, Albus said as he took a drink. That evening Harry sat in his training room writing in his journal the things that had happened before clearing the wall of the timeline he had created when everything had started to happen. He had just closed the book and locked it away when the door chimes went off. Harry sat down on the thick round cushion he'd conjured and waved his hand to light the rest of the torches in the room. He was getting better at doing simple spells and charms with his wandless magic. Dumbledore, Snape, and Lupin entered. Harry stood up as they approached him. Snape sneered at Harry as Harry picked up a goblet and drank deeply of the lemonade. He rose and looked Snape over. Snape noted that Harry was wearing a formal kimono and his two swords. Going Japanese, Potter. Snape spat. Tino stepped out of the shadow, drawing his katana. Harry raised his hand and stopped him from going after Snape. No, my brother. Leave him to me, Harry said. Tino bowed and stepped down as Harry turned to Snape. When we first met, I thought you were someone who could be trusted. I have changed my mind since then. You are not an honorable man. You constantly belittle me and the other students. You favor your house way too much, allowing them to get away with much. I let it slide. You constantly put down Hermione. That makes me angry. The last straw was your behavior last night. You attacked me last night and made accusations against me when you had no evidence to back up your words. You tried to use my godfather in an attempt to curry favor with the ministry and to try and make yourself look good, Harry said. So what? Snape snapped. In your words, live with it. You constantly insulted the Potter family. So I had decided to avenge these insults and your actions against me by taking your head to restore my honor, Harry said. That got Snape's attention. You can't. Bushido and Ninja's code of honor demands I do, Harry said. Snape turned to Dumbledore. Albus. Dumbledore looked very grave. You cannot blame anyone but yourself, Severus. However, Professor Dumbledore has asked for mercy on your behalf and I give you your life back, Harry said. Weak. You have always been weak, like your pathetic father, Snape sneered. Therefore, on this day forward, I hereby ban you from ever entering my training room on pain of death. You are no longer welcome here, Harry said. I am a professor. I can go anywhere I damn well please, Snape snapped. I hereby sentence you to whatever punishment Professor Dumbledore sees fit, Harry snapped. Now leave this room. Snape threw back his lead and laughed. Who are you to give the orders? Stupefy. The word came quietly. Snape dropped like a rock down to the floor as Dumbledore stared at him. Harry, I must apologize. It truly was a mistake to let him know. Harry nodded. It is nothing. You do not have to apologize for his actions. Professor Snape must apologize for Professor Snape. Knowing him, it will never happen. Dumbledore looked down and began waving his wand around Snape's head. There. It is now done. He will not ever remember anything of you being ninja. That is something we must keep secret, for it gives you an edge over Voldemort when the time comes. With that, Dumbledore waved his wand once more and lifted Snape off the floor and out the door. Lupin remained behind. I leave in the morning, he said. With luck, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Harry walked over and hugged the man as the room returned to its bright and cheerful decor. Lupin let go and Harry went behind a screen to change back into his school clothes. They popped out into the hall and continued the walk to Gryffindor Tower. Take care, Lupin said at the portrait of the fat lady. Harry nodded. You too. Then he went into the Commons room after watching Lupin walk away. The results of their exams came back the last week of school. Harry had passed all of his classes, and so did Ron and Hermione. Harry had to wonder if Dumbledore prevented Snape from failing him and decided he was better off not knowing. Mum will be happy with my results, Ron said as they sat in the Commons room. I'm just glad the school year is over, Harry said. The other Gryffindors nodded agreement. George and Fred showed up right then with a big box overflowing with butterbeer and passed them around. Harry had a few and tried to relax as the end of the year festivities went on. Oliver Wood appeared and sat down next to Harry. I was wondering where you were, Harry said. Been down to McGonagall's office, Oliver said. I gave her some ideas for the team next year. You'll be losing some of us. I'm glad we won the cup for you, Harry said. No doubt you'll be a great professional player someday. Wood smiled. Thank you, Harry. You earned the win as much as I did. You taught me a lot, Harry countered. Oliver grinned. Just helping you out, Harry. They shook hands and Oliver went off to talk to someone else. Harry relaxed and watched the party going on. Fred and George were being their silly selves again and he couldn't help but smile at their antics. Even Percy seemed to be enjoying himself for once. Harry sighed and finished off his butterbeer and decided to go up to bed. He stripped down and got in, closing the privacy curtains. He tossed and turned for a bit and then managed to fall asleep. In his dreams he could feel the darkness closing in on him. He woke up with a snap and checked his watch. It was nearly 5 in the morning. He sighed and got up, knowing he wouldn't get back to sleep again. He was happy about getting outside in the clear crisp air once more as he headed for the Quidditch pitch to do his 5 miles. Then it was off to his training room for an hour of weightlifting followed by another hour of non-stop sparring. Even though he'd learned new things this year, Harry decided to use the summer to really strengthen the basics. Leaving the room he slipped back into the Gryffindor Commons room and up to his dorm to grab his shower stuff. As he stood in the shower, the hot water running over him, he couldn't help but think of Snape. He wondered what it was that made the man so angry about things. He decided to ask Professor Dumbledore before he left for the Hogwarts Express after breakfast. Professor Dumbledore would know. As he walked into the Great Hall for breakfast, he looked up at the staff table and saw Professor Dumbledore nodding at him. He sat down at the table and noticed Hermione was reading the paper. "Anything good, hun?" Harry asked. She looked at Harry as he poured himself a cup of tea. "Nothing but the usual speculation of where Black might be. He was reported to be somewhere around the northern end of France." Harry nodded. "Well, I suppose that is a good thing. The farther away he is, the better." All of the Gryffindors agreed. Harry turned his attention to the front, as Dumbledore was standing up. The hall grew quiet. "I trust all of you had a good year?" he asked. "It certainly wasn't without its moments. Now then, to remind all of you to not use magic outside of the school. The ministry wanted me to remind all of you of the use of underage magic law. Please do not use magic in any circumstances. I do not want to see any of you in trouble. I certainly hope all of you will have a good summer holiday. Take care." Harry headed up to see him as people started to leave the hall. "Professor Snape has a dark past, Harry. I believe that has caused him to be what he is," Dumbledore said at last. "I cannot comment on what I don't know." Harry nodded. "I hope he can find peace inside himself one day." "So do I. Now off you go. Have a good summer." Dumbledore smiled. Harry waved goodbye as he left the hall. He found his friends standing outside in the shade waiting for him. They boarded a carriage that took them to the train station. They got on board and found a compartment towards the back of the train and got comfortable. "At least it's cool in here," Ron remarked as Hermione tucked the picnic basket up in the overhead rack. "Thank God," Ginny agreed. The train started to move and Harry sighed. He wondered what would happen next and decided to best leave it alone until something did happen. Hermione sat down next to Harry and snuggled up to him. Harry put his arm around her and hugged her. Ron smiled at the romantic scene in front of him. "You guys are so right for each other," he said. "Feels right," Harry commented. Ron grinned and turned back to the window just in time to see something smack against the glass. "What the hell?" Harry looked to see a tiny fluffy ball hit the window once more. He opened the window and managed to grab it. He closed the window and removed an envelope from the tiny owl. He let go of the tiny owl and it went zooming all over the compartment until it finally settled down. Harry opened the letter and smiled. "It's from Sirius," he announced. "Harry, just wanted to let you know I am okay for the time being. Beaky and I are hiding out somewhere and that's all you got to know. First things first, I have to thank you once more for saving my life. I owe you for that. Second, I was the one who sent you the broom. I had the cat take the order to the store and I paid for it. Consider that 13 years worth of birthday presents. Third, the owl that delivered this letter to you is now Ron's owl, since I am the one responsible for losing his rat. I am sorry, Ron. Fourth, hang on to Hermione. She's quite the lady. I'll kick your butt if you let her get away. Last but not least, I am sorry for not having been there for you all these years. I'm sure living with the Dursleys hasn't been easy, knowing what kind of people they are. I will try and drop in every now and then to check up on you. Your godfather, Sirius. Oh, one last thing. Call me Snuffles from now on instead of using my name. That way you can't get into trouble. Just say it's the name of your favorite pet at home," Harry read out loud to the group. Hermione grinned. "I knew he was the one who sent you the broom." Harry sighed. "Yes, dear. But it wasn't jinxed. He wouldn't do that unless he really hated someone." "True. But at least we solved the Marauder map mystery. Lupin is Moony, Sirius is Padfoot, and my father was Prongs," Harry said. Ron nodded. "That we did. I'm surprised we haven't been compared to them yet." All of them laughed out loud. Harry sat on the back porch of number 4 Privet Drive in the early evening, sipping a tall cold glass of lemonade. "Ah," he sighed. "Just what I missed." Dudley came out of the house right then and sat down next to Harry. "Sounds like you had quite an exciting year." Harry nodded. "I'm glad it's over. So what next?" Dudley inquired. Harry shrugged. "Who knows?" Dudley sipped his lemonade and set it down. Both of them looked up into the night sky and watched the stars come out. A slight cool breeze was blowing in and it felt good. Harry sighed once more as he let his mind wander over the events of the year and decided he had done okay. There were some things he could have done better and other things that he should have left alone. The Snape thing he decided had been the right thing to do. The man just had too many anger issues and he could have blown things for all of them. Harry closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. All he wanted at the moment was to have a quiet summer here at Privet Drive. He listened to Aunt Petunia working in the kitchen and wondered what it was she was making for dinner. He'd find out soon enough. He heard the front door close and knew Uncle Vernon was back from the store. He'd forgotten to pick up something for dinner and Aunt Petunia had taken him to task over it and he'd gone back out for it. He smiled as Vernon walked into the kitchen and handed it to Petunia. He closed his eyes once more and let himself float on the soft cool breeze. Dudley got up and went back into the house. A few minutes later Vernon tapped Harry on the shoulder. "Dinner's on the table," he said. Harry opened his eyes and looked up at his uncle. "Thanks." He followed Vernon into the house and sat down at the table. The discussion around the table was light and Harry was thankful for that. After dinner was done, Harry got up and started cleaning the kitchen when Aunt Petunia came in. "Thank you, dear, but you don't have to do this. It's your first night back and you should relax. You look tired," she said. Harry had to admit he did feel drained. He sat in the living room and watched the TV for a bit until he felt himself drifting off. He said his goodnights and headed up to bed. He stripped down to his Quidditch boxers and got into bed. He lay there for a time, the cool night air blowing gently into the room. Hedwig was out someplace and he knew she'd show up when she was tired. At least she didn't bring her midnight snacks home. Harry finally closed his eyes, letting sleep overtaking him. His dreams tonight were pleasant ones of him flying around the Quidditch pitch and then seeing Hermione on the ground waiting for him. He landed and sat on the blanket that was spread out. The sky above them was blue with the occasional fluffy white cloud floating overhead. Harry turned to look in her eyes as he took her hand. He felt complete right then, knowing that this was what he really wanted. The morning sun in his eyes woke him up. He opened his eyes and sat up, feeling disoriented. Then he remembered. He was back at Privet Drive. He got out of bed and stretched out, feeling things inside of him pop. He looked at the clock and was astounded to see that it had gone past 10. "Wow, I guess I was that tired," he said to himself. He went into the hall and noticed the house was quiet. Going into the bathroom, he found a note taped to the mirror. "Harry, Mum took me to the doctor's. Back early afternoon. Dudley." Harry read out loud. "That explains the quiet house." He took a cool shower and dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. He sat in the kitchen having a cup of tea as he tried to decide what to have for breakfast. He settled on a sandwich and fruit, seeing as how it was past breakfast. Finishing that, he looked around the house and decided to go down to the basement and do a light workout. He did his stretches first and then worked his way around the weights. He was glad the basement was cool. "Try this upstairs and I'd probably overheat," Harry said out loud. Harry went back upstairs to the ground floor and got a glass and filled it with ice and poured lemonade into it. He sat down at the table and sipped the lemonade and let his mind wander. Harry wondered just what would happen next school year. Be nice if I could take a year off from school, he mused. He wandered into the living room and sat down in front of the brand new big screen Uncle Vernon had gotten and turned it on. He slowly flipped through the channels and found nothing to watch. 300 channels and nothing's on, Harry laughed to himself. Let's check out the DVD collection. To his surprise, Harry found a number of martial arts instructional DVDs. I'll have to ask Uncle Vernon about these, he said to himself. He kept looking through them until he came across the Blade trilogy with Wesley Snipes playing the lead character. He pulled the DVD out and put it in and sat back to watch. He had to laugh at some of the parts and he also had to wonder just how much of it was truth. He'd have to mention the DVD to Hermione next time he wrote or talked to her. He looked up at the front door when he heard a key turning the lock. It was Aunt Petunia and Dudley coming home. "Hey," Harry said as Dudley sat down on the couch. "Real hot out there." Dudley looked at him. "Let's just say you would have no problem cooking eggs on the sidewalk, Harry. It's that hot." I could feel the heat when I got up around 10, Harry said. Go hit the shower, Dudley. I bet the cool water would make you feel good. That's an idea, Dudley said and went upstairs. Aunt Petunia came out of the kitchen. Vernon and I are having central air installed this week. I would suggest you cover up anything you don't want found. I will, Aunt Petunia. Thanks for telling me, Harry said. I'll be glad when it goes in, she said, fanning herself. According to the salesman, it should be an easy thing to do. Good. Then things will be a lot cooler around here, Harry said. Oh, yes. The best part is that Vernon got a really good deal on the system because of the drills Vernon sold to the company that installs the central air, Petunia said as she fanned herself a bit more. Dudley came downstairs right then. That cold shower felt good. Thanks for the suggestion, Harry. Good. So what did the doctor say? Harry asked. I'm doing really good. My blood pressure is down. My weight is getting close to where it should be, and I'm doing well with my diet. I feel like a new person, Dudley said as he sat down on the couch. Glad to hear that, Harry said. You do look a lot better. Keep it up. I intend to, Dudley said. Harry stood up and pulled the DVD from the DVD player. I was just watching Wesley Snipes in the Blade trilogy. Excellent movie. Cool. Have you seen Last Samurai yet? Dudley asked. No. Is that the one with Tom Cruise? Harry asked. Yes. It's supposed to be very good, Dudley replied. Harry found it on the rack and popped it in and then settled down on the couch to watch. Right fist forward, then right foot up in a right front snap kick, foot back down and left fist forward. Harry Potter sweated as Tino put him through the basics one warm morning. The temperature was starting to climb and both knew it was going to be another blazing hot day. Tino glanced at the clock the Dursleys had mounted to the wall underneath the eaves of the house. It was approaching 10 in the morning. Another 15 minutes, Harry. Then we'll knock off for the day, Tino said out loud. Getting too hot already. Harry nodded. What Tino had not said was that in 15 minutes Professor Remus J. Lupin would be arriving for Harry's training in the magic arts. Harry was finally making headway in his wandless training. The only people who knew about it were Tino, Lupin, Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and Harry. Harry wondered if McGonagall or Dumbledore would be coming with Lupin today. He'd find out in a few minutes. Harry completed his move and turned to face Tino and bowed. He headed for the cool shade where Dudley was waiting with a towel and a tall glass of ice-cold Gatorade. Thanks, Dudley, Harry said, taking the towel and the glass of Gatorade. Anytime, Dudley said as Harry sipped the cold drink slowly. Harry sat down in the chair and sighed, relaxing. At first he was going all out until Lupin and Tino convinced him to slow down and pace himself a little. Can't do anyone any good if you get hurt, Uncle Vernon told Harry. Harry agreed and slowed down just a little, pacing himself in his training. He looked up as he heard a soft pop and Lupin came out of the corner of the house and sat down next to Harry. Dudley set a cold glass of lemo. Ate in front of the man. Thank you, Dudley. Much appreciated. Very hot today, Lupin said. Harry sighed. Yes, it is. I just finished my basic training and taking a break. I turned on the air conditioning in the basement, Dudley said. It was getting a bit warm down there. If I put that reflective material on the single basement window, I wonder if it will actually reflect heat, Tino said. Really? Lupin said. Like Arthur Weasley, Lupin had an interest in Muggle things, but didn't make it an obsession like Mr. Weasley did. It's a special film one puts on windows to reflect heat away from the room when the sun shines in that particular window, Tino explained. Mum put it on Dad's list this morning, Dudley reported. Hopefully he'll bring it home tonight. Good, Harry said. It's getting way too hot out here. Let's head inside. The three of them went into the very cool kitchen where they sat down and had some more lemo. Ade before heading down to the basement. Harry was glad his aunt and uncle had accepted the fact that Harry needed to keep practicing his magic. Aunt Petunia's meeting of Lupin the third week Harry was home was still fresh in Harry's mind. She did have some words with the man, taking him to task as to why he didn't try to protect Lily and James that night. Lupin started off by saying he didn't blame her for being angry about Lily's death and explained to her that he had been away and wasn't there that fateful night. Remus told her that he wished he had. I would have done anything, even take her place to save her and Harry, he said. Then she told him to work Harry hard in his magical training so he could take that thing to task, and Harry had to smile at that. Apparently she wasn't afraid of Voldemort and Harry had to admire her courage. Sirius put in an appearance nearly a week later. Harry spotted him in the park as he did his morning run. He walked up to Sirius and rubbed his ears. Hey, Snuffles. Missed you, Harry said. Come on, let's get going before anyone sees you. Sirius followed Harry back to number 4 Privet Drive and into the backyard. So far so good, nobody had noticed the big black dog with Harry. Once the back gate was closed, Harry sighed with relief. Sirius was safe. Harry, it's good to see you, Sirius said, hugging him. Harry returned the hug. Good to see you too, Sirius. Let's have a seat and talk. They sat down and Harry thought for a minute. He had so many questions to ask, and didn't know where to begin. Sirius smiled as he looked at Harry. You are the spitting image of your parents, Harry. They were great people. Your mother was an angel. Had to be, the way she put up with all of us, he laughed. I never knew anyone who had the patience to put up with all of our pranking. Harry grinned. Hagrid gave me a photo album with as many pictures he could get his hands on from all of Mum and Dad's friends. Sirius smiled. I'll have to rummage through my things and see if I can find any that I took that you might not have. I do know the house was cleaned out, but not where the things are. I'd appreciate that, Harry said. Sirius sighed. Your dad was quite a guy. Easy going, always game for a prank, and completely infatuated with your mother. It wasn't until his 7th year in Hogwarts did he finally settle down and get serious about things. Your mum eventually decided he was worth a chance and dated him. Both of them made quite a team, working hard with Dumbledore and the Ministry to try and bring down Voldemort. They were quite powerful and he feared them, even more so after you were born. Why he attacked and killed your parents is beyond me. Why he tried to kill you and the curse bounded off you and back to him is a mystery. Never in a million years did I ever think anyone could betray your parents to him. When I saw what happened, I lost my head. I went after Peter, as you already well know. I wanted to protect your parents. I should have been there that night. I would have done anything to protect them. Sirius was getting very emotional and so was Harry. He stood up and went to Sirius and hugged him. Sirius pulled himself together after a few minutes and sat there, deep in thought. Harry took the chance to go get drinks for the both of them, a Guinness Dark for Sirius and a Gatorade for himself. Sirius nodded as he opened the beer and took a drink. Thanks, Harry. I needed that, he sighed. Harry, I feel like I'm responsible for what happened to your parents, even though it really is Peter's fault. I intend to do whatever I can to help bring down Voldemort. I told Professor Dumbledore I'd do what I could to help when I saw him last week. He accepted me and told me I needed to come and see you, sit down and talk to you. Harry nodded. Whatever you can do would be appreciated. I'm glad you did come here to see me. I was hoping you would. Sirius shifted in his chair for a moment and Harry could sense something was making him uncomfortable. What is it, Sirius? Harry asked. Sirius looked up at him. Harry, forgive me for asking, but I need to know how the Dursleys are treating you. Long story short, they never liked your dad and Petunia hated your mum. Knowing the kind of people they are, I am worried about you. They treat me very well. I've been here since my first year and things are cool, Harry said as he took a drink of his Gatorade. Sirius sat up and looked at him. Oh, I thought you were brought here after the event. I need you to swear an oath to never reveal to anyone what I am about to tell you, Harry said. Sirius nodded. You have my word, Harry. It took Harry close to 45 minutes to tell his life story, from his life in Angiro, through his training as Nako Ninja, to his meeting Bill Weasley, to his arrival at Hogwarts, and all of the events that followed behind him. That's pretty much it. Professor Lupin is coming here on a daily basis every afternoon to get me going on my wandless magic. Tino trains and spars with me every morning, and I weightlift in a gym with Uncle Vernon and Dudley on a daily basis, Harry said. Sirius leaned back and took another drink of Guinness Dark as he rubbed his chin. That's amazing, Harry. Always knew you'd turn out to be a different kind of wizard and I guess I was right. As for Percy Weasley's observation, he's right. Voldemort would never expect you to be a lot more powerful than he is. Those skills combined with your magic would be too much. That's why I train daily. Professor Lupin is working with me to develop my wandless magic skills, Harry said. Sirius grinned. Good. Lupin is the best to work with. He comes every day around 1, Harry said. Sirius laughed. Okay. How about we pull a good one on him? Harry smiled back. What do you have in mind? The next afternoon Lupin had shown up at the arranged time and followed Harry down to the basement. I'm glad Professor Dumbledore was able to get Fudge to agree to this, Harry said. Without his approval I couldn't train. If push comes to shove, Albus is prepared to rearrange the wards around the house to protect you even more, Lupin said. What would he do? Petunia asked. First he would put the house under the Fidelis charm, then make it unploatable. After that he'd add wards to transport any unauthorized wizard straight to a holding cell inside the ministry. Then he would set up wards that would prevent the ministry from finding out that Harry was practicing his magic during the summer, Lupin said. Why is that needed? Petunia asked. Because it is wizarding law that underage wizards and witches are not allowed to use magic, Remus said. What if they need to defend themselves? Petunia asked. Lupin sighed. If they can prove that their life was threatened, then they are excused from being punished. Personally I think it's KS. Fortunately things had worked out at the ministry and Harry got the permission he needed. Albus Dumbledore added it in anyway just in case it was ever rescinded. All was needed was a word from Dumbledore and the ward would go active. The prank Sirius and Harry pulled on Lupin went better than they expected. Check this out, Harry said once they were in the basement. Harry waved his hands at Vernon's workbench and a cloud of smoke appeared out of nowhere. When it cleared, Sirius was sitting on the bench in his dog form. He lifted his right paw and waved it at Lupin. Lupin put his right hand over his face and shook his head. A moment later he was laughing. Sirius, you haven't changed a bit, you old hound dog. He laughed. Turning to a grinning Harry as Sirius transformed back into his human form, Lupin said to Harry, Sirius always liked making a flashy entrance. The bigger, the better. Both men had hugged each other and laughed once more. Harry left the basement and left them alone, knowing they wanted to catch up on old times. Both of them did catch up to Harry 3 hours later and put him through a grueling training session. That had been the routine for nearly a month. Even Hermione got into the act with her research into wandless magic and discovering a few interesting things. There's a very tiny few people recorded in wizarding history that was capable of wandless magic, Merlin himself being one of them, she had informed them. It's something that gets passed down, often skipping several generations. Godric Gryffindor himself was recorded as having that ability. More evidence that I'm a direct descendant of Gryffindor himself, Harry mused. Pulling the Gryffindor sword out of the sorting hat back in second year was the first clue. This confirms it even more. I've been researching the Potter clan, Hermione said. It stretches way back. Sirius nodded. It goes as far back as Merlin's time, I've been told. There should be a book that records the family history someplace, Hermione said. Harry, next trip to Diagon Alley, look around in your vault and see what's in there besides the money piled up. I will, Harry said. Be nice to find such a book. I know a lot of wizarding families have them, Lupin said. I can remember my parents having something similar. My family house has a huge tapestry hanging on the wall in one room that has the complete family history on it, Sirius said. Families have different ways of keeping their family history, Lupin said. It doesn't have to be a book. That discussion had taken place 2 weeks ago and since then there hadn't been much said about that particular subject. Harry continued to train on a daily basis, Tino in the early morning hours and Remus Lupin in the basement in the mid-afternoon hours. Harry was making slow progress with his wandless abilities and getting better at it. Some days Dumbledore would show up with Remus and join in the session or he would sit and watch Harry and Remus. Dumbledore would inform Harry of any Death Eater movements. So far there hadn't been any. Doesn't mean they aren't doing anything in public, Harry had said. They could be working silently in the background. Dumbledore agreed with Harry on that point. Professor Snape has not received any communications from any Death Eaters that he knows, Harry. Could be that they are keeping him in the dark until the last moment, Harry said. You never really told me where in Voldemort's organization he was. Voldemort used him to brew potions for him, Dumbledore revealed. Harry nodded. Then in order to get his body back, he'd need Snape to brew him some kind of potion to grow him another body. Interesting theory, Harry. That would be a complex potion to brew, Lupin said. Perhaps I should have a few words with people I know. Dumbledore looked up. The sooner the better, Remus. We need to know. I'm on it, Remus nodded. Dumbledore turned to Harry. Snuffles wanted me to inform you he is just fine and will see you in a few days. He is doing something for me at the moment. Harry smiled. Good. I was starting to worry about him. When I saw him last he certainly looked a lot cleaner and neater, Dumbledore said with a chuckle. Something about a dog bath. Lupin and Harry both laughed. The third time Sirius had been here, Vernon politely asked Harry to clean him up or something. Harry and Lupin both waylaid him and dropped him into a big tub in the center of the basement and washed him thoroughly, from the tip of his black nose to the tip of his tail. Dudley couldn't resist and got pictures of the whole event. Sirius looked hilarious standing in the bath on all fours, soap and water dripping off his whiskers and the rest of him, wearing a forlorn look on his doggy face. Once he had been dried off, Harry brought out the large electric shears and went to work on the dog's fur, cutting a lot of it off. The end result was that Sirius's dog form now looked a lot neater. Once Sirius got a look at himself in the mirror, he yipped in appreciation. He had changed back to his human form and thanked Harry. Harry simply grinned and raised the clippers once more. Now for the rest of you, he said. Sirius turned to Lupin for help but didn't get any. Once Harry was finished with the man, he had to admit he did look better. The rest of June went by quietly, lots of daily training to keep Harry busy. The Dursleys were keeping busy as well, Dudley with his exercise program, Petunia with her garden club, and Vernon with work. There was one vacation planned for the summer, and that was a 2-week jaunt down the coast to Majorca, the usual vacation spot. Remus was invited and he politely declined, saying it was a family outing and he didn't want to be any trouble. Hermione was going this time around, her parents going on a cruise to France and back, a dental convention being held on a cruise ship this year. Harry was looking forward to a little time off from all the training he'd been doing. He'd had a few evenings off here and there and he spent them with the Dursleys or Hermione. Both of them did typical teenager stuff, going to the movies, shopping at the mall, and just hanging out together. Hermione had Harry over at her house for dinner a few times and Harry had her at his aunt and uncle's for dinner a few times. There had been one Sunday the Grangers had hosted the Dursleys at their house and the Dursleys had hosted the Grangers at their house. So far it had been a great summer, no worries, and no problems. Harry was feeling like he was on top of the world. The first evening in Majorca was a very pleasant one. They had dinner at a restaurant that was done up in a South Seas theme. The food was good and the place was very lively. There was even entertainment going on when they first arrived and was shown to their table. As they watched, a few people in the crowd had gone up to the stage and sang a song or two accompanied by music. Karaoke, Dudley explained to Harry and Hermione. The newest craze. Looks like fun, Harry commented. During the dinner they listened to people as they went up there. There were a few very talented ones and others totally hopeless. But everyone who went up there had a good time. Harry excused himself for a moment and went to look at the book that was on the table next to the stage. He found 2 Eric Clapton songs he knew and asked if he could borrow the guitar to do them. The man at the soundboard told him no problem. Harry watched for his signal to go up. A moment later he got it. Hi, my name is Harry. I'd like to do 2 Eric Clapton songs for you. This one is called Running on Faith, he said as he picked up the guitar. He started playing and the place went quiet. It was obvious to people Harry had talent with the guitar. Harry had gone up into his dorm at night and sat on his bed with a silencing charm around the bed and practiced playing his guitar for 3 hours every night. On Saturday and Sunday afternoons he'd go out to the lake and sit on the dock and played. Playing the guitar was his one joy, something he loved to do. Once he finished the first song, he got quite an outstanding ovation. Thank you. Harry grinned as people settled back down in their seats. Thanks a lot. This next one is called Wonderful Tonight, and it's for my girl. Hermione blushed as Harry grinned at her. Then he started the song. Some of the people in the place waved their lighters as the song progressed, and Hermione nearly cried, she was so moved. When the song ended, Harry got a huge ovation as he walked off the stage, and even a louder one when he kissed Hermione. That was the highlight of the evening for both of them. Harry, did you ever wonder about the future when you get out of Hogwarts? Hermione asked him as they walked on the moonlit beach after dinner. Harry sighed as he thought about the question. Not really. All I have been thinking about lately is training hard to be the best for when I face Voldemort. So far we have been lucky in stopping his 3 schemes in his attempt to kill me and regain his power. Sooner or later we will run out of luck and he will somehow regain his power and a new body. Then we will be dealing with a whole new set of problems. Do you really think that will happen? Hermione asked. I hate to say yes, Hermione. Can't tell you why I say that, it's just a feeling I'm getting and I hope I'm wrong, Harry said. That's why I train the way I do. He's got a lot to answer for. That would take very powerful magic, Harry. That and a very powerful potion, she said. Harry turned to face her. Do you think one exists? I'd have to access the Hogwarts library for that answer, she said. If anyone can find the answer, it's you, Harry grinned. As for after graduation, I was thinking of joining the Aurors. With your skills, you'd be a natural for it, Hermione said. I'd sleep better at night knowing you were out there to protect us. A lot of wizarding families would agree with you, Harry grinned as they headed back to the hotel. They walked to their rooms holding hands together. At the door to Hermione's room they kissed goodnight. See you in the morning, Harry, Hermione smiled as she went into the room. Harry smiled and walked to the one he was sharing with Dudley. Vernon and Petunia had one for themselves, and the Grangers paid for a separate room for Hermione. Dudley looked up as Harry walked in. Enjoy your walk, he grinned. Harry smiled and nodded. Yes. Nice night out there. Cooler too, Dudley sighed. Going to be warm the next few days. So I heard, Harry nodded. At least it's not that hot here. Harry stretched out on his bed and relaxed, doing his evening meditations. Dudley turned back to the TV and continued to watch his program. An hour later Harry decided to go to bed. It had been a long day. The next 2 days were taken up by sightseeing tours of the island. Hermione had never been there, so she enjoyed the sights as they went. Of course she saw the shopping to be had there. I want to do a bit of shopping myself, Petunia said, causing Vernon and Dudley to sit up in a panic. That's nice, my dear, Vernon said, trying to come up with an excuse to get out of carrying bags. I did notice there is a sport fishing boat place by the docks close to the hotel. Perhaps you men could make a day of that, Petunia said, letting Vernon off the hook. A lovely idea, my dear, Vernon smiled, relieved he wasn't being pulled into a bag-carrying duty. I'll go and arrange the tickets. It was agreed they would go Thursday morning, the ladies on their shopping trip and the guys out fishing. Vernon went and arranged the tickets later that afternoon. This should be fun, Harry said later at dinner when Vernon showed off the tickets to them. That's right, you've never been out before, Vernon said. Not to worry. They supply everything, including food on the boat. I got a map of the shopping district, Hermione said. There's quite a few interesting stores to look into. Petunia nodded. Oh yes. Marge knows a few places herself. Vernon's sister, Harry's other aunt, was arriving the next morning to spend a week with them. She would have her room next to Hermione's. Be nice to see her again, Harry commented. Glad she's coming, Vernon said. I haven't seen her in some time. Harry looked up. I thought you went to see her back in February. Mum and I went. Dad had to stay and fix a problem that came up at the last moment, Dudley said. Oh, that's KS, Harry said. Vernon nodded. Make sure you two set your alarms for 6. We need to be there at 6:30. We can get breakfast on the boat. Sounds like a plan, Dudley said. Gonna be a fun day tomorrow. The rest of the evening went by pleasantly, Harry and Hermione going out on the floor to dance to the house band a few times. Vernon and Petunia would do the slower ones. The walk by the beach going back to the hotel was romantic, Harry and Hermione holding hands together. Something deep inside Harry told him this was right and he felt happy. Somehow he had the feeling he and Hermione would be together for a long time. Stopping at her door, he took her into his arms and kissed her goodnight. The alarm went off around 6 the next morning. Dudley reached over and turned it off as Harry was coming in the door from his morning run. Perfect timing, Dudley said. The alarm just went off. Harry nodded. Good. I'll jump in the shower quickly and dress. I'll put the pot of tea on, Dudley said as he turned the TV on. Harry came out a few minutes later and Dudley handed him a cup of tea. They got dressed in shorts and t-shirts. Harry turned to his daypack and checked to make sure he had sunblock, 2 hats, an extra t-shirt, a windbreaker, and a towel. Need anything, Dudley? Harry asked. No, I took my meds this morning already, Dudley said. Harry turned to the door when they heard knocking on it. Harry opened it to find Hermione standing there in a lovely sundress. Wow, he breathed. Hermione, you look wonderful. She smiled at Harry. Why thank you, Mr. Potter. Dudley Wolf whistled at her. Harry turned to Dudley and gave him a look. I'll go and see if Dad's up yet, Dudley said as he went out the door. Harry closed it behind him and turned to Hermione. You look lovely today, he said. I do hope you have fun. Hermione stepped forward and they kissed for a few minutes. Thank you, Harry. So sweet of you to say so. Harry opened the door and they stepped out into the sunshine. They went to his aunt and uncle's room and knocked on the door. Dudley opened the door and let them in. Harry saw Aunt Marge sitting at the table sipping a large iced tea. Harry, dear, Aunt Marge said as she spotted him. Harry went over to her and they hugged. You look wonderful, Aunt Marge. Thank you, dear, Marge smiled. Harry turned to Hermione and took her hand. Aunt Marge, this is my girl, Hermione. Hermione, this is my Aunt Marge. Marge smiled at Hermione. So nice to meet you. You are joining us today. Oh yes. I stopped at the front desk and picked up a few brochures on some of the shopping here. There's a new place just opened up, Hermione said. Petunia emerged from the bathroom at that moment. A new place. Vernon shook his head and sighed. We must be going now to catch the boat. Have fun and be safe. Harry kissed Hermione goodbye and followed Vernon and Dudley out of the hotel. They went down to the docks and found the boat they were going out on. The day was already heating up. Good thing you brought the sunblock, Dudley said. Feels like it's going to be a scorcher. Harry nodded. When you need it, let me know. They stood around for a bit until another man and a boy showed up. Vernon introduced himself and the boy introduced himself to Harry and Dudley. Like them, they managed to get out of bag-carrying duty when the wife decided to go shopping. The boat's crew was the next to show and then they were off. The day did get warm, but a cool breeze out on the ocean kept things from getting too hot. As they headed out to the sea, they went down into the galley and had breakfast. Terry sat down with Harry and Dudley as Vernon and his father Bob traded stories about their respective companies. You guys are out in Little Whinging? Terry asked. Dudley nodded. Yup. Not a bad place. We're in the Privet Drive development. Yeah, I've heard of that place. Is it as nice as I've heard it is? Terry asked. It's comfortable, but I like to be in a place with a bit more elbow room, Harry said. The houses are a little too close together. One of my mum's biggest complaints, Terry said. She sells houses. That sounds like a fun job, Dudley said. Terry sighed. It can be sometimes. Mum's dealt with some real winners. At that moment one of the crew came down and announced that they were at the first spot. They followed him up on deck and took their spots at the railing. Real easy, Harry. Just drop the line into the water and let the weight on the line take it down, Dudley said. Harry did that and he looked around the open sea. He could see a faint outline of the land behind them. The fresh salt ocean air smelled good and he took in a few lungfuls of it. That's good fresh air, he commented. Yeah, and it's keeping the heat down some, Dudley said. Definitely a plus, the boat hand said as he walked past. Harry sat back in his seat and relaxed. He briefly wondered what the next school year would bring and then decided to worry about it later. He hoped it would be nothing like the last year. He looked up to see Vernon still talking to the other man and he smiled. Harry was glad that things had worked out between him and his uncle. That first summer had changed their lives, and Harry knew that Vernon could have simply chosen to march Harry right out to the street and tell him to get the hell out of town. Instead, he'd fought off bandits, saved Dudley's life, and protected the Dursleys. In return, they had seen Harry in a new light, and once all of them had the opportunity to sit down and talk, things had changed for the better. Harry couldn't have asked for better. The fishing had been good. All of them pulled in a number of sea bass, salmon. I have no idea what kind of sport fishing is to be had off the coast of England, so bear with me, and halibut. But the thrill of the day was when Vernon hooked a blue-finned marlin. That set off the excitement. It took Vernon close to an hour to reel it in, and once they got it on board, discovered it was trophy size. It was decided to call it a day right there and head back in. There was a sizable crowd on the docks when they got back in. Hermione, Petunia, and Marge there waiting. Harry realized that someone on the boat had called in about Vernon's catch, and the word had spread from there. They watched as the marlin was hooked up to an industrial strength scale and lifted out of the boat. It was measured once more and declared a record catch. Vernon posed next to it with a big grin on his face as people applauded him. They headed back to the hotel once the arrangements were made to have it taken care of. Naturally, Petunia insisted it would go in the basement. Not on the living room wall. Vernon pleaded, much to Harry's amusement. Petunia crossed her arms. In the basement, and that's my final word on the matter. Yes, dear. Vernon sighed as Dudley and Harry laughed. Harry turned to Hermione. How was your day out shopping? Hermione smiled at Harry. I found some very adorable things, she said with a smile. I even got some things for you. Cool. Harry grinned. Can't wait to see them. I do hope you'll like them, Hermione said. Harry put his arms around her. I'm sure I'll like them. Having said that, Hermione reached for her bags and showed off what she had gotten. Harry nodded as he saw each item, ranging from postcards to clothing. I got you some really nice Hawaiian-style shirts, Hermione said, pulling them out of her bag. I hope they fit. Harry pulled off his t-shirt and tried on the 4 silk shirts. They fit him perfectly. You should wear the green one to the festival tonight, Hermione said. Festival? Vernon asked. Yes, a Hawaiian-style luau festival, with dancers and entertainment. The new management certainly put new life into this old resort, Petunia said. Then it's money well spent, Vernon said. Harry nodded. What time does this thing start? Hermione checked the paper in her hand. 6:30. Good. It's 4 now, so I'd like to head back to my room and crash for a bit, Harry said. Not a bad idea. We meet here at 6:15, Vernon said. Harry nodded. We'll be here. The alarm went off right at 6. Harry stretched as he sat up. Dudley came out of the bathroom at that moment. Showers free, he told Harry. Harry stood up and headed in. Thanks, Dudley. They knocked on the door right at 6:15 and Vernon opened the door. Right. There you are. Hermione just walked in before you, so we are ready to go. Hermione stepped out in a bright flowery dress and Harry smiled. He kissed her on the cheek and took her hand. They headed down to the festival, ready to have a good time. It was everything the resort said it would be and more. There was lots of food, dancing, entertainment, and music. Harry and Hermione danced together a few times. So did Petunia and Vernon. Harry danced with Aunt Marge twice, and so did Dudley. It was a nice evening that would be well remembered. The flight home was a quiet one. Harry didn't want to leave, he liked it there so much. He knew there was always next year and he was already looking forward to next summer. Something deep inside of him was making him feel uneasy and he didn't know what it was. He decided to meditate on it when he got home and hope he'd get some kind of answer. He looked at Hermione and she was reading like always. There was no title on the book and it looked fairly old. Harry shook his head and sighed. Typical of Hermione to be reading a book. There were times that Harry was glad she was so knowledgeable about things and times when it irritated him to no end. He knew he'd have to learn to put up with that from her. He wondered if she was destined to be a professor at Hogwarts someday and the thought made him smile. Professor Granger. It had a nice ring to it. What are you smiling about? Hermione asked Harry, bringing him out of his thoughts, gently nudging him with her elbow. I was thinking that there might be a possibility of you becoming a professor at school someday, Harry said. Hermione blushed. That's a nice thought, Harry. Professor Granger. Kinda has a nice sound to it. That it does, Harry laughed. You'd be good at it. I could teach most anything, Hermione said. Harry nodded. That you could. You were strong in a few subjects. They couldn't talk freely, so the conversation was put on hold for a time until they could talk freely about what Hermione wanted to teach at Hogwarts. He smiled as the image of her teaching a class came to mind. No doubt she'd make a great professor. Number 4 Privet Drive was quiet when they pulled into the driveway later that evening. Nothing seemed amiss or out of place. Leave the luggage. We'll get it in the morning, Vernon said as he got out of the car. I'm too damn tired right now. That was the longest traffic jam ever to deal with. Harry nodded. Okay. I'll run up to Mrs. Figg's place in the morning for the mail and keys when I get up. Have a bit of a lie-in. Both of you deserve it, Petunia said as they walked into the house. Harry sank gratefully into a familiar bed and sighed. Going on vacation was fun, but exhausting. He was glad to be back. He closed his eyes and memories of the trip came back to him, especially the memories of Hermione. He dreamed of them together that night, dancing under the full moon. He woke up with a smile on his face, feeling good. That was a nice dream to wake up to, he said to himself as he got out of bed. He looked at the clock and noted the time as 9:30. The house was still quiet and Harry wondered if the Dursleys were still in bed. He went into the shower and then headed downstairs to the kitchen. He set a pot of tea on and sat at the kitchen table for a few minutes while waiting for the tea to finish brewing. He poured himself a cup and then sipped it as his thoughts wandered back over the events of the last 2 weeks. It had been so nice to let go of everything for the 2 weeks and not worry about anything. Harry stood up and stretched, checking to make sure he had turned off the pot before leaving the house. He went down the street to old Mrs. Figg's house. Mrs. Figg was a rather strange lady who kept to herself, never bothering anybody but always ready to lend anyone something when the need arose. It was common knowledge she liked cats, having quite a few of them in her house. Harry walked through her gate into her front yard and up to her door. She opened the door before Harry had a chance to knock. Oh, there you are, dear, she said with a smile. Fritz was acting rather strange and I had the impression he knew that you were home. Harry nodded. He's a very smart cat. I have everything here, dear. Here are the house keys, and all of the mail is in the paper bag. There wasn't any newspapers, she said. Uncle Vernon gets the paper downtown on the way to his office in the mornings, Harry said. Ah, didn't know that, she said. Off you go now. Harry left her house with the bag and headed back to the Dursleys. Arabella Figg watched Harry go up the street before turning back to her kitchen and her visitor in it. He's away, Remus. He should be back there any moment, she reported to Remus Lupin as she walked in. The man nodded as he sipped his tea. Wonderful tea as always, Arabella. Tino made contact with me last night, informing me that nothing unusual happened on their vacation. Albus, of course, was relieved by the news. Arabella sighed as she sat down at the table. Good. That boy needs to be protected until he comes of age and his skills are no match for anyone. That is why I am working with him on his wandless magic skills, Remus said. Arabella leaned forward. How is that coming along? Slowly but surely. Harry is a long way from being a master at it, but he is progressing. His girl Hermione has uncovered lots of information on the subject and that's helped tremendously. We resume training tomorrow, Lupin said. Good. He will need all the support he can get from his friends and his family. There are dark times coming, Remus. I can feel it in these old bones of mine, Arabella said earnestly. I hope you are wrong, Arabella. I pray that you are. I will mention your feelings to Albus. I know he pays attention to your feelings and intuitions better than he does to Sybil's visions, Lupin said. Albus shouldn't ignore her completely, Remus. She may yet have a vision, Arabella said. Remus nodded. She really doesn't have the gift even though she comes from a line that has passed it down from one generation to the next. Even you must realize that it is possible for it to skip a generation, and she knows this, pretending to actually have it when she doesn't, Arabella said. Well, apparently Albus seems to think she is valuable, Remus said, setting down the empty teacup. That remains to be seen, Arabella said, nodding. Remus stood up and stretched. Thank you, dear lady, for the tea. Quite tasty as usual. Time to head over to Harry's. Arabella stood and took Lupin's hands into hers. You are sweet to an old lady. You, old. I think not, Remus protested as he kissed her on the cheek. Arabella sighed as she smiled. Truly you are a gentleman, Sir Lupin. Remus laughed as he went out the door. Remus Lupin walked up the street, noting the heat was already starting in. He went up the driveway and knocked on the door. Dudley opened the door and let him in. Hi. Just in time to watch Dad open the crates from Majorca, Dudley said. Remus looked puzzled. Crates. Does he know what's inside? Sure. Come on. We're down in the basement. Professor Dumbledore and Sirius is here too, Dudley informed Remus. Harry looked up as Remus descended the stairs behind Dudley as he stacked the last box of canned fish in the corner. Hi, Professor. Harry grinned. Just in time for the unveiling. Vernon pulled the last screw out of the wood and set his drill on the table. He picked up a screwdriver and used it to separate the lid of the crate from the rest of the box. Remus blinked as the stuffed blue-finned marlin came into view. Wow. A trophy-size marlin. Sirius exclaimed. You got it, Vernon. Vernon grinned. Yes. Took me an hour to reel it in. You know about sport fishing. Done it a few times back in my younger days, Sirius said. Going to mount it in the living room. No, he will not, thundered Petunia from upstairs. All of the guys in the basement sweat dropped. Not a good idea, Sirius said quickly. Harry had to laugh at Sirius's expression on his face. Remus and Dumbledore nodded. Best to not upset the wife, Dumbledore said to Vernon. Vernon nodded. Definitely agree. Down here? Remus asked. Yes. That wall there. Vernon pointed to the wall by the washer and dryer. It's nice and spacious down here, and I thought I'd turn it into a kind of playroom with a pool table off to the side and a few other things. Sirius got a dreamy look in his eyes. That reminds me of this little bar I used to hang in. The lady there behind the bar was something. The one who could drink and outwrestle any man? Remus asked. Sirius smiled wider. Yup. Rosie was a real firecracker. Tell me more, Harry said, leaning forward. When you're older, kid. Only mature men need to know, Sirius said. Harry grumbled. Oh man. Vernon grinned. You don't have that long to go. Don't be in a real hurry to grow up. Dumbledore nodded. I agree. Try to enjoy what youth you have left. There's plenty of time to be an adult. Harry recognized the truth in Dumbledore's words. I think it's a little late for that, sir. Give it a try anyway, Harry. Try not to worry so much about the future, Sirius said. When the time comes, you'll be fine. I believe in you, kid. Harry smiled. Thanks, Sirius. Sirius stood up and walked over to the crate. Now let's get this monster up on the wall. Half an hour later, the men stood back to admire the marlin on the wall. Vernon nodded proudly. Looks straight and even to me, Remus said. Wonder what happened to the one I got? Sirius asked. Hope it's still in my old room at the Black House. Remus turned to Sirius. I can go and take a look if you like. Sirius grinned. Thanks, Moony. I'd appreciate it. We have an hour if you want to throw a few spells around, Remus, Harry said. Okay. Just a simple exercise. Nothing heavy today then, Remus said. Vernon took a seat after bringing down a few beers for Dumbledore and Sirius. They watched Harry work on a few simple spells he already knew from previous years. Harry actually carried them off perfectly. Much better, Harry. Tomorrow we'll work on 2 more, Remus said. Harry grinned. Thanks, Professor. It's like Hermione said, it's a matter of picturing in my mind what the spell is and what the end result I want is, and then it actually happens. Well done, Harry, Dumbledore said. That's exactly right. Miss Granger got it right when she told you that. Sirius laughed from his place on the workbench. Told you that lass is a bright one, I did. She's going to be something to be reckoned with. Hermione thinks she might be a professor at Hogwarts someday, Harry said. Remus smiled. She'd make a great one if she is inclined to go in that direction. Perhaps I shall ask McGonagall to take her under her wing, so to speak. Miss Granger does indeed have a bright, intelligent mind, Dumbledore said. And speaking of the lady, I must get back to Hogwarts. I have to sit down with her and discuss the coming year. Thanks for coming, Professor. Nice to see you, Harry said. Dumbledore stood up. I was glad to be here. Thank you for the drink, Mr. Dursley. Call me Vernon. Vernon smiled as he shook Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore beamed and disappeared with a quiet pop. The others left soon after and Harry went upstairs to relax. It had been a good day. Up north of England, in a little village called Little Hangleton, stands an old, decrepit manor that was once a fine house. The residents of the town were more than willing to sit and tell the visitor to the town all about that house that people knew it as the Riddle House. As the story goes, the events of some 50 years before are still fresh in the minds of those who remember what happened and the events following the mystery. There are those who swear the house is haunted by the spirits of the Riddle family, the three that were found dead inside their house one fine morning by the maid that worked for the family. The first sign that anything was amiss was the terrified screaming of the woman as she ran down the hill. Once the local constabulary managed to calm her down, she told them she had found them dead in the drawing room, still in their dinner finery. Eyes wide open, she had said, cold as ice. Naturally, the police force set off at once to the house with a crowd following. Nobody felt any sorrow for the Riddles, they had been quite unpopular due to their snobbish ways and for putting on airs in public. The elderly couple was difficult to get along with and their son Tom was even worse. Even more shocking was the news of Frank Bryce being charged with their deaths. In the Hanged Man, the villagers gathered to speculate on the incident and on Frank, many of them commenting that the war had twisted Frank. Even as the people gossiped, Frank sat down in the police station and stuck steadfast to his claim of innocence. Things got even stranger when the doctor's report came back on the Riddle bodies. According to the report, the Riddles hadn't been shot, stabbed, poisoned, or strangled. In fact, they were quite healthy. The only conclusion they could come up with was that their hearts just simply stopped. It was as if they had been frightened to death. Because there was no evidence to support their suspicion that Frank was responsible for their deaths, the police let him go. Frank went straight back to Riddle Manor and remained there to this very day, continuing to care for the grounds. Frank was now in his late 70s, and slowing down considerably. The local kids still continued to harass him as they had ever since the incident 50 years before. Frank was now feeling his age and his leg pained him greatly. It was this fact that caused him to wake one night in August. As he stood in his kitchen, he glanced up at the house and was surprised to see a light coming from the manor. The way it acted gave him the idea that someone had finally set fire to the old house. There was no way for Frank to call for help for two reasons. One was that he had no telephone, and the second was that he did not trust the police anymore because of what they put him through, even though the chief had come out to the manor many times to apologize to Frank. He grumbled as he took up his walking stick and set off to the manor at once. He wondered who it would be this time. Last week it had been a teenaged couple necking in the master bedroom. People got no respect these days, he wheezed as he walked up the incline to the house, pausing for a moment to catch his breath. He walked up to the back door and used his key to unlock the door and enter. He stood in the kitchen for a moment to catch his breath once more and listened carefully. There was no sound. Nothing to indicate something was amiss. Frank walked quietly into the dining room and quietly moved around the ground floor. Still nothing. He paused for a moment at the grand staircase and then started up. Frank didn't see the huge snake curled up in the corner watching him slowly climb the stairs. He paused at the half point to listen once more and still heard nothing. He finally reached the first floor landing. In England, the first floor of a building is considered the ground floor. What would be the second floor to us would be called the first floor, and paused once more. He turned to the left and didn't see or hear anything. Then he turned to the right and saw a light glowing through the doorway of an open room. Now he had his first clue where the intruders were. Frank moved quietly up to the doorway, ears straining to hear anything. All he could hear was the low murmurings of voices. He paused at the doorway and carefully peeked in. As he suspected, there was a fire, but it was burning inside the room's fireplace, a grate setting in front of it to keep it at bay. He observed a strange-looking man next to a high-backed chair. He was short and balding, and appeared to be wearing rags. He held a strange-looking bottle in his hands. "There is a little more in the bottle, my lord," the timid voice came from the short man by the chair. Later. Wormtail. "Now move me closer to the fire," the cold voice spoke, chilling Frank to the bone. He knew evil when he heard it, remembering the voices he'd heard from the war that swept through the world 50 years before, voices so cold and deadly. Frank watched the short man struggle with the heavy chair as he turned it to the fire. "Where is Nagini?" the voice asked. "I don't know, master. Perhaps she is off exploring the house," the timid man spoke once more. The voice in the chair sighed. "Milk her when she gets back here. Then we shall retire for the night." "How long must we stay here?" the timid voice whined. "A week, maybe longer. This place will be enough for our immediate needs. The plan is not yet quite ready and the time is not yet right. We must wait until the Quidditch World Cup is over before we proceed," the voice from the chair said. The timid man beside the chair shifted uncomfortably as the voice sighed. "Must I remind you, fool, as to why? There shall be thousands of wizards pouring into England for the event. The meddlers from the Ministry of Magic shall be everywhere, poking their noses into everyone's business, and trying to keep the muggles from noticing anything," the voice said. Frank was puzzled. What the hell was wizards? Ministry of Magic. Quidditch. Perhaps we could pull this off without Harry Potter. Wormtail squeaked. The voice in the chair sounded amused. "Without Harry Potter. I see." Frank suddenly realized this Harry Potter could be in a world of danger from these men. "The boy means nothing to me, master." Wormtail cried. "It would be so difficult to get him. He is so well protected by Dumbledore." "Do not say that name to me," the voice hissed. "I could go and get another wizard for you." Wormtail started babbling. "I could be back in a day or two with one." The voice sighed. "You say that because you tire of nursing me." "No, master." Wormtail cried, falling to his knees. "I am devoted to you. Do not lie to me." The voice got hard and angry. "I would never lie to you, master." Wormtail cried. Frank felt revulsion at the short man's whining and king up to the voice. "I have my reasons for wanting to use the boy, Wormtail. I can wait for a little time. I am not yet strong enough," the voice said. "I do not wish to explain it all over again, you simpleton." Frank could see Wormtail quivering on his knees. As for the protection around the boy, they cannot watch him 24 hours a day. "The plan shall work, no matter what. If I have to explain it once more, you shall feel the full wrath of Lord Voldemort," the voice said. Lord Voldemort. What the hell kind of name is that? Frank thought to himself. "But I am faithful to you. I found you. I brought to you Bertha Jerkins. I've worked hard to nurse you back to health," Wormtail sputtered. "That you have," Voldemort conceded. "So I shall reward you by having you perform a very important task for me when the time comes, Wormtail. The information she gave me before I ended her worthless life was very valuable. It allowed me to come up with the plan." Frank suddenly realized this Voldemort was truly an evil man. He knew now what he had to do. As he turned to sneak back out, he saw the giant snake slithering past him. He froze, not wanting to draw attention to himself. He watched the huge snake go into the room. He heard it hissing loudly, and then the voice in the chair responded. Frank felt the chilling cold grasp his heart as he realized this man could talk to snakes. "Nagini has kindly informed me there is a muggle standing in the hall listening to us, Wormtail. Do invite him in," the voice ordered. Before Frank could get away, Wormtail was right there with his wand pointed at the man's face. Frank calmly walked into the room even though he was scared. "You heard everything, Muggle?" the voice asked. "What you call me?" Frank loudly demanded. The voice seemed amused by Frank's show of bravery. "I called you a Muggle, a person that is not a wizard. I heard enough to interest the police, I have." Frank snapped. "My wife knows I am here, and if I don't return to her, she'll be calling them." The voice chuckled. "Do not lie to Lord Voldemort, Muggle. You have no wife. Nobody knows you are here." Frank laughed outright. "Lord Voldemort is it. Let me tell you something. I don't think much of your manners, my lord. If you had any balls, you'd turn and face me like a man that you are supposed to be, you worthless coward. Ah, but I am not a man, Muggle. I am much more than just a man. Wormtail, turn me around so that our guest can see me, Voldemort said. Wormtail seemed to collapse into himself and whimpered. You heard me, Wormtail. Do it, the voice demanded. Frank watched as the short man went to the chair and slowly turned it around. The snake curled up on the hearth rug gained his attention as it moved slightly. Then the chair was facing Frank and he looked up to see what he thought was a man. The horror sitting in the chair made him gasp in shock as he let go of his walking stick. Then he screamed in horror as the thing in the chair raised a wand. He never heard the words that took his life as a brilliant green flash lit up the room as something slammed into his chest. Frank Bryce was dead before he hit the floor. 200 miles away, Harry sat up in bed as his scar burst into white-hot pain. Return of the Death Eaters. 200 miles away, Harry Potter sat up in bed, his scar bursting in white-hot pain. His chest was heaving as he tried to catch his breath and his mind whirled as he tried to grasp the meaning of his very strange dream. What the hell did it mean? He looked at the clock next to his bed and noted the time as being nearly 4 in the morning. He got out of bed and went into the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. He went down into the kitchen and made himself a cup of tea and sat there at the kitchen table, pondering the events in his dream. He stood up and slowly wandered the ground floor of the house, eventually ending up in Vernon's office. He sat down in the nice leather executive chair and leaned back for a moment, as if he was contemplating something. Then he reached forward and turned on the computer, his mind apparently made up. He would write this out and send it off to 6 people he knew he could trust. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape. He wasn't so sure about Snape, but knowing he was a former Death Eater, he needed to know so he could contact a few of the Death Eaters in hiding, Lupin, Sirius, and the Weasleys, because Arthur was in the Ministry. He wrote out the entire chain of events as he saw them happen in his dreams, and then ran 7 copies through the printer. He was glad it was a quiet one. Going back upstairs, he sealed each copy into a piece of parchment and labeled them accordingly after writing a personal note on each one to the recipient. Hedwig was wide awake, knowing something had happened. Harry handed her the letters, telling her what order to deliver them in. She rubbed her head against Harry's cheek and then flew off. The burrow. Arthur Weasley rolled over in bed as Hedwig landed on top of him. He watched through bleary eyes as Hedwig dropped the letter to him on the bedcovers and flew right back out the window. He lit the candle next to him and noted the writing on the envelope as being Harry's. Frowning, he opened it and started to read. By the time he finished reading, he was in a complete state of shock. He couldn't believe this. Molly by now had woken up and took the letter from Arthur and read it. She slowly put it down and turned to Arthur. Both of them stared at each other for a moment and then they got out of bed, reaching for robes as they rushed down to the fireplace. Lupin House. Remus blinked as Hedwig dropped his letter on his face. He took hold of it and watched her fly out the window, faster than a speeding bullet. He saw Harry's writing on the front of it and tore it open. As he read the letter, he felt the icy cold fear wrap its fingers around his heart and squeeze tight. Sirius Black. He was sleeping in a comfortable bed for the first time in weeks in an out-of-the-way hotel in Hogsmeade. He felt something poke him in the stomach and woke up to find Hedwig standing on his chest. Her eyes glowed in the dark, and he could see the urgency in her eyes. She dropped his letter on his chest and then went barreling out the window towards Hogwarts. He sat up wondering what in hell was going on. He picked up the letter and noted Harry's writing on the envelope. He snapped to and quickly opened the letter, reading what Harry had typed out on the computer nearly a half hour ago. He gasped in horror as the implications of what he read sank into his weary brain. He sprang out of bed and pulled shirt and shorts on. Oh God, this can't be happening, he thought to himself. Severus Snape. He stood over his cauldron, gently stirring the potion he was in the process of creating when Hedwig sailed into the room through an open window. He glared at the owl as if the angry look would fry her where she stood on his workbench. To his surprise, Hedwig returned the look with just as much intensity as the one he was giving her. He picked up the letter Hedwig had dropped on the table as she zipped out the window again. Snape looked at the envelope and recognized Harry's writing. What the hell does that brat want now? He huffed. Might be good for a few laughs, so I'll read it anyway. He sat down in a chair next to the fireplace and drew a glass of brandy. He opened it up and started to read while sipping the brandy. Halfway through the letter he suddenly realized this was no joke. Oh Merlin, if that simpering fool Pettigrew gets a hold of Death Eaters, we're in seriously big trouble. He said aloud. He finished the letter as he spoke and then finished the glass in one gulp. He calmed himself, and then leapt out of his chair and started running for Dumbledore's office. McGonagall's bedroom. Minerva McGonagall sat up and looked at Hedwig in surprise. She noted the letter in Hedwig's talons and held out her hand for it. Hedwig dropped it into her hand and then shot out the window to her final destination. She opened the letter and read it, recognizing Harry's writing. Her heart nearly stopped as she read with growing horror the dream Harry described. She immediately jumped out of bed and grabbed the closest robe and threw it on as she dashed out her door. There was no time to lose. Dumbledore's office. The old wizard sighed as he picked up the next sheet of parchment and read it. This event that was about to be unleashed on the school was taking a lot more planning than he realized. He raised his head as Hedwig flew in his window and landed on his desk. Hello there, Hedwig. Dumbledore gently scratched her head. How is Harry? He noticed the letter addressed to him as she dropped it on his desk. How nice. A letter from Harry, he said as he reached for it and began to read. Nothing ever scared Albus Dumbledore, not even when he was squaring off with the evil wizard Grindelwald. This letter did. Albus Dumbledore slowly went pale as the door to his office suddenly crashed open. The fireplace in his office flared up and the Weasleys with Remus Lupin behind them raced into his office. A big black dog suddenly appeared between Snape and McGonagall, morphing back into Sirius Black. Every one of them held letters from Harry in their hands. Albus Dumbledore looked up at them and said the only thing that came to his mind. Oh shit, he said. Harry sat at the kitchen table as the sun slowly came up, his mind all jumbled up with the events that he had witnessed in his dream. Suddenly he moved lightning fast, his katana coming up and stopping bare inches from Tino's throat. Easy Harry, just me, Tino said. Harry stepped down and sighed. Forgive me brother. I have had a rough night. It's all right, Harry. Do you want to tell me about it? Tino asked. Harry nodded and started a pot of tea. After pouring Tino a cup, he took one for himself and sat down. He put his thoughts into order and then told Tino everything. Tino frowned as Harry related his dream to him. This is very serious, Harry. Have you told anyone yet? Tino asked. Yes. I have sent letters to Remus, Sirius, the Weasleys, Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore. All of them needed to know, especially Snape, since he used to be a Death Eater. I am sure they will come calling sometime today, Harry told him. Tino nodded. We must step up the training. If he does get a body, then there will be a whole new can of worms to deal with, as you have said once before, Tino said. Perhaps I should go up to this place and look around. Please be careful. I do not want to lose you, Harry said. I will. I promise you I will not try to engage him. I will only look to see what I can find, Tino reassured Harry. For now I want you to stay very close to this house. The wards here will protect you. I give you my word I will stay here, Harry nodded. Tino rose from the kitchen table and went out the door. Harry sighed and turned back to his now cold tea, wondering what would happen next. Albus Dumbledore rose from behind his desk as Snape and Sirius began to square off, but Remus beat him to it by stepping in between them. Please. Not now. Harry has informed us of his dream and we need to sit down and discuss this, Remus entreated. Snape slowly nodded after a moment. Very well. I will cooperate, Lupin. Sirius nodded as Snape walked to the other side of the room and sat down in a chair as Sirius took one by the fireplace. The others sat down in chairs as Dumbledore conjured up some tea. He sat back down behind his desk and picked up the letter. I would assume that Harry worded his letter to all of you the same way he worded mine. I am unfamiliar with this style of writing though, Dumbledore said. Harry must have run it off his uncle's computer, Lupin said, solving the first puzzle as he re-examined his copy. Computer? Snape asked. What in hell is that? Lupin sighed. It would take me a bit of time to tell you what it is. This situation takes priority, so the next we meet I'll tell you about it. The only two reasons Harry sent you a copy Severus is because he knows you used to be a Death Eater, and the second reason is that you are currently England's #1 potions master. What would this have to do with me being a potions master? Snape asked. Think about it. If you were looking to build a new body for yourself, would you need a very powerful potion to do it? Lupin asked. Sirius immediately saw where this was going. I can go walk about and talk to some people I know as soon as Severus finds the potion and gives me a list of the ingredients. You can bet some of the ingredients will be very exotic and or illegal. Snape nodded. Yes, I see your point. I will get to work immediately. I shall inform you if I am contacted. Albus, if I were in a position to do any harm to Harry, I would use the upcoming competition as a cover to do so, Arthur said. I would choose any one of the 3 tasks to whisk Harry away. Do you know what these tasks are to be? Dumbledore asked. Arthur shook his head. No, I don't. Secrecy is tight around this thing. They told me what it is I needed to know because I am supposed to be an observer at this thing. Can you try and find out just what they are? Dumbledore asked. Arthur sighed. I can try. I'll make it a point to get around the ministry and talk to different people about the event and see how they react. Albus, I'm frightened. Is there any way we can stop this event? Molly cried. Arthur turned to his wife and smiled, taking her hand into his. Everything will be just fine, love. We must believe and have faith that nothing will happen to Harry. In fact, it might be a good idea to put observers onto Harry as he watches the event as it happens. He is a bit young to participate. The tension in the office was thick as people sat there. McGonagall was the next to speak after she set down her cup of tea. Albus, I can contact the old members of the Order and ask them to come to Hogwarts as spectators to the events, and establish a volunteer security patrol around the castle, McGonagall said. Dumbledore nodded. An excellent idea, Minerva. Please make it so. McGonagall then turned to Snape. Do you think he would need a transfiguration spell to along with the potion? That is a distinct possibility, Snape admitted. I won't know until I have completed my search for the potion he would need. Dumbledore looked around the room. We have made some progress here. Now we must make sure our efforts are not in vain. Good luck to all of you. At that, everyone left the office. Tino slowly made his way onto the Riddle property later that afternoon once he got to Little Hangleton. His senses were open and alert, ready to react at the first sign of danger. He stayed deep in the shadows, moving very slowly towards the house. He finally reached the back door and discovered it to be unlocked. He wasn't surprised. From the looks of the house, it's been unkempt for at least 30 years or more, he said to himself. But the grounds are immaculate. That's a clue that somebody lives here if any. He slipped in the door and made sure not to disturb any more of the dust and dirt than he had to. He drew Wakazaki in his right hand and palmed 2 shuriken in his left hand as he started his search of the house. He went through the ground floor rooms first, noting that nothing had been disturbed. As he started to climb the stairs, he became aware of a sick sweet smell in the air. The smell of death. He turned left at the top of the stairs just like Frank Bryce had in the final hour of his death had. He quickly searched those rooms and then came back to the top of the stairs and went past them, staying close to the wall. The smell of death got stronger as he moved forward and he knew he was onto something. He came to the doorway of the room where Frank Bryce had met his end and carefully peeked in. He saw the body of the man that was once Frank Bryce and moved forward. He checked the body and noted he had been dead for more than 12 hours. Harry's dream had been accurate. He noted the half-full bottle of something, examined the ashes in the fireplace, and searched the room for any kind of evidence. He found nothing. Tino cursed silently and quickly left the room. Getting out of the house was easy. He simply went out the same way he came in. He discovered quite by accident an impression left in the grass by something very big. He followed it carefully down to Frank Bryce's house and entered. He searched it carefully and found nothing to indicate who had been in the main house. Tino left Frank's house and slipped back into the brush. He needed to see Dumbledore immediately. Remus Lupin arrived at the Dursleys like he normally did in the early afternoon for Harry's training. Harry let him in and followed him down to the basement. They sat down and didn't say anything for the first couple of minutes. Harry, Remus finally said, your letters were received by all of us and what you saw definitely was a very scary thing. Harry nodded. I've been thinking about that and the first thing that came to my mind was that when Voldemort gave me his scar, he transferred a part of him into me. We now have some kind of connection to each other through this scar. I can see and feel what he does and says. Remus leaned back and rubbed his face, thinking about what Harry just said. That's a very good theory, Harry. It's worth mentioning to Professor Dumbledore. I could provide information through that link before he discovers it and tries to manipulate it, Harry said. You would be running a serious risk doing that, Remus said. Harry nodded. I know. I've listed all the pros and cons of it, he said, handing Remus a sheet of paper. You really thought about this, Remus said, reading the 2 columns. That I did, Harry said. I've trained to fight off psychic attacks from dark ninjas, but Voldemort's power is something entirely different. There is something called occlumency that you can learn to protect your mind from Voldemort if and when he discovers the link between you, Remus said. Something new for Hermione to research, Harry grinned. Mention something to her and she's all over it. Remus had to laugh at that. That's the truth. But you have to admit she does come up with the right answers at the right moment. Harry nodded as he sipped his lemo. Aid. Don't know what I'd do without her. Remus smiled at the comment. She is a beautiful girl. Harry smiled as his eyes took on a faraway look and Remus knew he was thinking of her right then. Hang on tight to all of the good memories you can, Harry. They will get you through the dark times ahead, Remus said. Harry sighed and nodded. One of my biggest fears right now is Voldemort ripping past the wards to get to my relatives. I can ask the Ministry for extra security around them if you want, Remus said. The wards around the house will be doubled, Remus. I will see to that, Dumbledore said as he came down the stairs. Harry looked up at the old man. I would appreciate that, sir. Consider it done. Your relatives will be protected. I will think of other ways to protect them, Dumbledore said. What do we do now? Harry asked. Albus Dumbledore sat down next to Harry and sighed. We wait. Professor Snape is currently researching the potion that would be needed to revive Voldemort. Once he finds out what it is, he will inform certain people of the ingredients needed and then Professor McGonagall can start her own search for the spell needed for the transformation. Once we know what they are, we will be able to watch certain people and they will give us the clues or information needed to stop Voldemort. Then we'll be in a better position to act, Remus said. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, then we will be able to act. Deep inside he knew that wasn't quite true. The debate raged deep inside of him as he thought about telling Harry what he knew. He decided to hold off a bit longer in telling Harry and in doing so, he quieted the voices inside his soul. He would tell Harry when he was a bit stronger and not before. He hoped he was doing the right thing. Tino approached the castle Hogwarts in the early evening. He moved silently through the bushes and the trees to a place where he knew a door was hidden. He reached out and placed his palm against a dark-colored brick. The magic that protected Hogwarts immediately recognized Tino and the door popped into existence and Tino got into the castle. Looking behind him he saw the wall reappear where the door had been. He made a note to thank the Professor Dumbledore when he saw him in allowing him access to the castle. Moving on, he found the spiral stairs to the headmaster's office and rode it to the top. These stairs took him to the back of the office and not the front, like the ones hidden by the gargoyle. He slipped quietly through that door at the top and into the dark shadows of Dumbledore's office. There was another man in the office with Dumbledore, and he recognized the man as Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Surely the boy is mistaken, Albus. Fudge protested. He couldn't have seen you-know-who. The man is dead, killed by his own curse. The voice of Albus Dumbledore was heard next. I believe Harry. That simple statement made Tino smile. Harry would be pleased to know people believed him. Tino knew he would stand behind Harry no matter what happened. Harry and Tino were brothers, bound by the Nako ninja oath. You would, Fudge snorted. Perhaps he is touched in the head by that scar of his. Perhaps I shall talk to the healers at St. Mungo's to get that thing removed. You will do nothing of the sort, Dumbledore said. Harry will be left alone. There was a sound of a chair being moved. I am the Minister of Magic. How dare you talk to me that way? I have power over you, Dumbledore. Fudge ranted. Tino immediately prepared a dart coated with sleeping potion on it and poked it into the tube and raised it to his mouth. Dumbledore's calm voice replied, "You know as well as I do that Voldemort could come back to power at any time he chooses. If you choose to ignore Harry's vision, that is your business. It will also be your downfall. Do not bring down the wizarding world with you in your blindness. I order you to remain silent about him," Fudge growled. "I cannot. If the people in the wizarding world are not told about him, they will pay for your silence with their lives. I cannot allow that," Dumbledore said quietly. "I will forget this conversation ever took place, Albus. But make no mistake, one word to the community and I will do what I can to get you out of Hogwarts." Fudge snapped and then stormed out. Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and sighed. Tino came out of hiding and brought Dumbledore a steaming cup of calming tea. Tino sat in the chair across from Dumbledore and watched as the old man picked up the cup and relaxed, meditating while sipping the tea. Once he was finished with it, he put the cup down on the desk. "Thank you, Tino. Just what I needed. Now then, what brings you here?" Dumbledore asked. "I have been up to Little Hangleton where the Riddle House once stood. I went inside and investigated everything that Harry told me. There is no question that what Harry saw was the truth. I found the man named Frank Bryce lying dead in the room where Voldemort was. I found a bottle with an unidentified liquid inside it. The body was cold. I estimate death at roughly 11 o'clock last night. I found a disturbance in the long grass, a very large snake. I searched the house that belonged to the man and nothing was disturbed in there. The ashes in the fireplace in that particular room were fresh. The question now is where have they gone?" Tino said. Dumbledore pulled on his beard for a moment. "Hopefully Harry can provide a clue. Until then, we must be ever alert." Tino nodded and then stood up. He walked around the desk and went down to his knees. Placing his ninjata on the floor before him, he bowed deeply. "I have sworn an oath to my masters to protect the Nako ninja clan. I have sworn an oath to Harry to protect him from the danger that threatens him. Now I swear an oath to you, of my own free will, to do everything I can to protect Hogwarts and all those who reside in her. Please accept me into your service," Tino said. Dumbledore nodded, knowing full well from his many conversations with Tino that the ninja took their oaths seriously. "Tino, my friend, I accept your offer of assistance. If and when the time comes to restart the Order of the Phoenix, you shall have a place in it," Dumbledore said, placing his hand on Tino's shoulder. Tino sat up. "Thank you, Master Dumbledore. Now please tell me about this order." Dumbledore motioned Tino to resume his seat. "Speak of this to no one until the time is right," Dumbledore began. Tino nodded as Dumbledore began to tell him of the order. Anjiro, Japan. Master Kosho put down the letter he had just received from Tino and sipped his tea as he thought. He was clearly disturbed by the events that had transpired. This Dark Lord must be stopped, he thought. Perhaps it is time I went to England to offer the clan's assistance in this matter. He picked up the letter and read it once more and then decided the issue. He rose and went into the main room where the clan elders were waiting. They bowed as he sat in his place. "I have decided to take 20 good men with me to England and offer our help in this battle that Harry is involved in. If you remember, this is the dark wizard who murdered his parents, Lily and James Potter," Kosho said. "If this dark wizard has an army on his side, then we must do what we can to thin out his ranks of these Death Eaters as they call themselves." "How can we fight their dark magic?" one of the elders asked. Kosho smiled. "They are human, like us. They need sleep and food. That will be the time to strike, when they are least expecting anybody to attack them." The elders nodded. "Master, you speak wisely. They may be trained in their dark magic, but they are not us. Please assemble 20 of our best and inform them to meet me here this evening. Our mission now is critical. Time is of the essence. If this Dark Lord were to take a new body, then things will change and we will have to change tactics to fight this menace. I shall send a letter to Tino and inform him of plans," Kosho said. The elders nodded and bowed, silently withdrawing from the main room of Master Koshu's house. The old man was alone once more. He sighed and shifted his position. Deep inside of himself, he had the feeling it would all come down to being between Harry and this Dark Lord. If that was the situation, then he would have to take Harry under his wing and give him private instruction in the clan's most secret forms, ones he had kept to himself, waiting for the right man to pass them to, much like his own master had done years prior. He rose to his feet and went into the Hall of Ancestors, where it was said that the spirits of the clan's ancestors resided. He stopped before the shrine and dropped back to his knees and bowed before it. He closed his eyes and let himself drift. He felt the spirits close in on him and he felt their approval of his decision to help the wizarding world in fighting the Dark Lord. He seemed to glide out of the darkness of his house to the front porch in the early evening. The 20 men bowed as he sat down on his cushion in front of them. Harry is in need of help, he said simply. Then we must assist him, Master, the Jonin chief said. Kosho nodded. That is why all of you are here. We shall be fighting a Dark Lord who knows wizarding magic. I am told that they rely on these dark powers and a wand to protect themselves. If they know dark magic, how can we fight them? One ninja asked. Brother, they are as human as we are. They need to sleep, eat, and bathe like we do. Those will be the moments that they will be vulnerable, another ninja said. Kosho smiled. You have learned well, my son. I am pleased. The ninja bowed. Thank you, Master. Kosho then informed them of the travel plans and it was decided to meet in the village of Hogsmeade where Tino had secured lodgings for all of them. They would meet with Dumbledore that evening inside the Forbidden Forest and offer to him the clan's assistance. He hoped that this Dumbledore would accept. They arrived in England the next afternoon, all traveling under different identities. 2 of the ninja portrayed Koshu's sons and helped him as if he was their father. They arrived in Hogsmeade in the late afternoon and found the house in the forest between the village and Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore bowed as Kosho stepped out of the van. Welcome to England, Master Kosho, Dumbledore greeted Kosho. Kosho returned the bow. At last we meet, Master Dumbledore. Harry has told me much about you. Dumbledore gestured to the porch of the house. I would be honored if you would join me for a cup of tea. Kosho and Dumbledore went up to the porch and settled on the cushions on the porch while Tino sat behind Dumbledore and a ninja behind Kosho. May I offer you a cup of tea? Dumbledore smiled. I would be honored to accept a cup from you. Thank you. Kosho smiled. Once the tea was served and consumed, Dumbledore turned to Kosho. How can the wizarding world be of help to you? Dumbledore asked. Kosho smiled. I have come here with 20 of my best ninja from Clan Nako Ninja to offer you our assistance in fighting this Dark Lord Harry has spoken of. None of us possesses this wizarding magic that Harry has spoken of. However, one of my men has observed that these dark wizards are as human as we are and suggests their vulnerabilities lie in their needs to sleep, eat, and bathe. They may be trained in the dark magic, but they are not trained as we are. One of our other strengths is in our ability to move quietly and quickly in places they would not suspect us to move in and collect information on their actions and movements. This is critical in the efforts to stop this Dark Lord in regaining a body. To do that, we must watch his servants. Agreed. I have friends watching a tiny few of them right now. I need more to watch the rest, Dumbledore said. If this Dark Lord does succeed in regaining his body, then we will have a fight on our hands. We shall assist you to the very end. Even so, I have this feeling, a premonition, that it will fall on Harry's shoulders to face and destroy this Dark Lord, Kosho said, carefully watching Dumbledore's face. Dumbledore slowly nodded as he considered Koshu's words. You are right. Even I have that feeling as well. Only time will tell us this. Kosho had the distinct feeling that Dumbledore knew more than he was telling. He would have to be very careful around this man if he needed to find out what secrets Dumbledore was holding from Harry. I will need a base to operate from, to house my men, and to provide training grounds for those who wish to learn the martial arts, Kosho said. Let me show you through this house then. I hope it will fill all your needs, Dumbledore said. He stood up and led Kosho through the house. Kosho nodded at what he saw. Dumbledore even showed him an old forge on the edge of Hogsmeade. It has not operated in some time. Perhaps you can use it if you are able to get it working, Dumbledore said. They watched as 2 of the ninja examined it and nodded to Kosho. Kosho turned to Dumbledore and nodded. It will suit our needs perfectly, Kosho said. Dumbledore nodded and bowed. If you will excuse me, I must head back to the school. I have much to do before the school year starts. Kosho bowed and watched Dumbledore walk off into the evening mist. One of his advisors moved up next to Kosho. Beware of this man, Master. He knows more than he is telling. Harry is involved, the man said as he bowed. Kosho rubbed his face. I have had the same feeling, old friend. I hope we are wrong. Harry wiped the sweat off his face as he sighed. Remus handed him a bottle of water and Harry opened it. Your control is getting much better, Harry. You're getting the hang of it, Remus said as he sat down. Good. The more I work at it the better, Harry said. Are you going to be at Hogwarts this year? No. But you will see me on a regular basis to keep up this training, Remus replied. Don't think anyone else would volunteer to teach you. Not to mention the new Dada teacher could be useless, Harry added. That thought did cross my mind, Harry. Certainly hope it's not Snape, Remus said. I would really like to see a retired Auror teach the class. Harry grinned. Now that person would be ideal. Teach the real stuff from their experiences from the many fights and battles they've been in. Remus nodded. I agree. Those are the kind of people that are best suited to lead. Harry leaned back and closed his eyes, finding his center at once and relaxing, dropping into Getsumi no Michi. He could feel who was in the house and those familiar feelings made him smile. He turned his mind away from that and concentrated on his center. 15 minutes later he opened his eyes and felt recharged. So what's the plan for the rest of the summer? Remus asked. Ron wrote to me the other day and said that his dad was going to get tickets for the World Quidditch Cup. I forget who the teams are, Harry said. You should be fairly safe there. Just stay close to your friends, Remus said. Harry nodded. I'm not sure of the dates yet. As soon as I find out, you'll be the first to know. Ron also said something about camping out there. That should be fun, Remus smiled. Ever seen one? Harry asked. A few years ago. It was quite an event, too. Your dad certainly got into the game as I recall, Remus smiled at the memory. Harry grinned. Sounds just like him. Remus had to laugh at that. When they came up from the basement, Vernon was sitting in the kitchen reading something on purple-colored paper. Harry wondered what it was. Vernon looked up. A letter from your Weasley friends, he said, answering Harry's unspoken question. They were asking me if you could go to something called a World Quidditch Cup. They certainly put enough stamps on the envelope, he said, raising the envelope. Harry and Remus both broke out in laughter at the sight of the envelope. It was completely covered in stamps except for the space where the address was written. A little overkill, don't you think? Remus gasped, as he laughed some more. A smile was slowly creeping over Vernon's face. Got a neighbor down the street who takes things to the extreme. Harry finally wound down and got another bottle of water for himself and Remus. So can I go? Yes. Why don't you spend the last 2 weeks there? I have to go on a business trip and won't be back in time. Your Aunt Marge will be dropping Dudley at Smeltings for his year, Vernon said. That's cool, Dudley said, walking into the kitchen. Remus stood up. Then that's settled. I do have to be going. Got things to do. See you tomorrow, Harry. Remus apparated away as Harry stretched. I'm going to go up and have a shower to cool down with. Vernon nodded as he turned to the rest of the mail. As Harry entered his bedroom, something hit him in the side of his head. Reacting instantly, he spun to his right to confront his attacker and reaching out at the same time. A second later he was holding a very surprised tiny owl in his hand. Harry sighed once he realized who it was. The owl belonged to his best friend Ron. Pig, you gotta calm down, okay. He sighed as he took the letter from his right leg and let him go. The tiny owl fell a few feet and then resumed his normal flying pattern, flying at top speed around the room. Harry sighed and looked over at Hedwig as he sat down at his desk to read the letter. He could have sworn Hedwig rolled her eyes at the hyperactive owl. Harry turned to the letter. Harry, Dad got the tickets. Monday night, Ireland vs. Bulgaria. We'll be coming for you at 5 Sunday evening. I am so looking forward to this. Ron. Harry grinned as he folded the letter up. He wrote a quick note to Ron and plucked Pig out of his erratic flight pattern around the room without even looking. Hedwig blinked. Harry had moved so fast. Harry tied the letter to Pig's left leg and tossed him out the window. The tiny owl plunged a few feet and then took off like a rocket. Harry shook his head and sighed. Crazy owl, he remarked. Hedwig hooted in agreement. Harry turned to the desk and picked up the letter to Sirius and added his postscript. Going to the Quidditch match with the Weasleys. Never been to one, so it should be fun. Yes, I will be very aware of what is going on around me. I won't let my guard down. You should know me better than that. Hope you are safe wherever you are. I love you, Sirius. I'll be staying at the Burrow for the rest of the summer. Harry sighed and folded up the parchment. He turned to Hedwig. Are you up to a long trip? Harry asked. An eagerness appeared in Hedwig's eyes and Harry took that as a sign she was. Harry tied the letter to her right leg. Harry rubbed her head in affection and Hedwig sighed, gently nipping Harry's finger in her way of showing affection. Harry turned and went into the shower. Sunday afternoon Harry was ready to go, all of his things packed and his Hogwarts trunk in the living room. Aunt Petunia had a pot of tea on the table, intending to offer a bit of tea to Molly when she arrived. Right at 5 Harry lit the fire in the fireplace and waited. 2 minutes later, Molly Weasley and Ron stepped out of the fireplace. Molly waved her wand and banished the soot away from her robes, Ron's shirt, and the living room carpet. Harry smiled as he gave Molly a hug. Aunt Petunia, this is Molly Weasley and my best friend Ron. Mrs. Weasley, this is my Aunt Petunia, Harry said, making the introductions. Pleased to meet you. I have a bit of tea on the table. Would you like a cup? Petunia offered. Molly smiled. I'd be delighted. I have been wanting to meet you for some time. Ron, want a soda? We can go up to my room for a bit, Harry said. Sure, mate. Ron grinned. They left the two women alone in the living room as they went up the stairs with their sodas. Ron stretched out on Harry's bed as Harry sat at his desk. So what's going on in the wizarding world? Harry asked as Ron carefully opened the can of soda. Not much, Ron replied as he took a drink of the soda and immediately coughed. Sip it slow, Harry advised, clearly amused by Ron's introduction to soda. What kind of drink is this? Ron asked. It's very fizzy. Harry explained what soda was and how the Muggles made it with different flavors. Ron was clearly intrigued. Well, this is different, Ron said. I like it. They talked for a few minutes more and then Molly called up to them. Harry and Ron went downstairs to the living room. Ready to go? Molly asked. I already shrunk your trunk, Harry. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley, Harry smiled. The fire flared up and turned green as Molly tossed in a bit of flow powder. Petunia looked on with interest as Ron stepped through first, and then Harry. Molly followed immediately after. Harry tumbled through the fireplace at the Weasley house, commonly referred to as the Burrow. A moment later Molly popped out behind him. The fire went out as she waved her wand, cleaning up the three of them. Your aunt is a very nice person, Molly smiled. I'll have to invite them here for dinner some evening. I think they will be pleased with that, Harry said. Molly levitated Harry's trunk after returning it to normal size and set it up to Ron's room. Harry glanced around the living room and saw it was the same as usual. Got a nice warm feel to the room, Harry mused out loud. You think so, Harry? Molly asked. Harry nodded. Yup. Wouldn't change it for anything. Molly beamed as she kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, dear. Let's head up to my room so you can settle in, Ron said. On the way to the stairs, Harry spotted a bowl of candy. He took one and popped it into his mouth after unwrapping it. Chocolate cream, Harry grinned at Ron. I like these. From Honeydukes. Before Ron could answer, Harry suddenly felt his tongue swell up. He had no choice but to open his mouth and let it out. Before Ron could say anything, it grew longer, reaching the floor. Harry stood there, blinking in shock. Molly turned to say something, but at the sight of Harry's very long tongue, his face turned dark red with fury. She waved her wand and Harry's tongue shrunk back to normal. Molly turned to the stairs and Ron hastily stuck his fingers in his ears. Harry quickly did the same. Fred, George, get down here right this minute. She roared in fury, as the boys backed up. Harry swore the pictures on the walls cringed as they swayed from side to side. The twins appeared on the stairs. Yes, Mum? Fred asked. Molly held up the wrapper from the candy. The twins looked apologetic. Oh, so sorry, Mum. Who got it? George asked. Does this have anything to do with what you call Weasley's wizard wheeze? Molly growled. The paintings on the walls cleared out. Fred and George glanced at each other. Yes, Mum, Fred said calmly. I specifically told you both that you were not to go into that, she snapped. Working at the ministry is what you'll be doing. Every Weasley has served the wizarding world working there for Gringotts. Fred came the rest of the way down the stairs. We have no intentions of ending up being a stuffed shirt like Perfect Percy, Fred declared. Ron immediately saw where this was heading, so he signaled Harry to follow him up the stairs quickly. They managed to get to his room with Hermione and Ginny behind them. Molly cut loose the moment Ron closed his door. Weasley's wizard wheeze? Harry asked. Ron sighed. A joke shop Fred and George want to open. They don't want to work at the ministry. They've been up in their room all summer, working on gags and jokes. Mum found out about it when she discovered a stack of their order forms when she was cleaning their room a few weeks ago. Since then, the slightest mention of WWW sets off Mum and they get fired up themselves. Me, I have no intention of joining the ministry myself. The only thing I can do real well is play chess. Don't think I can make a living at that. Not quite true, Ron, Hermione said. There are chess competitions out in the Muggle world. There are Muggles who are famous for playing chess extremely well. Ron perked up at that. Really? He asked. Yes, Ron. I'll have to get you a book sometime on famous chess players and the chess organizations around the world, Hermione said. Harry grinned. Just like Hermione. He stood up and went to the door. Be right back, he called over his shoulder. He walked down the hall. The house was quiet and the door to the twins' room was closed. Even the bathroom door was closed. Harry groaned in frustration and turned to head back to Ron's room when the bathroom door opened up. Percy walked out. Oh, hello, Harry. Didn't know you were here, Percy said as he shook Harry's hand rather stiffly. Arrived about 15, 20 minutes ago, Harry said. Ah, so then you heard the ruckus downstairs? Percy inquired. Couldn't miss it, Harry replied. Saw some candy in a bowl and took one. Turned out to be trick candy. Percy snorted. When will those two children ever grow up? Harry blinked at that. If they applied themselves to their studies, they would be in a much better position to work at the ministry in a decent job. Mum is right, they will never amount to nothing if they keep up their ways. They'll come to a sorry end, Percy huffed. Harry was floored by Percy's words. He never thought anyone could ever say that about their own family. You've changed, Percy, Harry said quietly. Percy nodded. I now work at the ministry if Ronald hasn't told you yet. I am in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I work for the great Mr. Crouch. He is a great man, Percy said loftily. I must get back to my report on cauldron thickness. Cauldron thickness, Harry said in a daze, feeling like he'd been run over by a stampede of wild hippogriffs. Yes, Percy nodded. There has been a flood of cheaply made cauldrons flooding the market lately. Harry watched Percy go back to his room and close the door. Harry turned and went into the bathroom. There was no longer any doubt in Harry's mind. Percy had gone over the edge in his zeal to be the best at everything. No wonder you feel threatened by him, Ron, Harry said to himself. On the other hand, if he keeps that up, he'll be in for a long hard fall when someone yanks the carpet out from underneath him. Later that evening, Harry sat at the large dinner table out in the backyard. The only people who were talking were Arthur Weasley, Hermione, and Ron about the upcoming World Quidditch match the next evening. Harry listened with interest, having never been to one. The twins didn't look up at Molly as they ate, and Percy had sheets of parchment in his one hand as he ate. Molly was still angry about something. So how are we getting there? Harry asked. Glad you asked, Harry. We will be going by Portkey. We will have to get up early tomorrow morning and then hike up to Stoatshead Hill to catch the 5:00 Portkey. That will take us right to the match, Arthur explained. What is a Portkey? Harry asked. A Portkey is another way to travel. All you have to do is get hold of the portkey and it activates by prior arrangement or by spell, portus. The portkey can be anything. Most of the time it can be something muggles consider junk, so there's no way they can pick up one and accidentally portkey someplace, Arthur said. Cool. Learned something new today, thanks. Can't wait to try it, Harry said. Arthur beamed. Anytime, Harry. Hermione was looking thoughtful and Harry had to smile. A new research project, dear? He asked. Yes. They sound so fascinating. I thought brooms, flow, and apparating were the only ways to travel, Hermione said. There are some who prefer portkeys over brooms, Hermione. Others prefer the flow network. Some use whatever is handy at the moment. The majority apparate, Arthur said. If you want more information, either Percy or I can get a name in the ministry to write to. Hermione smiled. Thank you. Harry sat at the table a bit longer with Ron, Hermione, Arthur, and Bill as Molly headed into the kitchen with Ginny to start the cleanup. The twins had stalked back into the house without saying a word. Percy followed a moment later. Charlie took a glass of wine and sat under one of the torches to read some reports about dragons he was going to be working with after the Quidditch match. Harry never felt more content in his life. He was with his girl and in the company of people he considered his closest friends and second family. Harry. Hermione nudged him. He turned to look at her. Just looking up at the stars, dear. It's a beautiful evening, and what makes it even more special is the fact that you're here with me, and I've got my best friends and second family with me. There's nothing better than that. Hermione leaned forward and kissed Harry. Thank you. Thank you, Harry. We're glad that you consider us your friends and second family. Means a lot to us, Arthur said. Harry stood up and offered his hand to Hermione. Shall we go for a walk? Hermione stood up and took Harry's arm. Yes. Don't go too far, Arthur warned. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. Hey, check out Crookshanks, Ron said quietly. They turned to watch the unfolding scene in the garden. Hermione had brought Crookshanks with her. The cat had joyfully discovered the garden gnomes at once and had spent most of her time chasing them. At the moment she was crouched down holding very still, eyes half closed, giving the appearance of being asleep. One of the gnomes was approaching her slowly, sneaking up to the cat's face. He turned around and gave a thumbs up to the other gnomes in the garden. The gnome that was sneaking up on Crookshanks got up very close to the cat and grinned. The gnome slapped Crookshanks on the face twice and then turned around, jumping up and down with his hands over his head, like he was doing a victory dance. Crookshanks woke up and stuck her head down close to the gnome. The gnome turned around and suddenly realized his predicament. He grinned widely and gave the cat a shy wave, and then suddenly grabbed the cat's nose, tweaking it. Then it turned and raced back to its hole. Crookshanks blinked in surprise and shock, and then reacted, taking off after the gnome. Unfortunately, it had a good head start on the cat and it dived right into the hole before Crookshanks got there. The hole was halfway covered by a pumpkin that was growing. Crookshanks was going so fast the poor cat slammed into the pumpkin headfirst, abruptly coming to a screeching halt. Hermione gasped as Arthur, Ron, Charlie, and Harry roared in laughter. The cat managed to get free of the pumpkin, her face completely covered in pumpkin innards. Crookshanks! Hermione cried, finding her voice. The cat walked away from what was left of the small pumpkin in very unsteady steps. Charlie reached for his wand and conjured up a small tub of soapy water and levitated the cat into it. He moved his wand back and forth, making the bath act like a washing machine. Then Crookshanks floated up and out of the bath. The tub disappeared. Charlie cast another spell to dry off the cat, which caused the fur to puff up, making Crookshanks look like a giant cheese puff. That set off everyone once more and even Hermione had to giggle at the sight. Then Charlie summoned the cat to him and settled her on his lap. Don't you think you have had enough tonight? Charlie asked Crookshanks. The cat snarled. Relax now. You can always dish out the paybacks tomorrow, Charlie chided. Ron shivered at the sight of Crookshanks smiling. That cat gives me the creeps. Harry smiled and then turned back to Hermione. Now where were we? We were about to tail a walk deer, Hermione said. Hand in hand, they strolled off into the woods. In a dark room miles away from St. Ottery Catchpole, several men stood around a table. On the table was a detailed diagram, a layout of the World Quidditch Cup event and the surrounding area. The man standing at the head of the table nodded his satisfaction as the plan had been laid out. Good, he said softly. The time is right to remind the people that the Death Eaters are alive and well. This event is only the beginning. They will soon realize that we are not weak and helpless as that fool Fudge makes us to be. What if Harry Potter is there? One man spoke up. The man at the head of the table laughed, a chilling sound to those who heard him. Then we shall avenge our master. He shall not get away with killing our liege lord. I will be the one to cast the fatal spell on the boy myself, he said. There were nods of approval at the man's words. He glared at all of the men present. All of you know your assignments? He asked. There were nods of agreement. Good. I will not tolerate failure. We strike in the name of our late master, the mighty Lord Voldemort. The man declared, clenching his fist. Success, my lord. One man cried out. The others in the room echoed the man's words as the man at the head of the table smiled. This was now just the beginning. There was yet more to come. The Death Eaters had returned. Let's play Quidditch. This kind of travel will take a bit getting used to, Harry said as the group landed back on solid ground after riding the portkey. Arthur smiled. You'll get used to it in time. So where to now? Harry asked. We walk the rest of the way. It's not too far, Arthur said. Who do you think stands to win? Harry asked. Arthur looked thoughtful. It's anybody's guess. It could go either way. Just so that you know, Ireland is considered the heavy favorite. They stopped in front of a small cottage and Arthur introduced himself to the man. The man looked at a list tacked on his door and nodded. Your spot is about a quarter-mile down that way, the man pointed. Harry stepped up. How much, sir? Harry paid off the man and they headed off to their campsite. Thank you, Harry, Arthur said. I'll cover it later. They walked up to their spot and stopped. Harry looked around and observed many colored tents as far as he could see. He watched two young kids, no more than 4 or 5, float just high enough on their toy broomsticks. They gave Harry a big grin and Harry smiled back. He turned his attention back to Arthur. He'd separated the 2 tents on the ground. Harry looked at them with a puzzled look on his face. No worries, Harry. Once they are up and you get in one, you'll be in for a surprise, Arthur grinned. Just not sure how to do this. Hermione directed them and in record time the tents were set up. Harry went into one and was shocked to see 3 rooms inside. He had to laugh out loud as Arthur was the next inside. Ah, figured it out then. Arthur grinned as Hermione followed Arthur inside. A magical tent. Hermione grinned. Indeed it was. The room to the left had 2 beds in that one and the one on the right had another 2 beds. The main room had a couch and 2 recliners in them. There was a bathroom in between the bedrooms and a kitchen off to the side. The second tent was set up in the same way. Very cozy, Harry remarked. Any water around here? Ron looked at the map he got from the Muggle when they had first arrived. Right here, Harry. See, there's the tap, he said, pointing to the picture. Ron and I can go do a water run. Hermione can help Arthur get a fire going. When I get back, Hermione and I can cook up a breakfast, Harry said. Harry and Ron picked up the large water bottles and set off for the tap. Harry took the time to really look around. He'd never imagined that there were this many witches and wizards. He'd seen the crowds in Hogsmeade and in Diagon Alley, but never a crowd on this large a scale before. He blinked as everything suddenly went green in front of him. Cool, Ron exclaimed. There are a lot of Ireland supporters. Harry looked at the tents closely and realized Ron was right. A lot of the tents in front of him were decorated with green shamrocks. He wondered what the Bulgaria supporters had done with their tents. They joined the line for water and kept looking around for people they knew from Hogwarts. Think we'll see anyone we know? Ron asked Harry as he looked around. Their dorm mate Seamus Finnegan popped up at that moment. Hey Harry. Dean Thomas poked his head out of the tent when he heard Seamus. Harry. Hi guys. Harry grinned. Pulling for Ireland. Both of them grinned. But of course. Just get here. Yeah. Heading up to get some water and then do a little cooking, Harry said as Ron looked over the tents gaily decorated in Ireland logos and colors. Arthur said Ireland is the heavy favorite this year, Harry said. Seamus nodded. But a game this fast and intense, anything can happen. That's true. Ron nodded. Our games at Hogwarts prove that. Seamus turned to Harry. So who are you pulling for? I really don't know much about the teams, Harry said. I really haven't followed the professional teams that much. Make sure you get a program then. Tell you everything you want to know about the teams, Dean said. Sure will. See you guys later, Harry asked. Dean and Seamus nodded. For sure. Getting back to the campsite, Harry set down the buckets by the tent and turned around to see Hermione helping Arthur with the fire. Once it was going, Harry set up a couple skillets and started breakfast when Charlie, Bill, and Percy walked out of the woods. Harry grinned when he saw Charlie and Bill. He liked those two. There you are. Starting to wonder if you three would make it, Arthur said. Just apparated, Dad, Percy loudly announced, his chest puffed out. Harry turned his head away, feeling annoyed by Percy's grandstanding. He was beginning to dislike Percy. He hoped Percy would come to his senses someday, and he knew it would take something major to make that happen. He shook his head and busied himself with the food. Okay, Harry said, who wants what? Bill looked up. Can I have my eggs scrambled? Sure, Harry grinned. At that moment a man walked up to the Weasleys wearing a Wimborne Wasps Quidditch uniform. Arthur recognized him at once. Ludo, he called out. So nice to see you. Arthur. Couldn't ask for a better day, he said as he shook hands with Arthur. Perfect weather. Percy moved forward and shook hands with Ludo, acting very important. Harry sighed once more. Yes indeed. You know my family, Ludo. There's George, Fred, Ron, Charlie, Bill, Percy, Ginny, Hermione Granger, and Harry Potter, Arthur introduced everybody. Ludo's eyes lit up as he turned to look at Harry. Harry smiled and shook Ludo's hand. Mr. Potter, it is indeed an honor to meet you, Ludo said. Harry smiled. Thank you, sir. Mr. Weasley tells me you organized all this. Ludo beamed. Oh no, dear me. I can't take all of the credit. A lot of people put in hours and hours of their time to make all of this happen. Thank you for the tickets, sir. I appreciate your generosity, Harry grinned. Anytime. Now then, Arthur, fancy a bet on the match? Ludo asked. That got the attention of the twins. Arthur thought about it for a moment and then pulled a galleon out of his pocket. A galleon on Ireland to win, Arthur said. Ludo smiled. Deal. He turned to the twins. And you boys? Fred and George quickly pooled what money they had in their pockets. 40 galleons on Ireland to win, but Crumb gets the snitch. We'll even throw in a fake wand, George said. Don't show him that rubbish, Percy snarled at Fred. The twins ignored him as they showed Ludo the money and the fake wand. Ludo took the fake wand and it immediately squawked and turned into a rubber chicken. Ludo threw back his head and roared in laughter. It's a done deal, he said in delight. I'll give you those odds. He wrote something on a slip of paper and handed it to Fred, and he carefully folded it and put it in his pocket. I say, any of you seen Crouch about? Ludo asked. Not yet, Arthur said. How about you, Harry? Harry shook his head. Sorry, I don't know Mr. Crouch. Well, if I see him and you happen to be around, I'll introduce him to you, Harry. He's a likable fellow. Very smart man, Ludo said. Harry was observing Percy and watched him puff up. Quite right. Mr. Crouch is a great man, Percy said. A man apparated right next to the fire right at that moment. Arthur turned to see who it was and recognized him at once. Hello, Bartimus, nice to see you, Arthur smiled. Percy reacted, suddenly acting submissive to the man. Mr. Crouch, sir, would you like a cup of tea? Crouch turned to see Percy slightly bowing. Ah, Weatherby. Of course, Crouch said. Percy's ears turned slightly pink as he busied himself with the kettle as Fred and George sniggered. Harry had to smile and Ron was trying his best not to break out with laughter. Harry took the opportunity to look over Crouch. The man looked to be in his 50s and was dressed like a bank manager in a smart-looking pinstriped suit, tie, polished shoes, and carrying an umbrella. Mr. Potter, so nice to finally meet you, Crouch said as Arthur introduced him to Crouch as Harry shook his hand. Nice to meet you, sir, Harry said. Crouch turned to Ludo. Ludo, we need to meet with the Bulgarians. Ludo sighed and stood up. Always business with you, eh? Crouch sighed and handed his undrunk tea back to Percy. Thank you for the tea, Weatherby. Good day. Ludo followed Crouch as the man set off. Harry turned back to his breakfast and noticed Percy standing there with a deflated look on his face holding the teacup in his hand. Pathetic, Harry thought to himself. He sat down in a lawn chair and relaxed. As the evening fell, the level of excitement rose. People were now moving past the Weasley campsite towards the woods. Salesmen were pushing wagons full of merchandise and other sundry items. Ron, Hermione, and Harry bought a few things for themselves. A cart full of what looked like binoculars caught Harry's attention. Omnioculars, the salesman told them. You can replay action, slow it down, and they flash up a play-by-play if you want. 10 galleons. Deal, Harry said, reaching into his pocket. 3 pairs please. Ron and Hermione gaped at him. Harry, you don't have to spend money on us. Yes I do, Harry said. You're friends. Not only that, they would be totally excellent to use at our games. If these things store information, we can replay them later and use them to plot strategy. Ron laughed out loud at the idea as the salesman grinned. Your friend here must play Quidditch at your school, he said. Yes, they do store information for later retrieval. Harry handed Ron and Hermione their omnioculars and grinned. Hogwarts. Seeker for Gryffindor House. The man's eyes grew big. Harry Potter. He breathed. Enjoy the match, Harry called out as he followed Hermione and the Weasleys towards the stands. He knew this was something he would never forget. They settled down into plush seats at the top of the stands. Harry was impressed with the size of the stadium. He used his omnioculars to look around, fiddling with all of the dials and things on it. It was as the salesman had said it was. Harry grinned, knowing Gryffindor House would love these things. Harry leaned back in his seat once more and looked around the immediate area. He saw the back of a house elf and wondered if it was Dobby. Harry hadn't seen Dobby since the start of summer. Dobby, Harry called to the house elf. The house elf turned to look at Harry. It wasn't Dobby even though the elf came close. I'm not Dobby, sir, the elf said in a high voice that sounded female. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Harry said as Ron, Hermione, and Arthur looked on with interest. I do know Dobby, the elf squeaked. My name is Winky, sir, and you is Harry Potter. Dobby talks about you all the time. Harry nodded. Nice to meet you. Is Dobby okay? Winky sighed. Dobby not being what he should be. How's that? Harry asked. She leaned forward. Dobby wanting paid now. House elves never get paid. Harry blinked as she turned away. He simply shook his head and sighed. So much he didn't understand. He wondered if he ever would. Elsewhere in the stands, 2 men were watching Harry closely. One was listening to a lady expound on the Ireland team while the second bought some snacks from a vendor. Both of them sat down and the first one took his drink from the second one. I will be glad when this is over and our brother is back in safety, one said to the other as he glanced up at Harry. So will I, brother, the second one said. Our master is very concerned for his safety. It is important we guard him. The first man nodded and turned back to the omnioculars to continue watching Harry. Harry sighed as he watched Percy acting like a complete fool, shaking hands and bowing to the more important wizards in the ministry. Harry did get introduced to a few of the visiting dignitaries and he shook their hands and smiled, just being himself. The visiting dignitaries smiled back and greeted him warmly. Fudge greeted Harry. Good to see you, Harry. I see Ludo's introduced you to some of the visiting dignitaries. Very nice people, he said. Then leaning closer, Fudge's voice dropped to a whisper. It's all politics, my boy. Just the way it is. Fudge smiled and nodded at Harry as he moved on. Harry sat down and considered Fudge's words to him. He did have to admit the man was right. When it came down to it, it really was all politics. The visiting dignitaries had to be stroked just right to get anything needed or wanted. You can keep your politics, Harry muttered. Not for me. He turned to see Hermione reading the program. So what has your research revealed? Hermione giggled. Well, it does say that there will be a team mascot display as each team is introduced. That's always worth watching, Arthur said. Harry happened to glance down the stairs, saw Lucius Malfoy coming. He groaned inwardly and then put on a pleasant face as he saw Draco behind his father. The woman behind both of them must be Mrs. Malfoy. Lucius stopped next to the row where Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys were sitting. Well, he sighed. Now we have common folk thinking that they are just as equal to us. Arthur glared at Lucius as he looked at Hermione with a look of contempt on his face. Harry stepped in between Lucius and Hermione and gave him a look that would scare anybody. He saw Lucius shift nervously and then move on. Draco saw the look on Harry's face and decided not to say anything. Harry then sat down in his seat once more and relaxed. His hand found Hermione's and took it. Ludo Bagman nodded to Fudge and then amplified his voice magically. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the World Quidditch Cup," he said, his voice carrying all over the stadium. "Please allow me to introduce the Bulgaria national team mascots." "Wonder who they brought," Arthur said, and then answered his own question. "Vila," he declared loudly. 100 Vila were now taking the field. The Vila were women, the most beautiful women he'd ever seen. When the music started and the Vila began to dance, Harry's mind suddenly went blank. All he wanted to do was watch them. He wanted to join them on the field. It was Hermione who saved him. Harry suddenly found himself in her lap, blinking in surprise. "You are mine and don't you forget that," she said. Harry smiled as he shook off the effects of the Vila. "Yes, Lady Granger." He leaned forward and at her as people around them went, "Ah." Ron simply screwed up his face at the sight. Harry sat back in his seat and his mind reeled at what had just happened. How could he be affected like that? He'd figure it out later. "Now for the Ireland national team mascots," Ludo called out. They turned out to be a group of leprechauns doing aerial stunts above the crowd. They dropped gold coins as they passed over the crowd. Then Ludo introduced the referee for the match and the game got underway. It was a real nail-biter, plenty of stunts and action. If a team scored, the team mascots would react to the scored point. It went back and forth many times. Just as Ireland scored once more, putting them 10 points ahead, Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker, managed to catch the snitch, ending the game. The crowds went absolutely wild with joy when Ireland was declared the winner of the World Quidditch Cup. As they headed back to their campsite, the men got into a debate about some of the stunts and tactics used in the game while Ginny and Hermione sighed. "Boys," Ginny groaned. "Always about Quidditch." Hermione laughed. "You make it sound like it's a curse." "Sometimes I think it is," Ginny said. "They never seem to talk about anything else and never pay attention to us." Hermione chuckled as they passed a group of Irish supporters having a good time. "Seems like our school games are a bit milder," Hermione said. "At least Fred and George sure know how to throw a party every time we win," Ginny grinned. They finally reached their campsite and went to bed, the girls in one tent and the guys in the other. Harry took the top bunk, wearing shorts and nothing else. Ron took the bottom bunk and he followed Harry's lead. Percy humped and dressed in pajamas and got into the lower bunk on the other side of the tent. Charlie also followed Harry's lead and wore shorts to bed. Harry closed his eyes and slipped into his nightly meditation. He did dream of himself winning the World Quidditch Cup, Fudge presenting it to him. He suddenly became aware of a mood change outside and woke up just as Arthur came charging in. "Something's happening," Arthur declared. "I'm going to need Charlie and Percy's help. Harry, you and Ron take the girls into the forest. I'll find you later." Harry became aware of the sound of people running and heard screams. He jumped out of bed and pulled a t-shirt on. As he ran out the door, he slid his wand into the back pocket of his shorts. Outside there was total pandemonium going on. People were running past them, tents getting knocked over, and just total bedlam. In the distance Harry could barely make out a group of wizards marching together, laughing and whooping it up. Harry couldn't make out the faces and realized the wizards were hooded and wearing white masks. Death Eater masks. Harry felt himself go cold when he saw what they were doing. They were pointing their wands at 4 muggles suspended in mid-air, 2 of them adults, 2 of them small children. Harry moved forward to confront them, but Ron pulled him back as they saw ministry wizards heading for them. "No, Harry. Let Dad handle them," Ron cried as he leaned closer. "Much too early to reveal your skills." Harry nodded, as he knew Ron was right. He moved back into the forest and watched. He felt the anger rising up inside of him and he worked to control it. He turned and followed the others as the running crowd began to get thicker. They managed to get away from the crowd and in the dark Ron tripped over something and went down. Hermione sighed and drew her wand and lit it to reveal Ron sprawled out on the ground. Tripped over a tree root, Ron said. Well, with feet that large, hard not to, said a drawling voice from behind them. They turned around to see Draco Malfoy leaning against a tree looking very relaxed. Ron jumped up and told Malfoy what to do with himself. Language, weasel, Malfoy chided, his pale eyes glittering. He turned to Harry. I should get a move on, Potty. Don't want her spotted. Harry turned to look at Malfoy. The look in his eyes scared Malfoy, but he managed not to show it. I suppose Mummy and Daddy are down there hiding under a hood and behind a mask marching around and singing the praises of a dead half-blood Dark Lord, Harry taunted Malfoy. Malfoy snarled at Harry. One day, Potter. You and me. Provided you're man enough, Harry snapped back. Malfoy turned and marched off as Fred and George came up to them. Bravo, Harry. Harry turned to the twins. Where the hell were you guys? Was following a girl that looked a bit like Hermione, Fred said. Harry sighed. Well, we're here now, so let's keep going. Won't do to come face to face with that lot. Wouldn't mind, I'd love to take them down. They all knew Harry could do it too. As they turned to move on, Winky the house elf popped up out of a bush. She looked very frightened. Bad wizards, she squeaked. Run, she called as she ran off. Harry decided now was the time to check his pockets and keep his wand at the ready, but it came up missing. My wand is missing, he said calmly. Harry, Hermione wailed. How could you lose your wand? Harry sighed and patted himself down. He realized he had nothing to defend himself with. In his rush to get out of the tent, he'd forgotten a few of his throwing weapons. He slapped his head and assigned himself 100 push-ups for forgetting. You're not armed? Ron asked. Harry sighed as his friends gave him dirty looks. Hermione was about to say something when a deep voice came out of nowhere. Mors Mordra. The voice called out and the sky lit up with something large. They looked up and gasped at the thing. It was a large skull with a snake coming out of the mouth. The dark mark, Ron breathed. We gotta get out of here. Before they could move, popping sounds were heard and about 20 wizards popped into existence around them. Harry suddenly realized the wands were pointed at them. Duck, he yelled, knocking Hermione down as the others dropped. Stupefy. The wizards yelled a second later, and the red beams flew over Harry's head, hitting the trees, brush, and 3 wizards. Stop. Arthur's voice yelled. That's my son and his friends. Harry slowly stood up and pulled Hermione to her feet as Arthur strode into the small clearing, looking frantic. Are you kids okay? He asked as a couple of the wizards recognized them. Before anything else was said, Crouch arrived on the scene. Which one of you kids did that? He yelled. Arthur turned and looked at Crouch. Barty, I doubt they could even do something like that. Give them a chance to explain what they saw and heard. Crouch seemed to calm down. Arthur turned to them once again. What did you see? What did you hear? Arthur asked. Hermione told Arthur what had happened. Harry and Ron backed up her explanation, but Crouch appeared not to believe her. Harry sighed and rubbed his head. He looked up to see Amos Diggory rooting around in the bushes. A moment later he yelled out. We got somebody over here. He cried out. That spurred Crouch into action. He charged over to where Amos was standing. At his feet lay Winky the house elf. Harry stared at Winky as his mind began furiously working on the problem that presented itself as Crouch stood and stared. Not possible, he said through clenched teeth. He turned and began searching the nearby trees and brush. Arthur sighed as he turned to the other wizards and witches. The only way Winky could have done that was by having a wand. We all know that elves don't need or use wands, Arthur said. She did have one, Amos said, holding up a wand. Arthur sighed. Can you wake her, please? Amos turned and pointed his wand at Winky. Enervate. Winky mo.ned a minute later and managed to sit up. She blinked at the sight of a human in front of her and she grew frightened. Do you know who I am, elf? Amos said. I am a member of the regulation and control of magical creatures. Winky broke out into sobs and started rocking back and forth uncontrollably. As you can see, the dark mark was conjured here a short time ago. You were found here a few moments ago, with this wand. Amos thundered. Explain. I not do it, sir. Winky squeaked. Hermione turned to Amos. The voice we heard was much deeper than Winky's. Amos glared at Hermione and Harry stepped around her and glared back at Amos, letting the power of his will out into the stare. Amos gulped and backed off. As he did so, Harry recognized his wand. What are you doing with my wand? He said, clearly pissed. Amos blinked. This is yours. Yes, it is mine. I lost it before entering the woods after leaving the Weasley tent, he informed Amos. Are you confessing to having conjured the dark mark? He asked Harry, trying to regain his confidence. Amos, cried a witch. Have you lost your mind? This is Harry Potter we are talking to. The boy who lived. Amos wavered for a moment, realizing he'd stepped into it big time. Do you honestly think I would stoop that low, to crawl into the gutter along with those Death Eaters? Harry rumbled, very pissed now. Amos ignored him. Well, we shall perform a simple test to see what spell was cast last. Amos drew his wand once more and placed the tip of his wand against Harry's wand. Prior incantado. Hermione gasped as a gigantic serpent-tongued skull erupted from between the wands. Deleterious. Amos said and the dark mark disappeared. Not me. Winky squealed in terror. No, no, no. Not me. Don't know how to use wand. You were caught red-handed, elf. Amos snarled. Harry had reached his limit on his temper when Crouch rejoined them, standing next to Harry. He laid a hand on Harry's shoulder. Hold your temper now, lad. Do you know good to blow up at Diggory? Diggory, that's twice you've accused people tonight. First it was Harry Potter. You of all people should know his history. He defeated he who must not be named when he was just a baby, losing his parents to that foul creature. Then you went and accused my elf. Are you suggesting that I teach my house elves dark magic? Crouch growled. Amos turned pale and started sweating. That told Harry a few things. One was that Crouch was high up in the ministry. Second, Crouch had a lot of power over Diggory. Third, it would be wise not to piss off this man. Have you also forgotten that I despise anything related to dark magic? Have you forgotten I hate the Death Eaters? Have you forgotten that I have sent a number of them to Azkaban? Crouch advanced on Diggory. Diggory took a step back. Let's just put this matter into the proper hands for now. Crouch nodded, backing down. The first good idea you've had since we got here. Now, if you'll be kind enough to give Potter his wand back, I shall take control of the elf and I will punish her as I see fit. She has been very disobedient to me and I will deal with it. Amos nodded and handed Harry his wand. Arthur jumped right in at that moment and quickly led Harry, Ron, and Hermione away as the other witches and wizards apparated away. Harry was left with more questions than answers. He needed some time to himself to properly organize his thoughts and store them away for later. Back at the tent, they found Charlie, Bill, Percy, and the twins waiting for them. Hermione took the floor and informed them of what happened. Harry halfway listened as he compared his version with Hermione's tale. He discovered both of them were nearly the same. He knew for sure that he hadn't imagined anything. He tuned out the row between Hermione and Percy over elf rights and leaned back in his chair. He looked at the situation from all angles and decided to look at it again once he had a chance to write down the events. He looked up as Ron nudged him. Dad's decided that we're leaving, Ron said. Harry checked his watch and saw it was around 3 in the morning. Might as well. I couldn't go back to sleep now. With that decided, they packed up the tent and loaded it into the backpacks. Harry carried one and Ron took the other. Good job, these things are light, Ron said. They all followed Arthur back to the Portkey area as Percy, Bill, and Charlie apparated back home. They were able to get a torn-up tire back to Stoatshead Hill. They walked in the dark until they reached the burrow. Ron got emotional when he saw the burrow all lit up. Thank God we're home, his voice cracked. Arthur nodded, gently squeezing Ron's shoulder. Harry put his arm around Hermione and she moved up against him and cried into his shoulder. Molly came rushing out of the house and threw her arms around Arthur. They stood there for a time, Molly bawling into his shoulder. Fred and George nodded to each other and went into the house. A moment later, Hermione managed to calm down and Harry led her into the house. Charlie was standing in the living room holding a cup of tea in his hands. "Tea in the kitchen," he said quietly. Harry nodded and went into the kitchen, finding Bill at the stove. Percy poured both of them cups of tea as they sat down. Hermione sighed as she laid her head on Harry's shoulder. Harry continued to hold her close. They raised their heads to see Molly and Arthur walk into the kitchen a moment later. They sat down at the table and took cups of tea from Percy. Percy left the kitchen and went upstairs. Nobody said anything for a long while. Harry poured himself a second cup and Arthur leaned over the table and put in 2 drops of fire whiskey. Harry nodded and took a sip. He felt the tea and whiskey go down him and felt it warm up his insides. An owl flew in a window and dropped the Daily Prophet onto the table. Bill gave the owl his pay and the owl flew off. "Rita again," Arthur sighed as he read the article. Bill groaned. "I really hate that woman." Harry decided not to ask. He could feel Hermione shifting in his arms. "Want to go up?" She nodded and Harry led her up the stairs. They stopped in front of the room she was sharing with Ginny. "Will you be all right?" Harry asked. Hermione smiled weakly and nodded. "Good. Better send your mum a letter later," Harry said. She nodded and went into the room and closed the door behind her. Harry sighed and went to Ron's room, where he found his best friend sitting up in his bed, staring out the window. Harry sat on his bed and stripped down to his Quidditch boxers. "What's going to happen next?" Ron suddenly asked. Harry considered that question. "I don't know. I do intend to write all of this down in a journal. I'll transfer it to the wall in my training room when we get back to Hogwarts. I also need to send out some letters." Ron nodded. "Dumbledore and Snuffles. Right on that count," Harry said. He stretched out in bed and sighed. He listened to Ron move around trying to find the comfortable spot in his bed. He listened to Ron breathing settle down and knew his best friend was asleep. A moment later he fell asleep himself. Harry watched Hedwig fly out of sight, bearing letters for Albus Dumbledore and Sirius. He was glad that Hermione taught him the copy spell. Saved him a lot of time in writing the same thing over. He simply added a personal note onto the letter to Sirius and hoped his godfather was all right. He sighed once more and turned from the window. The rain had been nearly non-stop for the last few days since the Quidditch business. He rubbed his face and sighed once more. This wasn't the kind of summer he had envisioned. He turned around to see Hermione sitting on the sofa with her new book of spells for the next year. Harry walked over and sat down next to her. She looked up and smiled. Harry smiled back as he put his arm around her and she snuggled down next to him. He looked over her shoulder and read what it was she was looking at. "Getting an early start, Harry," she said. Harry nodded. "Good for you, hun. No doubt you'll top the class again this year. Not to mention pissing off Malfoy," Ron grinned. "That boy needs to calm down about things," Fred noted. Harry thought about that for a moment. What he really needs is a good kick in the ass. Ron laughed at the thought. "That he does. I'm all packed and ready for tomorrow," Harry said. "I'm waiting on a few things from the laundry," Ron said as Molly went past them with an armload of Hogwarts robes and other things. "Right here, Ron. Come up and get them," she said. Ron followed Molly up to his room. Harry turned his attention back to Hermione. He noted she had changed books and was reading up on the history of the dark arts and Voldemort. Harry knew she was on the case once more. Trying to find something that would point to a weakness that you could exploit, Harry, Hermione explained. "Good," Harry said. "If we can find more than one it would help us a lot." Ginny came halfway down the stairs. "The room's yours, Hermione. Your turn to pack. Need help?" Harry grinned. Hermione returned the smile and key. "Ed him. No thank you, Mr. Potter. I shall be just fine. Say you at dinner." She dashed up the stairs as Ginny giggled. She went into the kitchen to help Molly with the dinner. Harry turned back to his books and did a bit more writing in them. He was building a casebook for this year and in the second book added his observations about the Death Eaters. One thing that had struck him early on was the fact that Malfoy had seemed way too smug. The second was that he seemed to know what was really going on. Harry leaned back against the couch and rubbed his chin deep in thought. He didn't see Arthur sit down in an easy chair across from him and pick up one of Harry's books and flip through it. Very good observations, Harry. Worthy of an oar. Arthur's voice brought him back to reality. Harry looked up into the very tired face of Arthur Weasley. The man had flipped through Harry's observations book. Thank you, sir. Harry said. I hope you will contact me in the future if you come up with anything new, Arthur said. I'll make sure it gets into the right hands. Okay, Harry said after a minute. You and Dumbledore are the only two people outside the trio I really trust right now. The trio? Arthur asked. What people call me, Hermione, and Ron, Harry explained. Arthur smiled. A little secret club, eh? Harry blushed and smiled back. It's nice to have very close friends, Harry, Arthur whispered to him in a confidential manner. Yes, it is, Harry said. Harry looked at his watch and decided it was time to go up to bed. He said his good nights and went up the stairs. He knocked on Hermione's door. Just wanted to say good night, he said when Hermione opened her door. She reached out and touched Harry's face. I'll see you in the morning. Ed and Harry went into Ron's room with a smile on his face. Harry came down to breakfast the next morning. He looked around for Arthur and didn't see him. Where's Arthur? He asked Charlie as he sat down. Charlie put down his cup of coffee. Had to run out. Mad-Eye Moody got into trouble. Mad-Eye Moody? Harry asked. Bill looked at Harry. Didn't you learn about him in History of Magic? No. Who is he? Harry asked as he sipped his tea. Alistair Moody was one of the most famous Aurors ever before you were born. The man was a great fighter and had the highest arrest record of anyone I'd ever seen. 3/4 of the cells in Azkaban is full of Death Eaters he had busted and put away in there. He's retired now. Harry nodded, impressed. He'd be perfect for the Dada job. Why is that? Charlie asked, looking up at Harry. Simple, Harry replied, tasting his eggs. He's been out there. He knows better than anyone how a Death Eater thinks and does things. That, in my opinion, would make him a very effective Dada instructor. Right in one, Harry. I feel the same way, Bill stated. Hope you do get him this year. Hogwarts needs to break the Dada curse. It was well documented in the wizarding world that the Dada class at Hogwarts was cursed, due to the fact that the instructor never lasted the year. Harry had seen 3 of them come and go already. First was Quirrell. He was a slim and extremely nervous man who stuttered constantly. Harry had discovered that Voldemort had taken over the man's body and nearly gotten his hands on the Sorcerer's Stone. The second one was a man named Lockhart. The man spent more time talking about himself and all of the dark creatures he'd supposedly defeated and drooling over the teenage girls. After going into the Chamber of Secrets, he managed to grab Ron's broken wand and obliviated himself completely. The last anyone knew of him was that he was now currently residing in the Psycho Ward as St. Mungo's. The last one Harry had considered a friend and a damn good teacher was his parents' best friend, Remus J. Lupin. He revealed himself to be a werewolf during the events at the Whomping Willow the night Sirius Black escaped Hogwarts. At the moment he was instructing Harry in the wandless magic arts. Are the twins setting up another Dada pool? Harry asked quietly. Bill grinned. Suggest you ask them later. Harry nodded and looked up at the clock. Getting late. When are the cars going to get here? Don't want to miss the train. Mum went to the nearby village to order up some taxis, Bill said. The ministry couldn't spare any cars this year. Harry nodded. I'll get my trunk down here then. Harry smiled when he saw the Hogwarts Express. Ron bumped him and grinned. Harry felt good about seeing the train again. He knew it would take him to his second home in the wizarding world. He helped Hermione on board and then handed up Hedwig, Crookshanks, and Pig to her and he climbed on. Ron, Fred, George, and Ginny followed Harry and Hermione to an open compartment. Once inside, Harry hung the owl cages off the hooks in the ceiling and opened them. Hedwig hopped out and gently nipped at Harry's ear. How ya doing, girl? Harry smiled as he fed her an owl treat. Hedwig settled on the rail above Harry's head next to the picnic basket that he and Hermione made up the night before. It wasn't that Harry didn't like the snack cart on the train, It never had what he was used to eating and preferred to eat. So the second year he started making up a basket to take on the train. It caught on there when Molly saw what Harry had done and had gotten one. Harry settled down in his seat and opened a bottle of cold water. It tasted fresh and cold going down. I almost forgot to ask, Harry said, turning to Fred, are you guys running a pool on the new teacher? The twins grinned. Of course. Harry handed them 6 galleons and made his bets. The twins grinned as they exited the compartment. Hermione sighed as she went back to her book. Something I need to tell you guys, Harry said as he waved his hand at the door and set up a silencing spell. What's that? Ron asked. Harry sat back and sighed as he put his thoughts in order. Then he told them about the dream he had over the summer and what had happened after he sent letters to Molly and Arthur, Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. I haven't heard anything since then. But then came the Quidditch match, Harry said, and told them of his theory that the events at the match might be tied into his dream. It's good you alerted someone, Harry, Hermione said as Harry handed her his observations journal. Now they know what to look for. I wonder if all that has anything to do with what Percy's been throwing around the last few weeks, Ron said. Harry looked up. About the event that is to take place at Hogwarts. Yeah, Ron said. Think about that. Perfect opportunity for a dark wizard to sneak in and try a hit on you. Hermione nodded agreement as she passed the book to Ron. I have to agree with Ron on that. I also have to agree with all of your observations and theories regarding the events at the Quidditch match. Ron handed the book off to Ginny. I'm with Hermione. I'm going to see Dumbledore and show him the book and see what he says, Harry said. Good idea, Ginny said as she handed the book back to Harry. Harry tucked it away in his duffel bag and turned to the chessboard that Ron had set up. Many friends dropped into the compartment during the train trip to Hogwarts. Harry had seen a number of them at the World Quidditch match and there was plenty to discuss. Malfoy dropped in and made his usual nasty comments to Harry. Harry simply leaned back in his seat and yawned as Malfoy ran his mouth off as to how great he was and so on. Once Malfoy finished, he looked at Harry. Nothing to say, he sneered. Harry looked over at Malfoy and blinked. Are you still here? I thought you wandered off hours ago. Malfoy turned red with rage as Ron chuckled. Told you long ago, Harry, this bloke ain't got no brains, Ron stated. The compartment rang with laughter. Malfoy turned even redder from anger. We'll see who laughs last, Weasel, Malfoy growled as he retreated. Ron closed the door in Malfoy's face and sat down. He looked over the board and put Harry into checkmate. Harry sighed as he leaned back and Ron grinned. Anybody hungry yet? Harry asked. There were a chorus of yeses and Harry pulled the basket down. The small table was set up and the food spread out. Lunch was consumed and the 2 owls got their fair share. Hermione sat down next to Harry and snuggled up to him. He covered her with his Hogwarts robe and she went to sleep. Ginny did the same and the 2 boys talked quietly as the train sped on into the rain and the growing darkness of the night. Harry woke as the voice announced a 10-minute warning to Hogsmeade. Harry gently shook Hermione awake and she woke up. We're 10 minutes out, Harry informed her. She smiled. Good. It will be so nice to get back. Yes, it will, Harry said softly, his mind going back to the day he had first arrived at Hogwarts. The castle had fascinated him then and it still did now. He smiled at the memory of discovering the moving stairs, the pictures that moved and talked to him, and meeting the ghosts. Peeves naturally introduced himself in his own unique fashion to Harry. Harry often daydreamed of getting back at Peeves. One of the things that had fascinated him was the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall. Hermione had speculated late one evening at the number of spells and charms it must have taken to create the ceiling. But the thing that had impressed him the most was the fact that he could feel the magic flowing through the castle. That had surprised Albus Dumbledore, and there was no doubt in anyone's mind that Harry would be a very powerful wizard once he graduated Hogwarts. Harry looked up to see Hermione pull her robe on and sit back down. The weather outside by now was very bad and Harry hoped they would get to the castle without any problems. He turned to Hedwig. Think you can get to the Ollery? Harry asked. Hedwig nodded and stretched her wings, getting ready to fly. It had been a long trip and she was looking forward to do some flying. Pig had found his second wind and was flying at Mach 1 around the interior of the compartment. Harry looked out the window and saw the lights of the train station up ahead. He stood by the window, prepared to open it to let the owls out. Hermione had put Crookshanks back into her basket and wrapped it with a rain slicker. The train came to a halt and Harry opened the window long enough to let the owls out. Pig was out and gone, Hedwig behind him. Harry closed the window and turned to the group in the compartment. Ready? He asked. He got nods in return. They climbed off the train and raced for the shelter and waited for their turn to climb into a horseless carriage. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville Longbottom all got into one. Harry sighed as it started off. "We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful wizard of Hogwarts," Harry sang out as the carriage traveled down the street towards Hogwarts. Hermione burst out into laughter and then joined in with Harry, and then the others did too. They pulled up in front of the great doors in high spirits. Even Crookshanks was in a good mood, having vindicated herself at the Weasleys by knocking the crap out of the garden gnomes 2 mornings earlier. They had sat at the breakfast table laughing their heads off at the sight of the garden gnomes flying over the fence. A few of them went over the fence under their own power, not even touching it while going over it. Crookshanks had looked might pleased with herself. They walked into the front doors of the castle and suddenly a red balloon hit him on the shoulder, getting him wet once more. "Any more water?" Ron started to say as he shook his long red hair, sending water everywhere when a green balloon soaked him once more. All of them looked up to see Peeves grinning as he lobbed another water balloon at a group of second-year girls. "Peeves." McGonagall's voice came from the stairs. "Get down here right now." Nobody could yell like McGonagall. Harry had been the recipient of her wrath a few times to know the woman had an extremely powerful set of lungs and demonstrated the fact many times. "Ooh." Peeves grinned as he looped the loop a few times. "Ickle little kitties all wet." McGonagall slid towards the group, barely catching Hermione in an attempt to keep from falling. Harry caught both before they went over. "You okay, Professor?" Harry asked as she stood up, only to receive a water balloon on her left shoulder much to Peeves' delight. Hermione coughed and glared at Peeves. "You horrible monster." Peeves just laughed and lobbed a few more at the arrivals as they walked in. "Whoopee." He cackled. "Such fun." Harry yelled out at the top of his lungs. "Bloody Red Baron, sir." Peeves suddenly slammed on the brakes and looked terrified. He turned around in time to see the dark specter that was the Bloody Red Baron rise before him. The ghost's eyes burned darkly. "Peeves," he intoned, "enough." Just hearing that voice was enough to scare people out of their minds. Peeves' eyes grew big and he bolted, going right through the wall and disappearing. "Thank you, sir," Harry said, inclining his head to the ghost. The Baron nodded. "You are welcome, Harry Potter." With that, he turned and moved towards the hall where the welcoming feast was. Ron turned to Harry. "Is it safe to breathe now?" Harry, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, and McGonagall started to laugh. The great hall looked its usual splendid self, decorated for the start of term feast. Candles hung in midair over the tables. Golden plates and goblets gleamed brilliantly in the candlelight. Harry smiled as the warm feeling of the magic washed over him. This was where he really belonged. Harry grinned as he looked over at Hermione. "It's beautiful, Harry. Just like always," she said. Even Ron had stopped for a moment to admire the place. "Blimey," he said. "I don't think I could ever forget this sight." Harry had to agree. Hogwarts had gotten to him in a way that nothing else could. Just to be here was enough. Nearly headless Nick floated up to them. "Magnificent as usual, E.H." He smiled. Harry smiled. "Sure as Nick. Was it like this back in your day?" Nick smiled as his eyes took on a faraway look. "Ah, she was truly magnificent back then. God, I miss those days." He looked down at them with a serious look on his face. "Never forget," he said. "Never forget that you were here. Keep the memories of Hogwarts close to your hearts and never let go of them." "We will, Nick." Neville nodded. Nick turned and greeted more Gryffindors as Harry and his group found their seats. Harry wondered just what would happen this year. Dumbledore glided by and he stopped to nod at Harry. Harry nodded back. He knew for sure whatever was going to happen would stand Hogwarts on its ear like usual. He suddenly wondered if it was too late to double his bets in the Weasley betting pool. He sat down with Hermione and turned his attention back to the tables. The sorting hat was carried in and set on the stool in front of the school. The hall grew quiet as McGonagall unrolled parchment and stood ready. The hat came to life and rhymed out the song it had worked on for the sorting ceremony. Harry chuckled at the expression on McGonagall's face as Dumbledore grinned widely. The hall broke out into loud cheers and applause when the hat was done. "Gotta stay with the times, you know," the hat said, looking up at McGonagall, causing the hall to laugh once more. McGonagall sighed and started reading off names. The first year would go up and put the hat on his or her head, and the hat would look inside the person and then put them into the right house. Dennis Creevey was sorted into Gryffindor. Colin Creevey jumped for joy as Dennis came over to the table. "Colin, I fell into the lake and something picked me up and put me back into the boat I was in," he shouted out with glee. Colin hugged his brother and grinned. "You met the giant squid that lives in the lake, Dennis. Lucky you." Both of the Creevey brothers sat down and looked up towards Harry. "As that?" Dennis asked. Colin grinned. "Yeah, he's so cool. Looks like your fan club gained another member," Ron snickered. Harry just groaned. "Two of them. God help me. It won't be so bad," Seamus chortled. Harry glared at him. "Says you." He sighed and looked up at the head table. Everyone was there except for an empty chair. That pricked Harry's curiosity. Dumbledore rose and the hall went quiet. 2 words. "Tuck in," he smiled as he waved his hand over the hall. Food appeared and Ron started drooling. Harry shook his head and reached for a bowl of fried rice and put steamed vegetables, sweet and sour chicken, and sautéed broccoli on top, picked up a pair of chopsticks and dug in. The talk filled the hall as the feast got underway, people exchanging news, jokes, and comments about the upcoming year. At last the food was gone and the hall fell silent once more as Dumbledore rose to his feet. "Now that we have filled up, there are a few things I must tell you," he began. "First, the Forbidden Forest is off limits to everyone. Mr. Filch as usual has asked me to remind everyone that no magic is allowed in the halls between classes, and that he has added more forbidden items to his list." Fred and George chuckled at that announcement and Dumbledore smiled at them. He turned back to the assembly. "The village of Hogsmeade is off limits to the first and second years. Third years and up are allowed to go." Dumbledore sighed and continued on. "It is my sad and painful duty to inform all that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year." At that, the hall burst into noisy protest as Dumbledore waved his hands for attention. The hall went silent. "This is due to an event that will be starting in October and continuing through the year. I am sure you will enjoy it immensely. Therefore I have the great pleasure in announcing." Dumbledore stopped as a great crash of thunder sounded and the doors to the great hall were flung open. A stranger came into view. The stranger moved and a dull clunk was heard. Another flash of lightning lit up his face and people gasped. Harry gripped his wand and waited. Harry had been the only one to react when the stranger entered. He had jumped out of his seat, his right hand coming up just slightly as the pinky finger found and pressed the trigger on the specially modified wand holster he had strapped to his right forearm. The trigger activated a spring-loaded mechanism that delivered his wand into his right hand instantly. Harry was ready for battle. The stranger finally noticed Harry and started towards him. Another flash of lightning hit and this time Harry was able to see part of his face, what was left of it. It was obvious to Harry that this person had been in a war of some kind. Every inch of skin seemed to be scarred. A large part of his nose was missing. But it was the eyes that were even scarier. One was human, small, dark, and beady. The other was large, round as a coin, and a vivid, electric blue. It moved constantly in every which way possible and then some not possible. The stranger stopped in front of Harry and looked down at his right hand. He reached for it and Harry pulled back, raising his wand to chest level. "Very good, boy." The stranger spoke at last, reminding Harry of the Senator Palpatine character from Star Wars 3, when the man turned dark in the film he'd seen over the summer with Hermione. "Well done. I am impressed. You were the only one to react to what could have been a danger," he said. "I know who you are, boy. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. I look forward to our next meeting." He turned and laughed as he headed up to the staff table and Dumbledore. The man shook hands with Dumbledore and then took his place in the empty chair. Dumbledore turned and faced the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, Alistair Moody, this year's instructor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Dumbledore announced. There was a smattering of very light applause in the hall as people continued to stare at Moody as he pulled a flask from inside his cloak and took a swig from it and approached his dinner as if it could be poisoned and began to eat. Now then, as I was starting to say, Dumbledore turned back to the students. I am very happy to announce something that has not happened in the wizarding world in over a century. It is my great pleasure to inform you all that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year. You're joking, exclaimed Fred Weasley. The tension that filled the hall with Minota's arrival suddenly broke. Now nearly everyone was laughing and Dumbledore himself chuckled. I am not joking, Mr. Weasley, although I did hear a good one over the summer. Dumbledore started, only to be interrupted by McGonagall clearing her throat in the nick of time. Ah, yes, now then for those of you who have never heard of it, a short explanation is in order then, he said, sipping wine from his goblet. The Triwizard Tournament was first established between the three largest schools in Europe, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the three champions competed in the three magical tasks placed before them. Every 5 years a school would take its turn in hosting the competition. It was considered an excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities, then it was discontinued when the death toll mounted too high. That didn't seem to faze anyone. The excited whispers throughout the hall were discussing the tournament. Harry wondered what the tasks were to be. There has been a number of attempts over the years to start it up again, with no luck. However, that changed, due to the hard work and efforts by the departments of International Magical Cooperation and Magical Games and Sports. All the wizards and witches involved in the planning has worked very hard to ensure the champions will not be in any kind of mortal danger. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their short-listed contenders in late October and the selection of champions will take place at Halloween. An impartial judge will decide which students is worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons in prize money. Fred Weasley's face lit up in rapturous joy. I'm going for it. The heads of all three schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction on contenders this time around. Only students who are of age, that is to say, 17 years or older, will be allowed to put forward their names for consideration, Dumbledore said. A wave of boos erupted from the house tables at the news, and a number of other students cried foul. This was decided upon by all those involved in the tournament. I will personally make sure nobody interferes with the judge or makes any attempt to hoodwink him, Dumbledore said with a serious look on his face. There was silence in the hall. The two schools, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, will be our guests for the school year. I ask that you extend every courtesy to our foreign guests, and please throw all of your support behind the Hogwarts champion. And now that it is late, I suggest you all head off to bed to be ready for your morning lessons. Dumbledore beamed. As the hall emptied out, everyone was commenting on the tournament that was to happen shortly. Fred and George were plotting of ways to get around the age restriction. Hermione sighed as she listened to the chatter going on around her. People have died at this thing, she said loudly, but nobody paid any attention. Be nice to have 1,000 galleons, Fred sighed. Could do a lot with it. George grinned. Oh yeah, for sure. Ron sighed. Yup. Lots of things. Wonder what the 3 tasks are. Harry asked. Be interesting to find out, Neville said as he came up next to Harry, having heard his question. They sure won't tell us until then. We'll know when we get there, Ron said. For now I am tired. Wish we didn't have classes tomorrow, Neville complained as they entered the Gryffindor Commons room. Harry turned to Hermione. See you in the morning, love. Hermione smiled. You too, Harry. Harry sat in his training room the next morning after a hard workout with Tino. Harry had just written on the wall another timeline, starting it with the dream he had back at the Dursleys and including the World Quidditch Cup. He couldn't help but feel that both events were related to each other. Very interesting, my son. Perhaps they are related in a way, a voice said. Harry turned to see Master Kosho standing there. Master Kosho. Harry exclaimed, jumping up and hugging the older man. Then he remembered his manners and stepped back and bowed. I am so happy to see you again. Welcome to Hogwarts, Master. Harry noticed Professor Dumbledore standing slightly behind Kosho. I would be honored to pour both of you some tea, Harry bowed, gesturing to the nearby table. Thank you, my son. It would be appreciated, Kosho smiled. Kosho and Dumbledore both sat down as another man sat slightly behind Kosho. Harry set teacups on the table and then poured the tea. Harry poured one for himself. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore smiled. This is the room I have given to Harry for his training. I felt it was important that Harry continue to practice his skills that you have taught him. Those of us who know of Harry's special abilities are of the opinion that combined with his magical talent he would be invincible and powerful. Kosho nodded. Yes, I agree with you. I am pleased that you have done this for Harry. Tino reports to me on a regular basis, telling me everything that goes on with Harry. Good. I myself am pleased with the way Harry has progressed here, Dumbledore said. He is a good student. He was too when I taught him, Kosho said. He learns quickly. Harry blushed and bowed his head. Thank you, Master. I am most curious about this dream you had. Is this a new ability? Kosho asked Harry and Dumbledore. Dumbledore took another sip of his tea. I am not sure. This is something that needs to be examined to know for sure. I believe that somehow a link was established between me and Voldemort when he attempted to kill me when I was 1. I believe that somehow this scar connects us, Harry said. A most interesting theory, Harry. I will have to do some research on this, Dumbledore said. If this is the case, there is the possibility that this Voldemort could read your mind, Kosho said. You say that like he has regained a body, Harry said. That possibility exists. We will not know unless you encounter him again. Do not let your guard down, Harry. Constant vigilance, Kosho nodded. Very wise advice, Harry. Please keep both of us informed in the event you have another dream, Harry, Dumbledore said. Please excuse me, I have to get the day started. Very busy day. Harry looked at the clock. I got to go and get showered and ready myself. Then I shall see you later, Harry. Have a good day, Kosho nodded. I will, Master Kosho, Harry grinned and bowed. I am really happy to see you again. I am glad you are here. The old man shifted his position and bowed back to Harry. I'm happy to see you as well. Now off you go. Harry met up with Hermione and the others at the breakfast table. The storm had finally blown itself, but the ceiling remained cloudy and gloomy. He found his new course schedule by his plate as he sat down. Not bad, Ron remarked as he checked out his course schedule for the year. Outside all morning. Herbology and care of magical creatures. Double divination in the afternoon, Harry groaned. It was not his favorite subject due to the fact that Sybil Trelawney kept predicting his death every year. Hermione looked over at him. Should have dropped it in favor of a better class when you had the chance, Harry. Yes, dear, Harry grumbled as those around them laughed. She just crossed her arms and looked at him. Harry smiled and kissed her on the cheek, drawing a few comments about the couple. They got up from the table and headed down to the greenhouse where their first class of the day was. Harry liked being down here. The smell of the rich earth always reminded him of back home in Japan where as a small boy he'd spent hours in the gardens there learning so much about the various plants, herbs, and roots. That knowledge was coming in handy in this class even though Harry was learning so much about other plants and such. Mr. Potter, Professor Sprout asked, jerking him back to the present. He turned to the small witch and smiled. I'm okay, Professor Sprout. Just thinking about something. Would that be related to this class? She asked. Yes, actually. I've noticed out in the Muggle world there are stores that sell plants, herbs, and roots that they can buy and make into different kinds of tea, believing them to cure things in a natural way. What's your opinion on that? Harry asked. A smile spread over her face. 20 points to Gryffindor for asking me that, Harry. She then launched into a lecture about the differences and Hermione managed to get down the key points. Most of the class looked bored, but not Neville. He was paying close attention to what Sprout was saying. Harry had a feeling that Neville would be the best at this class and decided to get him a few books on the Muggle perspective on plants, herbs, and roots next chance he got. They headed down to Hagrid's class next. His class had become much more interesting since he took over from the former professor. With Hagrid teaching, anything could happen and usually did. Today there were several large open crates on the ground at the half-giant's feet as they walked up, the Slytherins behind them. Hagrid appeared to be in a great mood. Morning. Hagrid called out. Today we are starting off with blast-ended scroots. Come and look. Harry blinked at what he saw in the crates. There were about 100 to each crate. They looked like deformed shell-less lobsters, pale and slimy looking, legs sticking out in different directions, and no visible heads. As Harry watched, one made a phut sound out his rear and was shot forward a few feet. Harry suddenly had a bad feeling about them and decided this was one project he didn't want to know about. Malfoy apparently shared his feelings about them. What kind of disgusting things are these? He said, turning his nose up at them. 20 points from Slytherin for your lip, Malfoy, Hagrid snapped. Harry decided he'd keep his feelings to himself. He didn't want to upset Hagrid. Blast-ended scroots, Hagrid said, his happy face disappearing. The only thing we need to do right now is to feed them. Find out what it is they like. I'll be talking about them in the next lesson. Harry smiled, putting on a happy face and stepped forward with some lettuce. Harry and Ron entered the divination classroom to start the afternoon's lessons. This was the one class he didn't like, right up there with potions. The room had not changed one bit from last year and Harry led Ron into the far corner of the room, cracking one of the windows in an effort to let some air inside. Good day, Trelawney said from behind them, making them jump. She moved around them and paused a moment, looking down at Harry. You are preoccupied, my dear, she said to Harry. He sighed and wondered what her yearly prediction was going to be. My inner eye sees past your brave face deep into your troubled soul. I regret to say that your fears are not baseless. I see difficult times ahead for you. The thing that you fear the most shall come to pass, and sooner than you think, she said mournfully. Harry rubbed his temples, feeling a migraine coming on. He wondered why in hell he decided to take this tortuous class again and then sighed. Ron handed him a cold bottle of water and he opened it, feeling the cold water perk him up as he drank down some. Harry had the feeling he was going to regret taking this class again. Harry and Ron stood in line down at the Great Hall for dinner, discussing something with Hermione when Malfoy showed up with the Daily Prophet in hand with a wide smirk on his face. I see your daddy made the news again, he mocked Ron. Ron snarled as Harry snatched the paper from Malfoy and read the article. It was about the incident in Alistair Moody's house the morning they rode the Hogwarts Express to school. Apparently something happened at his house and the Muggle law enforcement showed up and Arthur had to obliviate some of them to keep the lid on things. There was even a picture of Arthur and Molly in front of their house. The house is a disgrace, it should be condemned. Your mummy could lose a bit of weight, Malfoy mocked Ron. You know your mother, Malfoy? Harry asked, gaining Draco's attention. That expression she's got, like she's got dung under her nose. Has she always looked like that, or was it because you were with her? Malfoy's face went red with rage. Don't you dare insult my mother, Potter. Keep your fat mouth shut then, Harry snapped, turning away. Bang! Several people screamed as Harry felt something white-hot graze the side of his face and he began to react, bringing up his hand to deliver his wand into his hand for battle when there was a second bang and a roar that echoed through the entrance hall. Oh no you don't, laddie. Harry spun around and saw Moody coming towards them with his wand in his hand, pointed at a pure white ferret, which was shivering on the stone-flagged floor, exactly where Malfoy had stood. Nobody moved, silence reigning in the hall. Moody stopped next to Harry. You all right? He asked. Harry nodded. He missed me. Leave it. He roared at Crabbe, who was in the act of trying to pick up Malfoy off the floor. He turned towards Crabbe and the ferret took off, squeaking in terror. Moody caught him with a spell, knocking him into the air and making him fly 10 feet before crash landing on the hard stone floor. The ferret squealed in pain as Moody advanced on it, making the ferret fly and bounce on the floor a few times as he lectured the ferret on attacking people. McGonagall appeared out of nowhere. Professor Moody, she cried. What is going on? Teaching, he said casually as the ferret bounced higher off the floor. Is that a student? She asked with a gasp of horror. Yup, he said as the ferret flew through the air again. McGonagall shrieked in horror, dropping her books and whipping her wand out. A moment later Draco Malfoy sat on the floor, holding his nose as it bled. He was a sorry-looking mess. When my father hears of this, Draco trailed off as Moody grabbed him by the front of his shirt and lifted him off the floor and up to his face. I know your father, laddie. Tell him, he said with a demented smile on his face, that I'll be keeping an eye on you. It would be my pleasure to have a discussion with your dearest daddy. Malfoy shivered as a puddle formed underneath his shoes. Now then, Snape is your head of house. Moody snarled. Malfoy shook his head yes. Ah good. Another old friend I would dearly love to talk to, Moody said, his demented smile coming back. He dropped Malfoy to the floor and then grabbed him by the upper arm and dragged him off. McGonagall stood rooted to the spot as if she was debating something. Then she picked up her books and walked off. The show was over. Ron leaned back at the Gryffindor house table with a huge smile on his face. Harry knew he was replaying the moments again in his head. To Draco Malfoy, the amazing bouncing ferret, Ron loudly declared, raising his goblet in a toast as the table loudly cheered. Never will forget this moment for the rest of my life, Ron sighed happily. Harry was eagerly looking forward to the Dada class. Thursday morning arrived, and the Gryffindor fourth years were in the classroom, waiting for Moody to appear. As Harry talked to Hermione, he had the feeling there was something coming up behind him and he reacted quickly, spinning around and bringing up his left hand, the spring mechanism delivering his wand into his left hand as his right hand closed into a fist as he brought his wand up and into a very surprised Moody's face. Both of them stood there for a moment as people held their breaths. Moody backed up as his face broke into a smile. Good. Very good. Take 20 points, Mr. Potter, Moody smiled. Harry backed down and relaxed, his wand sliding back into the holster on his left forearm as he pushed it back in. Moody went to the desk at the front of the class as people sat down at their desks. He called roll first and then set the register down. It is very important to be ready for anything, he said softly. It is vitally important to expect the unexpected and to react to it before it gets you, like Potter here did. He somehow knew I was coming up behind him and he reacted, not knowing if I was friend or foe. Constant vigilance is the key word. I am sure all of you have heard of me. Paranoid, unbalanced, and so on. One can never be too aware of everything. I am going to teach you how to actually defend yourselves from dark wizards this year. I am going to show you the curses, jinxes, hexes, and other spells they are known to use. I will show you the unforgivable curses. I believe it is important for all of you to know what they are and how they work. So let's get to it. The first one he demonstrated after bringing out a jar with 3 spiders in it onto the desk was the Imperious Curse. He made the spider do all kinds of acrobatic moves and then made it tap dance. He broke the spell a moment later and dropped that spider back into the jar. To everyone's great surprise, it was Neville that named the second unforgivable curse. Moody nodded as he pulled the second spider from the jar. He enlarged it and then cast Crucio at it. The class shuddered as the spider rolled around on the desk, very clearly in pain. Harry glanced back at Neville and was shocked at his reaction. Neville had dug his fingers into the desk until they were trembling. His face had gone pasty white and it was obvious he was trying desperately to keep from freaking out. Moody released the spider a moment later. Moody looked at Harry as he drew the third and final spider from the jar. Harry gulped and named Avada Kedavra as the third and final unforgivable curse. The killing curse, Moody nodded as he released the spider. It ran across the desk, clearly afraid. Moody pointed his wand at it and spoke the incantation. The green light hit the spider and it immediately collapsed, rolling to a stop at the edge of the desk. There is no known defense for it. Nobody has survived it, and the only person ever is sitting right here in front of me, Moody stated. The only thing you can do is avoid it completely if you can. Out in the hall after the class, Harry's mind wandered over what had just taken place. He knew Moody was right about showing them the unforgivables. Avada Kedavra had brought back memories of what the Dementors had caused him to remember last year. He looked down the hall towards the end where Neville had gone after the lesson. It seemed like he was shaking still and he went down to try and help Neville. Neville, Harry said, approaching him carefully. Neville jumped as he turned to face Harry. Interesting lesson, Going down for dinner. I'm very hungry. Neville. Hermione came up, very concerned. Very interesting dinner, Neville loudly declared. He blinked and then smiled. Interesting class, what's for eating? Before anyone else could say anything, Harry heard a clunk sound and looked up to see Moody approaching. He walked up to them and placed his hand on Neville's shoulder. It's all right, lad. Come up to my office and sit a bit. I'll give you a cup of tea, show you some herbology books that I've got, he said, gently moving Neville towards the door to his office. Hermione, Ron, and Harry watched as Moody led Neville up to his office. The three of them headed down to the Great Hall for dinner. When Harry walked into his dorm room after dinner, he found Neville sitting on his bed looking a great deal calmer reading a book. His red eyes suggested otherwise. Hey Neville, Harry said coming up to Neville, how are you doing? Neville looked up. I'm fine now, thanks Harry. Professor Moody's all right. We talked for a bit and he gave me this book. Said that Professor Sprout told him I was tops in herbology. He said I'd like this book, might help in herbology. Harry looked at the title. Magical Water Plants of the Mediterranean. That looks like an intriguing book. Neville nodded. It is. I might write a paper on it. Neville, just so you know, I lost my parents to the killing curse. I remember it due to the Dementors messing with my head last year. I can't forget what that asshole did to them, Harry said, getting a bit emotional. Any time you want to talk to me, anything you say will be between me, you, and God. My promise on that. Neville set down his book for a moment. Thank you, Harry. I guess I should talk to someone. Just not right now. Harry nodded and gently squeezed Neville's shoulder. He grabbed his divination book and left the dorm as Neville went back to his reading. That had been a great thing to do. Moody telling him that and giving him that book had been the right thing to do. Harry decided he would go and talk to Moody first chance he got. Harry walked into the Commons room and was very surprised to see Hedwig on the back of Ron's chair. He immediately checked his pockets and then dashed back up the stairs to his trunk, returning a moment later with a big piece of soft beef jerky. Hedwig saw what Harry had in his hand and backflipped much to Hermione and Ron's amazement. Harry took the letter from Hedwig's leg as she began to chew slowly on a piece of the beef jerky she bit off with a dreamy expression on her face. Harry, I'm flying north immediately. The news of your scar hurting over the summer is the latest in a series of strange rumors I've been hearing ever since you had your dream. If it hurts again, please go to Dumbledore and document it. I've heard that Mad Eye is out of retirement and teaching Dada this year. Harry, he's an okay guy, you can trust him. I'll be in touch soon. Keep alert. Sirius, Harry read out loud. Hermione looked at Harry. What dream? Harry looked around the Commons room before replying. Not here. Meet me in my training room in the morning. Hermione passed Harry's copy of the dream he had to Ron as her mind worked on the problem. Harry, glad you contacted everybody that you did. I wouldn't trust Snape with that information, but you did. Hopefully he can help. This is something, mate. You really saw this, Ron said as Tino sat down in the chair next to Harry. I went there, Harry, to check out the house. I did find the man's body in the room, but nothing else, Tino said as Ron shivered. Dumbledore knows of my actions. Too bad you couldn't find anything, Tino. Would have helped us shed some kind of light on his next actions, Harry sighed as he sipped his tea. At least the master is here along with a group of the brothers. Hermione looked up in surprise. Master Kosho is here. Harry nodded. He decided to come and help. He feels there might be opportunity for a Death Eater to attack me here during the tournament, especially when there will be so many people on the grounds and inside the castle. I agree with the master's assessment, Harry. We both know you can handle yourself well, but your safety is important, Tino said, raising a hand to stop any of Harry's protests. Yes, other people's safety is important as well. There are at least 20 brothers on the grounds and they are well spread out. The master will be Dumbledore's guest. That will explain his appearance at the welcoming feast in October, Tino said. Harry instantly made up his mind. I'll make a couple copies of the Marauder's map for you and the Master to use. Tino blinked. What's it called? Harry walked over to the cabinet and pulled it out. He spread it out on the table and tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good, Harry said. Tino stared in astonishment as the map came to life, the lines quickly forming to create the castle. When it was done, it showed people as little dots with their names next to it, all of the hidden passages and shortcuts. The only place it didn't show was the training room. Harry chuckled at Tino's expression. This is amazing, Tino said once he finished examining it. This would help a lot, especially with the tournament coming up. Would it recognize the visitors? Harry sat back. That was a damned good question. I'll ask Lupin, he said. He was one of the original authors of this map. Tino nodded. Let me guess as to the other three. Your father James Potter, Sirius Black, and the rat. Everyone sitting there knew what he meant by the rat. Peter Pettigrew, codenamed Wormtail, was one of the founding Marauders until he turned dark, selling out Harry's parents and was one of the two people responsible for their deaths. Harry nodded and looked up at Tino. One day, he said softly. Tino sighed as Harry turned to his tea. He didn't know what to say. The next morning Moody stood there and watched the class file in. The desks were moved, clearing space in the middle of the room. What's up today, sir? Harry asked. Moody smiled. The Imperious Curse, Potter. Today all of you will get to feel it. Sir, you said it was illegal to do so, Hermione said. Moody nodded. I did say so. Dumbledore gave his approval for me to use it. All of you need to know how it feels to be under the influence of the curse. Hermione started to say something then thought better of it. Harry turned to the man. Have you ever been under it? Harry asked. A few times, Moody nodded. Not a fun experience. Since it has been done to me a few times I can shake it off real easy, knowing what it feels like. You've been under it? Hermione asked. Managed to shake it off. Harry looked impressed. I thought the only way for a spell to end was for the caster to end it. There are a few spells that can be shaken off. This one can, Moody said. Harry smiled. By projecting your will over it. 20 points to Gryffindor, Moody exclaimed as he turned to the center of the room. Now I need my first student front and center. Harry watched as each one of his classmates were put under Imperio. He watched Moody do all kinds of things to them. All of them tried to throw it off and failed. Then it came Harry's turn and he wondered if this was such a good idea. Then it occurred to him that it would be a good test of his mental defense skills. He went to the center of the room and relaxed, closing his eyes and focused on his center. He heard Moody cast the spell and suddenly he felt this nice warm feeling run through him and his mind empty of everything. He felt giddy, dimly aware of people watching him. Then he heard Moody's voice telling him to jump on the desk. Just as he started to do it, a thought entered his head. Why? Stupid thing to do, really said the voice in his head. Next thing he knew he was rolling on the floor holding his knees, having whacked them on the desk as he moved, his body obeying both commands. Well done, Potter, Moody crowed. That's how it's done. Harry rubbed his knees and at Moody's insistence, told the class how he threw it off. We'll try it again. Pay attention all of you. Watch his eyes, that's how you can tell if it's effective or not, Moody said as he cast Imperio once more. By the end of class Harry was able to throw it off very easily. He knew Imperio was easy to beat, but he wondered just what other spells there were that messed with a person's mind. He knew his ninja training could protect him some, but he needed a way to fight off other forms of attack. He decided to ask Hermione later in the evening. A few nights later Harry saw a notice on the big board just in front of the Great Hall as he was going to dinner one evening. He went up to it and read it. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving at 6 o'clock on Friday the 30th of October. Lessons will end a half hour early. Students will return to their dormitories and leave their books and bags in their rooms. All will assemble on the grounds in front of the castle to greet our guests before the welcoming feast. Signed Minerva McGonagall. Just a week away, Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff as he turned around in front of Harry. I wonder if Cedric knows. Harry watched Ernie hurry off towards the Hufflepuff dorms. Cedric. Ron asked Harry as they entered the hall. Yeah, maybe he's entering the tournament, Harry speculated as he sat down. Naturally, the notice said of a wave of rumors that got out of hand as they went through the castle, each tale grander than before. Harry chose to ignore all of the talk, knowing that rumors were all based on false information. The one thing he did speculate on, and that was the three tasks. He wondered what they were going to be. Guessing at them wasn't going to solve anything, so Harry simply turned his mind to other matters. The second result of the notice was the castle was now undergoing a thorough cleaning. Suits of armor gleamed and no longer squeaked when they moved. A lot of the portraits were scrubbed clean. Some of the occupants of the portraits limped a little after they had been subjected to Filch and his cleaning compounds. Filch went even more ballistic than usual, right down to making a pair of first-year girls go hysterical when he caught them tracking in a tiny bit of mud. As Harry had been nearby, he rescued them and escorted them up to the hospital wing for calming tea. He sat with them for a bit, telling them stories about his first year there. By the time the tea was done, they were feeling better and Madame Pomfrey looked them over and dismissed them. 20 points to you, Harry, for a job well done, she smiled. McGonagall gave him an extra 10 once Pomfrey told her what had happened. Dumbledore went and had a quiet word with Filch and he eased up, concentrating instead at the job on hand. He was not without help, however. Teachers sent students to do detentions with Filch and he used them to clean the castle. There was still a rumbling of dissension around the castle about the age limit imposed. Fred and George were grumbling about it still when they sat down with Harry, Hermione, and Ron on the morning of October 30th. Both of them snapped at Ron and at everyone else, clearly upset that they couldn't find this judge to enter the contest. Harry shook his head and sighed. It seemed to him that everyone was getting obsessed with this thing. He cracked his neck and glanced up at the ceiling to gauge the weather for today. According to the enchanted ceiling, it appeared to be a bit overcast. He knew winter was just around the corner then. He turned his head and looked up at the northern corner just as the morning post owls began to appear. He saw Hedwig glide down towards him and he smiled in relief. He'd owled Sirius some time ago and now the reply was finally here. Harry sighed in relief as he untied the letter from her leg and offered her the bacon on his plate. He swore she smiled at him as she picked up the bacon in her claw and took her time in eating it, clearly enjoying it. She then dipped her beak into Harry's orange juice and took a drink. Harry gently picked her up and cuddled her for a moment and then let her go. Hedwig then flew off to the Ollery for a long nap. Harry unfolded the letter and read it in a whisper to Hermione and Ron. Harry, thanks for the letter and the couple of pounds you sent. The money was really appreciated. I'm back in the country now, having heard so many rumors flying around about the tournament. Please keep me posted on everything that happens at Hogwarts, Harry. We need to share information and if anything is happening we can figure it out together. I met your master Kosho. He is quite a person, and I thanked him for saving your life and teaching you those fighting skills. I told him that the House of Black and the House of Potter owed him a debt for what he's done for you and he took that quite seriously. He told me it wasn't necessary and I told him this was something very major and could not be brushed aside. He is a good man, Harry. I can feel it deep inside of me and the wolf in me agrees. I am so glad he found you and kept you safe. Now I can sleep better at night. Take care, Sirius. Harry nodded as he folded the letter and slipped it into his robes. He'd burn it later when he was alone. No need for someone to find it and connect him with Sirius. It was safer that way. He smiled as he remembered Kosho watching the training that morning, commenting on how much Harry had improved under Tino's guidance. He was unable to concentrate on his lessons all morning long, his thoughts on his parents. He'd gone to the Potter Mausoleum earlier that week, suggesting it to Dumbledore and it had been done. His fingers gently rubbed the locket he wore around his neck that had been his mother's. He'd had it since his first year and it never was far away from him. It was a part of him now as it had been when he first found it around his neck. Harry had spent time with all of the teachers that he knew were here when his parents were. All of them had a few stories to tell and a few pictures to show. All of them had made copies of the pictures and gave them to Harry to keep. They were in his photo album safely locked away in his trunk. He wished he had time to look around inside the vault the day he'd gone to Diagon Alley to see what else was in there. Next chance he got he would. Most likely he'd do it over the Christmas holidays. 5 o'clock came around and he followed his classmates back to Gryffindor Tower to drop off his bag and books onto his bed. He decided next chance he got he'd go and get a backpack similar to the ones he saw in pictures of American kids using in their schools on TV at the Dursleys. He made a mental note to write Dudley a long letter, seeing as how he owed him one. He also remembered his promise to ask Dumbledore if Dudley could come to the school overnight. Harry decided the night before leaving for the Christmas holidays would be a perfect time for Dudley to come. Harry met up with Hermione and Ron and they went down to the front lawn of the castle to wait for the arrival of the two schools for the tournament. Wonder what the schools are using to get here. Ron wondered out loud just as it went 6 o'clock. Not broomsticks, Harry said, could be too far to fly from. Something larger, Ron suggested. Harry thought about that for a moment. That's more logical. Dumbledore spoke up a moment later. The delegation from Beauxbatons approaches. Everyone looked up into the sky at the small speck that was rapidly growing into something the size of a large house. Once it got closer, it became clear what it was. A carriage. Dennis Creevy said. The young Gryffindor first year was correct. Harry watched in amazement as the dozen winged horses touched down lightly and brought the carriage to a stop. A teenage boy jumped out and opened the door, pulling steps down and then stepping back respectfully. As Dumbledore moved forward, a huge shoe the size of a child's head emerged. Harry blinked as the very large woman emerged. Dumbledore offered his hand in assistance to the woman and she stepped down and out. Dumbledore, she said. I am glad to see you again. You are well. Dumbledore smiled and keyed the lady's hand. Harry took the chance to look at her. Her face was olive-skinned, her eyes large and black liquid looking, and a kind of beaky nose. She definitely was a large person. Has Karakov arrived yet? She asked. Not just yet, Dumbledore said. You are welcome to wait or go inside and warm up a bit. She smiled. I shall go in. My horses. Our care of magical creatures instructor would be very happy to care for them, Dumbledore said with a smile. I believe he would enjoy the experience. The lady beamed. Very good then. My students, she said by way of introduction, waving a large well-manicured hand at the carriage. A dozen students, all in their late teens, emerged from the carriage and followed her into the castle. Harry studied Madame Maxime as she was called, as she turned and made her way up into the castle. French, Hermione said. They're from France. Durmstrang sounds like Russian, Ron put in. I'm not convinced of that, Harry said, just a feeling. Ron and Hermione paid attention. Anytime Harry said he had a feeling about something, it usually was accurate. Won't be long, Hermione said as she looked up into the sky. Ron sighed. I hope so, it's getting cold out here. The lake. Lee Jordan shouted. Look at the lake. Harry turned to see a ship slowly emerging from the center of the lake. A ship had just emerged from the center of the lake and once it was completely surfaced, it glided to the dock and a plank was set into place as the splash of the anchor hitting the water was heard. Dumbledore smiled and walked down to the docks, the Hogwarts students following. Dumbledore called the person in front of the group coming towards them. How are you, my dear fellow, how are you? Blooming. Thank you Professor Karakov, Dumbledore smiled as they clasped hands in greeting. Harry noted the man's features when he stepped into the light. The man was tall and slim, white hair cut short and a small goatee that had a slight curl to it. Dumbledore led them up to the castle's front doors. Harry immediately recognized one person in particular just as Ron hissed into his ear. Harry, that's Victor Krum. Ron said. It was indeed. Harry watched him walk up to the castle behind Karakov, the rest of the Durmstrang delegation behind them. The Hogwarts students and staff now followed them in and the great hall got a bit noisy as people were finding places to sit. There were 2 tables on each side of the staff tables, one for Durmstrang and the other for Beauxbatons. Harry looked up to see Madame Maxime sitting on one side of Professor Dumbledore and Karakov on the other. 2 more chairs were placed up at the staff table as well. Ministry officials, Harry guessed, and a moment later he was proven right. Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman appeared and took their seats. Then Dumbledore rose from his seat and the hall became quiet. Good evening, Durmstrang students and Professor Karakov, Beauxbatons students and the Lady Maxime, Hogwarts students and staff, our representatives from England's Ministry of Magic Bartimus Crouch and Ludo Bagman, and honored guests. Welcome to Hogwarts and to the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore said with a smile. There was a loud round of applause through the hall. Karakov stood. My thanks to Professor Albus Dumbledore for hosting us for this great event, and many thanks to Hogwarts for allowing this great event to be held here, he said. He sat down as the applause grew once more. Madame Maxime rose. I must agree with my fellow colleagues and thank Hogwarts School and Professor Dumbledore in agreeing to this tournament and hope that our time here will be most profitable in strengthening our friendships between the three schools, she said to Cheers. Thank you, Lady Maxime, Dumbledore beamed. Now let us turn to our tables and enjoy a most delicious feast before beginning the tournament. The tables suddenly filled up with food and the feast began. It was obvious the house elves had outdone themselves once more. Everything was enjoyable, including French dishes and Bulgarian dishes. Towards the end of the feast, an orchestra in the corner quietly struck up a soft number and people applauded. Harry had eaten his fill and decided he was going to ask one of the Beauxbatons girls for a dance. He approached one and smiled. She had long silvery blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes. Something stirred deep inside Harry and he immediately recognized it. It was the same effect that he had encountered at the Quidditch World Cup. The girl was Vila. Harry smiled at her. My name is Harry Potter. I would be honored to share a dance with you, he said to her. I am Fleur Delacour, she said with a smile, and I accept your kind offer to a dance, Mr. Potter. She stood up and Harry led her to the floor and they began a nice slow dance. Harry could see a smile on Dumbledore's face as the old man nodded. Have you lived in France all your life? Harry asked. Fleur nodded. Yes. Have you been there? No. I'm sorry, Harry apologized. One of these days I will. My girlfriend Hermione has. She's gone to the southern France a few times. How wonderful, Fleur said. The southern France is nice. My first time in England. I am impressed by this place. Be glad to show you around, Harry said as a few more students and some of the guests joined them on the dance floor. Harry guided her back to her table and a few guys quickly lined to dance with her. Harry spent the rest of the evening with Hermione. That was nice of you, Harry, she said. Harry nodded. Just seemed like the right thing to do. After an hour of dancing and music, Dumbledore approached the podium and people found their seats once more. Harry noticed Master Kosho sitting in his place at a table close to the wall with Tino and another brother. So far things had been okay. He had the sudden feeling things were about to get very interesting. He turned to listen to Dumbledore speaking. The moment has come to officially start the Triwizard Tournament. So I will say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket, Dumbledore said as the crowd looked puzzled about the casket. You all know Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman. They have worked very hard to make this event possible. They will be joining Madame Maxime, Professor Karakov, and myself on the panel that will be judging the efforts of the champions. Mr. Filch, the casket if you please, Dumbledore said. The old man Filch carried a very old-looking great wooden chest encrusted with jewels. Everyone watched him walk down the center of the hall and place the chest on the table in front of Dumbledore. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face have been carefully examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman. They have made the necessary arrangement for them. There will be 3 tasks, spaced throughout the school year. Each one will test the champions in many ways: magical prowess, their daring, and their ability to cope with danger, Dumbledore said. The hall was totally silent, nobody saying anything or making noise. 3 champions from each school will compete. These champions will be selected by an impartial judge, the Goblet of Fire, he stated. Dumbledore now leaned forward and his wand popped out of his robe sleeve. He tapped the top of the chest with his wand 3 times. It opened slowly with a loud creaking noise. He reached in and took out a large roughly hewn wooden cup. The very unusual thing about it was that it was filled to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. Dumbledore waited for the chest to close before setting the cup on top of it. This goblet will be placed out in the entrance hall. Aspiring champions then have 24 hours in which they can put forth their name for consideration. To do so, one must write clearly his or her name and their school on it and drop it in the cup. As previously stated, those of the age of 17 or older are eligible. To prevent those who are underage from entering, I shall draw an age line around the goblet once it is set, Dumbledore said as whispers broke out. Finally, I must impress on those who do enter that once your name is dropped in, you must compete if chosen. It becomes a binding magical contract, so you must be absolutely sure that you want to compete, Dumbledore said. Good luck to all. With that, people began to leave the hall as excited chatter broke out. Fred Weasley had a loony smile on his face and Harry had the feeling this wasn't good. What are you guys cooking up now? He sighed. George turned to Harry. An aging potion, Harry. Just the thing for the job. I don't know, George. Dumbledore was insistent about this, Harry said. Oh come on, Harry. Don't tell me you wouldn't want to get in yourself. Fred said, wrapping his arm around Harry's shoulder. You could beat this thing easy. Harry knew what he was trying to say and the thought did prevail that he could win it easy with his skills. There will be another one, Harry said. The twins shook their heads sorrowfully. Have it your way then. Harry got to the doors and stood aside when Karakoff and the Durmstrang students got there first. Harry smiled at Karakoff. After you, sir, Harry said. I hope you enjoy your stay in England. Karakoff looked over and froze when he saw Harry. You are Harry Potter. Harry smiled. Yes, sir. A pleasure to meet you. Karakoff blinked and didn't move. Moody showed up and then Karakoff reacted. You, he snarled at the man. Moody smiled at the man. Me. So nice to see you again. Unless you have anything to say to Potter, I suggest you get moving. You're blocking up the door. Karakoff then turned around and stormed off. Harry blinked and thought that was very odd. He turned to Moody to get an explanation, but the old Auror had gone. After his morning workout and making notes on the timeline on the wall of his training room, Harry headed down to the Great Hall where the goblet was on display. He wasn't the only one who had gone down to see it. There were a number of Hogwarts students standing around looking at it. The goblet stood on the stool used by the Sorting Hat. Harry could see a thin golden line on the floor, forming a circle 10 feet around. Anyone put their names in yet? Harry asked a third-year girl. All of the Durmstrang, she replied. Haven't seen anyone from Hogwarts yet. Harry nodded. I imagine a number of Hogwarts students dropped their names in last night after we left the hall. There was a chuckle behind them and Harry turned to see the twins and Lee Jordan coming. The twins were smiling and looking very gleeful. That was enough to make people back up and clear space around them. One never knew just what the twins were up to and a grinning Weasley was enough to make anybody run like hell. Just took it. Fred grinned as he stopped next to Harry. Took what? Ron snapped irritably. George looked at Ron. The aging potion. Dung brains. Ron started to go after George but Harry held him back. He's not worth it, Ron. Fred and George stared down at Ron as he snarled at his brothers. Harry knew his resentment of his brothers achieving greater things than him was starting to come up to the surface. Harry pulled Ron back. This is not the time, he said to Ron. Ron turned his back and stormed off as the twins sighed. Talk later, Harry said. Fred turned back to the goblet, his body quivering with excitement. Hermione sighed and crossed her arms as the twins advanced on the goblet. Both of them paused at the line for dramatic effect, and then stepped over the line. Harry's jaw dropped, thinking they had succeeded, but then there was a loud sizzling sound and both of them were hurled across the room to the wall. A moment later there was a popping sound and suddenly both of them were sporting beards. Lee Jordan was the first to react, roaring with laughter as he held his sides. A moment later people watching the show joined in, even Hermione was giggling at the sight. Their beards were long and a nice chestnut color, reminding Harry of the band ZZ Top. Give them guitars and they can pass as ZZ Top, Harry guffawed to Hermione. She laughed even louder as Dumbledore approached the scene. I did warn you all, Dumbledore said, clearly amused. I suggest the both of you go up and see Madame Pomfrey. She is tending to two of our own already. Harry grinned as he quickly conjured up a pair of Mexican sombreros and sunglasses and put them on the twins and then charmed the hats to play ZZ Top music. The people in the hall laughed once more as Fred and George moved in time to the music as Dumbledore's eyes twinkled merrily. 20 point to Mr. Potter for an excellent prank, Dumbledore smiled. At that point people moved away and the day got started. Angelina Johnson, a tall black girl who played Chaser on the Gryffindor House team, had put her name in. It was rumored that a guy from Slytherin had, and so had Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff. Harry knew they would know by the end of the Halloween feast. He was hoping Angelina Johnson would be chosen. Harry. Hermione interrupted his speculations. Yes, dear, Harry said, turning to her in the hall just before the Halloween feast was getting started. Hermione was about to tell him of the research she'd done into the Triwizard Tournament when Dumbledore stood up and the chatter in the hall died down. Harry noticed the cup was now in the front of the hall, slightly elevated so everyone could see it. Good evening all, he said cheerfully. In the next few minutes we shall find out who will have the honor to participate in the tournament. The cup will give up the name of the champion. When your name is called, I ask the person named come up here and then go into the room just beyond this platform. There you will be given your first instructions. At his words the hall started up with the chatter once more. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, wondering who would be named. Suddenly the flames inside the goblet turned red and sparks began to fly from it in all directions. A long tongue of flame shot up into the air, sending a piece of charred parchment fluttering into the air towards Dumbledore, then went quiet. The champion for Durmstrang is, Dumbledore paused, Victor Krum. A storm of applause swept through the hall, as Victor stood up and walked up to Dumbledore, turned right, and went into the room indicated. Karakaroff was beaming. Harry hoped to wish him luck. The hall quieted down and everyone was watching the goblet once more. The second piece of parchment popped out a moment later. The champion for Beauxbatons, Dumbledore said, as Fleur Delacour. She blushed as she stood up, the hall cheering her on as she walked to the table and headed into the room where Victor was. Now everyone in the hall looked towards the cup with anticipation. The Hogwarts champion was next to be called. Harry glanced around and saw a number of people crossing their fingers in hopes they would be called. Harry was glad that Draco's name wasn't in the cup. The fire flared red and then a piece of parchment flew out. Dumbledore grabbed it and looked at it. The champion for Hogwarts, he said, is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table went wild as Cedric stood up amid cheers, backslapping, and handshakes. Even Harry managed to shake his hand. Cedric made his way up to the table and followed Fleur into the room. Dumbledore beamed as he turned to the hall. Now that all of the champions have been chosen, Dumbledore started to say when the cup reacted once more. Harry had the sudden feeling this wasn't supposed to happen. He had another feeling things were about to go south in a major way. The hall immediately began commenting on this new development as Dumbledore reached for the piece of parchment the cup spit out. The hall went dead silence as Dumbledore read the piece of parchment and then looked at the assembled crowd over his half glasses. The look on his face was not one of amusement, but of seriousness. He looked again at the paper he held in his hands and then read what was on it. Harry Potter, he read out loud. Harry sat there in shock. He didn't know what to say or how to respond to this. He looked up at Dumbledore and saw the shock and surprise in the old man's face. Harry wondered just how much trouble he was in now. He stood up and walked up to the staff table. He stopped in front of Dumbledore. Sir, Harry said, I didn't put M name in there. How could I? I'm too young. Dumbledore nodded. Be as it may, you must participate, Harry. You understand it is a binding contract, just like you word to me is. Harry nodded and looked at the other judges, Crouch, Bagman, Arthur, and his master Kosho and sighed. Sir, I must protest and go on record as having protested this since I didn't put my name in, but I will do this, Harry said. The others nodded and Harry went into the side room where Fleur, Krum, and Diggory was. Diggory looked up as the door closed behind Harry. Harry, the cup picked you? He asked in surprise. Harry sat down in an easy chair and sighed. Someone put my name in, Cedric. It wasn't me. I swear it. Cedric sat down next to Harry. Then who did? I don't know, Cedric. I can't back out. The judges won't let me. So I went on record as having protested against my being in this thing. I am too young, even though I am 14, Harry said. This is going to create a lot of trouble, I just get that feeling. Victor turned to Harry and nodded. Then you must be prepared for what is about to happen. You must be strong to handle what comes your way. Even if it's from my own housemates. Harry asked. The three of them nodded. Harry sighed and he wondered if he could quietly slip away. Harry, I apologize in advance as to what my house might say or do to you, Cedric said to him. Harry looked up at him. You don't have to apologize for other people's actions. They will be the ones that have to. Cedric smiled and reached out his hand. May the best person win. All four of them shook hands as the judges and Dumbledore entered. It seems that something has been settled in here, Dumbledore said. Krum looked up at Dumbledore. If Potter has to compete even though it is proven someone else put his name in, then he shouldn't fight well. Bagman smiled as Karkaroff looked at Krum. Are you sure about that, Victor? Krum nodded. He has impressed me with what he said about logging a protest against what had happened. I look forward to competing against him. Crouch stepped forward as the room fell silent. The first task will take place on November the 24th. It will test your daring and courage. You will receive your final instructions prior going into the event on that day. Harry and the others nodded. He had the strangest feeling this was going to be a very hard and rough year for him. He was glad that Master Kosho was here to help. He hoped he was wrong about his bad feeling. Only time would tell. When they left the room, the hall was deserted. Harry sighed as he sat at one of the tables and pulled a bottle of soda to him and poured it into a goblet and drank. Cedric sat down beside him and Harry poured him a drink. Muggle fizzy drink? Cedric asked. Yeah, it's called Coke. Harry nodded as Cedric took a drink. Cedric looked surprised. I could feel it go fizzy in my mouth. Harry smiled. Something called carbonation that makes it do that. I don't drink it too often, preferring tea over it. Harry, you have a very serious look on your face. What's going on? Cedric asked as he took another drink. Harry set his goblet down. I don't know. I wish I knew. Every year it seems like I get dragged into something crazy. I end up fighting a crazed Death Eater or something just as bad. My F. King luck, I guess. Cedric laughed at that. You're the boy who lived, Harry. You always come out on top every single time. Cedric, just watch your back, okay? Just be careful in anything you do. I really do have a bad feeling about this whole thing, Harry said. Do you think it could be another way for him to get you? Cedric said, getting serious as he set his goblet down. Anything's possible, Harry said. I'm going up. I'm sure I will feel better after a good night's sleep. Both of them walked out of the Great Hall and then headed off to their respective dorms. Harry walked up the stairs slowly, his mind spinning with this new development. He turned and went into his training room and stood before the wall where he kept a timeline of the current events as they happened. He added tonight's incident and beside it wrote out his feelings and thoughts on the matter. Then he left and headed up to the Gryffindor Tower. He hoped they wouldn't be up still. The explosion of noise from the Gryffindor Commons room practically knocked him backwards when he opened the portrait to enter. People pulled him in and started congratulating him as he tried to explain that he hadn't done it. Nobody listened. Harry quickly got to his breaking point and simply headed up to bed without another word. He slammed his door and saw Ron lying on his bed with a funny grin on his face. So, you got in, Ron said in a funny voice. Ron, I did not put my name in. Harry said. Well, nobody else made it over the age line, Ron said. What did you use? The invisibility cloak. No, I didn't, Ron. Harry snapped, getting pissed off now. Someone else did it. Someone else put my name in. Ron snorted, taking on a hard edge to his voice. Why would they do that? Lure me into a trap of some kind, Harry said. You know the Death Eaters would love an opportunity to get at me. It's okay. You know, to tell me the truth, Ron said. If you don't want everyone else to know, I'll keep your secret, but I don't know why you are bothering to lie. You didn't get into trouble. No end of year tests, 1,000 galleons in prize money, not to mention a ton of fame. Why do you need more when you have enough of it already? Harry blew his top. I did not put my name in, damn it. You should get to bed, Harry. Don't want to miss your photo call in the morning or something, Ron said as he yanked his bed curtains shut. Harry stood there for a moment and stared at the curtains hiding the one person he truly believed that would believe him. He turned slowly and made his way back downstairs and slipped out past the revelers and went to his training room and spent the night there. When Harry woke the next morning early, as was his habit, he sat up in the futon he had on the floor in one of the corners. He started his daily workout, going all out as usual, pushing the current problem off to one side. When he came out of the shower, Hermione was there waiting for him. Harry sighed and sat down and related to her everything as she poured them a cup of tea. Harry took his and sipped it slowly. I saw what you wrote, she said. You really think the Death Eaters are plotting something against you? Harry leaned back. At this point, yes. Even Malfoy knew about the event way before it was announced. Hermione glanced up at the wall and then added it with the notation possible Death Eater trap. Harry sighed and turned his attention back to Ron. Can't believe Ron would act like this, he said. Hermione set down her teacup. He's jealous, Harry. You got the things he's never had, fame and fortune, while he's got nothing. Ron knows he can ask me for money anytime he needs it, Harry said. But he's too proud too, Hermione said. Harry nodded. You know me very well, Hermione. I didn't want this, he said, tapping his scar. This is even more of a curse now that it was back then. As for the money, it was left by my parents. They wanted to make sure I'd be okay. As for being ninja, that wasn't my choice either, but Master Kosho promised my parents before they died he'd take me in and train me so I would have an advantage over him. I've accepted that. I train very hard because everyone seems to think I am the chosen one to go after him. The real reason is that he is responsible for every death in the wizarding world and someone has to stop him. Can't be the ministry, they're too busy hiding their heads up their asses. Can't be us. Every Dada instructor with the exception of Lupin was incompetent as hell. The court is still out on Moody, even though I agree with the twins he will be very effective, but I'm holding back my judgment. So what the F? K. Hermione crossed her arms and looked hard at Harry. You forget, my dear, that I do so know you very well, and now I understand your feelings even more on the subject, but there was no need for the language. I'm sorry, Hermione. This thing is starting to get to me and I shouldn't let it so. I apologize for my words, Harry sighed. By the way, do you have any paper on you? I should write to Sirius. He needs to know about this even though it might be all over the wizarding world by now. Hermione handed him parchment and a quill. Harry scratched off a quick message and Hermione folded it. I can slip up to the Ollery and send it off for you, she said. Harry leaned forward and keyed her. Thanks, love. She left and he stood up, pulling his t-shirt off and starting his ninjutsu once more, putting even more effort into it than usual. If something was to happen, he wanted to be ready for it. When he stopped to take a breather, he saw Master Kosho standing there and he quickly bowed. Your timing was good, your moves excellent. It is as Tino has said. You have gotten much better. Now we shall begin the exercises again, Kosho said, sitting down in the chair. Harry bowed, took up position, and started once more. Harry came down to the Great Hall Monday morning after his one-day exile inside his training room. He decided to spend each weekend inside the training room and work harder on his training until this thing was over. He did notice and felt a change in the mood among the other students. It seemed as if Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory's house, was now giving the Gryffindor house the cold shoulder. Harry sighed. It was as he'd predicted. The trouble was just beginning. Start a hate Harry Potter fan club, why don't you? He thought bitterly. He knew it would get worse in time and he hoped it wouldn't. People he knew in Hufflepuff ignored him and the general belief was that Harry was trying to upstage their champion. The day grew worse, and then again as Malfoy took the opportunity in care of magical creatures to take a shot at Harry. Everything seems to happen to you, doesn't Harry? Hagrid said to him off the side as they watched the class take the blast-ended Scroots for a walk. It sure does, Harry sighed. Just so you know, I believe you didn't put your name in and Dumbledore believes you too, Hagrid said. Harry felt relieved. Thanks, Hagrid. Hagrid's large hands patted Harry on the shoulders. Don't you worry your head about anything. This will blow over just like everything else has. Harry felt a lot better after having talked to Hagrid. McGonagall was the next teacher to approach Harry after his transfiguration class. They sat in her office as Harry poured them cups of tea. "How are you handling this, Harry?" she asked him. Harry sighed as he put his cup down. If a cup of tea could cure anything, the world should be drowning in this stuff. McGonagall smiled at the comment. "Indeed, Harry. I'm okay at the moment," Harry said, looking up at her. "I went into seclusion yesterday and did nothing but work out. Master Kosho was there and he worked me hard. Afterwards he did say that I would endure this and said nothing more." "He is a man of few words," she said. "Not like our beloved headmaster." "Thank you, Minerva." Dumbledore's voice came from the door. "I find his advice to be most enlightening. You should follow his advice, Harry. Try not to worry about things. As always, my door is always open to you. Mine too, Harry. Don't be afraid to approach us. We will do what we can to allay your fears and worries," McGonagall said. Dumbledore sat down next to Harry. "This too shall pass and you will be here standing tall once more. These times do try a person's soul, but that which does not kill us makes us stronger in mind, body, spirit, and soul." Harry felt a bit better after he left McGonagall's office and headed to the Gryffindor Tower. He walked on through the Commons room and headed up for his dorm, sliding onto his bed and closing his privacy curtains. He reached for his journal and canceling the security spell began to write. Afterwards he retrieved his CD player and reached for his recent CD that Dudley had sent. It was Pearl Jam's 10, and he lay back on his bed and listened to the music. Eventually he did fall asleep. When he arrived for double potions Monday afternoon, he found the Slytherins standing in front of the door with grins on their faces. Harry noticed badges pinned to the front of their robes and wondered what they were for. A moment later he wished he hadn't wanted to know. Malfoy practically stuck him in Harry's face. "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion," Harry read to himself. Malfoy grinned in malicious glee. "That's not all, Potter." He pressed his badge and the letters changed to read, "Potter stinks." All of the Slytherins broke up in laughter. Harry simply stood there and watched them rolling on the floor. He had to really work on controlling his temper. Snape glided by pretending to not hear what was going on. Harry followed his fellow Gryffindors into the classroom and sat down at a desk in the back. He sighed and closed his eyes for a moment, and that seemed to help. Snape began a lecture into the properties of basic antidotes to poisons while Harry devised as many gruesome ends as he could for Snape. He scribbled something down just as the door to the dungeon classroom opened. Colin Creevey bounced in much to Harry's dismay. "Professor Snape, sir. Harry Potter is needed upstairs," he said. Snape looked down at the little hyper boy and scowled. "Potter has an hour left of this class," he said. "He will come up then." The smile left Colin's face as he shivered. "Please, sir. Mr. Bagman told me to come and get him." Harry felt bad for the younger boy. Snape was treating him like dirt, scaring the little Gryffindor. Snape sighed. "Very well," he said, turning to Harry. "Get out." Harry gathered his gear and stuffed it into his bag and followed Colin out the dungeon and up the stairs. Harry pulled Colin into an empty classroom and turned to him. "Just wanted to tell you good job for not backing down from Snape. I know he's really a terrifying man to deal with. Don't let him get to you, okay?" Harry said as he gave the younger boy a gentle squeeze on his shoulders. "One day it will be Snape that will be doing the running, not us." Harry had no idea how he knew this, he just did. He had dreamed of it a few nights ago, of him chasing Snape across the grounds of Hogwarts. He had written it down in his journal so he could remember in the event it did happen. "Thanks, Harry. I always knew you were cool," the younger boy smiled. Harry grinned. "Thanks, Colin. Now please lead me to where I am supposed to go." Colin led him to a small room and left him there. Harry walked in and dropped his bag on the floor by the door and wondered what was going on. Victor was standing by a window, staring down at the grounds. Cedric and Fleur were in the middle of a conversation. Bagman was talking to a witch in magenta robes. He turned his attention to a long table with 5 chairs on one side. Bagman noticed Harry and bounded over. For an old guy, he sure has a lot of bounce, Harry thought. Ah, there you are. He grinned happily. Sugar rush, Harry thought. This guy makes Colin look like a kindergartner when it comes to being hyper. Harry put on a smile, or at least he tried to. Hello, sir. Bagman whacked him on the back. Good to see you, Potter. This is just a little formality. A weighing in of the wands. Got to make sure everything's working right. Yup. Definitely missing a few screws, Harry thought darkly. Ah, was all Harry said. Bagman turned to the witch in magenta robes. This lovely lady is Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet, Harry. She's here to do a small piece on the tournament. She turned when her name was mentioned. Really now, Ludo? Not that small. Harry turned to look at the woman. Her hair was set in elaborate and curiously rigid curls that contrasted with her heavy-jawed face. She wore jeweled spectacles and in her hands was a crocodile skin handbag. She smiled sweetly once she saw Harry and he had the sudden urge to run. Might I have a quick word with him? She asked. Certainly. Bagman beamed. Now Harry really wanted to run. Before he had the chance to move, she had Harry's upper arm in a surprisingly tight grip and towed him out of the room and opening another door. Harry blinked as she pulled him into a broom closet. Perfect, she grinned. Harry suddenly had the feeling he was going to regret this. She started firing off questions left and right as the quill moved of its own accord across the parchment as Harry tried to get a word in edgewise. His breaking point came when the quill wrote something about having tears in his eyes as he talked about the parents he barely remembered. Harry rose to his feet and stared down at her. Rita seemed to shrink in the corner as Harry moved forward. She didn't see him palm a short piece of rope and slip it up his sleeve. Without a word, he went to the closet door and opened it. He turned to look at her and she shivered. He slammed the door as Dumbledore came down the hall. Harry started tying the closet door closed. Harry, Dumbledore asked softly. Just making sure Rita Skeeter doesn't mess things up, Harry said calmly. Dumbledore sighed. Let me deal with her, Harry. You are not the first to have met up with her and you certainly will not be the last. I have ways of dealing with her. Harry nodded and walked back to the room as Dumbledore turned to the closet. Well, what a surprise. Cleaning up your act, Rita. Dumbledore snarled as he opened the door to find her sitting on Mrs. Scour's magical mess remover looking extremely pissed off. That little brat will regret the day he brushed me off, she screeched. Dumbledore advanced on her as she cowered on the floor. His eyes flashed in extreme anger at the woman. You will leave him alone, he said softly, or the consequences will be too terrible to comprehend. Rita took a seat in the far corner away from Harry and Dumbledore. Ollivander arrived a moment later and Dumbledore rose to greet him. Then he turned to face the people in the room. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I introduce Mr. Ollivander to you all? He will be using his amazing talents to examine the competitors' wands to ensure they are in perfect working condition since the four of you will be relying on them at some point during the tournament, Dumbledore said. People applauded as Ollivander smiled and bowed. Thank you, Albus, for that wonderful introduction. As I have reminded you constantly during our many years of our friendship, I am just a humble wand maker. Dumbledore smiled as Ludo Bagman nodded. Still the same as always, E.H. Ollivander. I remember buying my wand from you when I was just a lad. The wand chooses the wizard, Bagman said. Fudge leaned back and nodded. I remember my first visit to your shop. Still have my first wand in my vault. Couldn't bear to part with it. Ollivander smiled and then turned to the four competitors. Now then, to business. Mademoiselle Delacour, may I have your wand please? Fleur walked over to him and he bowed as he took her wand. He twirled it between his fingers like a baton and it emitted a shower of pink and gold sparks. Ah, he said, 9.5 inches, inflexible, rosewood and containing a hair from the head of Avila, Fleur said. One of my grandmothers. So there was truth to the rumor that she was part Vila. Harry filed that away for thought later. He needed to be on his toes then. Orchideus, Ollivander whispered and a bouquet of flowers popped out of the end of the wand. He smiled and handed back the wand, including the bouquet of flowers. Flowers for the lady, he smiled as he bowed. Madame Maxime beamed. You are indeed a true gentleman from what I have heard of you, sir. Ollivander bowed and smiled. Thank you, dear lady. He turned to Cedric Diggory next. Mr. Diggory. Cedric stood up and walked over to the man, handing him his wand. Ollivander smiled as he looked at the wand. Definitely one of mine. Core is a single strand of unicorn hair. 12 1/4 long, ash, and pleasantly springy. It's in fine condition, he said. He sent a stream of silver-colored smoke rings across the room to test it. He nodded and handed it back. Then he turned to Crumb as Cedric sat down. Victor stood up and shuffled over to the old man and handed him this wand. Ollivander took it and began his examination of it. A Grigorovich creation, I presume. A fine wand maker. Unusual styling. Ah, hornbeam and dragon heartstring. Very interesting. Avis. He called out and the wand let off a blast like a gun and a flock of birds came flying out the end of Crumb's wand and took flight into the late afternoon sun. Ollivander smiled and handed the wand back. Then he turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, he said with a smile. How well I remember you. Harry handed over his wand and Ollivander examined it and then cast Lumos with it. He handed it back and then stepped back. Then the photographer went into action, jumping all over the place taking so many pictures it was driving Harry nuts. Finally he managed to escape. Since it was late in the day, Harry headed down to the Great Hall for dinner. He sat down at his table and noted that Hermione wasn't there. He ate his dinner and then headed up to the dorm. He found Ron in the bedroom. Your owl, he said, pointing to the brown owl sitting on Harry's pillow and then walked out. Harry closed his eyes and sighed. He turned to the owl and took the letter from him and the bird flew off. Harry decided going to bed early seemed like a much better prospect, so he stripped down to his boxers and closed his privacy curtains and then opened his letter. It was from Sirius. Can't say everything I need to in a letter, Harry. Can you be by the fire in the Gryffindor Commons room the 22nd of November? We can talk then. In the meantime, watch your back and stay alert. I share your opinion that it all could be an elaborate trap. If we get the chance, I would like to meet this Master Kosho you speak so highly of. All in good time. For now, know I love you and keep you in my thoughts. Talk to you later. Sirius, Harry read to himself. Now he felt a bit better having read the letter from Sirius. The prospect of talking to him face to face was a morale booster. It was what he needed to carry him through the next few days, especially when Rita Skeeter's article came out. Harry thought hell wasn't bad enough compared to what would happen next. He read the article over breakfast that morning and groaned. This was bad. No, this was worse than bad. He resolved to find a torture that would best for the Skeeter woman. He glanced up at the head table and noticed Dumbledore's reaction. He looked furious. Crouch mumbled something and Arthur looked worried. Harry suddenly lost his appetite and left the hall. For the rest of the day he had to endure the comments from all of the Slytherins. Harry could feel the tension inside the potions class as the Slytherin girls led by Pansy Parkinson tore into Hermione. Hermione for her part ignored them and continued on with her work. Harry had to admire her strength. The Hogsmeade weekend came up. Harry was glad for the chance to get out of the castle for the day. He escorted Hermione down there and both of them relaxed and enjoyed the day. They ran into a number of their friends and visited a number of shops including the bookstore where Hermione was on very friendly terms with the staff there. The manager showed Hermione a book or two that she was looking for and ended up buying. Harry then took her to their usual place, an Italian trattoria on the second floor of an empty shop. They sat on the balcony overlooking Hogsmeade and enjoyed a simple fare of salad, pasta, and butterbeer. Harry moved his chair next to her and they spent the next hour talking about whatever came to mind. They put their current problems aside and just enjoyed each other's company. When they returned to the castle, Harry found a note from Hagrid, inviting him down to his hut for a quick spot of tea. Harry went down there once it got completely dark. He knocked on Hagrid's door and he opened it to find Harry there. Hey there, Harry, Hagrid said, pulling him into a hug. Nice to see er. Harry stepped back and smiled. Good to see a friendly face. Come on now, got to show you something, Hagrid said as he led Harry away from his hut. They talked as Hagrid led Harry towards the Beauxbatons camp. Hagrid knocked on the massive door and Harry slid the invisibility cloak over him as Madame Maxime opened the door. For a large lady she looked very beautiful, and Harry suddenly understood why Hagrid was taken with her. He smiled as Hagrid greeted her. He followed both of them as Hagrid led them around a clump of trees. Harry blinked in surprise as he saw 4 dragons in the middle of the clearing. It dawned on him the first task had something to do with dragons. His mind began working on the problem at hand. He saw one of the men turn and walk over to Hagrid. "Ho there, Hagrid!" Charlie Weasley shouted. "Best you keep your distance." Harry couldn't miss the look on Madame Maxime's face. She was surprised to see them there. Harry knew for sure she would tell Fleur the moment they saw the girl what the first task was. After seeing what he needed to, Harry slowly backed off and quickly headed off to the castle, only to run slam bang into Karkaroff, knocking the man to the ground. Karkaroff quickly drew his wand and looked around wildly. Harry knew for sure that Karkaroff had been watching Madame Maxime to see if she knew anything about the first task. Now he knew for sure that Karkaroff would run to Krum and inform the teenager just what he saw. Harry waited until Karkaroff moved away and then he ran for the castle, the time moving up to 1 in the morning. He didn't want to waste time getting to the Commons room and miss Sirius. He raced into the Commons room with a moment to spare. He sat down in one of the chairs next to the fire and waited. A sound from the fireplace snapped Harry back to reality. Harry blinked and looked into the fire to see Sirius's head floating there. Harry grinned, overjoyed at seeing Sirius once more. Sirius looked a lot better since he'd seen him last. "Sirius, you look great," Harry said as the man smiled. "Harry. Good to see you, kid. How's tricks?" he said brightly. Harry had to chuckle at that. He sighed and started talking, telling him everything that had happened so far. Sirius shivered at the Skeeter woman's name. "That by.ch had me prosecuted, judged, convicted, and sentenced before they tossed me inside Azkaban. She owes me big time," Sirius said. "I get the feeling Professor Dumbledore doesn't like her either," Harry said. Sirius snorted. "Wouldn't be surprised the number of times she's dragged his name through the mud. Watch out for her, Harry." "I will," Harry promised. They spent the next 20 minutes discussing matters. Harry nodded as Sirius told him about Karkaroff being a Death Eater, strategy on the dragons, Bertha Jerkins, and the possibility that the tournament could be nothing more than an elaborate trap for Harry. Harry told him that he had friends in the shadows watching him, to which Sirius was grateful for. "If these are the people you can trust, then trust them. I hope to God they won't let you down," Sirius said. Before Harry could say anything else, they heard a noise from the stairs and Sirius disappeared with a pop as Harry spun around to see who it was. Ron stood there in his pajamas and looked at Harry. Nothing was said as they glared at each other. Harry picked up one of the "Potter really stinks" badges and pinned it to the front of Ron's pajamas and stepped back. "Don't forget to wear it on Tuesday," he said calmly, and then stalked past Ron on his way to the 4th-year dorm. Harry and Hermione walked around the lake early Monday morning as Harry told her everything that transpired over the weekend. "Dragons," she said. "Sounds dangerous to me." Harry nodded. "For the life of me I can't figure out why I'm to get past them." Hermione sighed. "You'll find out tomorrow morning then." Harry nodded as his mind continued to work on the problem. Growing frustrated, he dropped the problem into his filing cabinet in his head and closed the drawer. They walked up into the castle and into the Great Hall. Colin Creevey handed Harry the Daily Prophet, looking very nervous and scared. Harry wondered why until he opened the paper to the front page and found another article by Skeeter along with a large picture of both of them standing on the balcony of the Italian Trattoria Key. Ing. Harry Potter has found love at last. According to Colin Creevey, the couple has been seen in each other's company nearly every day. The stunningly pretty 4th year is currently one of the top students of the school, Harry Potter being right behind her. It is said that they met on the Hogwarts Express in their first year. Is this a match made in heaven? Can it last through all of the upheavals of young Potter's life? Harry read to himself. He looked up to see the Slytherin girls laughing their heads off. Stunningly pretty. Pansy shrieked in mirth. What the hell was she judging the mudblood against? A chipmunk? Harry slowly cracked his knuckles and the hall instantly fell silent. Harry turned to Colin and nodded. The poor boy was quaking in his boots. Harry had decided to look for Cedric and let him know about the first task. It was only fair, he decided. Cedric, Harry said as he caught up with the older boy on the moving stairs. Cedric turned to see Harry behind him as the stairs slowed to a halt. Hey Harry, tomorrow's the big day, Harry glanced in all directions and then turned to him. The first task is something to do with dragons, Cedric. There's 4 of them out by the Quidditch pitch and we have to do something with them, not sure what. The stairs started moving once more as Cedric nodded. Don't know why you are telling me this, but thanks. I'm making the playing field level. All of the other champions know about it now. I'm sure their headmasters told them by now, Harry said. Cedric nodded. Thanks. I owe you one. Just kick ass, okay. Harry grinned as they got off the stairs. Cedric went on his way and Harry turned to head on back down when he found Moody in front of him. My office, he said and turned in that direction. Harry sighed and followed Moody. Moody closed the door behind him and pointed to a chair. Harry sat down and Moody handed him a cup of steaming tea. That was a very noble thing you did, Potter, Moody said. Harry nodded. Since the other 2 and I knew, it wasn't fair to him. 20 points to Gryffindor for fair play, Moody said. That's what makes you so different from everyone else. You have honor, something most people lack nowadays. Always confide in Dumbledore. He'll set you straight. Harry nodded. He was beginning to like this man. That I do, sir. He's been kind to me, Harry said. 2 things I want to tell you, Potter. 1. Play to your strengths, Moody began as he looked at Harry with a serious look on his face. What are you the absolute best at? Harry looked up. Quidditch. Lot of good it will do me here. Don't put yourself down, boy. From what I hear you are a damn good flyer, Moody snapped as he slammed the flask of his whiskey down on the table, making Harry jump a foot off his chair. I'm not allowed a broom, just the wand, Harry sighed. Moody smiled his demented smile and Harry shivered. Use a nice simple spell that will get you what you need. Harry looked at him with a puzzled look on his face and then something in his mind clicked. A smile spread over his face as he realized just what the old Auror was driving at. Moody grinned at him as he lifted his flask to him. To borrow your words, kick ass, Moody chuckled. Now get out of here. Harry felt like a huge load had been lifted off his shoulders as he left the man's office. Harry ran into Colin Creevey in the hall between classes. He could feel the younger boy shaking as he guided Colin into an empty classroom. Colin, I need to tell you that I am not angry with you over the article. Nobody warned you about Skeeter. She is the kind of person that can and will put a twist on anything that is said to her just to grab big headlines. Nobody is safe from her, not even Dumbledore. You are still my friend. Okay. Harry smiled at him in a kindly manner. Colin sighed. I really am sorry, Harry. She talked to me at the Hogsmeade weekend and had I known the kind of person she was, I'd have run. Harry nodded. Well, please avoid her from now on. I don't think this will be the last we will see of her after the tournament is gone. That scares me, Colin said with a shiver. I know. Bothers me too, Harry admitted. See you later. The younger boy smiled. Yeah. Harry wondered where the once eager boy that had been him disappeared to as he watched Colin dash off. He sighed and looked around the room. Something caught his eye and he went to find out what it was. It was a large package of balloons and Harry held them in his hands. An idea formed in his head. This would be fun. He went off in search of Peeves. He found the poltergeist nearly an hour later and smiled as Peeves came up to Harry with a frown on his face. What you smiling about? He griped. That stupid Skeeter woman just cussed me out. Harry smiled and showed Peeves what he had in his left hand. Peeves' eyes grew big at the sight of the package of balloons in his hand. Oh, thought I could find you and ask you if you would mind helping with Skeeter control, Harry smiled. Tell me more, Peeves grinned. I like you, Potter. Harry handed them to Peeves and explained what he wanted and Peeves instantly agreed. Harry headed down to the hall for dinner. He sat between Hermione and Ron. Dumbledore nodded as he usually did and the food appeared. Harry leaned back and got Colin's attention, miming a camera. Colin looked puzzled and showed it to Harry. Harry nodded with a big smile on his face and winked. Colin caught on to what Harry was trying to say and returned the smile. Just as Harry picked up his goblet to get a drink, loud shrieking could be heard just outside the hall doors. Everyone turned to see a completely drenched Rita Skeeter dash in and slam the doors closed. Vile evil creature, she screamed as Colin started taking pictures of the spectacle she was creating. Harry looked up to see Peeves phase through the wall above the door, holding a very large balloon filled with water. Harry gently nudged Ron and discreetly pointed. Talking about me, witchypoo. Peeves taunted. Rita might as well as have worn a sign around her neck saying, I'm a stupid S. Kerr, as she looked up. The balloon was halfway down as she opened her mouth. She never got to say anything as the balloon struck dead true right between her eyes. The balloon popped, sending a great gush of water all over her face and down her already soaked silk robes. Peeves laughed and danced in mid-air as she suddenly found her voice and began screaming death threats. Nobody in the hall said anything. Rita slowly wound down and then realized where she was. She turned around to look at everyone when another large balloon impacted her on the top of her head. Harry grinned and chuckled at the sight. Rita had heard him and stormed over to where he was sitting. You think this is funny? She screamed, her face dark red. Actually, yes I do, Harry smiled, leaning backwards in his seat to look at the enraged woman. She showed him her long 2-inch nails as Harry smiled. By the way, Harry said, peering at her intently, you need to trim your nose hair. You have some really long strands of hair coming out of your left nostril. Harry heard Ron choke as he fought to contain his laughter. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and was actively studying the ceiling. Snape had his hands over his face. There were a few tiny twitters here and there. Rita trembled in anger and stormed off and slammed the hall doors on her way out. Ron broke. He fell off the bench and roared in laughter. Before long everyone in the hall was laughing their heads off except for a few of the Slytherins. Even Sour Crouch was smiling. Moody and Hagrid were banging on the table. McGonagall was hiding her laughter behind her napkin. Dumbledore had tears rolling down his face. Harry was pleased to see the old man happy for once. Finally the laughter slowed down and stopped. Way to go, Potter, Cedric yelled. There was another small outbreak of laughter. Harry smiled as the twins shook his hand enthusiastically. Ron patted Harry on the back. Well done, mate, he said. Even Hermione beamed. Well done, Harry. That should put her in her place. I got lots of pictures, Harry. Colin said excitedly. Good. This is what I want to do next, Harry smiled as he whispered to Colin. Colin grinned and laughed out loud. Done and done, he cried. Dare we ask? The twins inquired. Harry simply smiled. Just wait, my good friends. Just wait. The third and final part of Harry's plan became clear the next morning as the mail owls arrived with copies of the Daily Prophet and other newspapers and magazines. All of them had pictures of a very wet Skeeter on the convert with more promised inside. All of them except for the Daily Prophet crowed that it was very long overdue that Skeeter got what she had coming. She came storming into the hall, stopping at Harry's table and glared at him and her nostrils flared in and out. Not a bad imitation of a bull in heat, Rita, Harry said as he drank his tea. The hall broke down in laughter once more and Harry noted it had the effect he was looking for in an attempt to relieve a bit of the tension in the air. She walked up to Dumbledore and 2 inches from his face, loudly demanded that Harry be removed from the school right this very minute. Rita, Fudge called to her. If you as so much harm a single spot on his body, I will bust you. I am sure the Dementors can show you a thing or two about Ing. People in the hall held their breath as Rita trembled and then stormed out of the hall. Fudge smiled as he gave orders to have Rita escorted around Hogwarts for the duration of the tournament. Dumbledore rose and went to the podium. The hall went completely quiet as people turned to listen. This morning will go down in wizarding history. The first task will take place at exactly 11 o'clock. An Auror will escort the competitor down to the staging area where the contestant will receive the instructions from Ludo Bagwell. I would like to wish all of you good luck in this event. As this may run several hours, there will be no classes today. Report to your dorms please, and wait to be escorted down by your head of house and prefects, Dumbledore said and then sat down. Harry knew this was it. If he took this one then he would be fine for the rest of the time. He looked up to see Cedric walking over to him. Harry got up and faced Cedric. Both of them shook hands. They then went over to Fleur and offered their hands. She shook their hands and joined them in walking over to Crumb. The burly teenager stood up and faced them. He shook each of their hands and nodded. Someone started to clap, and a moment later the hall was awash in a great ovation for the competitors. Dumbledore beamed, as well as Madame Maxime and Karkaroff. Things had gotten off to a promising start, and now people were looking forward to the first task. The crowds walked past the tent where the 4 champions were in seclusion. All 4 of them were nervous. Harry by now knew what he was going to do. Plan A was to summon his firebolt if the situation called for it. Tino had placed it inside the Gryffindor locker room last night, and the other ninjas had kept the place under careful watch. Harry turned to see Victor slowly shuffle from one side of the tent to the other. Cedric developed the 1,000-yard stare. Fleur nibbled on her long nails. Harry closed his eyes and let himself sink into Getsumi no Michi and started to meditate while waiting for Bagman to appear. He walked into the tent a few minutes later with a bounce in his step. Harry wondered if he swallowed too much pepper upper. Ah, all of you are here. Good. He beamed happily. Now then, I need all of you to reach into this bag and pull out a model of the thing you are to face. Each one has a number on it, 1 to 4. That will be your order of appearance. Harry wished someone would sit on Mr. Hyper Happy in the old wasp's robes and sighed. He looked up to see Fleur offered the bag first. She drew out a dragon, a Welsh green, with the number 2 around the neck. She simply nodded and went to sit down. Crumb got the Chinese fireball with the number 3. Cedric got the Swedish short snout and the number 1. Harry reached in for the final one. It was the Hungarian horntail, with the number 4. They turned back to Bagman. Your task is to get the golden egg from your dragon. Good luck, he said, and hurried out after telling them to listen for a whistle. Harry immediately began to think of his plan. First, he would come out and study the dragon for a few moments before making his move. Accio the broom and use high-speed flying tactics against it would be the best. He looked up as a whistle sounded. Cedric nodded and went out. A moment later the crowd started up and kept going for nearly 15 minutes until Cedric had captured his golden egg. Then it was Fleur's turn. Harry nodded and gently squeezed her arm, and she managed a tiny smile and then headed out. He listened to the play-by-play as Bagman called it, and all sorts of things went through his mind. He rubbed his face and hoped she would make it out okay. Harry sighed in relief as she did make it. Harry nodded to Crumb as he departed. Harry was alone now. He sat on the ground in Indian style, and closed his eyes. He began to meditate, sinking back down into Getsumi no Michi, once more letting waves of peace and calm wash over him. He could hear the crowd urging on Crumb. He heard the play-by-play on him and hoped he'd survived the encounter. He tuned it out after a moment, keeping himself just barely aware for the whistle. Then it came. Harry stood up and let out his breath. He walked to the door of the tent he'd been sequestered in. Then he walked out. The crowd was on edge when he came out. Harry nodded to the judges and the crowd. He looked up at the dragon he was to outwit. Accio Firebolt, he said, waving his wand overhead. A moment later the firebolt was flying through the air towards them really fast. As it came down out of the sky from over the stand, it slowed down and Harry reached up for it, knowing how he would fake it out now. As he took hold of the broom and it pulled him upward, he'd seen the golden egg underneath the dragon and knew this was his target. He slipped into his Quidditch mode and began to think of a way to get her to move just right so he could get in, grab the egg, and get out without getting Harry fried extra crispy. He swung completely aboard and conjured up his Quidditch goggles and started flying very fast around the dragon in completely different patterns, trying to confuse the dragon and getting it to move at the same time. He reached out with his feelings and detected a force shield in place to protect the crowd watching the event. Good. On one pass Harry got very close to the dragon and she lunged out to try and bite him. He escaped that one by turning inward and getting closer. Hermione paled and closed her eyes as she cringed, the rest of the crowd mirroring her. Dumbledore mopped his face with a handkerchief as McGonagall bit her knuckles. The dragon's head jerked back, as Harry got in way too close for comfort. He continued in and then did a sharp turn up, zipping up and clear, and then turned right. The edge of his cloak had caught fire as he barely missed the fireball that the dragon shot at him. He grinned and pulled it off and on the next pass flung it at the dragon. She reared up and back, exposing her eggs. Harry immediately dived down at a frightening speed, heading straight for the eggs. The crowd held their breath, watching Harry dive for the ground at better than 100 miles an hour, and the pull up out of the dive scant inches away from the eggs, and shoot away from the dragon. He came to a stop and held up the golden egg, a smile on his face. Victor Crumb was the first to realize what Harry had done. He smiled broadly, a strange sight for the burly teenager, and then began to laugh out loud, slapping the rail in front of him. The Wronski feint, he called out between gales of laughter. Potter beat the dragon using the Wronski feint. Harry Potter, I salute you. Ron was next to realize it and he went nuts, jumping up and down. Soon people picked it up and a few minutes later the stadium was awash with sound. Harry grinned and dropped down next to Hermione and handed her the golden egg. Harry, she shouted, starting in on one of her famous rants, which Harry promptly ended by dotting her right there in the middle of the stadium. Bagman finally found his voice. Well done, Potter. The crowd turned to see the results where the contestants now stood. Shock ran through the crowd as the scores were finally posted, showing Harry and Crumb both tied for first. That had been a good start for Harry. He grinned and turned to Crumb. Not a bad start, Harry grinned. Victor nodded. I agree. So my question now is, what do we do with the egg? They will provide you with clues to the next event that will take place at 9:30 on February the 24th, Ludo Bagman said, having heard Victor's question. Thank you, sir. Harry nodded as the others examined their eggs. When you open the egg, it will provide you with the clues you need. Bagman smiled at all of them. That's all. Off with you now. Harry and Ron headed up to the castle, walking around the edge of the forest when suddenly Rita jumped out in front of them. Harry, well done, she cried. Just a little word for the readers. Goodbye, Harry snapped as he kept going. Rita snarled at Harry as he walked past her. Harry didn't respond and neither did Ron. What a bye.ch, Harry said once they got out of range of her hearing. If she starts becoming a pest, I'll go see Dumbledore. Ron sighed. You know she'll try and find a way to get to you. Leave her to me, Harry said. Just don't talk to her. Both of them continued up to the castle. Harry wasted to go soak in a hot tub and relax for a bit. Ron got a couple of bottles of water on the way up to the Gryffindor Commons room. When they arrived, they found another party in full swing. Harry stood there until people calmed down. Thanks for the cheers, Harry said. Right now I just want to go and relax for a bit. Don't let me stop all of you from having a good time to celebrate my good luck. Remember, this was the first task. There are 2 more to go yet. Anything can still happen. Do me a favor if you will. Shake Cedric's hand too. He's an all-right guy and a fair Quidditch player too. I'll see you all later. Harry turned and headed upstairs to his dorm and got a change of clothes for his shower and headed to the bathroom. He sighed as he got into the hot tub and stretched out. He took a cold bottle of water and opened it and let his mind wander over the day's events. He decided he had done right and worry about the next task when it came time to do it. He'd locked the egg in the bottom of his trunk, wrapped inside a pair of thick socks for protection. He didn't want it broken before he had the chance to examine it for clues. For now, the only thing he needed to worry about was school and Rita. He left the bath nearly an hour later as Ron reappeared. Sent off the letter to Snuffles, Harry. I'm sure he will be relieved you're all right. Harry nodded. I hope so. I don't want him risking his neck for me by popping up in here. Last thing we both need. Too right, mate, Ron said. They're waiting for you down there. Lot of food, too. Bet you're hungry. Harry realized he was hungry, so he followed Ron down. The crowd cheered as he appeared. This time he moved around the room talking to his friends and balancing a plate of food on one hand and ate his fill. McGonagall showed up later in the evening and the room got quiet. She blinked twice at Neville as he shook off the last of the feathers from one of the twins' trick candy. She picked one up and examined it. Very nice piece of transfiguration work, she said. I would suggest that everyone pack it in. Classes tomorrow, and I do hope everyone arrives on time. That was enough said, and the party did wind down. Harry sat in the corner by the firs having a quiet conversation with Hermione as people cleaned up things and trudged off to bed. Once the room was clear, Harry set up a CD player with speakers on the nearby table and turned it on. As the sweet strains of Come Rain Come Shine played, Harry gently pulled Hermione close to him and they slowly danced with each other. McGonagall watched from her hiding place behind a large fern as a cat in her heart warmed to the sight before her. She was happy that Harry had found someone to have in his life, and the thought of how they made a lovely couple moved her deeply. She moved off into the little hall to the portrait and left. The couple danced on. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.